current emotional points have reached 1000, meeting the requirement to activate the system. Activate now. Listening to the prompt echoing in his ears, Lu Zhe clenched his fists in excitement. At last it had arrived. 3 years ago his soul had crossed into another world, coming to this land known as the Tianqian continent. Like all transmigrators, he too possessed a system. Yet activating the system required a condition: acquiring 1000 emotional points. For this very moment he had waited a full 3 years. Activate. His heart surged, his hands trembling. 3 years. Did anyone know how he had endured those 3 years? The body's original owner had been an outer sect disciple of the great immortal cultivation sect Lingxiao sect, with aptitude so poor that he could not even be considered mediocre among cultivators. His sole talent was an astonishing memory. He never forgot what he saw. After much deliberation, his method of earning emotional points was writing novels, becoming a miserable, overworked author. After all, his only gift was eidetic memory. The novels he had read in his previous life could be reproduced at will. In the first year, to cater to ancient tastes, he copied out Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, anonymously publishing them within the sect. The response was passable, especially Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which even spread into the inner sect. Yet for some reason the emotional points amounted to less than 10. He reasoned that perhaps these ancient classics were too weak at stirring emotions. In the second year he changed flavors and copied Battle Through the Heavens and A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. These 2 books became wildly popular in the sect, earning him a respectable amount of spirit stones. Strangely, the emotional points were still pitifully few, only a few dozen in total. By the 3rd year Lu Zhe simply gave up. He felt the system existed solely to toy with him. At this rate, activating it would take over 100 years, far longer than his lifespan could support. Fortunately, 2 consecutive years of churning out manuscripts had allowed him to save a good number of spirit stones. At least his livelihood was secure. So Lu Zhe began writing recklessly. Until one day a tragic short story he copied unexpectedly brought in a considerable wave of emotional points. Lu Zhe suddenly saw the light, so the system only cared about negative emotional points. You could have said so earlier. What kind of twisted system was this, delighting in tormenting others? Thus Lu Zhe went on to copy The Return of the Condor Heroes. He had just written the chapter about Xiao Longnu and Yin Jiping yesterday, and today the emotional points had exploded. Excellent, truly powerful. Thankfully he published under anonymity, otherwise he might have lived long enough to activate the system only to lose his life before enjoying it. System loading. 55. 80. 90. 99. Ding. Demon Dao progeny system successfully loaded. He was finally about to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Wait. That system name sounded a little off. Demon Dao progeny system. Lu Zhe rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. That is correct. To have amassed such immense negative emotional points, the host must be utterly devoid of conscience and humanity, a unsententhusandiers prodigy of the demonic path, destined to lead the demonic Dao to prosperity and glory. Bah! Who was it calling him devoid of conscience and humanity? He was a law-abiding good citizen, thank you very much. Lu Zhe's mentality collapsed. Though the Tianqian continent had both righteous and demonic paths, the demonic Dao was in decline. No, it should be said that the disparity in strength was enormous. The demonic Dao was completely ground into the dust by the righteous path. He had been living peacefully in Lingxiao sect and now was suddenly informed he had become one of the demonic. Lu Zhe felt as though the sky had fallen. If others discovered this, he would likely be seized by the enforcement hall and executed on the spot. Then what use are you? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhe still asked tentatively. After all, it was a system. If its functions were overwhelmingly powerful and allowed him to face the vast righteous path alone, then becoming a heinous demonic overlord might not be out of the question. In reply to the host, after binding the system, whenever the host kills a member of the righteous path, he will obtain demonic value. Demonic value can be used to raise the host's cultivation. Lu Zhe's mind instantly crashed. With his aptitude, he was destined to remain at the bottom of the cultivation world his entire life. 3 years after transmigrating, he was still only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. How could he possibly have the qualifications to kill righteous cultivators? With my current strength, there is no way I can kill anyone from the righteous path. What am I supposed to do? Lu Zhe let out a sigh. In reply to the host, by killing roughly 100 righteous cultivators, you may raise your cultivation to the next major realm. Lu Zhe felt his fists clench in anger. Can't beat righteous cultivators. Use the system. How to use the system. Go kill righteous cultivators. Damn it, was this some kind of infinite loop? How about unbinding and finding another host instead? Lu Zhe swallowed the corner of his mouth, twitching. This hellish system was better off discarded. The system has been successfully bound and cannot be unbound. Whoever designed this system, may their entire family live long. Junior brother Lu, my demon-seeking compass is broken. Do you have time to fix it for me? At that moment an inner Sect disciple hurriedly entered the room where Lu Zhe was. Senior brother Ma off on a demon slaughtering mission again. Lu Zhe set aside his distracting thoughts and nodded to the newcomer. Yes, my luck has been great lately, I keep getting demon slaying missions. The senior and junior brothers are overjoyed. It's just a pity that Qingshan's sect also received the news. We fought them fiercely over those few demonic cultivators and nearly tore the targets to pieces. First we did this and this to the demonic cultivators. Then we did that and that. The inner Sect disciple vividly and enthusiastically recounted the tragic fate of those demonic cultivators. The speaker's face was flushed with excitement while the listener's brows knitted tightly. Just look, whenever the demonic Tao appeared, righteous cultivators reacted as though they had struck gold, falling over each other in their rush to slaughter demons and prove their Tao. So this was the fate of the demonic Tao. Lu Zhe silently thought that this system might as well have never appeared. The plight of the demonic path in this world could only be described as utterly miserable. At the slightest stir they would be besieged by the righteous path. I've said so much I nearly forgot the main matter. The inner Sect disciple pulled a black compass from his robe and placed it before Lu Zhe. My demon-seeking compass is broken. For some reason it hasn't detected any demonic traces today, take a look for me. Lu Zhe accepted the compass and examined it carefully. Though he was an outer Sect disciple, he possessed a certain talent in artifact forging. This was largely thanks to his former occupation as a game designer in his past life, which had made him highly sensitive to data and programming. Coincidentally, the operational logic behind various magical tools and treasures in this world shared many similarities with the programming languages of his previous life. Thus Lu Zhe's performance in the field of artifact forging was exceptionally brilliant. Even with his poor cultivation, he had been specially accepted as a registered disciple by the elder of the artifact refining pavilion and worked within the pavilion. Seeing nothing amiss from the outside, Lu Zhe urged the spiritual power within his body and probed into the compass's interior. Suddenly the pointer on the demon-seeking compass spun wildly and came to rest, pointing straight at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe's breath stalled. See, the demon-seeking compass really is badly broken, it's even pointing at junior brother Lu. The inner Sect disciple laughed as he slapped Lu Zhe heartily on the back. Ha, you becoming a demonic cultivator while still in our Lingxiao sect, what a joke, ha. The issue with this demon-seeking compass truly is severe. I'll have to give it a thorough repair for you. Alright then, I'll be off. After seeing his senior brother out, Lu Zhe's expression grew grave. This damned system had already turned him into a demonic cultivator the moment it bound to him. If his identity were ever exposed, his bones would likely be ground to dust in an instant. As a great immortal sect, Lingxiao sect possesses abundant martial virtue and its cultivation fervor far surpasses that of side sects. As an outstanding demonic cultivator, you must curb Lingxiao sect's overwhelming cultivation arrogance. Mission: prevent more than 30% of Lingxiao sect's disciples from cultivating in peace for 5 days. Mission reward: dual-faced righteous and demonic outsiders will be unable to sense your demonic aura. Seeing the mission rewards, Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. Others would be unable to discover his demonic cultivation identity. This was precisely what he needed most right now. Otherwise, the moment he used spiritual power, the abnormality would be exposed and he would have no way to remain here at all. As for the mission itself, he did not need to kill anyone, only make it so the sect disciples could no longer cultivate with peace of mind. Such a task, there was a real chance he could actually pull it off. Delight stirred in Lu Zhe's heart. In his previous life he had been a game designer and a bold idea surfaced at once. He would return to his old profession within the cultivation world, game development. On the Tianqian continent, artifact refinement was highly advanced. As one of the 5 great immortal sects, Lingxiao sect was a leading authority in this field. Inner disciples undertook a tower climbing trial in which their divine sense entered a special magical artifact to engage in combat. During the trial, the scenes within could be projected outward for other disciples to observe. Lu Zhe had witnessed his senior brothers climbing the tower several times and had felt back then that it resembled the games of his previous life to a striking degree. Its visuals and level of detail were unparalleled, yet in terms of gameplay there was almost nothing, only monotonous monster fighting. At the time he had already thought that this technology could very well be used to create games. Because of this he had spent the past 3 years painstakingly studying its mysteries. Now the mission issued by the system seemed like the perfect opportunity. Though Lingxiao Sect was rich in martial vigor, everyone still needed entertainment. Spirit Ball and Kuju were wildly popular among the younger disciples, while Mahjong and Go served as leisure pastimes for many elders. Compared with these traditional amusements, video games would be a crushing one-sided strike from a higher dimension. Once one became addicted to games, how could one possibly cultivate with a calm heart? Nothing wrong with that at all. Having settled on a plan, Lu Zhe began to ponder which game to start with so he could most effectively get his fellow disciples hooked. Lu Zhe, have you prepared the equipment for the outer disciples' body tempering class 3 days from now? A voice cut through his thoughts. He looked up. It was the second senior brother of the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, Wang Tai. His tone was as unfriendly as ever. The illusory tower has already been fully calibrated. Lu Zhe did not take it to heart and answered honestly, I just don't know where the illusion crystals for training the outer disciples' movement techniques are. Figure it out yourself. Wang Tai let out a cold laugh and left without even looking back. He had always been displeased that Lu Zhe had been specially accepted by an elder as a registered disciple. All right then. Lu Zhe agreed cheerfully. Was this not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He had just been worrying that after making a game there might be no one to play it. Lu Zhe knew that Wang Tai disliked him, and in the past 3 years he had suffered quite a bit of suppression under him. Now that the Artifact Pavilion elder was away traveling, the man had only become more overbearing. The illusion crystals definitely existed, most likely Wang Tai had hidden them away simply wanting to make him look bad. Since there were none, then he would just make his own. Since this is for training movement techniques, I should start with a parkour game, Lu Zhe murmured, nodding to himself. The more he thought about it, the more fitting the idea seemed. In his previous life there had been a great many wildly popular parkour games: Temple Run, Everyday Cool Run, Ski Safari, countless titles came to mind. When had parkour games become all the rage? Back when mobile games were just beginning to flourish. It was in truth quite similar to this world that had yet to be baptized by video games. Having settled on his goal, Lu Zhe dared not be careless and hurried to begin production. With the illusory tower at his disposal, constructing the game scenes was extremely simple. Lu Zhe's cultivation was at the chi refining stage, and his divine sense was not yet strong enough to construct truly grand, vast illusory worlds. Fortunately, parkour games required only small environments which even someone at chi refining could build. As for level design, with his extraordinary memory and his game design experience from his previous life, it was hardly a problem. The only thing that truly troubled him was the music. The importance of music to a game required no explanation. Not only the atmosphere-building background music but also the sound effects that enhanced the sense of impact and the thrill of rewards were key to creating a good game. Fortunately, this was Lingxiao Sect, where strange and wondrous artifacts were abundant. Within the sect there was a tool capable of extracting images or sounds from one's mind called the manifestation device. It was usually used after certain incidents, allowing eyewitnesses to reconstruct the scene at the time. Thinking of how useful it would be later, Lu Zhe simply bought one outright. He could not help it, his path had taken a crooked turn these past 2 years, leaving him flush with spirit stones and free to indulge himself. 3 days later, outside the Artifact Pavilion's training ground. Early in the morning, outer disciples arrived in 2s and 3s. Hey, they say illusory cultivation is a privilege of the inner disciples, and I never imagined we'd get the chance to experience it too. Wang Ming looked around in wonder, his face full of curiosity toward the various instruments surrounding them. As an outer disciple with utterly ordinary spiritual roots, he had rarely had the chance to even enter the Artifact Pavilion, let alone participate in an illusory trial reserved for inner disciples. It was said that the elder overseeing the outer sect had recently rendered great service and had specially fought for this opportunity for them. I wonder what kind of challenges await inside the illusion, Wang Ming said, full of anticipation. Country bumpkin, and you don't even know what an illusion trial is, someone beside him sneered. What's so special about a movement training illusion? They just give you a taller, farther space and a few sticks of incense worth of time. Wang Ming recognized this fellow disciple. His name was Wang Ba. His family had an elder brother in the inner sect, so it was inevitable he had seen a bit more of the world. Illusory cultivation only becomes interesting when it's more advanced, when there are trap designs and battles with beasts. For outer disciples like you, giving you such trial opportunities is a waste. You'd be better off cultivating on your own in the sect. Wang Ba did not bother to conceal the disdain in his words. The others could more or less understand where it came from. With an elder brother in the inner sect looking after him, his own cultivation close to breaking through to foundation establishment, and some family wealth besides, his admission into the inner sect was practically guaranteed. No wonder he was arrogant. I may as well tell you, the beginner illusion for fragmented cloud art, I cleared it long ago. In this trial, first place will definitely be mine. Wang Ba smiled with self-assurance. The greatest difference between illusory trials and ordinary training lay in their clear scoring standards. Students would be ranked according to their scores. According to the outer sect rules, those who ranked in the bottom 5 would be deemed unqualified and would need to repeat the year. From the moment he heard that outer disciples would undergo illusory training, Wang Ba had already started making his calculations. Failing was out of the question. What he desired was first place, and if he even surpassed ordinary inner disciples, might there be a chance for him to be specially admitted into the inner sect ahead of time. For that reason he had begged his elder brother for an early chance to experience the illusory trial, and had long since familiarized himself with the beginner movement technique illusion. Even if his movement technique was not outstanding, it did not matter, he already knew exactly what to do at every step. Standing out from the crowd in his mind was only natural. Just as he was flaunting himself, a figure stepped out onto the high platform. Rubbing his dark circles and stifling a yawn, Lu Zhe placed the illusion core into the illusory tower. The illusion has been set up and the tokens for entering it are already in your hands, he said. Once you are ready, you may enter on your own. The disciples below began talking among themselves. So that's Lu Zhe, the one taken in as a registered disciple by an elder. I heard that after 3 years of cultivation he's still only at the early stage of chi refining, but he's quite talented in artifact refinement. What's the use of talent? The formations inside true immortal artifacts require at least golden core stage just to begin refining. Still, he does cultivate on the main peak, so at the very least he's stronger than the likes of us right now. Wang Ba snorted in disdain. Trash is trash. Even if you dress him in inner sect robes, he's still trash. Zhang Ming, standing to the side, could not help but frown. If he can win an elder's favor, he must have his own merits. If you're unconvinced, brother one, you can always enter the inner sect and compete with him there. Seeing Wang Ba fly into a rage and sputter in impotent fury, Zhang Ming simply ignored him. He took out his own token and infused it with his spiritual sense. His consciousness sank into boundless darkness. So this is what illusory cultivation is like. Zhang Ming rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. Then, staring at the enormous characters before him, he was dumbfounded. Demonic sect escape. What is this? You are a weak chi refining period cultivator who accidentally intruded into a secret stronghold of the demonic path and are being chased by beasts raised by the demonic path. Bad news, the demonic beasts chasing you are powerful. Being caught means certain death. Good news, you seem to be running a little faster than them. In this illusion you must adhere to the following rules. 1. All skills except for Shattered Cloud technique are ineffective. 2. You can only advance by using Shattered Cloud technique. 3. There are demonic sect barriers on both sides of the road, touching them means death. 4. The escape path is filled with traps, touching them means death. 5. Behind you is a terrifying demonic creature, touching it means death. The escape begins. The text vanished and Zhang Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He recognized every character, but why couldn't he understand them when put together? What demonic path? What chase? What touching means death? Didn't he come to the illusion to practice the Shattered Cloud technique? What is this all about? While Zhang Ming was still puzzled, a sudden roar came from behind him. He turned around just in time to see a blood-soaked pitch-black demonic creature charging at him with its gaping maw. This massive body, the overwhelming stench of blood, the heavy footsteps shaking the forest, and the ferocious appearance. This was a demonic creature crafted by Lu Zhe, exuding an immense sense of oppression with all kinds of effects in full display. Zhang Ming had never encountered such a terrifying scene, and only one thought filled his mind: run. But when he turned, he found his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. What is happening? Zhang Ming was confused. The demonic creature behind him was getting closer and closer. Just at the moment of life and death, he suddenly recalled the rules stated earlier: you can only advance by using Shattered Cloud technique. Shattered Cloud technique is the fundamental movement technique of the Lingxiao sect and the core content of this trial. At this moment, Zhang Ming had no time to think further and hurriedly activated the Shattered Cloud technique. The moment he activated the shattered cloud technique, he found his legs could move. Zhang Ming felt the wind beneath his feet and ran forward desperately. The creature behind him was hot on his heels. Just after a few steps, a bend suddenly appeared ahead and Zhang Ming almost crashed into it due to not slowing down in time. Damn! What kind of trial is this? At this moment Zhang Ming was both excited and anxious. Although the creature behind him frightened him, this unprecedented feeling was simply marvelous. What is this? Spirit stones. What use are they if I pick them up? Spirit stones floated in the air along the escape route. As long as he bumped into them, they would emit a crisp ding sound, making him feel an inexplicable joy. The shattered spirit stones transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. At this time, two numbers appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. One was a score and the other was the distance. Picking up spirit stones increases the score and running increases the distance. This time Zhang Ming understood very quickly. Roar! A howl from behind startled him. Earlier when he turned during the bend, his footwork and technique were not synchronized enough, causing him to slow down just a bit. Now he was almost caught by the creature. A massive sense of crisis followed him closely and Zhang Ming hurriedly operated the shattered cloud technique to its utmost. What the hell? Why is there a fire trap? Just as Zhang Ming was getting familiar with the controls, he was caught off guard by two fire traps on either side. A huge pillar of fire suddenly blocked his path. His first instinct was to jump over it. After all, in reality he could easily leap over something of this height. But this was not reality. In an instant he was burned to a crisp by the flames. Trial ended. Score 68, escape distance 21 steps, current ranking 18th. Looking at the data box that appeared before him, Zhang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Why am I only 18th? If I had chosen to crouch and pass through, I could have gone further. Let's do it again. The man's competitive spirit flared up. Zhang Ming eagerly started the next round. In the illusion training hall in the control room, Lu Zhe sat in his chair with a slight smile on his lips. At this moment he was in the main space of Demonic Path Escape, happily watching the game screens of numerous players. When choosing a topic, Lu Zhe hesitated repeatedly and ultimately did not choose the more popular Endless Run from his past life, but instead opted for Temple Run. Primarily because the game background of Temple Run was perfect for adaptation into a cultivation world theme. The level designs within it were also easy to localize. Most importantly, Temple Run was more suitable for a first-person perspective. Many of the thrills in Endless Run depended on the visuals of the original work. In terms of first-person immersion, it couldn't compare to Temple Run. Of course, Lu Zhe also learned some useful elements from Endless Run, such as the sound effect of picking up coins, the dynamic design of using skills. After several combinations along with his production experience from other works in his past life, Lu Zhe was confident about this localized version of Demonic Path Escape. And as he expected, almost all the disciples were mesmerized by it. Even after constant failures, they still eagerly started again. It seems to be very successful. Lu Zhe pondered to himself. Even if the inner disciples hadn't spread the word, just the vast number of outer disciples, once they became addicted, completing tasks would be a breeze. Just as he was pleased with this, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Demonic Path Value 0. 01. Lu Zhe's eyes widened instantly. He quickly opened the system panel. Although the value of 0.01 was small, it was a tangible increase. Isn't the demonic path value only obtainable by killing righteous cultivators? Could it be? Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of joy. If righteous cultivators die in my game, does that count as me killing them? As this thought emerged, Lu Zhe couldn't contain his excitement. So you're forcing me to torment people through the game? Well, I'm not troubled at all. A few game names flashed in his mind and Lu Zhe suddenly felt like a person from the demonic path. Forget it, I should calm down first, there will be plenty of time for this sort of thing in the future. Lu Zhe shook his head, brushing aside the evil thoughts in his mind. He carefully observed the players' game screens and found that it wasn't just any player death that would generate demonic path value. The value of 0.01 is too low and a player must die many times to obtain it. It should be due to the low cultivation level of the outer disciples. Even so, the demonic path value shouldn't be this low. I suspect that the demonic path value obtained through the game is much less than actually killing a cultivator. Lu Zhe analyzed silently. At present, to prove his earlier speculation, he needed a batch of disciples with higher cultivation to play Demonic Path Escape. As for the latter speculation, as long as he can obtain demonic path value, what else do you need? Even if the game's yield is only 1%, he just needs them to die more than 100 times. And many games dying more than 100 times is nothing. This could be far more rewarding than actually killing a righteous cultivator. Most importantly, the higher the realm, the fewer cultivators there are. Killing one means one less. But in the game, death can be infinitely recycled. Suddenly Lu Zhe felt that creating games was the correct way to utilize this system. After all, sustainable development is the most important. At that moment a system notification came. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Zhang Ming with his strength, causing him to feel admiration and randomly gain one of his abilities. Reward received: Shattered Cloud Technique, Greater Mastery. Gazing at the system prompt, Lu Zhe took a sharp breath. Wow. Impressive. According to this description, as long as he can make others feel convinced by his game, he can randomly gain an attribute from their panel. So he improved his agility during the game. Lu Zhe was slightly surprised. He had some impression of this person named Zhang Ming. Having quickly grasped the game mechanics, Lu Zhe watched for a while longer. As the game's designer, Lu Zhe could easily assess the agility level of the player from their state. If the broken cloud technique was merely at the introductory level, players would likely stumble while running. At the minor achievement stage, they could play smoothly. Players at the major achievement level or above would move significantly faster. However, the monsters of the demon sect behind them would also increase their speed, maintaining a constant sense of danger. The benefit was that running for the same amount of time would cover a longer distance, resulting in higher scores. After all, this game was designed under the guise of a course and it had to look the part. Initially, Zhang Ming's agility was only at the minor achievement level, but unexpectedly it had now risen to the major achievement stage. Could it really be effective? Lu Zhe muttered to himself, stroking his chin. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. It was a good thing for his future gaming career. Just like in his past life when the video game industry was just starting, it was still referred to as a learning machine. It wouldn't be right for everyone to start out by denouncing it and tarnishing its reputation. If I could attract elders to play my game and they felt truly convinced. Just imagining that scenario sent shivers down Lu Zhe's spine. Perhaps he could really become the foremost cultivator of the righteous path through creating games. Ugh. Lu Zhe suddenly remembered that he was already a person of the demonic path. In a certain illusionary world of demon sect escape, Zhang Ming was running tirelessly. Behind him a grotesque black monster was relentlessly pursuing him. The one who designed this trial must have an unfathomable realm. No. Perhaps this is a secret realm passed down from ancient times. Zhang Ming lamented while fleeing. He could deeply feel that his agility had vastly improved, likely reaching the major achievement stage. According to the teacher who taught him the broken cloud technique, it would take at least 2 months to progress from minor to major achievement. Yet now in this illusion, after just an hour and a half, he had achieved a breakthrough. The reason behind this must be the mysteries left by the powerful being who created the illusion. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this person was impressive. Zhang Ming glanced at the upper right corner. The distance had already exceeded 2,000 steps. For him, this was a brand new record. As the distance increased, the scenery around him changed and the difficulty of the levels grew higher. After reaching 2,000 steps, there were times when Zhang Ming would step into the demon sect's barrier, blinded by mist and unable to discern direction. At times arrows would rain down from the sky, forcing him to dodge while running, and he couldn't leave the path, or he would be instantly killed by the barriers on either side, or he might step on some earth-type talisman, causing the ground to shake and making movement difficult. Of course, it wasn't only about difficulty. For example, in some areas with abundant spiritual energy, he could absorb chi while passing through. Once his spiritual energy bar was full, he could use an acceleration skill. After reaching 1,000 steps, he could collect not only spirit stones but also some treasures and items. There were treasures that could deactivate nearby traps, talismans that could automatically absorb surrounding coins, and chi and pills that could protect him from any damage for a short period. In short, playing. No practicing was quite exhilarating. After a dazzling series of continuous trap attacks, Zhang Ming finally reached his limit and was caught by the demon sect monster behind him. Trial ended. Score 5336, escape distance 2407 steps, current ranking 1. Looking at his first place score, Zhang Ming felt delighted. Although he had already secured first place half an hour ago, the current score and distance were clearly unattainable for the outer disciples. Ha! There's a leaderboard. Zhang Ming then discovered that besides the scores there were options for leaderboard and returned to homepage on the interface. He glanced at the leaderboard. Indeed, he had left the second-place score far behind, which made him very satisfied. Seeing the arrogant Wang Ban now ranked 4th from the bottom made him even happier. Return to home page. What is this? He was curious again and quickly clicked on it. A chibi male cultivator appeared in front of him bearing some resemblance to him. Treasures. Mounts. Skills. What are these? Zhang Ming was completely baffled. He had never heard of these things. Below the character he saw 2 gray boxes labeled treasures and mounts, both of which were empty. There was also a box labeled skills which contained a small book. After clicking on it, Zhang Ming found that the book was titled Rocket Skill. He had no idea who named it so casually. After glancing at it, he understood. The skill was what he used in the game after accumulating spiritual energy, and rocket skill corresponded to his earlier acceleration skill. So there are other functions. What effects do the mounts and treasures have? Zhang Ming became increasingly interested. These settings were far too advanced for him to comprehend. However, he quickly found the answers in the shop. The spirit stones obtained in the game could be used to purchase items in the shop. Treasures, mounts, and skills could all be bought here. In simple terms, it was to enhance player attributes and skills. These settings had already become commonplace in Lu Ze's past life. Every pay-to-win mobile game featured them. Lu Ze didn't bring these things over to earn spirit stones but to increase retention rates. If there were no goals, disciples would leave after playing, and where would that leave his face as a person of the demonic path? Lu Ze had to set goals for the players. Haven't run enough. Buy a celestial beast to accompany you. Too high a difficulty later on. Buy a protective treasure for an extra life. Think the initial acceleration skill is too weak. Come on, buy a good one and you could fly. Lu Ze's intention in setting up the shop was to enhance retention. All the currency for purchases was spirit stones in the game, not real spirit stones, which meant it was essentially free. However, the amounts were quite exaggerated, emphasizing the grind. The attributes offered weren't overly exaggerated to avoid disrupting game balance, otherwise no one would want to play. After browsing all the shop's items, Zhang Ming looked at his spirit stone count with deep melancholy. How strange, I clearly picked up over 10,000 spirit stones, yet now I have less than 1,000. Zhang Ming puzzledly muttered to himself. He had never carefully observed that the items he picked up in the game were called spirit stone fragments and spirit stone dust. Those who hadn't been through the ruthless competition of modern times were truly innocent. Oh well, that golden horn celestial beast only costs 1,000 spirit stones, so it won't be long before I can buy it. Zhang Ming, with his simple thoughts, quickly reassured himself. The golden horn celestial beast was a purple quality mount at the transformation phase with the special effect of increasing speed by 10 and spirit stone acquisition by 20. Zhang Ming thought that after buying the golden horn celestial beast he could speed up his accumulation of spirit stones, allowing him to purchase other items more quickly. Above the transformation phase there were golden quality mounts at the refining phase. Their effects were even more exaggerated. With 1,000 spirit stones I could earn it in just a few hours. Zhang Ming was practical but not meticulous. The spirit stones in his backpack had a gray border and were called low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones needed to buy the golden horn celestial beast had a purple border and were classified as high-grade spirit stones. 3 hours had passed. The temporary tokens for the first batch of outer disciples had reached their time limit. Upon returning to the training hall, the faces of the crowd were flushed and lively. This illusionary realm training truly lives up to its reputation. Not only is the training effective, but the process is also quite entertaining. I envy the inner disciples who can enjoy such benefits every day. It's a pity we only have 5 days to train here. Yes. Moreover, the token's time limit is only 3 hours each day. I just need a bit more spirit stone to buy a mount for the golden core stage. Damn it. If only we had a small illusion tower. That thing costs 100 spirit stones each, way too expensive. The outer disciples whispered among themselves, gazing at the large illusion tower in the center with reluctance in their eyes. The large illusion tower in the training hall could accommodate thousands of people simultaneously entering the illusion, facilitating unified training and instruction. There were also small illusion towers available for sale in the sect. However, at a price of 100 spirit stones each, it was an astronomical figure for the average outer disciple. Standing on the high platform, Lu Ze heard them and cleared his throat. Fellow disciples, I happen to have a batch of temporary tokens valid for 5 days with no time limit, but they can only be used for escape from the demon sect, priced at only 1 spirit stone each. Lu Ze leisurely raised a finger. The outer disciples below stared wide-eyed. If it weren't for their lack of funds, some might have rushed to buy the small illusion tower, which costs 100 spirit stones. In high spirits, Lu Zhe told them that 1 spirit stone could get them 5 days of fun. Did this even need consideration? I'll buy. Me too. Who has extra spirit stones? Please lend me 1, I'll pay you back when I return. Senior brother Lu, I'll go get some spirit stones. Could you please reserve a token for me? The crowd's eyes were bright at that moment. Lu Zhe appeared to them like a great benefactor. No worries, there are plenty of these temporary tokens. Just go get your spirit stones and come back. Lu Zhe waved his hand. He had anticipated this matter long ago. The outer disciples' tokens had a daily time limit of only 3 hours. That wouldn't do. The task required them to engage in their activities for a full 5 days. How could they leave after just 3 hours? During these 3 days, aside from creating the game, Lu Zhe had tirelessly worked on producing temporary tokens, all for this moment. For the next 5 days no one was allowed to leave. Seeing the reverent expressions of the crowd in the training hall towards him, Lu Zhe knew he had succeeded. Bah! What kind of training is this? It's nothing like that of the inner disciples. Are you looking down on us outer disciples and giving us the inferior ones? Suddenly Wang Ba, who had been sullen, spoke up. Among the many cheerful outer disciples, he was the only one with a grim expression. The reason was simple: he ranked second to last in escape from the demon sect. It was bad enough to have poor results, but the illusion also displayed the rankings for all to see his humiliation. Wang Ba had previously experienced the basic body technique training realm through his brother's connections. The current escape from the demon sect was completely different. He was very dissatisfied with his current performance. He believed that if he were to use the training illusion meant for inner disciples, he would surely take the lead. Wang Ba's remarks immediately drew dissatisfaction from the surrounding disciples. What's wrong with escape from the demon sect? Even if I have a limited perspective, today's training has brought me great benefits. I've heard inner disciples mention that the illusion trials are far less enjoyable than today's experience. Brother Wang, are you saying this because your training results are poor? Amidst the chatter, the crowd turned. Wang Ba's face red. A mountain pig can't eat fine bran. I won't argue with you frogs at the bottom of the well. Wang Ba gritted his teeth. Lu Zhe squinted, watching Wang Ba argue loudly. Not everyone had a talent for games. But for someone like Wang Ba, it was likely that he not only lacked talent for games but also had a shaky foundation in his own techniques. The other outer disciples, who also ranked low, were animatedly discussing their experiences playing games with those around them. Unlike Wang Ba, looking at his walking posture and breathing rhythm, it was likely that Wang Ba's cultivation was primarily built upon heavenly materials and earthly treasures, very hollow. Instead of questioning escape from the demon sect, you might as well practice the cloud-shattering technique more. Lu Zhe glanced at Wang Ba with a smirk. The latter, however, became even angrier, veins bulging. You're only at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Don't think you can rely on luck to be a named disciple and look down on me. One day when I enter the inner sect, I'll make you suffer. Lu Zhe's expression remained calm. Let's talk about it after you enter the inner sect. You. Wang Ba was furious. If these words came from a genuine inner disciple, he wouldn't dare to say anything. But Lu Zhe was merely a named disciple, having a name but no substantial power. Moreover, he was only at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Where did he get the courage to speak like that? He pointed at Lu Zhe's nose and shouted, on what basis do you say I'm not practicing the cloud-shattering technique enough? This broken illusion has nothing to do with the cloud-shattering technique. Lu Zhe slightly squinted. In the next moment he activated the cloud-shattering technique, instantly appearing behind Wang Ba. Because one just needs to practice more, Lu Zhe said coldly. This extremely fast speed was something very few outer disciples could see clearly. Wow, has the cloud-shattering technique reached perfection? Indeed, it's no simple matter to enter the inner sect. Strange. I've had some interactions with Brother Lu before, but I never heard he was good at body techniques. The gap is truly vast for those at the chi refinement stage. Being humiliated like this, Wang Ba's face turned a mix of blue and red. He hurriedly turned away. Humph. We'll see about this. Watching Wang Ba's departing figure, Lu Zhe found it somewhat amusing. With such qualifications and this kind of impatient mentality, it would be a miracle if he made it into the inner sect. Lu Zhe made a decision. If this guy came back to take the trial again, he would definitely design a set of challenges specifically for him, allowing him to comfortably hold on to the last place. Lingxiao Sect and the Sect Square people came and went. The outer disciples who had just exited the refining hall were walking hurriedly. Unlike the inner disciples, most outer disciples did not have storage rings. How many people could carry spirit stones while coming to the peak for studies? Thus they could only return to the outer sect to fetch spirit stones before returning to buy Luze's temporary tokens. Along the way, these outer disciples were excitedly discussing their experiences with escape from the demon sect. This trial is really tough. I wonder when I can break through 500 steps. I heard from senior brother Zhang Ming that after surpassing 2,000 steps there will be many formation traps, making it even harder. 2,000 steps. I didn't expect senior brother Zhang Ming to be so talented. As long as we work hard enough, we will definitely be able to surpass 1,000 steps. I think so too. As long as we gather more spirit stones and buy a top quality spirit beast, we can definitely go much farther. I still think magical treasures are more useful. Having an extra life is always good. I mean, we should work hard on cultivating the cloud shattering technique. I really envy the inner disciples. They can enjoy such illusion trials every day. In the square there were quite a few inner disciples. Xiao Hongji was among them. He was discussing philosophical matters with his fellow disciple when a group of outer disciples passed by, their feet barely touching the ground. Genuine inner disciples had a cultivation level that was not low, and their perceptiveness naturally exceeded that of outer disciples. The chatter of the outer disciples was clearly heard by them. Beside him a younger disciple looked puzzled. Illusion trial. Escape from the demon sect. Brother Xiao, have you heard of this trial? Xiao Hongji was also dumbfounded. Illusion trial. Escape from the demon cult. I have no idea. As a long-serving inner disciple, he had never even heard of this name. Although inner disciples can freely enter and exit the training grounds and freely use the illusion tower, to say that this thing is truly magical and immensely popular would be far from the truth. The illusion trial is merely practical. For example, disciples without combat experience can engage in battles against the phantom beasts inside to accumulate experience and prevent dying out in the real world. For instance, some courses set up challenges within it to prevent students from getting injured. Also, a few combat enthusiasts challenge the remnants of mighty beings' intentions within it. It is indeed practical, but it certainly cannot be considered popular. The truly useful ones are the illusions that challenge great demons or the phantoms of mighty beings. However, that requires expensive spirit stones to unlock, which ordinary outer disciples cannot access. On ordinary days the illusion training area is very deserted, rarely seeing anyone come and go. Now these outer disciples emerged with gleaming eyes, seemingly not wanting to leave. From their words it seemed they were going back to get spirit stones to purchase temporary tokens and return to continue the trial. Even planning to stay up all night for it. Are the outer disciples too inexperienced, or are they just too hardworking? Xiao Hongji looked at his junior brother in confusion. Even if one has limited knowledge, it shouldn't be possible to be so shocked by an illusion trial, right? Moreover, it is merely the preliminary trial of the shattered cloud technique. He had heard of this illusion, which was said to be a disciple's handiwork when they first learned to build secret realms in the artifact refining pavilion. It makes sense. How could a mighty being go through great lengths to create a secret realm for such a rudimentary preliminary body technique? The quality of a disciple's practice piece is evident. It is said that it simply involves jumping back and forth between two mountains to familiarize oneself with the body technique, nothing more. The more Xiao Hongji thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Even outer disciples shouldn't be awed by such a creation, right? Could it be? They are just too hardworking. Hiss. Xiao Hongji sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling an immense pressure. The disciples of Lingxiao sect are quite competitive. Now that he knew the outer disciples were so dedicated to their training, Xiao Hongji couldn't help but feel guilty standing here sipping tea. But what they just said about spirit stones, spirit beasts, treasures, and even escaping the demon cult's pursuit. The confusion in his junior brother's eyes deepened. Xiao Shixian, have you ever heard of any illusion trial like that? How about we go take a look? Xiao Hongji suggested. That is precisely my intention. Half an hour later, the two who had just exited the escape from the demon cult looked at each other. Shixian, how far did you run? Only 300 steps. And you? A bit worse than you, just over 200 steps. Xiao Hongji looked complexly at the surrounding outer disciples, who were filled with excitement. Before they exited, he had checked the leaderboard. He had been feeling pleased with his 300 steps, only to find that he couldn't even make it into the top 100. The first place, someone named Zhang Ming, had run an astonishing 2,000 steps. But the problem is, All the outer disciples are in the chi refining stage. And he is in the golden core stage. A dignified golden core inner disciple actually losing to an outer disciple in a trial. And the difference is immense. How can he hold his head up after that? Shixiang, is there something wrong with this illusion trial? Yang Zhua said, extremely frustrated. Not necessarily. Xiao Hongji shook his head. His experience outweighed that of his junior brother. What we entered is not our true selves. The illusion trial can limit cultivation levels. Perhaps the mighty being who created this illusion has manipulated it here. Xiao Hongji was right. Lu Zhe had indeed done this. Once entering the game, the player's levels would be suppressed to the chi refining stage. Many abilities derived from root bones and cultivation could not take effect. Otherwise it would simply be a matter of higher cultivation level yielding better performance, and players would surely not stick around. Then what is the point of playing the game? They might as well go outside and train to improve their cultivation. Lu Zhe needed to maximize the player base. Regardless of whether they are mighty beings from all walks of life or ordinary chi refiners, he wanted them all. With his chi refining cultivation, it was naturally impossible to limit golden core stage players. Fortunately, the mighty being who developed the illusion trial had long since perfected the related techniques, and Lu Zhe could just use them. I see, that explains it. The junior brother suddenly understood. No. Xiao Hongji shook his head, firmly taking the token and once again infusing it with spiritual energy. If we inner disciples lose to outer disciples, it will become a joke. I will definitely reclaim that first place. Have you heard? The Artifact Refining Pavilion has released a new illusion trial where inner disciples were ground beneath the feet of outer disciples. No way. The gap between inner and outer is too big. How can that be fake? Xiao Hongji from Qingfeng Mountain lost. I heard he lost terribly. Now he is particularly unconvinced. Xiao Hongji lost. A golden core lost to a chi refining. What an embarrassment. Watch me go regain the inner sect's honor now. The news of Xiao Hongji losing to the outer disciples in the illusion trial spread like wildfire. More and more inner disciples came to the Artifact Refining Pavilion to experience escape from the demon cult. Not a single disciple who entered could walk out the front door again. Inner disciples had more means of communication after all. The channel for divine sense transmission was in chaos. Damn, this trial hides mysteries. Disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Peak gather quickly. Hiss. This batch of outer disciples is surprisingly powerful. This is so much fun. This trial is incredibly interesting. Interesting. Aren't you all fighting? Ha ha ha. I finally broke 2,000 steps. The top spot is within reach. 2,000 steps. The top spot is almost 3,000 steps already. In the Artifact Forging Pavilion at the central control panel of the illusion trial. Listening to the incessant system prompts ringing in his ears, Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy in his heart. After the outer sect disciples spread the news of the escape from the demon sect, it quickly circulated among the inner sect disciples. Initially, the inner sect disciples were skeptical, thinking it was all fabricated by the outer sect. How could there be such an interesting illusion trial in this world? The outer sect disciples are even stronger than the inner sect disciples. Impossible. It must be a deception. After visiting Lu Zhe, without exception all were captivated. Then word spread and more inner sect disciples came to Lu Zhe to experience escape from the demon sect. Indeed, the level of magic value is related to their cultivation. Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of the inner sect disciples, Lu Zhe's magic value increased rapidly. In the morning, the inner sect disciples raised his magic value by less than 5 points, but after the inner sect disciples joined in the afternoon, it now reached as much as 13 points. I can upgrade now. Lu Zhe felt elated and summoned the system panel. There was a small plus sign next to his cultivation level. Upgrade from Chi Refinement Level 3 to Chi Refinement Level 4 requires 10 magic value. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. As the magic value was deducted, Lu Zhe suddenly felt his body wrapped in a light buoyant force, with his vital energy swelling for several minutes. After 3 years of stagnation in cultivation, he instantly advanced. No wonder it's so powerful, it truly is impressive. Lu Zhe slightly urged his spiritual energy, confirmed his realm and quickly retracted. Although he had a talisman that shielded his aura, it was always better to be cautious. The original body had poor aptitude and was not suited for cultivation. Had it not been for his extraordinary talent in artifact forging, he would have surely been lost among the masses. He once thought this would be his life. Being a maintenance craftsman for equipment was better than not having a position at all, passing his days idly. Now, with the system compensating for his lack of aptitude, he could indeed embark on the long path of immortality. What if he reached the pinnacle? Advancing to Chi Refinement Level 5 requires 20 magic value. I should be able to achieve that soon. Lu Zhe glanced at the system, pondering. With the addition of the inner sect disciples, the speed of acquiring magic value multiplied several times. However, the further he progressed, the more magic value he would need. At the current pace, it was still a bit slow. It seemed he needed to increase the intensity. Having just advanced, the growth of magic value was accelerating, and Lu Zhe was in a good mood. He stood up and walked into the training hall. Just in time, he saw an outer sect disciple sitting in a corner looking dejected. Lu Zhe recognized him. Isn't this the outer sect disciple Zhang Ming who delivered the completed Shattered Cloud technique to him? Junior brother Zhang, what troubles you so much? Lu Zhe approached and inquired, feeling pleased. High grade. Zhang Ming's mouth twitched, his chest heaving violently. The spirit beasts sold in the mall during the god transformation stage require high-grade spirit stones, but what we obtained during the escape were only low-grade. The difference is a full 100 times. 100 times. Which bastard set this value? It's clearly designed to prevent us from making purchases. Zhang Ming shouted in despair, drawing the attention of many around him. Lu Zhe's smile froze on his face. Because he was the one who set those values. Junior brother Zhang, the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon a person, and one must first endure hardships to strengthen their will and bones. Such precious items cannot be obtained easily. Lu Zhe comforted him. This kid had some talent in gaming, and many inner sect disciples stayed here repeatedly playing Escape from the Demon Sect out of frustration over their scores not being as good as his. As long as he continued to improve his score, those inner sect disciples would surely contribute a significant amount of magic value. Such a cash cow, he couldn't let him slip away. Senior brother Lu, you are right, I lost my composure. After hearing this, Zhang Ming's eyes brightened considerably, and he quickly stood up, cupping his fists respectfully. Such is the trial, and so is cultivation. With senior brother Lu's mindset, you are truly worthy of the inner sect title. I have learned a lot. If I can't buy the god transformation stage, then I'll buy the golden core stage. Spirit beasts at the golden core level are all bought with medium-grade spirit stones. Lu Zhe continued to advise. The Sweatblood Spirit Horse at the golden core stage, while its attribute enhancement is not significant, will help you accumulate spirit stones faster. As long as you work hard enough, amount at the god transformation stage will be yours sooner or later. Lu Zhe patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, encouraging him. What senior brother Lu said is very true. Then hurry back and earn spirit stones. Understood. After sending Zhang Ming off, Lu Zhe continued to stroll through the training area. Recently finished a round of Escape from the Demon Sect, the outer sect and inner sect disciples were exchanging experiences, and the hall was bustling. How strange, as a golden core stage cultivator, why is my score so close to that of a Chi refinement stage disciple? What's so strange about that? No matter how high your cultivation is, if you can't utilize it, what good is it? This is fine. If it were purely based on cultivation, how would it differ from other illusion trials? It's just that the spirit stones in here are too hard to earn. I even considered exchanging real spirit stones for a bit. It's indeed very difficult. Without a week of hard training, you probably won't be able to buy a golden core spirit beast. The techniques in this mall are quite interesting. I wonder if these techniques truly exist. They must exist. Given how extraordinary this illusion is, it must have come from the hands of some great power. The techniques inside were probably gathered during their travels. This trial is indeed fascinating. If only we could take it back to experience it. Such a precious illusion trial surely has no duplicates. We can only experience it here. Hearing many inner sect disciples lamenting that they couldn't take Escape from the Demon Sect back to their dorms, Lu Zhe felt quite gratified. If the brothers wish for it, I happen to have some duplicates here, 10 spirit stones each. Lu Zhe pulled out the crystal stone copies he had prepared long ago. The temporary tokens prepared for the outer sect disciples and these crystal stone copies for the inner sect disciples were not difficult to operate. As long as one had the main program of Escape from the Demon Sect, the rest was simply a matter of copying and pasting, pure manual labor. As for the price, Lu Zhe had no intention of setting it too high. Because if the price was too high, many cultivators would give up due to the expense. This would affect the completion of his tasks. Moreover, Is there anything more satisfying than earning a bit more magic value? Of course Lu Zhe was not so altruistic as to not profit from spirit stones. When Xiao Hongji returned to his residence it was already night. As per his usual practice he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate his techniques. After completing a small circulation of his qi he felt an undeniable restlessness in his heart. No. I cannot accept that I lost to a qi refining cultivator. Xiao Hongji stopped his practice and thumped his thigh. If this knot in my heart is not resolved it may become a hindrance in the future. Today I must break it. He was deeply troubled by his defeat to Zhang Ming. Is it reasonable for a golden core cultivator to lose to a qi refining cultivator? Determined, Xiao Hongji retrieved a miniature illusion tower and the illusion crystals he had purchased from Lu Zhe from his storage ring. 15 minutes. No. Just 7.5 minutes. As long as I can survive for half a quarter of an hour it will be enough to surpass junior brother Zhang's record. In that case it won't be a waste of time. Xiao Hongji nodded and infused spiritual energy into the illusion tower, beginning to play Escape from the Demon Cult. Caw-caw-caw, a loud crowing sound echoed from the peak of the Beast Mountain. This meant that dawn had arrived. Xiao Hongji exited Escape from the Demon Cult and gazed out at the sunlight feeling somewhat dazed. Playing Escape from the Demon Cult took barely half a quarter of an hour. How could it be dawn so quickly? He had just started playing. No, he had only just begun cultivating not long ago. Most crucially, he still hadn't surpassed Zhang Ming's record. What a sin, what a sin! Xiao Hongji felt deeply guilty and mumbled to himself. Now there was less than half an hour left before his class. As a golden core cultivator, missing a night of sleep had no effect. However, after not cultivating for a night he felt as though he had lost a day's worth of progress. Half an hour is not enough to do anything. It would be better to continue my trials and surpass junior brother Zheng sooner, resolving this knot in my heart. He re-entered Escape from the Demon Cult. In the artifact refining hall in the training hall, Lu Zhe rubbed his eyes and walked out from the control room. He had not rested the previous night either. Observing the enthusiasm of the disciples playing Escape from the Demon Cult yesterday, he felt the difficulty might be lacking. That night he drastically increased the difficulty after the 3,000 step mark. He also added 2 new features: Duel and Forum. If it were merely a single-player experience, even with a leaderboard feature, disciples would inevitably find it gradually dull. However, adding the Duel feature changed everything. In terms of competition it was far more intense than a leaderboard. However, given the current technology, Lu Zhe could only implement face-to-face challenges. In the current situation that was sufficient. Just as he stepped out of the control room he noticed a group of outer disciples energetically playing Escape from the Demon Cult. There were also many inner disciples here playing through the night. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the miniature illusion tower, but rather that the atmosphere here was more engaging. Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Although the demonic value provided by the outer disciples was minimal, he was not picky. Moreover, this group of outer disciples was his best means of promotion. He approached the central illusion tower and placed the modified illusion crystal inside. Before long the training hall became lively. What the hell, why suddenly is there a duel feature? I have been practicing day and night, having crossed the 1,000-step barrier. Who dares to challenge me? Let's see you on the leaderboard first. Are there any friends below 1,000 steps? Let's have a spar. You can even team up for duels. Which friend is willing to guide me for a price? Wow, who just fought against me? Please fight fairly and dismount your mount. Damn it. Which friend is so ruthless, using hidden weapons to injure me during the duel? Dear friends, let me say a word. Our cultivation emphasizes the nature of cultivation. How can we let a trial ruin our harmony? If one resorts to any means for victory, what is the difference with the demonic path? Damn. Who threw a stone at me? I just picked up a dart. Do not blame me for being ungrateful. Lu Zhe made some modifications based on the game from his previous life. As before, during duels players run on 2 parallel tracks. However, Lu Zhe placed some special duel items at random positions on both tracks. For example, stones, darts, and even spittoons. Later on the items became increasingly severe and even talismans that summoned various traps appeared. Stone talismans could summon a slowing stone formation, while wood talismans could summon vines to temporarily bind enemies. More perverse ones like fire talismans and wind talismans released traps that were much more powerful than those on the original path. Coupled with the release time and position being entirely at the player's discretion, the competitive difficulty skyrocketed. Watching the elegant and amiable scene in the training hall, Lu Zhe felt quite pleased. If this continued, his task would soon be completed. At Legong Peak in the discipled classroom, Zhao Wenda looked at the disciples below and frowned slightly. There seemed to be fewer attendees today. He was the Grand Elder of the Lingxiao Sect. Not only was he highly esteemed, but his classes were also quite entertaining, thus they were always packed. Today, however, the classroom felt unusually spacious. It seems particularly few disciples are attending today. Zhao Wenda stroked his beard. I heard that a new illusion trial was released and many inner disciples are struggling to conquer it, presumably seeking a way to break through. A disciple replied respectfully from below. It was Xiao Hongji. I see. Zhao Wenda nodded, pondering which powerful figure left a projection for students to challenge. Among the inner disciples, only certain special courses required attendance. The elders of various sects would regularly impart teachings but did not mandate disciples to attend. Inner disciples could freely arrange their cultivation schedules. Zhao Wenda was known for his interesting teachings and disciples would usually fight for spots in his classes. The significant drop today left him feeling quite disheartened. Is it that my recent lectures have become too dull? Are the students preferring to cultivate in illusions rather than attending my classes? Zhao Wenda secretly resolved to bring out all his best material in the next class to uphold the dignity of being the most popular teacher. Hongji, looking at your complexion, did you study all night again? Zhao Wenda suddenly smiled at Xiao Hongji upon noticing his face. This. Indeed. Although you have reached the golden core stage, you still need to pay attention to rest and balance work with relaxation. The desire for knowledge should not be pursued too hastily. Zhao Wenda nodded in satisfaction, signaling him to sit down. Xiao Hongji was a regular in his class. His talent was outstanding among inner disciples and he practiced diligently. I understand. Xiao Hongji hastily sat down, not daring to meet Zhao Wenda's gaze. He had indeed stayed up all night. But it was not for cultivating techniques, rather he was engrossed in escape from the demon cult. Seeing that Zhao Wenda did not seem suspicious and continued his lecture, Xiao Hongji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He focused his mind and began to transmit sound through spiritual sense. During classes, students below generally transmit messages through spiritual sense. The teachers on stage, being highly skilled, could naturally see that the students were communicating. However, the elders were well aware of the character of Lingxiao sect disciples, knowing it was for the sake of maintaining the learning atmosphere, discussing academic matters and sharing insights, hence they would not interfere. In the past, students did indeed discuss cultivation insights. But today the entire class was discussing escape from the demon cult. Is escape from the demon cult really as interesting as you say? Not just interesting, it's utterly addictive. I even suspect this is a means by those from the demonic path to disrupt our Tao heart. Nonsense. Such exquisite design could never have been crafted by those crude individuals from the demonic path. I heard our inner disciples lost to outer disciples in it. What a disgrace. Watch me regain our honor today. What you all said has stirred my heart. I heard from those returning from the artifact refining hall this morning that escape from the demon cult added a dual feature today for challenging other friends. Why doesn't my escape from the demon cult have this feature? I heard you need to go to the artifact refining hall and ask junior brother Lu, who is in charge of managing it, to update the illusion crystal. Great. Finally I can compete with all of you. Hearing numerous discussions, Xiao Hongji felt a surge of eagerness within. He could hardly wait to rush to the training hall and update escape from the demon cult. Having practiced all night, he could now easily run the full 2,000 steps. He had been worried about not having a chance to show off. Hearing he could duel with others made him exceedingly excited. He had always been a diligent and studious individual, sitting in the front row every day during Zhao Wenda's class, always feeling he could never get enough of the elders' teachings. This was the first time he was looking forward to class ending so soon. In the following days, a peculiar phenomenon emerged within the Lingxiao sect. Elder classes, which were usually packed, saw an increasing number of absentees. Even the most popular Grand Elder was no exception. The enthusiasm of outer disciples for taking on tasks surged. Any task that could earn spirit stones, no matter how dirty or tiring, they scrambled to grab. The inner disciples, known for their competitiveness, suddenly lost their drive. Meanwhile, outer disciples collectively faced a shortage of spirit stones. It was truly baffling. As the instigator, Lu Zhe was not surprised at all. The launch of the duel and forum features was like a dimensional strike for the people of this world. It had elevated Escape from the Demon Cult to a new height. Today was the 5th day since Escape from the Demon Cult launched. After today his task could be completed. This meant he no longer had to live in secrecy. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe felt relieved. For the past few days, every time he updated Escape from the Demon Cult, he had to be very cautious to avoid drawing attention. He had to set up aura-blocking talismans around him. Otherwise, if his bloody aura was sensed by others, he feared it would cost him more than one life. As long as the task was completed and no one could discover his demonic identity, he could rest easy. With this thought, Lu Zhe felt much better. In these days, with the combined efforts of the inner and outer disciples, his demonic value had rapidly increased. His cultivation had also risen to the 8th level of Qi refining, with the 9th level in sight. It shouldn't be long before he could break through to foundation establishment. What is this? While cleaning the training hall, Lu Zhe suddenly spotted a notebook that had fallen in the corner. He initially thought it was a cultivation notebook from a fellow disciple, but upon a closer look he realized it was a diary. Peeking into someone else's diary was not the act of a gentleman, and Lu Zhe had no intention of doing so. However, at that moment a breeze swept through the hall, rustling the pages of the diary, allowing Lu Zhe to see its contents clearly. April 7th Escape. April 8th Escape. April 9th Escape. April 10th Xiao Hongji. Oh Xiao Hongji. You cannot be so degenerate. You are the hope of the entire village. You cannot continue like this. April 11th Escape. Lu Zhe suddenly felt. Had he gone too far? The task is being settled. The host has exceeded the task requirements, causing more than 60% of the disciples of the Lingxiao sect to be unable to focus on their cultivation. Truly a talent of the demonic sect. The task reward has been critically hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body. In a daze, Lu Zhe heard the system's voice and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body. Lu Zhe was immensely delighted, instantly no longer feeling sleepy. Although he had never heard of this title, the system marked it as the highest quality in red. It is certainly no ordinary item. Lu Zhe, now wide awake, hurriedly got dressed and went straight to the scripture pavilion. The system did not elaborate much on the reward, so he had to go to the scripture pavilion to look up the information himself. Although Lu Zhe was merely a registered disciple, his access rights in the scripture pavilion were no different from that of inner disciples. This was because the elder of the refining pavilion believed he had a talent for refining and needed to frequently consult materials in the scripture pavilion. Lu's senior brother Lu, why are you here in person today? The little junior sister responsible for registering borrowed materials lowered her head a bit upon seeing Lu Zhe, her words somewhat stuttering. The little junior sister's name is Lin Susu, and she has a doll-like face, wearing black-rimmed round glasses, looking very youthful. Lu Zhe often visited the scripture pavilion, and over time they became acquainted. I need to look up some materials. Lu Zhe smiled. He was already accustomed to her shy and introverted nature. He took out a bamboo slip from his bosom and generously handed it to Lin Susu. Here, this is the content for the next week's chapter. The scripture pavilion not only lent ancient books but also served as a venue for showcasing personal works. Before Lu Zhe, there had always been disciples writing works for their peers to read. Those who wrote well sometimes even charged for subscriptions. Lu Zhe had always published his novels through Lin Susu, and she was the only one in the Lingxiao sect who knew his author identity. By the way, has anyone come to inquire about the author's identity recently? Lu Zhe suddenly asked nervously. The novel he was updating was The Return of the Condor Heroes. The plot was right after the character Xylong was NTRD. Lin Susu had previously revealed that many of her book fans were high-ranking deacons and elders. Lu Zhe couldn't help but worry about his personal safety. About that, Lin Susu smiled gently, her speech becoming surprisingly fluent. Naturally, there have been inquiries. But senior brother Lu, rest assured I have not exposed your identity. That's great. Lu Zhe sighed in relief and then asked, by the way, do you know where to look up information about the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body? The Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body. Senior brother Lu's borrowing privileges might not be sufficient. Lin Susu thought for a moment, looking curiously at Lu Zhe. But this immortal body has been lost for thousands of years. What does senior brother Lu need to look it up for? For writing a novel, Lu Zhe casually made up a fitting excuse. Oh, I see. Lin Susu, believing him, took off her token from her wrist and handed it to Lu Zhe. Use my token, senior brother Lu. The book is in the 6th floor of the East Armor Zone on the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Then thank you, Lin Jr. sister. Lu Zhe was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary little junior sister had a higher status than ordinary inner disciples. Indeed, the Lingxiao sect was filled with hidden talents. By the way, senior brother Lu, Lin Susu called out to Lu Zhe with a strange expression. What is it? You really have that green something fetish as others say? Lin Susu's cheeks turned red as she spoke. No. Oh, so that's how it is. After quickly flipping through the materials, Lu Zhe suddenly understood. According to the book, the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body is a top-tier bloodline from ancient times. Back then the cultivation world was not as vastly different between the righteous and demonic paths as it is now, but rather evenly matched with constant strife. In the midst of chaos there was a neutral cultivator who did not belong to either the righteous or demonic paths, transcending above the masses, ultimately achieving immortality. It is said that this great being cultivated techniques from both the righteous and demonic paths. However, the aura he emitted was described by some as righteous chi, while others said it was demonic chi, and some claimed it changed at the will of the great being. What he possessed was the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body. According to ancient records, the wielder of the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body naturally resonated with all Tao laws in the world. A perfect hexagonal warrior without any flaws. Moreover, the aura emitted by the wielder could be righteous or demonic, switching freely. No wonder it's a critical hit reward of both righteous and demonic. It inherently possesses the function of both righteous and demonic. It's simply tailored for me. Lu Zhe commented. He returned the book to its place, gave the token back to the little junior sister, and swiftly returned to his residence. He took off the talisman that shielded his aura from his waist, took out the demon-seeking disc and placed it beside him, then cautiously released his aura little by little. Only when his aura was fully released and the demon-seeking disc remained completely silent did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Great, I can finally focus on making games without worry. When creating games he needed to constantly cast and compile various spells. Every so often he had to replace the aura-shielding talisman, otherwise once it failed his demonic aura within the sect would be like a fart in an elevator just after the door closed. Quickly a group of senior brothers would come to capture him for the credit. This was something that disciples of the Lingxiao sect loved to do. The cultivation level of demonic cultivators might not be very high, but the rewards were exceptionally luxurious. In everyone's eyes, tasks related to the demonic path were all lucrative, requiring quick reflexes or connections to seize. Now that he had the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body, he could finally release his aura confidently. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his mouth. Opening the system panel after a night of torment, the demonic path value of the disciples was now sufficient to break through to the 9th layer of chi refinement. The 9th layer of chi refinement is just one step away from foundation establishment. Lu Zhe couldn't help but begin to fantasize about what it would be like after establishing his foundation. Wait. Looking at the number behind the 9th layer of chi refinement, Lu Zhe's eyes widened. It required 200 demonic path points to go from the 8th to the 9th layer of chi refinement. But to go from the 9th layer of chi refinement to foundation establishment actually required 2,000 points. After thinking for a moment, he felt relieved. The completion of a realm before breaking through to the next one is often the most difficult. On Thunder God Peak in the conference hall. Elder, there may be undercover agents from the demon sect infiltrating our sect. Oh. Is there such a good thing? Speak up. Watching the excited Zhao Wendao, Elder Ding Mingsong was momentarily speechless. It is indeed a situation worth discussing. Usually the elder has nothing to do but drink tea and play chess. If there truly is such a bold demonic presence, he would have new entertainment to find. Recently the attendance rate of the sect's disciples has dropped significantly and the atmosphere of cultivation has become lax. After a thorough investigation by the enforcement team, it was discovered that the disciples are all engrossed in an illusionary trial, neglecting their cultivation. This illusionary trial has the property of eroding the minds of cultivators. I suspect it is the work of the demon path. Ding Mingsong took out a mini illusion tower and a piece of illusion crystal. This was confiscated from the disciples during the team he led yesterday. At that time, two inner disciples were battling in their dormitory, having a great time throwing chamber pots at each other when Ding Mingsong caught them red-handed. Zhao Wendao waved his hand and the illusion crystal slowly floated into his palm. Scanning with his divine sense, Zhao Wendao raised an eyebrow. This is a replica. Indeed, the disciples are all using replicas. It is said that the original is located in the illusionary training hall of the refining pavilion. Zhao Wendao squinted with interest, stroking his beard. A replica is merely a simple reproduction and does not contain all the techniques of the original. The information obtained is minimal. Yet just a few fragmented techniques made Zhao Wendao feel intrigued. It seems no one has done this before. If it is a matter for the refining pavilion, let us find Elder Nangong to handle it. Elder, have you forgotten? Elder Nangong is out traveling. In that case, you can handle the discipline. This matter will be left to you. Zhao Wendao suddenly remembered that the class he taught recently was not full and nodded. After Zhao Wendao left with the illusion tower and crystal, Ding Mingtsong called in his subordinate steward. Have you investigated the source of the illusion crystal? The investigation is completed. Is all being sold by a disciple of the refining pavilion named Lu Zhe. Such a huge transaction is only handled by one disciple. Investigate thoroughly. Ding Mingkang's expression darkened. The financial power of the sect is in his hands. It is one thing for the disciples to be obsessed with fleeing the demon sect, but a large batch of spirit stones flowing into someone else's pockets is another matter. Transactions of treasures among disciples, no matter how expensive, do not concern him. However, this large-scale selling business is entirely done by the sect. How could it be monopolized by outsiders? He must severely punish this person. Have you found out whose handiwork this illusion is? There are no records in the archive. I am currently sending someone to inquire with the disciples of the refining pavilion. By tomorrow at the latest we must bring the person here. Understood. On the Sword Question Peak at the Absolute Fought Cliff. It is said that during ancient times the Lingxiao sect was besieged by the demon path. The elder of Sword Question Peak fought here at that time, breaking through myriad laws with one sword, leaving behind a sheer cliff. Countless cultivators have come here to pay their respects and comprehend the Tao from this crack. Now it has become a holy place of the Lingxiao sect. Senior brother Zhong called me here. What is the matter? Mu Yuan drank all the tea in his cup and smacked his lips. In the cultivation world, cultivators are mostly judged by their beauty with long and slender figures. Even those specializing in body refining will deliberately control their physical appearance. However, Mu Yuan was unusually robust. His disciple robe was tightly stretched by his muscles and his bronzed skin was visible. Junior brother Mu, have you heard that a new illusion trial is particularly popular among the sect's disciples? Opposite Mu Yuan, a handsome long-haired cultivator said. The long-haired cultivator named Zhongyi is a direct disciple of Elder Zhao Wendao. Illusionary cultivation has a new great being left behind, their divine sense. Mu Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed, his eyes instantly filled with fervor. He is most familiar with illusionary cultivation. Mu Yuan is a martial fanatic. He spends his days engrossed in illusion trials, battling with the divine senses left by great beings or the illusions of some great demons. No, it seems to be for outer disciples to train their movement techniques called fleeing the demon sect. Why have I never heard of this? Because it is in an ordinary training ground, it is normal for junior brother Mu not to have heard about it. Mu Yuan usually trains in the illusion trial tower reserved for direct disciples, which contains high-level trials, so he naturally does not know what is happening outside. Since it is for outer disciples to train their movement techniques, why are you so curious, senior brother? Mu Yuan asked curiously. This is precisely the key. An illusion trial used by outer disciples is surprisingly popular among inner disciples. It is said that some outer disciples perform better than inner disciples. Zhong Yi explained. The nature of illusion trials is well known among the sect's disciples. Aside from Mu Yuan, who is a martial fanatic, there isn't anyone else in the entire sect so obsessed with it. Yet unexpectedly fleeing the demon sect has achieved this. Is it really that amazing? Then I must give it a try. Mu Yuan rubbed his fists, eager to start. If that's the case, it would be fine for the two of you to go together. Why must you involve me? A cool female voice came from the knife mark in the sheer cliff. Junior sister, you finally decided to come out. Zhongyi sighed with a bitter smile. The speaking girl named Li Moran is a direct disciple of Elder Wu. She spends her days on Absolute Fought Cliff practicing her sword with the ancient sword intent and comprehending the sword Tao with an extremely indifferent personality. My master told me that there seems to be something unusual about this illusionary cultivation and instructed me to evaluate it together with the other direct disciples on the peak. After a moment of hesitation, a streak of light passed by the sheer cliff, forming a beautiful figure. Li Moran lightly parted her crimson lips, her expression frosty. Since it is Elder Zhao's task, then go and return quickly. On Liua Peak in the illusion training hall. Compared to a few days ago, the training hall was much quieter. The experience cards for outer disciples had expired and they were desperately earning spirit stones to buy mini illusion towers, so they naturally would not appear here. Inner disciples each had a mini illusion training tower which they could use to play in their dormitories. Lu Zhe looked at the empty hall feeling a bit sentimental. It was heard that this morning an inner disciple skipped class to play Fleeing the Demon Sect in the dormitory and was caught red-handed by the enforcement team losing his mini illusion tower. If the authorities investigate, they would quickly trace it back to him. Lu Zhe was not anxious. He did indeed create the illusion according to the requirements. The core was to assist outer disciples in refining the shattered cloud technique, which was without fault. Is it his fault that the illusion turned out to be interesting? It is clear that the disciples' Dao hearts are not solid enough. The righteous sect still values reason. They wouldn't punish him for this. At most they would simply not allow the disciples to play Fleeing the Demon Sect again. Anyway, the task has been completed. Whether Fleeing the Demon Sect exists or not, it doesn't matter. As long as the concept of video games is established, even if one Fleeing the Demon Sect falls, there will be thousands and thousands of others to rise. The biggest problem currently is that the demonic value is increasing too slowly. After obtaining the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body, the demonic value required to upgrade each realm has increased tenfold. The current player base is mostly outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage and inner disciples in the foundation establishment stage. The highest cultivation level is only at the golden core stage. He now needs to expand the player base further, otherwise it would be too difficult to upgrade the realm. At that moment a crisp system notification sounded in his ear: demonic value 10. What is happening? Lu Zhe was dumbfounded. Usually the prompts he received were either an increase of 1 or an increase of 0. 1. Even the outer sect disciples in the Qi refining stage sometimes only received an increase of 0. 1. But suddenly receiving an increase of 10 made him feel like he had struck it rich overnight. Less than 15 minutes had passed. Demonic path value 10, the wealth had come crashing down again. Could it be? Lu Zhe had a bold guess in his heart. Is an elder playing with me? The amount of demonic path value is determined by the player's strength. The inner and outer sect disciples from a few days ago had no higher cultivation than the golden core stage. They often had to die dozens or even hundreds of times to drop one demonic path value. This player is no ordinary one. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had already dropped demonic path value 3 times. Clearly each time he died he dropped demonic path value. Demonic path value 10, demonic path value 10. Suddenly the prompts came in succession. It seems he just reincarnated and died. He was likely to be quite upset. Lu Zhe was afraid he might quit the game out of anger. This guy was his main source of level ups. His current cultivation was too low and he could only check the player's situation in the training hall from the control room. If his cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, he could use his divine sense through the terminal to observe all the players. At that time Lu Zhe could adjust the difficulty for this big shot, remotely enticing him to continue playing. I wonder which elder it is. Lu Zhe murmured softly. Just then 3 figures suddenly appeared outside the door. The Dao robes they wore were unfamiliar to Lu Zhe, but he immediately recognized them as the exclusive robes of true disciples. Hearing that they came to experience demonic cult escape, Lu Zhe couldn't help but grin widely. It was all bright and shiny demonic path value. Brothers, please follow me. Lu Zhe cheerfully led the 3 to the training area. It's no different from other illusion trials. I wonder where the mystery lies. Zhongyi looked around at the illusion tower in the center. Compared to the specially made illusion towers used by their true disciples, this one looked quite shabby. As soon as he turned back, he found that the 2 behind him had already infused spiritual energy and entered the illusion. No wonder. Liam Oran had no interest in anything outside cultivation and just wanted to quickly complete the task assigned by the Grand Elder. Muyawan, on the other hand, was a fanatic for illusion cultivation and was most interested in things related to the illusion. What a hasty person. Zhongyi laughed and shook his head, infusing spiritual energy into the crystal stone in the token. His consciousness then entered the illusion. Lu Zhe returned to the control room. He was very curious about what the 3 inner disciples would experience while playing demonic cult escape. If any problems arose, it would be good to have a plan. Let's first take a look at that big guy. Lu Zhe focused his perspective on Muyawan's illusion. Muyawan stared at several rules in the void, staring blankly, his brows furrowed tightly. Lu Zhe began to doubt, this doesn't seem right. The rules are written simply and clearly, there's no way he can't understand. Once all the rules appeared, Muyawan suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! I understand. I'm being chased by demonic beasts. Lu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he had worried for nothing. So all I have to do is kill the demonic beasts. Mu Yawen continued. Lu Zhe. No, big brother. Don't Sect entrance exams test reading comprehension? How did such top-notch understanding come about? At this moment the game had already started. Mu Yawen's character appeared on a road filled with traps. He turned his head to take a look. When the black demonic beast appeared in his line of sight, Mu Yawen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there are demonic beasts. Instead of running away, he turned around and faced the demonic beast Hedon. Come on. You vile creature. Let's have a good fight. Mu Yawen laughed maniacally. He frantically urged the spiritual power within his body but received no response for a long time. Only then did Mu Yawen realize something was wrong. I understand. This trial has limited my cultivation, so it's trying to rely on the physical body to subdue the demons. Good. Now it has a challenge. Lu Zhe. This guy gets it again. It's driving him crazy. Mu Yawen had an indestructible diamond body and had already refined his body to the extreme. He was quite confident in his body. Even if a monster hit him, he would definitely not suffer any harm. Come on. He struck a fighting pose. The next second, demonic path value 1, Lu Zhe was stunned. It was his first time seeing someone play this game without running away. Not running away is one thing. Running back to fight monsters, what the heck? This is not a monster fighting game. Lu Zhe quickly switched his view to another true disciple's illusion. On one hand, he couldn't bear to watch Mu Yawen's perspective. On the other hand, he felt Mu Yawen was steady enough, not needing to keep an eye on him. He died quickly but dropped a lot of demonic path value. He would definitely be his main source of level ups in the future. Then he looked at the one called Zhongyi. This guy was much more normal. Just a bit weak. He often died from various traps. For a moment Lu Zhe began to doubt whether these true disciples were all imposters. Didn't they say they were all the pride of heaven? However, games and cultivation are two different matters. Just like in his past life, those top students who scored full marks were not necessarily better than those academic failures in games. In this world, although games are played through illusion towers, they seem somewhat related to cultivation. In fact, after Lu Zhe adjusted the rules, aside from needing to use the shattered cloud technique to urge the game character to run forward, there was no relationship with cultivation. No wonder true disciples often encountered setbacks. However, this true disciple called Zhongyi had a very good mindset. Every time he died, he smiled and continued to analyze the problems he encountered, summarizing his failures. Each death brought Lu Zhe 2 points of demonic path value. This is also good. Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He needed someone like him who was both bad at the game and loved to play while also dropping a lot of demonic path value. It seems true disciples are all good people. He then shifted his perspective to the last true disciple. Hiss. Lu Zhe couldn't help but gasp. The atmosphere changed dramatically. The one called Liemo Ran had terrifying game talent. While the other two true disciples had died dozens of times, Liemo Ran hadn't died once and had already escaped over 2,000 steps. To be clear, the highest record outside hadn't even reached 4,000 steps. This was achieved by an inner disciple who had worked for 5 days to protect the honor of the inner sect. Liemo Ran, who was about to reach the top, was expressionless as he dodged the traps. His even breathing sounded relaxed. This is bad. Lu Zhe thought to himself. He knew very well that players must have a target while playing games. For example, inner disciples would grit their teeth and even offer rewards just to reclaim first place from outer disciples. It was because they wanted to surpass the outer disciples. Now the roles had reversed and the inner disciples had become the targets of the outer disciples. Of course, would the inner disciples who obtained first place rest easy? The answer was no. The gap between first and second wasn't large. As long as one side had a bit of luck or their magic tools or mounts were upgraded, the answer could change drastically. And Liemo Ran clearly was a top-tier presence in this game. Once he reached the top, the gap with the second place would likely be very exaggerated. At that time, having lost his target, he naturally wouldn't play the game anymore. Lu Zhe was very clear about the strength of true disciples. Other disciples would have to die hundreds or thousands of times to provide even a bit of demonic path value for themselves. True disciples were different. They earned demonic path value with just one death. If Liam O'Ran lost interest in the game, that would be a huge loss. No, I must give her a goal. Senior brother Zhong, there seems to be an issue with this trial. Just exiting the illusion, Mu Yuan wore a worried expression, her tone serious. Zhong looked like he was still savoring the experience. If Mu Yuan hadn't stopped him, he would have continued the trial. After dying a dozen times, he felt he had grasped some insights. If he were to run again, breaking 500 steps would likely be no problem. The beasts inside. I can't kill them. Zhong felt a headache coming on. Is it possible that they are not meant to be killed? As a righteous sect, how can we not kill the demonic beasts we encounter? Mu Yuan retorted with conviction. Zhong was momentarily speechless. Junior brother, this trial is specially designed for outer disciples to train their survival skills. I see. Since outer disciples can't possibly defeat beasts of this level, they can only run away. Exactly, that's the point. Then why not let them train their physical bodies on the Tsuejin Peak first? It's only reasonable to have strong fists. Forget I said anything. However, this trial is quite unique. The process of escaping is very interesting. No wonder it is so popular. Oh. So junior brother Mu also tried escaping. How far did you run? Zhong raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit smug. Just as he was about to brag about almost reaching the 500-step mark, Mu Yuan suddenly replied, I ran 503 steps. What about you, senior brother? By the way, why hasn't junior sister Li come out of the illusion yet? Could she have run into some trouble? Zhong quickly changed the topic. At this moment, Liam O ran beside them, frowned, seemingly facing difficulties. It seems junior sister Li's escape journey is not going smoothly either. Zhong felt a sense of calmness wash over him. Usually, no matter how tough the challenge was, he had never seen his sister's expression change. Now seeing her frown and demonic sect escape. Indeed, even geniuses have their weaknesses. Thus it was understandable for him to be outperformed by junior brother Mu. As fellow individuals facing adversity, Zhong felt somewhat comforted. Just then Liam O'Ran suddenly opened her eyes. She had clearly just exited the illusion. Junior sister, how do you feel? Zhong quickly asked with a cheerful concern. This illusion showed no traces of the demonic path. It should be the work of some expert. Liam O'Ran nodded lightly. I noticed your expression seemed uncomfortable earlier. Did you encounter any issues in the trial? Not exactly a problem. Liam O'Ran did not hide it, answering with indifference. It was just that after 3,000 steps the speed of the road changes increased dramatically. Then there were branching paths with no hints. Picking the wrong one could lead to death. I was just a bit puzzled. Did you say 3,000 steps? Zhong thought he misheard. He felt impressive for running 500 steps, yet his sister had run 3,000. The gap between true disciples was larger than that between man and dog. If we're talking about the final score, it's 5,300 steps. Liam O'Ran's face showed no hint of pride. She answered plainly. Senior brother, I remember the top score on the leaderboard was only 4,000 steps. Mu Yuan reminded. Zhong had been so eager to retreat that he completely missed the leaderboard. Upon checking, the first place had transformed into Liam O'Ran's name. The second place was an inner sect disciple he knew, a golden core practitioner with a score of over 3,900 steps. The third place was an outer sect disciple he didn't know, but outer disciples wouldn't exceed foundation establishment, and yet their score was over 3,800 steps. As he continued to look, Zhong felt more and more like a clown for having been so smug moments ago. In the past, it had always been difficult to find outer disciples surpassing inner disciples, let alone surpassing true disciples. Yet now demonic sect escape had achieved that. Moreover, whether inner or outer disciples, even he himself was deeply captivated by it. He felt like he wanted to play another round. Wherever three walk, one must be my teacher. It seems that even true disciples aren't always superior. Zhong couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother junior sister excels in everything. Mu Yuan reminded. Zhong glared at Mu Yuan, regretting bringing him along while the latter had no clue what he had done wrong. Senior brother, look. The leaderboard has changed. At Mu Yuan's reminder, Zhong and Liam O'Ran opened the leaderboard simultaneously. The top score had surprisingly changed to a player named Nameless with a staggering 5,600 steps. Wow, there are indeed experts. The sect is truly full of hidden talents. Zhong couldn't help but exclaim. Liemo Ran stared at the first place score, her gaze flickering. She had never liked being beneath others, even in games. She had originally planned to finish this task and return to the Sword Peak to continue practicing swordsmanship. However, at this moment she didn't want to leave so soon. By the way, can the names in this trial not be real names? Looking at the other players, all of whom used their actual names except for the one called Nameless Jomi, fell into deep thought. By the next day, the event of true disciple Liemo Ran breaking 5,000 steps in her first trial would surely become hot news within the sect. If it were discovered that he, a true disciple, only ran 500 steps. Hiss. Jomi inhaled sharply. No way, I need to change my name too. Mu Yan showed a puzzled expression. Why do you want to change your name, senior brother? I meant the name in the trial. Jomi isn't impressive enough. Jomi casually fabricated an excuse. Then I'll change mine too. Do as you wish. Lu Zhe sat in the control room wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seeing Liemo Ran re-enter the game, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Close call. The fat sheep almost ran away. He had just entered the game and scored just a bit higher than Liemo Ran. As the game's designer, he naturally knew the correct way to clear the game. Although the illusion isolated all abilities brought by cultivation and innate talent, the most basic physical aptitudes still existed. The foundational talent granted by the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body was extremely high, and coupled with experience from his past life, achieving this level was not difficult. As long as he consistently provided Liemo Ran with some stimulation to maintain her daily online presence, his path in cultivation would ultimately be expedited. He watched the gameplay of the three with great interest. Liemo Ran needed no further mention. In his past life, she was undoubtedly an esports genius beauty. Without the Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body, Lu Zhe didn't even have confidence in defeating her. Although Mu Yan lacked some spiritual energy, she made up for it with focus and was having a great time. As for Jomi, he was the most enthusiastic about playing demonic sect escape among the three, yet also the worst at it. This guy would talk to himself in the game after each death, analyzing his mistakes and the exquisite design of the game levels. Just a pure chatterbox. Every time these three died, they contributed varying amounts of demonic value. Mu Yan contributed the least while Jomi contributed the most. This number accumulated over time was undoubtedly quite terrifying. Among them, Lu Zhe had the highest hopes for Jomi. Based on this guy's combination of being bad yet enthusiastic about playing, he could contribute several hundred points of demonic value in a day. Just as he was secretly feeling pleased, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. The host has impressed the righteous cultivator Zhong Yi with his abilities, earning his respect, and will randomly acquire one of his abilities. Reward 10 years of martial arts experience. The more Zhong Yi played, the more he felt that the person who designed this illusion was extraordinarily skilled. This illusion appears simple, yet it is driven by a logic from beginning to end. Such a simple operation method allows even disciples in the chi refining stage to compete fairly with true disciples like me. Fairness. In this world, the word fairness is the hardest to come by. The marvelous melody of this world I have never heard before, yet it feels so fitting. The sound of picking up spirit stones is also quite pleasant. Even in death there is not a trace of fear. Wonderful. I heard that various spirit beasts and equipment can also be purchased. Such creativity and intelligence are beyond our reach. This illusion must have originated from a powerful being. If I have the fortune to meet them, I must pay my respects. Oh no. I died again. Jomi, halfway through his lament, once again performed a clumsy act and was burned to death by a fire talisman. From the perspective of the omniscient observer, Lu Zhe was quite puzzled. If this guy would just talk less while playing, he might not die so quickly. But his analysis is quite on point. At least he was the first to notice that the various sound effects in the game played a significant role. By the way, I need to change my name. Zhong Yi slapped his forehead, forgetting about this matter. Back at the main interface, he stared at the name modification field, troubled. He was terrible at naming and truly didn't know what to change it to. Surely he couldn't just steal someone else's name, right? Suddenly an idea struck him. To his surprise, it actually worked. Remembering Mu Yan's earlier comments, he felt both amused and annoyed. However, he knew that the other party was simply innocent and meant no harm. Their relationship was quite solid. Zhong Yi often teased Mu Yan, and during their sparring sessions Mu Yan would also strike hard, yet they always shared laughter. Just in time for you to change your name, so I'll take the liberty to use it. Zhong Yi chuckled happily. At the same time, what name should I change to? Mu Yuan rubbed the back of his head, feeling quite troubled. My master told me to learn from senior brother Zhong. He's quite clever. Let's just use senior brother Zhong's name, after all he doesn't need it. Not long after, a loud explosion echoed in the training hall. Zhong quickly exited the illusion and opened his eyes to check. He saw Mu Yuan standing there, grinning, his face charred from the explosion. Mu Shitty, what happened to you? Zhong asked curiously. I just couldn't hold back when that monster chased me. I instinctively wanted to activate my bloodline and fight it, and then... Ha. Mu Yuan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Zhong realized this was a common tactic in an illusion that restricted cultivation. Once someone forcibly broke through the boundary set by the creator, they would be forcibly ejected from the illusion. However, generally only those with strength far exceeding the creator could break the restrictions left behind. But Mu Yuan only had the cultivation of a nascent stage. How could he possibly break such a high-level restriction? Could it be? The cultivation level of this great being is quite low. Zhong almost immediately dismissed this possibility. Such wisdom and skill could not be possessed by an unrefined person who had never seen the world. It seems that when the predecessors set this restriction, they deliberately suppressed their own cultivation. Zhong muttered to himself. This was the only answer. By the way, Mu Shitty. Zhong suddenly remembered something and smiled as he patted Mu Yuan on the shoulder. You seem eager to fight. Do you feel that being chased by that monster wasn't thrilling enough? Of course. Only Zhong Shixiang understands me. Then why don't we have a duel? In a sense, it's also a form of battle. Alright. It's been a long time since I sparred with Shixiang. Come on, I invite you. Zhong cheerfully extended a duel invitation to Mu Yuan. The moment both saw each other's names, they exchanged glances. What the heck, Shixiang, why are you called Mu Yuan? Dude. How come your name is Zhong? Eventually Lu Zhe could no longer bear to watch and went to help the two change their names to the incapable escaping genius cultivator and the battle maniac who fights back, putting an end to this uproar. The advanced game mechanics from his past life were a dimensional suppression in this world. Even a well-informed and resolute true disciple was instantly captivated by this novel combat mode. At first, the simple-minded Mu Yuan was tormented by Zhong's various tools to the point of unbearable pain. But soon, learning from him, Mu Yuan began to fight back. In the realm of combat, Mu Yuan's mind was quite effective. The two were having a blast. After several days of optimization and adjustments by Lu Zhe, the variety of tools in the combat mode became increasingly rich, no longer limited to simple traps and elemental talismans. For instance, there was a positioning talisman that swapped the positions of both parties. As soon as Zhong got it, he immediately understood its purpose and deliberately ran slightly ahead of the monster. As Mu Yuan laughed and mocked him for running too slowly, in the next second Zhong swapped their positions, leaving him bewildered as he became the monster's prey. Another example was the misalignment little ghost. Mu Yuan picked up this thing and had no idea how to use it, so he randomly threw it at Zhong's head. Then in Zhong's eyes, the positions and directions of the traps were all reversed, leading to repeated blunders and quickly allowing Mu Yuan to regain 1 point. Another example was Lu Zhe. Watching the duel between the two true disciples from the control room, felt quite satisfied. Seeing the expressions on the faces of these inexperienced true disciples, the future demonic value was definitely going to be stable. Although Zhong was somewhat clumsy in gaming, his mind was quite agile. His use of various tools was always unexpected. Unfortunately, with Lu Zhe's current cultivation, he couldn't create an internal recording system. Otherwise, recording the duel footage of Zhong and Mu Yuan would surely make for excellent promotional material. Just as Lu Zhe was happily watching the two duel, a message suddenly came through on his token. Li Moran has sent you a duel request. Do you accept? Lu Zhe was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he chose to decline. Burdened with too many secrets, he did not wish to engage too much with the true disciples, even in the game. Yet the other party seemed relentless, sending another request. Forget it. Winning a game against her will only make her want to chase me more. After some hesitation, Lu Zhe ultimately chose to accept. A righteous cultivator has challenged you. As a genius of the demonic path, you show no fear even when the opponent's strength far exceeds yours. Mission: defeat the righteous cultivator. Li Mo ran reward 1 random skill from the opponent. Lu Zhe was initially dumbfounded, then he smiled. Now he had to thoroughly dominate the opponent. He entered the illusion realm. The account Lu Zhe was currently using belonged to a GM. He had specially purchased a set of gear from the shop to conceal his face, and with modifications in the back end others could not see his true appearance. Even Liam O'Ran, who was at the transformation stage, was no exception. Liam O'Ran glanced at the flamboyantly dressed Nameless beside her, her brows furrowing slightly. Not quite what I imagined, she thought to herself. She challenged Nameless just to see in which aspect he was superior to her. Although demonic path escape is not a traditional form of cultivation, the final score does not necessarily reflect one's level of cultivation. For instance, the battle between Zhong Yi and Mu Yuan. Both had considerable cultivation levels, yet their performance in demonic path escape was no different from that of ordinary disciples. But she had witnessed how extreme the difficulty was after the 3,000 steps. She believed that anyone who could run farther than herself must be extraordinary. Among cultivators, the best way to understand each other is through sparring. As the countdown was about to end, Liam O'Ran became increasingly focused, her expression colder than usual. What exactly is he doing better than me? With this thought in mind, Liam O'Ran's gaze was fixed on every move of Nameless. She wanted to witness the methods of this master. Suddenly she saw him running, then bending down to pick up something she had never seen before. In the next moment, a spittoon flew towards her forehead. Soon Liam O'Ran lost. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. This battle was far from what she had imagined. Throwing a spittoon during the fight was one thing. Using various talismans to trouble her was something she could accept. The fact that talismans could have combination techniques was something she could also accept. What she could not understand was, how did this Nameless run ahead of her and snatch the props from her racetrack? Is there no rule of law anymore? For the first time, Liam O'Ran felt that her combat wisdom seemed somewhat lacking. Clearly every elder had said she was a rare genius. Nameless, she murmured softly, deep in thought. Initially she thought that this Nameless must be an extraordinary genius. Gifted yet humble, deliberately concealing their name. In her impression, cultivators like this were generally virtuous gentlemen. Unexpectedly, the other party's methods were so despicable. Yet for some reason Liam O'Ran did not feel disgusted. Instead, it was somewhat amusing. Thinking of the moment they decided the victor, where the other party bent down to snatch her props, a barely visible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If one were to say disgusted, it was those cultivators who deliberately put on a gentlemanly facade in front of her that truly disgusted her. Exiting the illusion realm, Lu Zhe sighed in relief. He originally thought that Liam O'Ran, with her astonishing gaming talent, would put considerable pressure on him. To suppress her, ensuring that this enticing target would continue to pursue demonic path escape, Lu Zhe went all out from the start. In terms of using various battle props, Lu Zhe was remarkably skilled, completely overturning others' perceptions. He also utilized some lesser-known tricks. For example, although each player only has one prop slot, they can actually time their usage. Proper timing and prop cards can produce a combination effect. Earlier he picked up a wooden talisman and held it without using it immediately. When he was about to pick up the water talisman, he threw it in front of Liam O'Ran, causing several branches to actively wrap around her legs. Then he quickly threw the water talisman, showering the branches with spiritual rain. The branches rapidly grew larger, then went berserk, far more powerful than ordinary traps. This was a combination technique that most people would find hard to conceive. Moreover, the racing lanes of the two players were separately marked with lethal barriers in between, so they could only run independently. However, in battle mode, the lethal judgment of the barriers does not mean that any part of the body touching them will result in death. Slightly crossing the barrier with part of the body would not trigger the instant death judgment. This meant that with proper maneuvering, the enemy's props on his side could be carried over. Lu Zhe relied on this move to leave Liam O'Ran dumbfounded, and in her daze she fell victim to Lu Zhe's talisman attack, tragically perishing under the claws of demonic beasts. Now she should enjoy demonic path escape properly, right? Lu Zhe muttered to himself, feeling quite satisfied. In just one afternoon, 3 true disciples in the hall, along with that unknown powerhouse, had already given him 1,000 points of demonic path value. At this rate, he might be able to establish his foundation tonight. Mission complete. You have defeated a righteous cultivator whose strength far exceeds yours, truly a hope for the demonic path. Congratulations, you have obtained Ice Breath Technique. Ice Breath Technique, a divine skill used by the Ice Phoenix sword body. Cultivating to great perfection, can temporarily evade divine sense detection below the combined stage. Wow! The skills of true disciples are still of golden quality. Lu Zhe was overjoyed. As expected of an inner disciple, the quality of skills they dropped is different, making it simply invincible for hiding. If he had known there would be such rewards, why did he hesitate? He would seize as much benefit as he could. He even hoped that Liamo Ran would send him a few more heads. Or that Zhongyi and Muyawen would challenge him too. He would not be picky. Unfortunately, the former was aware of the significant strength gap and went to practice his skills in single-player mode. The latter two were still immersed in their mutual struggles. Lu Zhe had no choice but to give up. He began to consider whether to create a very annoying persona to attract various senior brothers to seek him out for solo challenges. Such a task was purely about gaining benefits. After pondering the realistic possibilities, he decided against it. He was still somewhat weak. Another hour passed. Junior brother Lu, is there still a crystal copy of Demonic Path Escape for sale? After a long battle with Muyawen, Zhongyi found Demonic Path Escape increasingly interesting and hurried over to buy a copy from Lu Zhe. Yes, it's 10 spirit stones per copy. Lu Zhe smiled as he took out a crystal stone. I would like 2 copies. Zhongyi turned to glance at Muyawen and Liamo Ran, finally raising 2 fingers. As a true disciple, he was not lacking in spirit stones. However, Liamo Ran had always shown no interest in matters outside of cultivation in his impression, so even if he bought an extra copy, she would probably refuse. To his surprise, Liamo Ran took out 10 spirit stones and placed them in front of Lu Zhe. I also want a copy. Zhongyi and Muyawen exchanged glances, silently communicating with their divine senses. Did I hear that right? Junior sister Li is actually interested in something like this. Could it be that she really found a cultivation method in Demonic Path Escape? As expected of junior sister Li, truly a genius in cultivation. It seems Demonic Path Escape must be hiding some cultivation method. We need to work harder. Junior brother, shall we continue playing tonight? No, continue battling. Night fell. With the tireless efforts of unknown powerful beings and 3 true disciples, Lu Zhe's demonic value had already surpassed the threshold of 2,000 points. Foundation establishment was now within reach. According to ancient texts, the breakthrough of the Wanxiang mystic demon body was accompanied by a tremendous momentum. To avoid exposure, Lu Zhe chose to leave his dormitory and head towards the back mountain. In the world of cultivation, the survival of the fittest prevailed. Even among righteous sects, one could not guarantee the absence of individuals with ulterior motives. His Wanxiang mystic demon body was exceedingly rare. He understood the principle that an innocent man might find himself guilty merely for possessing something valuable. If he were to catch the attention of a malicious powerful being, his future days would likely be far from peaceful. Finding a secluded spot devoid of people, Lu Zhe took out a set of aura-concealing array stones from his storage ring and arranged them around himself. These were purchased from a disciple of the formation hall, specifically designed to obscure one's aura. It was said to completely isolate the aura of cultivators below the golden core stage. The ice breath technique he received from Liamo Ran in the afternoon, although a high-level technique for concealing aura, was not something he had mastered, making it difficult to use smoothly. Since he was merely establishing a foundation, how much commotion could he possibly cause? The aura concealing array should suffice. For safety's sake, he set up 2 sets and then sat cross-legged in the center. Holding his breath and concentrating, he opened the panel. System, allocate points. Seeing that no one was around, Lu Zhe shouted with a serious demeanor. With a single thought, the 2,000 points of demonic value were all directed into his realm. There was no struggle or pain associated with breaking through the bottleneck as he had imagined. With the help of the system, Lu Zhe's breakthrough proceeded smoothly and effortlessly. Aside from the overwhelming aura that suddenly filled his body, Lu Zhe's only sensation was it. This is the foundation establishment. He closed his eyes carefully, sensing the spiritual power transformed into spiritual liquid within his body, as well as the liquid vortex in his dantian, the spiritual lake described in the texts. However, the spiritual lake in the text was described as a gentle stream upon initial condensation. Most people's spiritual lakes were merely small ponds. Yet why was his spiritual lake vast, like an ocean, unfathomably deep? Lu Zhe naturally did not doubt that cultivators had a vague understanding of the sizes of rivers, lakes, and seas. Thus the only answer could be his Wanxiang mystic demon body. No wonder it requires 10 times the demonic value to upgrade it. Truly is remarkable. Lu Zhe praised with satisfaction. At that moment, within the spiritual lake, the spiritual sea, a sudden violent storm erupted. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him as if possessed. Lu Zhe had never witnessed such a scene before. He gasped in alarm and hurriedly took out the last set of aura-concealing array stones from his storage ring and placed them around himself. As soon as he set them down, the first set of array stones suddenly shattered into fragments. Immediately after, the second set also showed cracks. Above his head, under the vast starry sky, enormous phantasms suddenly appeared. On Lingxian Peak, Elder Ding Mingson looked at the strange phenomenon in the night sky, his eyes filled with surprise. Has any steward from Liuwa Peak broken through recently? He put down the cup in his hand and glanced at the steward beside him. I haven't heard anything. The steward shook his head. Such a strange phenomenon. It's truly a pity. Ding Mingson shook his head, not particularly concerned. In the night sky, the phantasms shifted. From flowers and grass to insects and beasts, there were occasional human figures, but nothing particularly special. A breakthrough that attracted a phenomenon from heaven and earth indicated that this person had considerable talent. However, such a mediocre phenomenon was probably due to the inferior cultivation method of this person. It would have been better if discovered earlier. Now that they had reached the god transformation stage, reverting to the foundation might be somewhat difficult. Nevertheless, being a cultivator who could attract a phenomenon from heaven and earth still indicated some level of strength. Just as Ding Mingson was about to pick up the cup he had set down, ready to continue drinking tea, suddenly the light outside the window blazed. The mediocre phantasm transformed into a three-headed, six-armed figure, trampling the heavens and the earth. The surprise in Ding Mingkang's eyes turned into horror. The moment his fingertip touched the cup, it suddenly disintegrated into powder. He had no time to think further, as his powerful divine sense instantly sped towards Liuwa Peak. Meanwhile, among several spirit peaks, the elders activated their divine senses and began to probe towards Liuwa Peak. At the Forge Fire Peak, Zhongyi and Mu Yuan, who were happily competing, suddenly exited the illusion together, staring in shock at the direction of Liuwa Peak. Mu Junior Brother, a master has broken through. It seems the Sect's path to immortality will flourish even more. To be able to attract a phenomenon from heaven and earth, they must be at least at the god transformation stage. No, it must be more than that. I sense no aura at all. When it came to serious matters of cultivation, Mu Yuan immediately became solemn. Zhongyi looked at the flickering phantoms in the sky, his expression peculiar, and said, "Why do these phantasms seem so strange?" The figure that tramples the heavens and the earth, the scholar holding a scroll, the fairy flying with a sword. It feels somewhat like Yumi and Junior Sisterly. And what of the celestial being wielding the power of thunder? It can't possibly be the Grand Elder, right? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Zhongyi nodded. He recalled that before these astonishing phantasms appeared, there were many lowly phantasms, ants, grasses, beasts, divine beings, humans, and demons, all changing endlessly. At my realm, I can't even decipher the meanings of these phantasms. The path of cultivation is indeed long and arduous. Zhongyi sighed, resolving to cultivate diligently. Senior brother, I found a high-quality fire talisman. You are going to lose again. You sneaky bastard, that's not fair, let's start over. Liemo Ran opened her eyes. The phantom of a frost-faced woman flying with a sword flashed by. Is it him? The icy glint in Liemo Ran's beautiful gaze flickered. Liuwa Peak, the cultivator, attracting the phenomenon from heaven and earth. For some reason, Liemo Ran's first reaction was the nameless cultivator who had battled her in the afternoon. Indeed, extraordinary. In just a moment, Liemo Ran's aura calmed down. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. At this very moment, Lu Zhe knew that something significant had occurred. In his 3 years at Lingxiao Sect, he had never seen a cultivator break through with such a commotion. The most critical point was, he had just established his foundation. If he were caught revealing the Wanxiang mystic demon body, would be one thing. But if his secret of being part of the demonic path or the existence of the system was discovered, it would truly be the end. At this moment, it was clear that the elders of several spirit peaks would soon cover the area with their divine senses. In a moment of panic, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered the spell he obtained from Liemo Ran in the afternoon. Ice breath technique. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. According to the description, this was a divine ability of a rare bloodline which, when mastered, could evade even the divine sense of a combined body realm. Even if only for a short time, it would be sufficient to escape the scene. Though he currently only had beginner-level proficiency, he had another reward: 10 years of martial insights obtained from Zhongyi. With that thought, he opened the system again. 10 years of martial insights. Grant me understanding. A flood of insights regarding the cultivation of the ice breath technique suddenly filled his mind, as if he had genuinely learned it for 10 years. In an instant, his ice breath technique reached mastery. Generally speaking, it was impossible to elevate the ice breath technique from beginner to mastery in just 10 years. Not even Liam O'Ran in her true form could achieve that. But he had the Wanxiang mystic demon body. His talent in cultivation was unparalleled. Without further thought, Lu Zhe hurriedly used the ice breath technique. At nearly the same time, several elders' divine senses converged on the back mountain. Numerous divine senses circled around Lu Zhe but could not detect even a trace of aura. Huff! Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief. This tribulation was finally avoided. The next day, Lu Zhe woke up early. The number of people on Lihua Peak inexplicably increased. On the way to the artifact refinement pavilion, countless disciples were whispering. "Did you see it last night? I wonder which expert broke through at the back mountain, causing such a celestial phenomenon. It can't be helped if you didn't want to see it. The sky was so bright that I couldn't even sleep. I heard that the elders searched the back mountain all night but found no one. I really don't understand why they are hiding. I heard from Senior Brother that there was actually no breakthrough, but the spiritual energy left behind from the 3 true disciples sparring on Lihua Peak yesterday transformed into the phantom figures under certain circumstances. That does explain things a bit. No wonder those 3 phantoms resemble the 3 true disciples. What did the 3 true disciples come to Lihua Peak for? I heard they came to experience escape from the evil sect. Is that true? Even true disciples enjoy playing it. It's not that they like it seems only Senior Sisterly tried it and she broke the record with a total of 5,000 steps. What? We've been tirelessly training for 5 days in the inner sect and barely reached 4,000 steps. Senior Sisterly surpassed it in one go. Just a reminder, it wasn't in one day, it was in one afternoon. Hiss. No wonder she's a true disciple. What about those who say that cultivation level and results are unrelated? Not speaking anymore. Ha! The top spot isn't even Senior Sisterly. Why does she have a nickname instead of her real name? She might be one of the true disciples who doesn't want to reveal her identity. What about the other true disciple? Why isn't it on the leaderboard? It's a mere illusion trial. True disciples wouldn't care about it, maybe they never participated at all. That makes sense. Lu Zhe listened with great interest. Goodness, they were all talking about him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. So this is what it feels like to secretly show off. As for the phantoms, he actually had no clue. However, according to ancient texts about the myriad forms of the mystic devil's immortal body, all things can transform into Tao power, which probably explains it. But he hadn't observed how the 3 inner sect disciples practiced, had he? Could it be? Lu Zhe suddenly realized. Perhaps their deaths and escape from the evil sect automatically became nourishment for his cultivation of the immortal body. This made sense. Those phantoms of flowers, grass, insects and beasts were likely left behind by outer sect disciples. As for the one wielding the heavenly thunder, it should be that mysterious power that provided him with 10 magic points every time. Although he didn't know the specific uses of these phantoms, he figured they couldn't be too bad. The surrounding disciples were still discussing the true disciples playing escape from the evil sect. One disciple claimed he saw Senior Brother Zhongyi's name at the top yesterday, while another disciple criticized the true disciples would never stoop to the level of inner sect disciples. The two argued incessantly. Most disciples sided with the latter, believing that with Senior Brother Zhongyi's vision he wouldn't care for such entertainment. Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. The diligent and upright Senior Brother Zhong they spoke of was probably having a blast playing escape from the evil sect in his own loft. Why? Because since he got up he had been hearing the prompt of magic points 1, 2 in his ears. Who else could it be but Zhongyi? A whole night had passed. Not only was Senior Brother Zhong still enthusiastic, but the speed at which he sent magic points remained unchanged. One could only say that he had truly struck gold this time. The illusion training of the outer sect disciples was over and Lu Zhe returned to the external repair point of the artifact refinement pavilion. He was usually responsible for the maintenance of ordinary magical tools. However, ordinary magical tools were generally quite durable and rarely broke, so he was usually quite free. Otherwise he wouldn't have so much time to serialize so many novels. Now he no longer needed to write novels, he had already finished the latter half of The Return of the Condor Heroes and was just waiting for publication on schedule. He was no longer a waste in cultivation and naturally had to practice. Although the system had raised his cultivation level, cultivation isn't solely about levels. The cultivation provided by the system, while not superficial, lacked some of the depth and means that should come with his current level. He still needed to rely on his own cultivation to solidify his foundation if he wanted to truly stand firm. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and slowly activated the spiritual power within him, beginning to practice according to the outer sect's beginner technique. He started to hope that if any of his fellow disciples could drop a high-level technique for him, that would be great. However, there was still a problem at hand. That is, after foundation establishment, the amount of magic points needed to advance each level was vastly different compared to the chi refinement stage. Fortunately, the strength of his divine sense was now improving, allowing for the creation of increasingly advanced illusions. With the upgrade in game quality, the speed of accumulating magic points would likely increase exponentially. In the later stages, modes like team competition, battle royale, and large-scale battle could be easily activated, allowing him to earn cultivation points even while lying in bed. Lu Zhe. What are you doing? Before long, Lu Zhe was abruptly interrupted. He opened his eyes in annoyance to see who it was. It was Wang Tai, the second senior brother of the Artifact Refinement Pavilion. Senior brother Wang, what brings you here? Lu Zhe asked politely. After all, they were fellow disciples and basic courtesy had to be maintained. You. Cultivating. Ha ha ha. Wang Tai openly expressed his disdain, loudly scolding, "The sun must be rising in the west, don't you know your own aptitude? What are you pretending to work hard for when you're still at the early stage of chi refinement? Cultivation is the duty of the disciples of Ling Xiao sect, what wrong is there in that?" Lu Zhe retorted coldly. Wang Tai had always looked down on him. During their time studying in the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, he had not been merciful in making things difficult for Lu Zhe. Although Lu Zhe was always cautious, he never deliberately fawned. He never catered to Wang Tai when it wasn't warranted. Even before he had the system, he treated Wang Tai this way. Now that his fate had changed, it was even more so. You. Wang Tai was about to erupt when he suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped. Forget it, forget it. By the way, a few days ago I had you in charge of the outer sect's body technique illusion trial. Who gave you that illusion crystal? You mean escape from the evil sect? Yes, that's the one. I made it myself. Is there a problem? You made it. Wang Tai looked at him as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief with 100 doubts in his heart. The second elder who asked him to investigate this matter said that the person who created this illusion had remarkable magical skills and was adept at bewitching people's minds, likely a practitioner of the evil path. Are you skilled in magic? Are you a practitioner of the evil path? Just based on you. Wang Tai looked at Lu Zhe with disdain. The latter calmly met his gaze, saying, "Just based on me." Good. Wang Tai sneered, clapping his hands. Above his head a floating recording orb slowly appeared. The other party was evidently well prepared. Everything Lu Shidi just said has been recorded by the orb. Don't deny it when we see the second elder later, okay? Wang Tai grinned maliciously, pointing at the orb above. This was a type of celestial artifact that could record images. Wang Tai had already started recording when he entered. To avoid being discovered by Lu Zhe, he secretly added an invisible spell. In recent days he had been closing himself off to research and was unaware of what had happened outside. It wasn't until the second elder personally came to him that he learned Lu Zhe had gotten himself into such big trouble. He promised the second elder that he would find the mastermind behind the creation of demonic sects escaped today, leading to the earlier confrontation. He never expected Lu Zhe to admit it so readily. Although he did not truly believe Lu Zhe did it matter. As long as someone confessed, that was enough. Once he handed Lu Zhe over to the second elder, the latter had plenty of ways to make Lu Zhe reveal the truth. The methods of the second elder were known to all disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Not only would he complete the second elder's task, but he would also get rid of the disciple he loathed the most. What's not to like? What is there to be afraid of? Lu Zhe was not intimidated by him. The second elder's methods were ruthless, but the Lingxiao sect was ultimately a righteous path. The underlying logic of demonic sects escape was indeed born to cultivate the shattered cloud technique. The second elder probably couldn't do anything to him, but human hearts were difficult to gauge. Lu Zhe still felt the need to prepare some insurance measures. I will take the illusion crystal and go with you to meet the second elder now. Lu Zhe feigned anger and turned to the place where the crystal was stored. Quite sensible. Wang Tai snorted coldly. Then hurry up, the second elder is waiting for us in the law enforcement hall. As he watched Lu Zhe's back, his brow suddenly furrowed. This kid seems to be tampering with the crystal. What are you doing? Just as Wang Tai was about to stop him, he saw Lu Zhe had already handed the crystal over. I was just checking if the crystal was damaged, so you won't have trouble explaining later, Lu Zhe replied calmly. Wang Tai examined the crystal in his hand for a moment and seeing nothing unusual completely dispelled his doubts. In just a brief moment even he couldn't do anything to the crystal, so how could Lu Zhe manage to tamper with it? It was impossible to destroy the evidence. Thinking this, he stored the crystal in his storage ring and placed his palm on Lu Zhe's shoulder. When we meet the second elder, kneel down and admit your mistake. After saying this, he took Lu Zhe and vanished from the spot. Outside in the disciple dormitory. Move aside, it's my turn. Wait a minute, didn't you just play? Damn, lost again. You guys are too ruthless. Banning the misaligned little ghost is just too freakish. Around the two mini illusion towers, a line of outer disciples was queuing to play. A mini illusion tower costing 100 spirit stones was undoubtedly a luxury for most outer disciples. However, there were always some wealthy disciples among the outer sect, and this amount of spirit stones was still affordable. Hee, it's finally my turn. Zhang Ming couldn't help but rub his hands, preparing for a good run. During the time he was busy taking tasks to earn spirit stones, he heard that the true disciples had already surpassed 5,000 steps in the record, which left him in awe just from hearing about it. He had no hope of surpassing the true disciples. He was just about to push for another record and challenge the inner disciples when a scroll popped up in front of him as soon as he entered the game. The scroll opened automatically and it read: server announcement, the designer of the illusion is a guest at the law enforcement hall and all fellow Taoists are welcome to attend the discussion. What the hell? Zhang Ming immediately exited the game and shouted at the top of his lungs, the one who created this illusion is in the law enforcement hall. Is that true? The designer of demonic Sect's escape is exceptionally popular among the disciples and everyone admires the person who designed this illusion. The outer disciples were instantly stirred. Is this true? Could it be a mighty figure of our time? We thought it was an ancient predecessor who had long since passed away. I really want to see the master's style. Why aren't we hurrying? If we go late, there won't be any spots left. Maybe there are other illusions we haven't encountered yet. Within the inner sect, this news was also rapidly spreading among the disciples through their spiritual senses. What? The designer of demonic Sect's escape is in the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall is Elder Ding's territory. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? It's a mighty figure inviting us for a discussion. Elder Ding won't dismiss an elder's face, right? But why is he suddenly in the law enforcement hall? He must be discussing Tao with Elder Ding. What else could it be? Caught by Elder Ding for breaking the law. No time to waste, let's get going. At the Forging Gold Peak in the Body Refinement's secret realm. Mu Shitty. I have good news. Hastily arriving Zhong Yi was filled with excitement. Brother Zhong, what is it? Mu Yan's gaze was resolute and he did not pause in his physical training. The mighty figure who created demonic Sect's escape is currently visiting Elder Ding's law enforcement hall. Oh. This is indeed a rare event. Mu Yan stopped training, showing a broad smile that revealed his white teeth. Brother, wait for me a moment, let me change into a different outfit and I'll go with you. At the sword question peak at the cliff of absolute thought. As Liamo Ran was weaving through countless sword energies infused with Tao, his body suddenly paused. In that instant, all the sword energies around him shattered. The ravine, usually filled with the howling wind of swords, was quiet now. The creator of the illusion. Looking at the message from Zhong Yi, Liamo Ran frowned. After pondering for a moment, he stepped onto a silver longsword. It would be good to meet him. On Linxian Peak in the law enforcement hall. Second Elder, I have brought him to you, Wang Tai said respectfully, bowing forward. Bring him up. Ding Ningtsong waved his hand impatiently. The sect has been tumultuous lately. Both inner and outer disciples are immersed in the illusion trials, and although some experts have broken through, they have yet to reveal themselves. He used the sect's connections and borrowed a treasure from Tianxian sect overnight to cast divination, resulting in a single word demon. Although Tianxian sect explained that this matter involved too much karma, making the divination potentially inaccurate, he could not help but consider the possibility of demonism infiltrating the sect. The demon path must either be the one who created the illusion or the expert who broke through last night. Ding Ningtsong even suspected that these two might very well be the same person. Come up. Wang Tai waved his hand and Lu Ze's figure appeared in the center of the law enforcement hall. The center of the hall was recessed with rows of seating arranged around it. At this moment he stood in the center resembling a criminal on trial. The creator of Demon Sect's escape is you. Ding Ningsong stared at Lu Ze with suspicion. He could see at a glance that Lu Ze only had the cultivation of early foundation establishment. This was far from what he had anticipated. He thought at least a nascent soul cultivator would be involved. It was me. Lu Ze did not evade and nodded directly. Ding Mingkang's face darkened as he turned to Wang Tai. The implication was clear: you didn't just randomly grab someone to fool me, did you? Wang Tai, being quite astute in this regard, hurriedly explained, Elder Ding, this matter indeed involves Lu Ze. Even if he isn't the one responsible, he is closely related to it. The illusion trials for the outer sect were directly assigned to him and I did not interfere. After saying this, he summoned a recording orb and showed Ding Mingsong the footage of Lu Ze confessing. After watching the recording, Ding Mingsong reached a conclusion in his heart: Lu Ze could not be the actual creator of the illusion, for the aura on him was neither strong nor did it show any traces of demonic energy. How could a foundation establishment cultivator conceal demonic energy from his eyes? With this thought, he pointed at Lu Ze and slammed the table. Lu Ze, do you understand your crime? Ding Mingkang's voice was not loud, but it carried immense penetrating power, almost demanding submission. This was his method of interrogating criminals. Wang Tai, who was also standing in the center, immediately knelt down, lowering his head and trembling. With the protection of his celestial body, Lu Ze felt less pressure, but he still frowned. Disciple does not know. What crime have I committed? You dare? Ding Mingsong was enraged. In all his years at Lingxiao Sect, he had never encountered such an arrogant person. Creating such a chaotic item that disturbs the minds of disciples. What is your intention? In answering, Elder Ding, the illusion was created entirely according to senior brother Wang's requirements with no selfish motives, Lu Ze replied without changing color. No. Wang Tai turned pale upon hearing this. Elder Ding. This has nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Good. Ding Mingsong laughed angrily, clapping his hands. Then he slammed his palm on the table in front of him. A surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into the entire law enforcement hall. Rise! Ding Mingsong shouted. The sound penetrated through the entire Linxian peak. Boom! The ground shook. The entire law enforcement hall actually rose dozens of meters into the air. The surrounding walls suddenly became transparent, making the scenery outside visible. Lu Ze frowned. The so-called rising hall literally meant that the entire law enforcement hall was elevated. At this moment, all sounds within the law enforcement hall could be heard by those outside, allowing others to know the outcome of the trial. This was a method employed by the law enforcement hall for handling significant events or particularly heinous individuals. He did not expect the second elder to go to such lengths for this matter. Lu Ze raised his head. Ding Mingsong stared at him intently, his voice carrying even greater pressure. I ask you again. Creating Demon Sect's escape, harming the Tao hearts of the Sect's disciples and disrupting our cultivation atmosphere. Do you understand your crime? Outside the law enforcement hall, a group of outer and inner disciples who had come to idolize were collectively stopped in their tracks by the suddenly rising law enforcement hall. Hearing Ding Mingkang's questioning, the disciples looked at each other in confusion. The crowd instantly descended into chaos. What's going on? Did Elder Ding capture our senior? Is he going to punish him? If our senior is penalized, does that mean we won't be able to play Demon Sect's escape anymore? This cannot happen. The rising law enforcement hall concealed secrets within its walls. From the inside, everything was clear. However, from the outside, one could not see through it. The crowd, unaware of the specific situation inside, was filled with anxiety. At this moment, a youthful voice came from inside. The illusion I created was to help the outer sect brothers cultivate the shattered cloud technique. Within the illusion, aside from practicing the shattered cloud technique, no other skills can be used. As for the design of various challenges, one purpose is to help users become proficient in the shattered cloud technique, and the other is to encourage everyone to spend more time on cultivation. Disciple does not know. What crime have I committed? Upon hearing this, the outer and inner disciples were even more astonished. Wait. The creator of Demon Sect's escape is actually one of our fellow disciples. From the voice, he seems quite young. Somehow the voice feels a bit familiar. When did such a prodigy emerge in the sect? Last night an expert broke through on the back mountain of Liawa Peak. Could it be the same person? Inside the law enforcement hall, Ding Mingson looked at Lu Zhe, who spoke with conviction, feeling even more disdain. For the sake of outer sect disciples' cultivation. Ha, what a noble cause. Pray tell, besides allowing disciples to indulge in entertainment, does demon sect's escape serve any other purpose? Ding Mingson questioned. Before Lu Zhe could respond, a group of disciples' shout echoed from below. Outer disciple Zhang Ming through demon sect's escape has perfected the shattered cloud technique. Outer disciple Wang Haoji has achieved great success with the shattered cloud technique. Outer disciple Li Tianyi, though of mediocre talent, fortunately encountered demon sect's escape and has cultivated the shattered cloud technique to great success. The voices of the outer disciples, hoarse from shouting, reverberated through the law enforcement hall. Lu Zhe smiled slightly. His announcement indeed bore fruit. Ding Mingson frowned and looked at the steward beside him. Why is it so noisy outside? The steward replied, outer and inner disciples seem to have gathered below. How could they know? Ding Mingson wondered in his heart but remained unmoved. His interrogation of Lu Zhe was not merely to capture the demon path nor to rectify the sect's moral compass. The main reason was that such a vast quantity of illusion crystal stones being sold was no small matter. How could such a sum of spirit stones not pass through his hands? It equated to him losing a substantial profit. It should be known that aside from the sect's official transactions, all other trading channels had to benefit him. Yet this creator of illusions did not understand the rules at all. He originally had no reason to find trouble with the creator, but with last night's divination things changed. He did not believe Lu Zhe was the creator of the illusion. He naturally wanted to force out the person behind him, even if it meant using unscrupulous methods. What did it matter if outer disciples testified for him? They were merely the lowest-ranking individuals in the sect. In other illusion trials, similar effects can be achieved, which does not prove you have any extraordinary talent. Ignoring the shouts from the outer disciples below, Ding Mingson continued, rather, because of the demon sect's escape you created for the outer disciples, it caused the inner disciples to become infatuated with it, neglecting their cultivation. What do you have to say for yourself? Lu Zhe was speechless. At this moment he understood what it meant for someone to fabricate a crime. Such matters. You should ask the inner disciples. At this moment the inner disciples outside exchanged glances, each wanting to speak but hesitating. They had more contact with Ding Mingson than the outer disciples. They knew well how terrifying he was. Once he set his sights on someone, life could become difficult. No one dared to be the first to speak up. Just then Xiao Hongji gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Disciple Xiao Hongji from Legong Peak. The matter of indulgence stems from the disciples' lack of resolve and has nothing to do with the illusion itself. Moreover, demon sect's escape is not only beneficial for cultivating the shattered cloud technique but also aids in other movement techniques. I have made breakthroughs in movement techniques from my experiences with demon sect's escape. I hope the elder will see clearly. Indulgence in illusions is due to our own lack of steadfastness in the Tao. I am willing to reflect and meditate to solidify my Tao heart. I implore the elder to let my senior go. The other inner disciples looked at each other, then one by one they stepped forward. Disciple from Danxin Peak. Disciple from Wanshou Peak. They were not speaking lightly. Although they were unclear about the reasons, it was indeed true that many had made significant progress in their movement techniques. Everyone said it was the merit of demon sect's escape, which was just an excuse to justify their indulgence in the game. But with more people in similar situations, the disciples began to take it seriously. Recently there had even been some off-wall remarks suggesting that the excessive competition they had previously engaged in seemed meaningless. Everyone's daily cultivation was already sufficient, so a little less cultivation would not hurt. Lu Zhe was delighted to hear inner disciples defend him. He had created demon sect's escape purely for fun. Utilizing a mature game system from his past life, he aimed to earn demonic values for himself. Aside from the shattered cloud technique, it had nothing to do with cultivation. Lu Zhe thought the inner disciples were saying this just to ensure they could continue playing the game in the future. He raised his eyes to look at Ding Mingson. The latter's expression had noticeably soured. The weight of the inner disciples was far greater than that of the outer disciples. However, if he did not give this creator of illusions a warning, it would significantly impact his future business. After hesitating for a moment, Ding Mingson remained relentless. Movement techniques. So what if the movement techniques have improved? Is the path of cultivation solely about movement techniques? His words silenced those outside. Ding Mingson revealed a triumphant expression and continued to look at Lu Zhe, or should I say, Can you create all the content of cultivation in this way? Originally thought to be a killing blow. Unexpectedly Lu Zhe nodded lightly. Of course I can. Of course not. Ding Mingkang's voice rose with a hint of accusation. You still want to produce more of this heretical contraption. Lu Zhe felt a sense of helplessness within. He had long heard of the second elder's stubborn and authoritarian nature, but he never expected it to reach such extremes. Enough, there's no need for further discussion. Ding Mingsan lost his patience, slamming the table to declare, if you insist on not revealing the true culprit today, I will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Upon hearing this verdict, Lu Zhe furrowed his brows. Being expelled from the sect was acceptable, as he could slowly develop on his own without some foundational support. But being stripped of his cultivation was unacceptable. This Wanxiang Xuanma immortal body was something he had worked hard to acquire. If it were truly destroyed, he would be unable to channel spiritual power and could not even play the game. At this moment a hurried voice came from afar. Elder Ding, please wait. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lu Zhe's brows relaxed slightly. It was the true disciple Zhong Yi. At this moment Ding Mingtsang on the stage frowned, looking towards the direction from which the voice came with a strange expression. He felt somewhat vexed and looked at the enforcer beside him, asking, who exactly is this kid? I've never heard of him. The enforcer was equally puzzled. In fact, apart from the outer sect disciples, there were very few who knew of Lu Zhe's identity except those who frequently visited the refining hall. Ding Mingtsong looked at Lu Zhe with a strange expression. He truly could not understand why this seemingly average youth possessed such great influence. First there were the outer sect disciples. Then came the inner sect disciples. Now even the true disciples were willing to plead on his behalf. Disciple Zhong Yi, I gained much insight while diligently practicing escape of the demon cult yesterday, which greatly aids my cultivation. It is by no means the malicious creation that the elder speaks of. I sincerely request Elder Ding to show mercy. Zhong Yi moved swiftly, reaching outside the enforcer's hall in no time. Behind him the burly Mu Yan and the frosty Li Moran followed closely. The outer and inner sect disciples below instantly erupted in excitement. It's senior brother Zhong. TSK Tisk, as expected of senior brother Zhong, his demeanor is extraordinary. Senior brother Mu's physique seems to have improved in cultivation. What day is it today? To see sisterly within Lingxiao sect. She looks even more beautiful than the rumors. With 3 true disciples pleading, Elder Ding should show some leniency, right? There's hope for our senior. Zhong Yi respectfully inclined his body. On their way to the enforcer's hall, the 3 had sensed Ding Mingkang's furious aura from afar. They quickly used their divine sense to investigate, only to learn that the designer of Escape of the Demon Cult had actually been captured by the second elder. To think he even intended to strip the person of their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Zhong Yi was immensely shocked. He never expected that Escape of the Demon Cult was actually designed by a sect disciple. He couldn't fathom which disciple in the sect had such vision to create such an intricate illusion. However, the most important matter now was to rescue the individual first. Though they had never met, Zhong Yi deeply admired the designer of Escape of the Demon Cult. Being able to exchange insights and enjoy tea with such a companion would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial for him. Oh. Is that truly the case? Ding Mingsan looked at Lu Zhe with an unfriendly gaze, though his tone was noticeably softened compared to before. After all, the other party was a true disciple, a trusted confidant of the various elders, and some face had to be given. Absolutely, I dare not deceive Elder Ding. Do you know who created Escape of the Demon Cult? I do not know, but someone who can create such an illusion must be a wise and enlightened master. A master. A master, heh. Hearing Zhong Yi's response, Ding Mingtsong sneered, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Lu Zhe. Then let me show you who this master really is. He slammed his left palm heavily on the table. The walls surrounding the enforcer's hall instantly vanished. Zhong Yi's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word for a long time. Upon seeing Lu Zhe's face, a fleeting glimpse of relief flashed in Li Moran's eyes, only to vanish quickly. The disciples below were immensely curious about what was happening above. Among the inner sect disciples were golden core and nascent soul cultivators who could barely use their divine sense to see the situation above, but they all closed their eyes. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Who is this esteemed master? Be quiet. I'm trying to see. I see, it's the little disciple from the refining hall who sold us the spirit stone replica. What? You mean Lu Zhe? You must be mistaken. How could he possibly create such an illusion? Are you sure you saw correctly? No, it's absolutely true. I saw it was also Lu Disciple. Lu Disciple. There must be some mistake. The outer and inner sect disciples along with the 3 true disciples in the sky all fell silent at the same time. No one believed that Escape of the Demon Cult was created by Lu Zhe. Let alone that Lu Zhe was at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he were a golden core cultivator, no one would believe it. So you still want to plead for him? Ding Mingsong was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction and continued to sneer. Elder Ding. Zhongyi said, embarrassed. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Zhongyi was ultimately a kind-hearted person. Though he had only met Lu Zhe once, he had a good impression of him. He had helped him and Mu Yan resolve the name change issue and had given him some advice on fleeing. Even if Lu Zhe were not the designer of Escape of the Demon Cult, he still wanted to lend a helping hand. At the very least, he hoped he wouldn't be stripped of his cultivation. Misunderstanding. Humph, what misunderstanding? Ding Mingsong pointed at Lu Zhe furiously, declaring, "You can't possibly think I would believe that such a creation came from his hands. I'm not senile yet. Who exactly has the ability to create such an illusion but dares not reveal themselves? Only daring to let an outer sect disciple take the blame. Such behavior indicates that this person is definitely not a good character." Ding Mingsong had long since concluded that Lu Zhe could not possibly be the designer of Escape of the Demon Cult. His constant pressure on Lu Zhe was to force him to reveal the true mastermind. That person who truly affected his interests. Moreover, last night a master had broken through at the back mountain of Liuwa Peak, causing a celestial phenomenon, and to this day they had not found the person's trace. He seriously suspected that both were the same individual. And it was very likely that, as the divination indicated, they were someone from the demonic path. Otherwise, how could they design such a despicable illusion trial? While eliminating demonic cultivators for the sect, they could also reap the benefits of the illusion. Who wouldn't want that? Thinking this, he glared at Lu Zhe once more. A wave of oppressive force swept towards the youth in the hall. Outer sect disciple Lu Zhe. You have deceived your superiors, sold demonic objects, sheltered wrongdoers, and encouraged evil ways. Speak out, the true designer of Escape of the Demon Cult, and I will spare your life. An overwhelming pressure transformed into a gigantic python tightly coiling around Lu Zhe. If it weren't for the protection of the myriad manifestations of the profound devil immortal body, even if Lu Zhe's will were as strong as steel, he would likely have been forced to submit. No matter how many times I ask, the answer remains the same: this illusion was crafted by me. The boy's tone was incredibly firm. He knew that if he backed down now, it would mean certain death. For some unknown reason, Ding Mingsong was determined to make his life a living hell. He needed to convince the inner sect, no, the true disciples, to believe in him. How dare you speak such arrogance? Ding Mingsong was furious and was about to apply more pressure. Just then a chillingly clear female voice drifted over. What he said may not be untrue. All the disciples present looked at Liu Ran in astonishment. Zhongyi's eyes widened in shock. His junior sister, due to her cultivation physique, was very indifferent to emotions and desires. When had she ever spoken up for someone else? This was truly a rare occurrence. What makes you say that? Ding Mingsong retracted some of his aura and narrowed his eyes at Liu Ran. Liu Ran slightly nodded and calmly said, last night I attempted to analyze the method of constructing the illusion. I found that while the concept was intricate, the techniques used were not profound, and even a chi refinement stage cultivator could accomplish it. It's just that the methods employed were indeed clever. Hearing this, the disciples below began to whisper again. Is that really the case? Does any disciple from the Artifact Refining Pavilion know? I am from the Artifact Refining Pavilion. I was too busy having fun to analyze this thing. What Senior Sisterly said is not untrue. Complex techniques have long been replaced by artifacts created by powerful beings. As long as one infuses spiritual power, they can be used. I heard that Junior Brother Lu was accepted as a named disciple precisely because of his ingenuity in artifact refining. Could it be? It really is Junior Brother Lu. I believe it. I trust whatever Senior Sisterly says. No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. A chi refinement stage cultivator, what qualifications do they have? I also think that even if Senior Sisterly said it, I wouldn't believe it. What Senior Sisterly said is merely theoretical. Zhongyi furrowed his brow as if pondering something seriously. What Liam Oran said he had also researched, so he naturally knew it wasn't unfounded. However, no matter what, he couldn't connect that esteemed figure he admired so much with this young boy in the arena. The gap in realms was simply too vast. Absolutely impossible. Ding Ming Song glanced at Lu Zhe with the corner of his eye and immediately dismissed that possibility. Why is it impossible? If I can prove that this illusion was created by me, can't we put this matter to rest? Lu Zhe retorted. Ding Ming Song sneered, just you. How can you prove it? Regarding the issue of escape from the demon sect, speak without reservation. All right. Then let me ask you, the size of the space in the illusion trial is related to the creator's divine sense. Ding Ming Song didn't beat around the bush and directly got to the point. How can a chi refinement stage cultivator create a space that is almost impossible to see the end of? This would require a cultivation level of at least the transformation stage to achieve. In response, Lu Zhe was not flustered at all and quickly replied, it's very simple. The true size of the space in escape from the demon sect is only about 100 meters in radius. What I did was prepare several identical yet different spaces and then set up randomly combined scenes within them. The size of the game space is limited by the cultivator's cultivation level. However, when creating escape from the demon sect, Lu Zhe employed a clever method. That is, he created 3 identical spaces. Then through techniques he stitched these 3 identical spaces together and kept looping them. To the observers it appeared as if it had transformed into an infinitely vast world. As soon as his explanation came out, Zhong Yi in the sky changed his expression dramatically, looking at Lu Zhe with immense excitement. Beside him, Liam Oran also showed a hint of surprise. Ding Ming Song, not being proficient in illusion techniques, couldn't understand. But seeing the reactions of Liam Oran and Zhong Yi, his heart sank suddenly. It seemed that this kid had indeed spoken correctly. Elder Ding, you don't understand, do you? Do you need me to explain it more clearly? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Ding Ming Song, knowing he had suffered a silent loss, ignored Lu Zhe's words and continued to ask, then let me ask you again, how did you manage to create the music in just 3 days? Are you perhaps also proficient in musical instruments? The disciple once bought an object from the market. The music was all created by the disciple's imagination. If Elder Ding needs it, I can find the purchase receipt. Then what about the restriction on cultivation? The technique to restrict cultivation was developed by my predecessors. The disciple just needed to use props to introduce it. Then, Ding Mingkang's questions were continuous while Lu Zhe answered fluently. In the end, Ding Mingsong could no longer think of any questions, opening his mouth in a daze. The disciples below were all astonished. Could it be? That escape from the demon sect is truly the handiwork of junior brother Lu. No wonder Elder Nangon was willing to accept him as a named disciple. To achieve such results at the chi refinement stage given time. It's unthinkable. There's nothing unthinkable. Junior brother Lu's cultivation qualifications are poor, and I heard he has been cultivating for 3 years and is still at the chi refinement stage. This is called specialization in one's craft. Does Elder Ding have any other questions? Lu Zhe asked calmly, looking at Ding Mingsong. Ding Mingsong shook his head. He absolutely did not believe that Lu Zhe was the one who crafted this illusion. He felt he had to uncover the true mastermind behind it. That mysterious figure who truly affected his interests. No. This illusion could not have been created by you. There must be someone else guiding you. Quickly reveal that person or else. Ding Mingkang's words were left unfinished. Suddenly an old man's voice came from the horizon. Elder Ding, please calm down. The voice carried a gentle yet solemn aura, and the pressure from Ding Mingsong on Lu Zhe immediately lightened considerably. Elder Grandmaster. Ding Mingkang's expression changed drastically and he immediately stood up from his chair. The figure of Chao Wendao appeared sternly, looking at everyone. The 3 true disciples in the air, along with the inner and outer sect disciples on the ground, all nodded and bowed. I have just heard about the events that transpired. Chao Wendao waved his hand and did not put on any airs. He looked at Lu Zhe and suddenly smiled. When did our Lingxiao sect produce such an insightful disciple? Elder Nangon did not even notify me. He had heard Lu Zhe's arguments in secret just now. The theories and techniques of designing illusions gave him a feeling of enlightenment. Especially the method of using a single space to continuously design infinite spaces was truly remarkable. Elder Grandmaster, you flatter me. It is all due to my master's excellent teachings. Lu Zhe responded with a smile. He speculated that this Chao Wendao in front of him was likely the powerful being who had been providing him with 10 demonic values. Ding Mingsong hurriedly spoke up, Elder Grandmaster. Last night the divination of the Tianxian sect. I am aware of the divination, but the Tianxian sect also said that the causal connections of this matter are too significant and the results may not be accurate. Isn't that so? Chao Wendao interrupted Ding Mingkang's explanation, smiling as he spoke. Moreover, today our Lingxiao sect consumed some resources and asked the Tianxian sect to perform another divination regarding our Lingxiao sect's fortune. The divination shows that for the next 100 years it will be the most prosperous time for our Lingxiao sect. From this perspective, the infiltration of the demon sect into our Lingxiao sect is likely a mere fabrication. Ding Mingkang's expression shifted dramatically. From Chao Wendao's words, it seemed he was inclined to favor Lu Zhe. At this moment he no longer had the opportunity to pin the label of a demonic cultivator onto Lu Zhe. And once he accepted Chao Wendao's favor, it would become even more difficult to interfere with the matter of selling the illusions. Moreover, the most important thing was a group of disciples were all watching. As a dignified elder of a sect being refuted by a foundation establishment disciple, where would he put his face? He had served as an elder in the Lingxiao sect for 700 years without ever experiencing such humiliation as today. Thinking of this, he was burning with rage and shot Lu Zhe a glare. Elder Grandmaster, we cannot reach a conclusion on this matter for the time being. If someone else has instructed him on the theory, then isn't it normal for him to answer fluently just now? Chao Wendao frowned. So what do you mean? He did not agree with Ding Mingkang's approach in his heart. No matter what, it was too harsh for an ordinary disciple. I believe that since Lu Zhe possesses such capabilities, he should demonstrate it before everyone, once more creating another illusion to convince me. This. Chao Wendao hesitated for a moment. In his heart he had already believed more than half of what Lu Zhe said. Facing the pressure from the sect elders, his calm and eloquent demeanor was not something an ordinary youth could achieve. Moreover, Lu Zhe's analysis of some key techniques left him very satisfied. Even if the escape of the demon cult was created by a qi refining stage cultivator, it was not impossible. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Zhe's mouth, as if he had encountered a grand piece of news. At that moment a clear system notification emerged before his eyes. The righteous expert Ding Mingsong challenges you. To maintain the face of the demon path, you need to win a stunning victory. Mission: accept the challenge posed by Ding Mingsong and achieve victory, inflicting as much damage as possible. Mission reward depends on the outcome of the mission. Without a moment's thought, Lu Zhe spoke directly, of course I can. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. Just the fact that there was the escape of the demon cult was enough to leave everyone stunned. Could it be that Lu Zhe claimed he could make another one? The disciples on the ground were chattering amongst themselves. Could it really be his work? Even if it was made by Brother Lu, it wouldn't be possible to recreate it in such a short time. I feel it's just bluster. Such a flawless illusion is a gift from heaven. To think of creating a second one. It's likely impossible. Brother Lu is being foolish. With the great elder here, it wouldn't hurt to refuse. The crowd became increasingly skeptical that Lu Zhe was the designer of the escape of the demon cult. His actions were simply too abnormal. Good. Ding Mingkang's eyes sparkled, immediately agreeing, afraid that Lu Zhe might change his mind. Since you have such courage, I will comply with your wishes. However, there is a requirement. You must complete it within a month, and during the production period you are prohibited from leaving the artifact refining pavilion even a step. I will send disciples from the enforcement hall to supervise you the entire time. Ding Mingsong still didn't believe Lu Zhe was the creator of the escape of the demon cult. He was certain that someone was guiding Lu Zhe behind the scenes. As long as there was supervision and no contact with outsiders, Lu Zhe would definitely not create any waves. Unexpectedly, the young man nodded calmly. All right. However, since Elder Ding has made such a request, I also have a few requests of my own. They are not unreasonable, are they? Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly turned sharper. Ding Mingsong did not immediately agree, but asked in return, what requirements do you have? Speak and let me hear. First, if I can produce it, should today's behavior of Elder Ding making things difficult not be punished. Second, all the illusion trials I create in the future should not be interfered with by the sect for any reason. Lu Zhe's gaze was resolute. From Ding Mingkang's eyes he could already tell that this man was no good. The reason he made things difficult for him was certainly more than just to disrupt the sect's atmosphere, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. A grudge had been formed. It was settled. There was no need to be polite to him. Moreover, the system rewarded him. The more damage he caused Ding Ming Sung, the better the rewards he would receive. It was better to gamble. To inflict as much damage to his interests as possible and obtain richer rewards from the system. In this way, he would surely have some means of protection. The disciples under the enforcement hall were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a disciple dare to make an elder face punishment. Even if it was just a hypothetical situation. Ha, trying to scare me. Ding Mingsong was secretly delighted. The more Lu Zhe acted like this, the more Ding Mingsong felt he was just bluffing. If it really is your work, don't say just an apology. Even going to the Reflection Valley for a month would be nothing. Ding Mingsong answered immediately without hesitation. The Reflection Valley was a place for punishing serious offenders within the sect. The spiritual energy there was thin, the miasma obscured vision, and there were ancient formations set up by mighty beings specifically to suppress cultivation levels. Once there, even an elder would suffer a loss. Ding Mingsong dared to say such things, fully confident he could defeat Lu Zhe. Because even if we take 1,000 steps back, if the escape of the demon cult really came from Lu Zhe's hands, Ding Mingsong did not believe he could produce a second one in just 1 month. Good. It's settled then. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. The requirements Ding Mingsong himself proposed were far more severe than the punishments he had prepared. However, if you cannot prove it, I will destroy your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Ding Mingsong glared viciously at Lu Zhe. The latter smiled, cupped his fists, and bowed to Chao Wenda. Please, great elder, establish a sect contract. Hearing the word sect contract, everyone's expression changed. This guy. Was he serious? As the great elder, Chao Wenda felt somewhat troubled. If what Lu Zhe and Ding Mingsong discussed earlier did not have a sect contract, it could still be considered a joke later. Once the sect contract was established, its meaning would be different. Are you sure about this? Once the sect contract is established, unless the sect leader intervenes, no one can change it. Chao Wenda felt a bit reluctant. He believed in his heart that Lu Zhe was indeed the true designer of the escape of the demon cult. However, it was normal for a young person to act rashly. If he got carried away, he might make foolish decisions. At least in his view. Works of cleverness like the escape of the demon cult could not possibly be completed in just 1 month. Lu Zhe replied, I have thought it through. I thank Elder Chao for your good intentions. Elder Chao, don't delay. Such disrespect to the teacher should be met with severe punishment. Ding Mingsong urged, fearing the other party might change their mind. Since you two have made up your minds, I will not interfere any longer. After saying this, Chao Wenda produced a giant golden brush from thin air. He quickly waved it in the air, and a scroll filled with identical golden characters on both sides fell between Lu Zhe and Ding Mingsong. Lu Zhe bit his finger and dripped blood on his signature place. The contract is established. Chao Wenda said slowly, looking at Lu Zhe with some regret. If it weren't for the limit on the number of true disciples under his name, he would genuinely want to take Lu Zhe under his wing. Elder Ding, please present the topic. Lu Zhe made a gesture of invitation. Ding Mingkang's lips curled into a sly smile. In our Lingxiao sect, the path of cultivation is vast, but the weapon most chosen by disciples remains the sword. At the Sword Intent Cliff of the Sword Asking Mountain, disciples go there daily to comprehend the sword intent. However, disciples are severely lacking in their basic sword training. Since you are so confident, design an illusion training focused on basic swordsmanship so that the disciples will no longer be lazy and work diligently on their sword practice. Additionally, the sect does not lack illusion realms for sparring. Your created illusion need not include any combat functions. On Linxian Peak at the Law Enforcement Hall. Xian Yutong, an attendant of Linxian Peak, had followed Ding Mingsong for several decades and had not seen him so furious in a long time. He knew that Ding Mingsong had a fiery temper, so much so that even pouring tea was done with trepidation, fearing he would be implicated. Xian Yutong flattered with a smile, Elder Ding, why must you be so enraged? It's just a registered disciple, you can deal with him however you wish. Oof. How dare he establish a sect contract? I want to see where he gets his confidence. Ding Mingsong took the teacup and downed it in one gulp, his eyes filled with fury. How dare a mere foundation establishment disciple speak to him like that? If it weren't for the fact that the law enforcement hall was filled with sect disciples, he could have easily crushed Lu Zhe into a cripple with a flick of his hand. Unfortunately, he could not go too far under everyone's gaze and had to endure. According to intelligence reports after the incident, it seemed this kid named Lu Zhe had issued a notice before coming to the law enforcement hall summoning all disciples who had played fleeing from the demon cult to this place. Clearly the other party had planned this in advance. What a cunning little brat. Xian Yutong scolded upon learning of this. We must not let him turn the tables this time. Such a disciple is bound to be a disaster for the sect. Turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Ding Mingtson revealed a sly smile. From the moment he agreed to let me choose the topic, he could no longer turn the tables. What do you mean by that? Xian Yutong was puzzled. Dong Mingtson was filled with confidence. He had already devised a strategy when he requested to choose the topic. Practicing swordsmanship is not like practicing movement techniques. Once it is said to be about practicing swordsmanship, it is about fighting. Once it returns to the essence of fighting, how can his little cleverness find an opening? Does my Lingxiao sect lack illusory trials regarding sword practice? They were all created by great powers of the past. How can a mere foundation establishment disciple possess the ability to surpass such works? Furthermore, the reason fleeing from the demon cult was successful is that the combat logic he designed was exceptionally outstanding. Since I explicitly stated that developing combat features is forbidden, how can he turn the tables? He is bound to lose. In the refining pavilion, Lu Zhe had moved from a small room to a separate loft. The living facilities were complete and there were props and magical treasures for making illusions. Ding Mingtson had set up a barrier around the loft. Without his permission, Lu Zhe could not go out and no one could come in. You brat, you really are a headache. In just half a month of my absence, you've caused a huge mess. You've even established a sect contract. You. Oh no. A furious reprimand came from the sound transmission jade slip in Lu Zhe's hand. It was his master, the sixth elder of the Lingxiao sect, Nangong Yuan. According to the regulations, Lu Zhe was not allowed to communicate with others. It was said that Nangong Yuan had used some connections to secure this communication opportunity. However, he was also monitored by Ding Mingtson to prevent cheating. You old man can have fun outside, don't worry, the disciple knows what to do. Lu Zhe said, helplessly rolling his eyes. If he listened any longer, his ears would surely grow calluses. You brat. Fine. After all, you are from my refining pavilion. I can't let outsiders bully you. The old man spoke with a tone of disappointment. Since you are so resolute, I will let you observe and study all the illusions related to sword practice within the sect. The methods in this are for you to comprehend on your own. I cannot say too much. Nangong Yuan hesitated. Thank you, master. Lu Zhe expressed his understanding. It was certainly that old fellow Ding Mingtson who, in order to prevent Elder Nangong from giving him hints, insisted on banning discussions on related content. Although the sect's illusions might not help him much, they were still better than nothing. Master, do you think I can win? Lu Zhe suddenly asked with interest. On the other end of the communication jade slip there was a long silence. The answer was self-evident. After a while, Nangong Yuan finally cursed and said, you brat. Now you finally realize you've caused a big mess and start worrying about winning and losing. Just go do it, I'll find a way to handle the matter of the sect contract. What use is your bit of cultivation? After hearing this, Lu Zhe felt no comfort at all. He felt as if he had just been scolded. So master also thinks I can't win. Lu Zhe chuckled. Then how about we make a bet? If I win, master, you help me make a magical item, how about that? Nangong Yuan was a bit bewildered. He felt that his disciple might need to find an attendant from the Danqing Peak to check his brain. If you can win with such conditions, don't say just one magical item, I will make you a celestial artifact. It's a deal. At night, Lu Zhe rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead. Throughout the day he had been continually experiencing various sword practice illusions. The more he experienced, the tighter his brows knitted. No wonder this is the weapon most favored by cultivators, even the illusions are so refined. After exiting the last swordsmanship practice illusion, Lu Zhe sighed. It had to be said that these cultivators had played the training of swordsmanship to a certain extreme. They had all kinds of difficulties fully equipped. Although the ancients may not have known how to create games, they certainly knew how to cultivate. Even though the illusory trials merely transplanted the ideas of practicing swordsmanship from reality into the illusions. But it was already sufficiently refined. Everything Lu Zhe could think of or could not think of regarding the art of wielding a sword was included. For a moment even he felt it was somewhat tricky. There were two reasons limiting his creativity. First, his cultivation had just reached foundation establishment and the space his divine sense could support was not much larger than before. In other words, he could not create large game scenes similar to Sekiro or Nioh. Second, there were the restrictions left by Ding Mingzong. He could not design any combat-related gameplay. He could only work on single-player modes. Moreover, it had to be the kind that couldn't be linked. This way, combat games like Meteor Butterfly Sword were also excluded. Suddenly, the options drastically decreased. Sword practice. Gameplay. Settings. Lu Zhe fell into deep thought. He had to admit that Ding Mingzong was indeed an old trickster. The seemingly arbitrary rules imposed significant restrictions on him, especially banning the combat feature, which was fatal. Forget it, let's just create something first. Lu Zhe shook his head. He decided to try making a few games before making further plans. At Wenjian Peak in the private meditation room for true disciples. Junior sisterly, what do you think about the illusions for practicing swordsmanship? Zhongyi asked. Li Moran shook her head. I have no thoughts. Beside her, Muyan laughed. She is a swordsmanship genius. She has never encountered a bottleneck in comprehending swordsmanship. Why would she need to rely on illusions for cultivation? That makes sense. Zhongyi agreed and continued to ask Junior sisterly, do you think he can create illusions as good as fleeing from the demon cult? What do you think, senior brother? I think. Zhongyi sighed and shook his head. It's difficult. If the theme is swordsmanship, then the illusions inevitably lean towards the aspect of combat. The reason fleeing from the demon cult was successful is that it broke free from the monotonous combat and used a novel approach to immerse us in the illusion. I admit that Lu Shidi is exceptionally talented, but once it enters the realm of combat, the illusions he creates will be hard to compare with fleeing from the demon cult. Perhaps Elder Ding proposed such a requirement precisely because he saw this. Sigh. Zhongyi felt deeply regretful about Lu Zhe's situation. In his view, once it involves the field of combat, it is akin to entering a dead end. If it is centered on fighting, the disciples can fully practice in the classic secret realms left by the elders. Those with stronger abilities can even directly confront the illusions of powerful cultivators to accumulate combat experience. It can be said that regarding combat, the existing illusions have already reached their peak. They could not possibly be shaken. If it is not centered on combat, then what can wielding a sword do? He couldn't think of anything. Why do you look so downcast, senior brother Zhong? The naturally naive Mu Yuan was rather optimistic. I think with Lu Shi's brain, creating a combat-type cultivation illusion would be incredibly enjoyable. We must spar well when the time comes. Did you forget? Elder Ding said that the combat feature is forbidden. Zhongyi looked at the eager Mu Yuan, feeling a bit envious of his cheerful disposition. He had come to Wenjian Peak intending to discuss whether there was any possibility of innovation in swordsmanship cultivation with Li Moran. But she was a swordsmanship genius, and all cultivation seemed as ordinary as breathing and drinking in her eyes. She really could not provide any suggestions. Now it seemed that Lu Zhe's situation was quite perilous. What if? Li Moran suddenly paused her training. In the artifact refinement pavilion within the loft where Lu Zhe resided, he exited the illusion he had just crafted, frowning and deep in thought. No, it's still too dull. The process of creating the game over the past few days had not gone smoothly. Although the theme of the game had been decided, selecting the right game for localization remained a challenge. After deciding to avoid the theme of combat, the first game that came to Lu Zhe's mind was Fruit Ninja. The vivid scenes of slicing countless fruits with fingers as swords from his past life vividly resurfaced. Accompanied by crisp sound effects, countless fruits burst like jams, providing a great sense of relief. During the early days of mobile gaming, Fruit Ninja had once dominated this field. Relaxing, comfortable, and simple. On the first day, Lu Zhe managed to transplant Fruit Ninja into the illusion tower. However, after playing it himself, he felt unsatisfied. Fruits appearing randomly in the air and players slicing them with a sword lacked the shock factor that was present when smartphones were first launched in his past life. Moreover, within the Lingxiao sect, the disciples practiced swordsmanship in far more intricate ways. What was so remarkable about slicing fruits? Even if Lu Zhe increased the difficulty, it still felt off. He also tried replacing the fruits with attacking monsters. This resulted in the illusion trial becoming no different from the usual sword practice in the sect. Lu Zhe attempted to incorporate some common level designs, such as continuously upgrading weapons skills or the mechanics and weaknesses of monsters. But no matter how he arranged it, it always felt somewhat lacking. The main issue was that the methods of cultivation practitioners were too extravagant. Without some innovative design, it was unlikely to match the effective escape from the demon sect. Alternatively, if the game world could be larger, he could rely on gameplay and the worldview for success. Unfortunately, with Liu Ze's current cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage, the size of the illusions he could create was quite limited. Otherwise, he could simply bring in games like Sekiro or Nioh and let those who enjoyed swordplay indulge in it. With the scope of the illusion being so small, he could only focus on creativity. Liu Ze looked at the illusion designed based on Fruit Ninja, frowning in contemplation. No matter how I design it, I cannot avoid the aspect of swinging a sword. Once the sword is swung, it transforms into a combat theme. If it's combat, then it becomes impossible to differentiate from the Sect's illusions. Liu Ze muttered to himself. This seemed to create a kind of deadlock. After all, this was not his past life. In his past life, it didn't require much gameplay, even if the visuals were flashy and the impact satisfying. That was enough for decent results. But what was the significance of combat for the cultivators? The special effects of games from his past life couldn't possibly compare to the shock of encounters between powerful cultivators. Then, what if the significance of swinging a sword is not for combat? Liu Ze narrowed his eyes, trying to find a way out amidst countless dead ends. How should it be designed to keep the disciples continuously swinging their swords? There must be a driving force. There must be something that can only be achieved by swinging the sword. Lost in thought, Liu Ze subconsciously swung his sword while pondering. In a casual slash, he accidentally missed an apple. The apple fell to the ground and vanished. Wait a moment. Like Newton struck on the head, Liu Ze suddenly had a spark of inspiration. It disappeared upon hitting the ground, which defied logic. What if it fell to the ground and then sprouted into fruit? This sudden idea greatly inspired Liu Ze. He immediately modified the illusion, designing the space below to be deeper and elevating the character into the sky. The ground also turned into soft soil. Again, fruits fell from the sky once more. Liu Ze executed a zape slash, shattering countless fruits into pieces. Only one crop which did not belong to the fruits was accurately spared. It was a sunflower. The sunflower landed in the soil and in an instant sprouted out of the ground, transforming into a smiling sunflower. Liu Ze smiled. He had solved this puzzle. In the half-month since Liu Ze's disappearance, all remained calm within the Lingxiao sect. The patrol intensity of the law enforcement hall had increased, and disciples who were not diligently cultivating and were engrossed in escape from the demon cult faced severe punishments. Countless mini illusion towers had been confiscated. Yet despite this, the disciples were still sneaking around to play. They even formed teams to counter the law enforcement hall, using various tricks to outsmart them. The bet between Liu Ze and Ding Mingsong had become a hot topic within the sect. It's been half a month and we still don't know how Lu Xiong's new game. The new illusion is coming along. Do you really think Lu Xiong is the creator of Escape from the Demon Cult? You weren't there that day. Liu Ze boldly confronted Elder Ding, and he was quite spirited. If he weren't the actual designer, would he dare to boast so grandly? I doubt it. Perhaps he just wanted Elder Ding to back down. I heard from a disciple of the refining hall that Liu Ze received a task to arrange a secret realm for the outer disciples, but within 3 days. 3 days. Then how could he possibly create Escape from the Demon Cult? Indeed, the real designer must be someone else. If it's real, there's nothing to be done. I don't believe there can be another illusion like Escape from the Demon Cult in this world. Regardless of its authenticity, I hope he can make it. Otherwise, no one will be able to play with the mini illusion tower anymore. I just hope Escape from the Demon Cult won't be permanently sealed as a banned item by Elder Ding. Day by day passed. Ever since that day when an apple sparked his inspiration, Liu Ze felt a sudden clarity. By combining the gameplay of Fruit Ninja with the tower defense mechanics of Plants vs. Zombies, Liu Ze believed that the game he was creating this time would be quite explosive. These ancient people had never experienced good games. Creating an Escape from the Demon Cult could make a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators obsess day and night. Now bringing the most classic tower defense game from his past life into this world, he couldn't even imagine the outcome. In his previous life, even veteran players who grew up playing games were stunned when they first encountered Plants vs. Zombies. What more could be said for these ancient people? In his past life as a game designer, Liu Ze had meticulously studied the values and level designs of many classic games. In this life, with his extraordinary memory, the production process was not particularly difficult. The storyline mode of Plants vs. Zombies had numerous levels. Lu Zhe spent a week completely restoring it. After that came the localization modifications. Regarding the plants, there was basically no need for changes. Even in a cultivation background, the roles of various plants were easily understood. The facial features appearing on the plants required no further explanation. A single spiritual plant could clarify all doubts. Even without Lu Zhe emphasizing it, the cultivators could quickly understand it as spiritual plant. The zombie aspects required a bit of effort. There were many overly modern elements that needed to be modified. For instance, replacing newspapers with remnants of scriptures, changing football uniforms to general's armor, and altering clown costumes to jester outfits. Overall, the production took about half a month. In this illusion, players only had to do two things: first, eliminate all unnecessary plants and fruits. Second, place the required plants where they wished to plant them. Lu Zhe couldn't wait to give it a trial run. To be honest, the experience was quite pleasing. The sunlight that needed to be collected in the original game was changed by Lu Zhe to automatically gathered spiritual energy. The time originally spent collecting sunlight and selecting cards was transformed into constantly swinging a sword above the spiritual field to cut down unnecessary plants and fruits. In this way, there was sword practice. There was gameplay. There was also motivation. The only downside was that players died too slowly in this game. The demon value earned was a bit low. Well, let's just consider it charity. Lu Zhe sighed. At this moment, he could not afford to worry about so much. The pressing matter was to defeat Ding Mingsong to pave the way for his future gaming empire. Moreover, from a long-term perspective, Plants vs. Zombies would definitely bring him explosive acclaim, and the player count would soar. Once the player count increased, it wouldn't be too late for him to reap a substantial reward. With that thought, he no longer felt anxious. After completing the main levels, Lu Zhe began to create various minigames and survival modes. Soon the promised day arrived. To everyone's surprise, Ding Mingsong not only did not quietly resolve the matter, but instead boldly brought it to the forefront. He publicly announced that today in the Sect Square he would share Lu Zhe's new illusion with all disciples. Many disciples speculated privately that Elder Ding was fishing. Perhaps when the time came, those present would have their names noted by the enforcement team and would be closely monitored in the future. Doubts aside, when the day truly arrived, the disciples still converged at the Lingxiao Square to witness the new illusion. In an instant, the path leading to the Lingxiao Square was crowded with Sect disciples. Fellow Taoists, are you all here to wait for the new illusion trial? At this point, do you still believe Lu Zhe is the designer? If you don't believe it, why go to the square? I don't believe it. I'm just rushing to see the spectacle. Tisk, am I the only one looking forward to Elder Ding being made to face the wall in the Reflection Valley by junior brother Lu? Shoo! Be careful, the walls have ears. I just hope to play the new illusion. What? What illusion? I just want to join in the fun with the crowd. Soon the Lingxiao Square became bustling with people and latecomers even queued outside. In the center of the square was a huge open space. 7 elders of the Lingxiao sect, except for Elder Nangong of the Liuwa Peak, who was not present, had already taken their seats early in the open space. In the center of the open space was a massive illusion tower large enough to accommodate half of the sect's disciples entering the illusion. The surrounding disciples were whispering among themselves. With all 6 elders gathered, something significant must be happening. Why is there still no movement? Of course, the star of this grand play hasn't arrived yet. Where is junior brother Lu? Why hasn't he arrived? Does he dare to come? Then escape from the demon cult definitely isn't his work. Then whose could it be? It is said that Elder Ding suspects it is the work of the demon cult. How could the demon cult produce such talent? There must be a mistake. It definitely won't be Lu Zhe. If I were him, I would have already privately abandoned my cultivation and left the sect. To avoid losing face. Junior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu is here. Did he really dare to come? There was a stir among the crowd as everyone looked up. Lu Zhe, led by 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall, swiftly flew towards the venue from a distance. Amidst countless astonished, confused, and mocking gazes, the black-haired youth yawned as he slowly walked to the center of the venue. It seemed as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. So this is Lu Zhe, the very youth Elder Ding keeps praising. Oof. Such youthful vigor is indeed admirable. In my view, we might as well show leniency and pardon him this once. Pardon. The Sect covenant has already been signed. To spare him would mean Elder Ding must retreat to the Valley of Reflection for cultivation. This youth's cultivation realm is hardly lofty. Can he truly craft a phantasmal realm of such caliber? Neither do I believe it. Let us observe today and see for ourselves. The elders murmured among themselves, exchanging quiet remarks. At the mention of Ding Mingsong's potential banishment to the Valley of Reflection, several elders' brows lifted with unmistakable delight and even a trace of anticipation. Yet deep down they knew such an outcome was utterly impossible. Thus their gazes upon Lu Zhe carried a quiet undercurrent of sorrow and pity. Disciple Lu Zhe pays respects to all elders. Lu Zhe offered a faint courteous smile and saluted the elders with a formal fist-and-palm bow. Enough talk, let us begin at once. Silence, proceed directly. Ding Mingsong's voice brimmed with impatience as he scowled. Yet Lu Zhe interjected calmly, unhurried. Before we commence, perhaps we should first agree upon evaluation criteria. What say you, Elder Ding? The last time Ding Mingsong had set the standard, the Tao of the Sword, he'd assumed it was merely offhand rhetoric. It was only during game development that he grasped its true difficulty. Thus Ding Mingsong was no mere superficial hothead, his mind ran deeper than appearances suggested. Fearing disadvantage in later disputes, he deliberately reserved this precautionary measure. Ding Mingsong glanced at the other elders, then nodded. Very well. Allow me to state my requirements. First, the phantasmal realm you craft must demonstrate ingenuity unlike any existing realm, akin to cult sect escape. Second, since the theme is sword cultivation, disciples entering the realm shall perform only one action, swinging the sword. Third, though our sect possesses numerous sword cultivation phantasmal trials, disciples seldom employ them. Since you claim authorship of cult sect escape, your new realm must likewise captivate disciples utterly. Within 7 days, the average daily immersion time per disciple must not fall below 2 hours. And daily sword swings must number no fewer than 3,000. These were demands he'd prepared long in advance. Under the premise of sword practice, one must simultaneously exhibit brilliance and sustain relentless repetition. This was the first formidable challenge. Requiring both an average daily immersion time of no less than 2 hours and a minimum of 3,000 sword swings, that constituted the second formidable challenge. Even if 1 or 2, or even 1 or 200 diehard fans of cult sect escape logged in daily to inflate Lu Zhe's metrics, it would still prove impossible to sway the average usage time across the entire sect. Ordinary disciples held little interest in phantasmal trials. Even ancient trials left behind by primordial immortals failed to entice disciples into consistent daily practice. Even granting Lu Zhe truly authored cult sect escape, Ding Mingsong refused to believe he could accomplish this feat. A faint smirk of triumph flickered across Ding Mingsong's face as he watched Lu Zhe. Yet Lu Zhe spoke with unruffled composure. Is that all? Ding Mingsong blinked. That is all. Had he considered adding more? But for the moment no further ideas came to mind. Lu Zhe wasn't posturing, he genuinely found the terms simple. Given the intensity of the new realm, 3,000 swings per day paled beside what was possible. Even 10,000 seemed plausible. I too have one condition, Lu Zhe said. For 1 week the law enforcement hall shall prohibit confiscation of any artifact or device related to the phantasmal tower. Ha ha. That is trivial. I am not so base as to resort to such tactics. At Ding Mingsong's words, surrounding disciples erupted in exhilaration. Each day over 100 miniature phantasmal towers owned by inner sect disciples were seized, so frequently that the workshops selling them now faced shortages and soaring prices. According to Elder Ding's decree, was unrestricted access to phantasmal trials permitted for an entire week. Exhilarating. Even if the new realm proved lackluster, replaying cult sect escape alone would suffice. With Elder Ding's assurance, this disciple feels at ease. Lu Zhe smiled gently and nodded. Then let us begin. With that he stepped before the phantasmal tower and inserted the prepared phantasmal crystal. All present disciples had already donned the tokens distributed earlier. As spiritual energy surged into the devices, they seamlessly entered the new phantasmal world. Within the phantasmal space a bold inscription blazed forth. Spirit plant war against the undead. Zhong-Yi instantly entered the illusionary realm. Spiritual flora versus zombies. What on earth is this? Staring at several artistically rendered characters that abruptly materialized in the space, he stood utterly bewildered. While playing cult sect escape, Zhong-Yi had already found it odd none of Lingxiao sect's illusionary trials, unlike Lu Zhe's, bore a uniquely crafted title for each one. Moreover, that title always flashed prominently at the outset. Another illusion whose name reveals nothing of its true nature. Zhongyi murmured pensively. The characters vanished and before him rose a colossal gravestone. Upon it rested 4 square panels. The first bore the words Adventure Mode. The remaining 3 displayed gray question marks. Behind the gravestone stretched hundreds of meters of land, visible in the distance was a rustic farmhouse and a broad expanse of farmland. Is this a main menu? Zhongyi stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Having endured cult sect escape, Lingxiao sect disciples had grown remarkably quick to accept even the most bizarre terminology. Zhongyi, sharp-minded, soon discovered that his divine sense could select any panel upon the gravestone. He locked onto Adventure Mode and prepared to enter. Suddenly from the earth before the gravestone a green rotting hand shot forth, followed by an absurd comical roar. Brother Lu truly has a twisted sense of humor. Zhongyi shook his head with a wry smile and stepped into the trial. The scene shifted. His body appeared suspended mid-air. He twisted his torso, finding himself astonishingly agile, capable of flying freely across the sky. Beneath him lay an uncultivated wasteland. Beyond its edge a cluster of emerald-hued putrid zombies lurched about, arms flailing and jaws gnashing. These zombies looked strangely dull-witted. Zhongyi couldn't help but remark. In this world no one understood concepts like cartoonish or realistic art styles, only that these shambling figures inexplicably evoked laughter. So is the trial simply to slash down these zombies from the sky with my sword? That seems far too simple. He muttered to himself. At that very moment several lines of large slow-drifting characters emerged across the sky. You are an ordinary man, skilled in swordsmanship, born into generations of farming. Recently you discovered your family's fields have been infused with spiritual energy, gradually transforming into spirit-fertile land. From the heavens fruits and plants shall descend ceaselessly. Should any strike the fertile soil, they will damage it. To safeguard your spirit-fertile land you must wield your sword to clear all falling fruits and flora from the air. The introduction had scarcely concluded when fruits began streaking across the sky. Though Zhongyi's sword mastery was unexceptional by elite standards, even this challenge posed no difficulty. With a single sweeping stroke apples, watermelons and bananas exploded into vivid splatters, crisp resonant bursts echoing through the air. This illusion feels oddly mundane, Zhongyi mused, faintly furrowing his brow, disappointment flickering in his thoughts. Slicing airborne fruit was a common training exercise in illusionary trials, hardly novel. Indeed, he'd witnessed far more demanding feats, slicing tofu into translucent sheets, severing individual strands of hair. The only distinction here lay in the satisfying crunch and vivid pulp spray, strangely cathartic yet ultimately superficial. None of this convinced Zhongyi that Lu Zhe's new illusion held exceptional merit. His brow tightened further. It seems Brother Lu faces grave odds this time. In the plaza below, nearly every disciple's consciousness had entered the illusion. Only a handful of elders remained seated, their authority granting them real-time access to disciples' trial progress within the illusionary tower. A circular terminal projected shimmering images into the air, each depicting a disciple's current trial. All had just entered the realm. Watching disciples either stare blankly at floating instructions or swing swords vigorously at falling fruit, the elders exchanged uneasy glances. Elder Lu, as master of the sword, asking Peak, you are unmatched in sword cultivation. In your expert judgment, what is the caliber of this illusion? Ding Mingtsong, the event's chief organizer, spoke first. Subpar, Elder Lu Qingmei replied bluntly, her tone sour, betraying deep skepticism toward Lu Zhe's creation. Subpar. It's downright childish. Slicing fruit is no cultivation, it's a mockery. Lin Qingxuan, third elder of Danqing Peak, erupted with characteristic fire. How could this possibly be the work of the same person who designed cult sect escape? It squanders our sect's disciples' precious time. With that, Lin Xingxian rose abruptly. I have urgent matters, I bid you farewell. The other elders sighed and shook their heads, clearly disillusioned. What had begun as cautious anticipation had curdled into profound disappointment. One by one elders excused themselves and departed, except for senior elder Chao Wendao, who gazed intently at one disciple's trial projection, lost in quiet contemplation. Ding Mingtsong's spirit soared. I'd imagined this young man possessed extraordinary confidence, yet in just 1 month he produced this. Are Lingxiao sect disciples truly entering illusionary trials to slice fruit? Wouldn't that invite ridicule across the cultivation world? He cast a cold, mocking glance toward Lu Zhe. Ding Mingtsong felt victory assured. Judging by this spectacle alone, Lu Zhe had clearly exhausted his ingenuity, nothing more remained to offer. Daring to present fruit slicing as a trial. Not even Lingxiao Sect, but even mundane martial schools in city alleys invested far greater artistry into sword practice. Ding Mingsong fixed Lu Zhe with a frost-laced gaze. This time, who pray tell will shield you? Just as Zhou Ni began to feel a flicker of disappointment, words shimmered into view before him. Some of your farmland has been upgraded to spirit fields. Spiritual energy is steadily being gathered. Zhou Ni lowered his gaze to the ground beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, the barren field consisted of 5 furrows. At its center, one furrow now brimmed with verdant vegetation, its soil exhaling faint golden spiritual energy. So it truly is a spirit field. Zhou Ni felt a quiet curiosity. Why had this information been revealed to him so unceremoniously? At the same time, he noticed a number appearing in the upper left corner: 150. 150. What does that signify? Zhou Ni frowned again, puzzled. Above him, the floating prompt continued. Occasionally, spirit plants with awakened spiritual awareness may appear in the air. A fresh wave of fruit descended. Among them floated a pea pod shimmering with golden light, the very spirit plant foretold in the message. Without hesitation, Zhou Ni raised his blade and slashed. Every fruit and plant fell apart in an instant. Do not chop spirit plants to pieces. Instead, use the flat of your blade to guide them gently onto the spirit field. You may reap unexpected rewards. Zhou Ni's knuckles whitened. Why didn't you say so earlier? They're already chopped to pieces. Fortunately, the next wave of fruit refreshed swiftly, and another golden pea pod, a spirit plant, appeared once more. This time, Zhou Ni carefully avoided striking the pea pod and instead used the broad side of his blade to adjust its descent, guiding it precisely onto the furrow rich with spirit soil. The moment it touched the spirit earth, the pea pod transformed instantly. A plumpied, sharp-beaked pea shooter sprang to life. The number in the upper left corner shifted from 150 to 50. Simultaneously, golden spiritual energy coalesced above the spirit field into a radiant orb, which then drifted autonomously toward Zhou Ni. With a soft glug, the number in the upper left corner increased by 25, rising to 75. I understand. A spark of revelation lit Zhou Ni's eyes. That number reflects the spiritual energy generated by the spirit field. Spirit plants consume energy as they grow, and the figure beneath each plant indicates its exact energy cost. In this regard, Zhou Ni possessed extraordinary insight. His earlier sense of disappointment had vanished entirely. A subtle stirring intuition rose within him. This illusionary realm was profoundly extraordinary. It might well upend the entire Qingxiao sect. No. The entire cultivation world. Before him, the prompt continued. A horde of zombies lurks beyond your farmstead, eyeing you with predatory intent. Repel their assault. The moment the message faded, Zhou Ni saw the zombies near the spirit field stir. His heart tightened, then slackened almost comically as he watched them limp forward with stiff, uneven gait. He half feared these elderly zombies would trip over a pebble and collapse dead before even reaching the edge of the spirit field. But how exactly am I meant to slay them? Chin resting thoughtfully on his fingers, Zhou Ni sank into contemplation. His sole weapon was the sword in his hand, yet he had already tested it. The blade passed harmlessly through the zombies' bodies. His movement remained confined to a narrow airspace limited strictly to slicing falling fruit and planting spirit flora. Fruit and spirit plants rained down ceaselessly, a dazzling, relentless cascade. Thinking intently, Zhou Ni continued to cleave fruit after fruit until at last the shambling zombies reached the very edge of the spirit field. Just as Zhou Ni stood frozen awaiting new guidance, the pea shooter in the spirit field opened its mouth and fired a round, glossy pea. The pea shot forth like an arrow, striking a zombie square upon the forehead and leaving behind a jagged fissure. Zhou Ni's eyes widened, astonishment and elation surging through him. In that instant, he grasped utterly how this illusory realm was meant to be played. Zhou Ni's illusion. At this moment, it is difficult to describe the excitement in his heart. After unlocking the true gameplay of Plants vs. Zombies, it felt as if he had opened a new world. Cutting fruits in the sky is merely a method of action. The true essence of the game lies in the spiritual field beneath his feet. After completing the first level, he obtained a new spiritual plant. It is a sunflower that can increase the production speed of spiritual energy. Zhou Ni, with his exceptional intelligence, immediately realized that he needed to plant sunflowers first to ensure a basic supply of spiritual energy, and then use the continuously produced spiritual energy to grow more pea shooters for defense. He also breezed through the second level. Following that, the third level, the fourth level. Each level brought him immense shocks. The number of spiritual plants obtained increased and the types of zombies became more diverse and stronger. He couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ze's creativity and ingenuity. Pea shooters that can be used like arrows, mutated ice attribute shooters that can slow down enemies, and nuts that can serve as shields. Joni even began to wonder if these plants could truly be cultivated in the spiritual medicine garden. As for zombies, there is also a rich variety. Especially that zombie using a bamboo pole to play pole vaulting, which could even jump over nut walls, causing him great headaches and resulting in several losses of spiritual plants. However, the more challenging it was, the more interesting he found it. He continuously sought ways to strategize. Just as he was immersed in it, he suddenly heard Mu Yuan's desperate cry through divine sense, "Senior brother Zhong, why is this illusion so difficult?" Originally Zhong Yi did not want to pay him any mind. However, Mu Yuan kept pestering him with messages. He had no choice but to temporarily exit the illusion. "What problem are you encountering?" Mu Yuan wore a bitter expression. "Senior brother Zhong, why is this illusion so difficult? It keeps telling me that zombies have eaten my brain." "How did you fight the zombies?" Zhongyi's mouth twitched slightly as he seemingly thought of an unlikely possibility. "By using a sword to attack them." Mu Yuan gestured with his hands, mimicking sword strikes. "However, this illusion limits my strength and the sword energy is simply too short." "You can still unleash sword energy." Zhongyi was stunned. In some respects, Mu Yuan is considered one of the top-tier individuals. "That's right. But the sword energy can't reach the zombies, so I just threw my sword down to smash them. In the end, I didn't kill them and I could only stay in the sky. Finally, the zombies rushed into my home." Zhongyi felt a sense of helplessness listening to him. You haven't paid any attention to the rules of this illusion at all. After all, he was his good brother, so Zhongyi began to patiently explain to Mu Yuan how to plant spiritual plants and their functions. "Oh. I understand now. I'll go try it." Mu Yuan suddenly realized. Although it was a pity that he couldn't personally combat the zombies, Zhongyi's vivid description piqued his interest. Zhongyi closed his eyes once more and returned to his illusion. Just after a few operations, Mu Yuan's cry for help came again. "Senior brother Zhong, why are these spiritual plants so weak? They are no match for the zombies." "How could that be?" Zhongyi was puzzled and exited again. "Project the illusion's image to the outside and I'll take a look." "Okay." Mu Yuan entered the illusion and projected the image outside, beginning his operation. Watching Mu Yuan full of momentum cut through all the fruits with a single sword strike, leaving precisely one pea pod behind, Zhongyi couldn't help but silently exclaim, "Good swordsmanship." The next moment the pea pod was thrown to the front row, directly engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. "Look, Senior brother Zhong. These spiritual plants are too weak." Zhongyi rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Junior brother Mu, why don't you place the pea shooter a bit further back? A true man fears not death, the brave prevail in narrow encounters." Zhongyi was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt that junior brother's physical training had somehow damaged his brain. "I remember when I was also this weak, perhaps dying a few times would be good." Mu Yuan suddenly gained insight and was instantly filled with fighting spirit. No. You have to place it in the rear. It is a mage focused on spells, only proficient in ranged attacks." Zhongyi tried his best to express his meaning. "Humph, no wonder it's so useless." After Zhongyi's persuasion, along with the information that there was a nut that specialized in physical training and could withstand zombies, Mu Yuan finally hesitantly re-entered the illusion. Although tower defense games are quite advanced for the people of this world, after all they are cultivators and their minds are not too dull. After numerous failures, the disciples gradually began to understand the intricacies of this illusion. The divine sense transmission channel among the inner disciples was quite lively. "Why is this illusion so difficult? My pea shooters are completely insufficient. There is too little spiritual energy. Friend, you haven't planted sunflowers, have you? This zombie with a phlegm basin on its head is so hard to fight. It's too tough. A single pea shooter's firepower is only enough to knock off the phlegm basin on its head. It's quite strange. What does Lu Shitty have against the phlegm basin? Don't worry, once you unlock the nuts you can block the phlegm basin zombie." "Ha ha ha. I just unlocked the ice shooter. This spiritual plant comes with an ice spirit root and the peas it spits out carry ice energy. Slowing down the attack is so satisfying. Ice shooter. Wonderful. Wait, weren't we here to practice swordsmanship?" "Ahem, friend, you misspoke. Look, have our swords ever stopped swinging?" "That makes sense. If this illusion existed, I could swing my sword 30,000 times a day. Watching the disciples of the sect play joyfully, Lu Zhe felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, excellent work shine wherever they are. Selecting planting points while wielding a sword might be somewhat difficult for players from his past life. However, for these cultivators who treat swordplay as second nature, it was quite simple. After changing the sunlight that players needed to collect in his past life to automatically absorb spiritual energy, the only remaining operations were slicing fruits and planting spiritual flora. In this way, the action of collecting sunlight from the past life transformed into cutting away unnecessary fruits and spiritual plants in this world. As for the various kinds of zombies and the spiritual plants that had developed intelligence, everyone could understand them better. In a certain sense, the cultivators grasped the game's story background more than the players from the past life. In terms of this puzzle game, the level of cultivation seemed less relevant. Currently, Lu Zhe noticed that the slowest progress was made by the true disciple Mu Yuan. With a hint from Zhou Yi, this character still managed to perform the peculiar action of planting sunflowers in front to block zombies. Yet Mu Yuan did not find it boring, instead he played with great enthusiasm. For him, planting, harvesting and watching the spiritual plants he cultivated fight was a unique kind of joy. The esports prodigy Li Moran, who was far ahead and escaped from the demon cult, adapted quickly as well, but did not create a significant gap from the other disciples. Conversely, the chatterbox Zhou Yi. While others were familiarizing themselves with the gameplay in the first level, this character had not died even once and had made it to the second major level. The second level was set at night. The spiritual fields no longer generated spiritual energy naturally. All spiritual energy had to be produced by sunflowers or mushrooms. The amount of spiritual energy sharply decreased while the number of players' spiritual plants exceeded the slot limit. At this point, in addition to testing basic troop deployment, one also had to consider spiritual energy planning and card group planning. The difficulty escalated progressively. These designs thrilled Zhou Yi. Wielding his sword, planting spiritual flora and chatting away. The spiritual fields at night no longer generate spiritual energy, but the efficiency of sunflower energy generation is insufficient. What? There's actually a sunlight mushroom that can provide spiritual energy. The small sunlight mushroom requires 15 points of spiritual energy, generating 10 spiritual energy each time. It takes about 10 breaths to grow into a large sunlight mushroom, generating 25 spiritual energy each time. The yield from the sunlight mushroom is too high. We can do without the sunflowers. But before the sunlight mushroom matures, we don't even have enough spiritual energy to plant a pea shooter. Wait. A small spore mushroom. It doesn't require spiritual energy. This design is intricately linked. It's astonishing. The wisdom of junior brother Lu is far beyond ordinary comprehension. While Zhou Yi exclaimed in excitement, he was unaware that Lu Zhe had been watching everything with amusement. Just as Zhou Yi had said, Plants vs. Zombies indeed achieved intricate connections in its levels. Each level was just a bit harder than the last or introduced a new mechanism. And every level provided players with a new plant. As the difficulty of the levels increased, so did the players' abilities. Can't deal with the phlegm zombie early on. Just place a walnut in the way. Can the pole vault zombie jump over the walnut? There's also the tall nut to prevent it from jumping. Can the ladder zombie climb over the tall nut? The magnet shroom teaches it a lesson. The gradually escalating design of the levels made players irresistibly addicted. Especially after establishing a basic formation with spiritual energy continuously generated from the land, the scene of carefully cultivated plants battling zombies was incredibly satisfying for players. The 2D graphics from his past life were already excellent. Placed in the illusion of the cultivation world, the scene was even more breathtaking. At this moment, after breezing through dozens of levels, Zhou Yi finally fell into a predicament. The new armored general zombie, the football zombie from the original, gave him a tremendous headache. The defense of that metallic armor was simply too strong. He arranged 2 pea shooters and 1 eye shooter, and even with the protection of the walnut, they struggled to hold their ground. With the spiritual energy resources during the night being extremely scarce, when a horde of zombies appeared on another path, his defense line collapsed instantly. This was Zhou Yi's first defeat. He had arrived much later than the other disciples. Rather than feeling discouraged, he found it even more interesting and began experimenting with various combinations. Ultimately, with the help of the hypnoshroom, he achieved victory. Watching the armored zombie that mistakenly consumed the hypnoshroom turn against the zombies behind him, Zhou Yi was once again astonished by the game's design. Such cleverness. Junior brother Lu is truly a genius. Marvelous, marvelous. The person in question was actually right beside him listening to the praise without a change in his expression. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Zhongyi with his strength, causing the latter to admire him and randomly acquire one of his abilities. Reward acquired 20 years of martial arts experience. Is this another reward? Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. This true disciple named Zhongyi was just too generous. Unfortunately, both times it was martial arts experience. If only he could obtain a powerful skill like Li Moran did. Outside the illusion in the square, the second elder, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The time has come. He stood up. However, he did not expect that all the disciples below without exception were completely immersed in the illusion, showing no intention of coming out. Ding Mingsong was stunned. It was just an illusion of cutting fruits. Why could it make so many disciples of Lingxiao sect so enthralled? Was it because the outer disciples had never encountered an illusion before? What about these inner disciples? What kind of cultivation illusions hadn't they experienced? Let alone cutting fruits. Even the practice of carving runes on tofu had been designed by someone. Yet he had never seen these disciples so engrossed. Ahem. He cleared his throat. An hour has passed. This announcement, infused with some spiritual energy, had a soul-stirring effect. Only then did the disciples below reluctantly exit the illusion. Old Ding, why did you also call me out? Beside him, Chao Wendo had a dark face, looking a bit displeased. Just moments ago he was engaged in an intellectual battle with the last wave of zombies, preparing to face off against the final group of zombies. As a result of Ding Mingkang's sudden interruption, he made a mistake, causing the walnut to be placed incorrectly. His center lane was thus breached. What? Why is even the Grand Elder playing? What kind of illusion is this? That even Chao Wendo couldn't clear within an hour. He looked at the disciples below with a complex expression. Originally he wanted to ask if any disciples had cleared the levels. But at this moment there was no need to ask. Since even Chao Wendo couldn't clear it, how could the disciples of Lingxiao sect? Grand Elder. Is this kid intentionally making the illusion long and tedious? Ding Mingsong asked. Long. It is a bit long. Chao Wendo chuckled, stroking his beard, reminiscing about the scene of nurturing a vast array of spiritual plants to battle zombies, feeling quite satisfied. For the first time he experienced the joy of nurturing in an illusion. Ding Mingkang's expression suddenly turned grim. Judging by Chao Wendo's reaction, this illusion was definitely not as simple as it appeared. He had a sect contract with Lu Zhe. If he lost, he would have to face the wall in the Thought Reflection Valley. That would be a huge loss of face. The adventure mode of Plants vs. Zombies is not particularly extensive. Even a player from his past life playing for the first time would probably clear it in just 7 to 8 hours. The cultivators in this world have had too little exposure to games. Their intuition regarding the use of various items is somewhat lacking. Lu Zhe's Spirit Plants vs. Zombies had been released for a whole day, yet by evening no one had managed to clear it. Most of the disciples were stuck on the 4th level. The combination of night fog and pawns made it quite challenging for them. Rather than feeling discouraged, the disciples found themselves increasingly addicted to the game. Winning or losing aside. Looking at the entire spirit field, sunflowers were emitting spiritual energy, and the energy value in the top left corner kept rising. Peas flying, needles and bubbles rained down on the invading zombies. The satisfaction of this rapid development was truly easy to attain. Late at night. At Thunder Peak Qingyun Pavilion. One more time, just one more time. Almost there. I did it. The entire pavilion shook with the shout. The roar erupted from inside the pavilion with tremendous force, causing the surrounding barrier to tremble. Cough, 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 how uncouth of me. Zhongyi happily exited the illusion using magic to clean up the messy room. He had just completed the final level of adventure mode and was so excited that his exuberant shout inadvertently released some excess spiritual energy. Fortunately, the true disciples lived alone and had barriers set around them, otherwise there would have been some minor incidents. This illusion is truly fascinating. TSK. Zhongyi savored the moments of his recent victory, feeling unsatisfied. The final level had been a battle against the evil god zombie controlled by the demonic cult. He had been killed many times. By the way, Spirit Plants vs. Zombies seems to have a forum as well, let me check it out. Zhongyi suddenly remembered the forum and hurriedly re-entered the illusion. Since Lu Zhe introduced the concept of a forum and escape from the demonic cult, it had been well received by the disciples. It was a great place to exchange insights and share experiences. As Nameless climbed to the top of the leaderboard, the disciples discovered that they didn't need to reveal their real names in the illusion, making it fashionable to adopt nicknames. Disciples began to call themselves Taoist XX, indulging in the feeling of being a sage. This time Lu Zhe put more effort into the forum design, making the functionality and experience even better than before. At this moment, the forum for spirit plants vs. zombies was exceptionally lively. Most disciples were stuck on the 3rd or 4th level, flooding the forum with requests for help. Fellow disciples, how do we deal with the general zombie after nightfall? My spiritual energy is completely insufficient. How can all of you Dao friends manage to fill the spirit field with spirit plants? Help. Which should I choose, the small sprout or the timid mushroom? How do I deal with that zombie with a ladder? My tall walnut was easily taken out by it. Crying. The 4th level is too difficult. Junior brother Lu's design is somewhat unreasonable. How do we cope with the haze? With the fog dispelling card, my combat power is insufficient, but without it I keep getting ambushed. Zhongyi couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. As various posts flooded in, the highest progress among his fellow disciples was still on the 4th level, while he had already completed the adventure mode. A sense of superiority welled up within him. Previously, when he played Escape from the Demonic Cult, due to his performance issues, whenever he brought up battle strategies or solo runs, Zhongyi's arguments were often mocked by the crowd. What are your achievements? You should first run solo for 3,000 steps before coming to discuss with me. You a true disciple? If you are a true disciple, then I must be an elder. Cut the nonsense. If you're not convinced, come and battle. Perhaps due to using their online names, some disciples' chats surprisingly contained a hint of aggression. Sometimes Zhongyi felt so furious that he wanted to confront them in real life. In Lu Zhe's past life, this was called wanting to chop him up through the internet. Frustrated by his clumsiness in playing Escape from the Demonic Cult, he couldn't retort and could only silently endure the humiliation. However, this time things were different. He was far ahead in spirit plants vs. zombies. Finally, it was his turn to show off. Zhongyi began responding to various posts one by one. A person who just cleared the game tells you don't listen to the posts above. Cherry bombs are too expensive, and at night there's a lack of spiritual energy. Using the charming mushroom is the best way to deal with general zombies. Let me share a strategy that I used all the way to victory. Prioritize planting 2 rows of sunflowers or sun mushrooms. If you lose, come challenge me. This is very simple for someone who has already cleared the game. They're all strong, but I personally prefer the small sprout. It's a must-have. A player who has cleared the game tells you 1 magnet mushroom solves all troubles during the day. Just add a waking bean. A person who has cleared the 5th level disagrees. Junior brother Lu's level design is very reasonable and has no issues. I've cleared the game, so let me answer. Not bringing a lantern grass for the haze level is abnormal. With each statement, Zhongyi prominently added the identity of a clearer to himself, fearing that others wouldn't know. As he answered post after post, Zhongyi experienced the exhilarating feeling of being a big shot online. This was far more enjoyable than usually guiding disciples in their cultivation. Initially, many disciples thought he was boasting. Especially when someone recognized his name as the mouth-strong king who argued hundreds of times in Escape from the Demonic Cult with poor results. However, as more and more disciples discovered that Zhongyi's suggestions were quite accurate after trying them out, they began to vindicate him. The disciples started to wonder what the 5th level was like and what the scene would be after clearing it. Seeing this, Zhongyi simply created a separate teaching post to share all his insights. To clear the game, first gather spiritual energy. The key to victory is to prioritize planting 2 rows of sunflowers or spirit mushrooms. This is the most important. The 2 brothers of walnuts are particularly useful. You must bring tall walnuts to deal with pole vaulting zombies and bouncing zombies. The ice shooter is my favorite spirit plant. It's a must-have. Place the small sprouts at the front and the night levels and treat them as demonic plants to handle. Remember the weaknesses of special zombies. You must bring the spirit plants that counter them. Cherry bombs. I never bring such one-time spirit plants. The firepower of shooters and throwers is completely sufficient. From the perspective of his past life, Zhongyi's comments had some flaws. However, at this stage for players tackling the adventure mode, this was extremely valuable experience. Everyone eagerly sought Zhongyi out to ask about the 5th level. Actually, it's quite simple for me. It's easier than the 4th level. The 5th level involves battling zombies on the rooftop, and the pea shooters are almost useless. There's a new thrower spirit plant that's very strong. It's not weaker than shooters. There's one called the watermelon thrower. It throws watermelons like cannonballs, taking out a group of zombies in one hit. It's incredibly fierce. However, the zombie faction is also very strong. Later on, there's a barbarian zombie that nearly breaks through my path single-handedly. It's simply abnormal. The final level is a battle against a demonic god zombie that resembles a small mountain. The demonic god zombie is exceedingly terrifying. It lifts a massive rock and slams it down, instantly obliterating a bunch of spirit plants. The battle is extremely perilous. It probably looks like this. Joni vividly described his experiences in the 5th level. Even though he had restarted the 5th level countless times, he spoke of it with a nonchalant demeanor. Many disciples expressed their desire to catch a glimpse of the demonic god zombie. Due to technical limitations, Lu Zhe currently couldn't create the functions of screenshot and recording. However, the forum did support manual drawing. Just so happened that Joni was quite skilled in painting, so he immediately picked up his brush and drew a sketch of the demonic god zombie for his fellow disciples. The disciples were amazed and expressed their desire to work hard to experience the might of the demonic god zombie. Joni felt quite satisfied and exited the forum. Oh no, this illusion only has 5 levels, what a pity. If only there were endless challenges. Suddenly he was astonished to discover, beneath the adventure mode, the 3rd option had suddenly become selectable. The words boldly stated survival mode. Joni was overjoyed and quickly opened it. Indeed, it was a new level. Just as he was about to enjoy it, a voice of utmost authority suddenly rang in his ears. Rebellious disciple. The angry roar startled Joni and he quickly exited the illusion. As expected, his master Chao and Dao was looking at him with an angry expression. Master. Joni felt a moment of guilt and hurriedly hid the mini illusion tower in his sleeve. But such a small act could not escape Chao and Dao's notice. He immediately grabbed Joni's wrist, speaking sternly, "You are indeed playing spirit plants versus zombies." Joni was at a loss for words, his attitude extremely sincere. "I failed to concentrate on my cultivation." The disciple knows his fault. The disciple just thought junior brother Lu was innocent and wanted to support him to lessen his punishment. The genius cultivator in the forum is you, isn't it? Joni originally called himself the genius cultivator, who was poor at escape, but after being inflated by his fellow disciples he simply changed it to genius cultivator. Faced with Chao and Da's questioning, Joni felt a bit dazed. "Yes. That is indeed me. Come help your master see how to clear the 3rd level." Joni never imagined in his wildest dreams that his own master Chao and Dao, the Grand Elder of the Lingxiao sect, was also playing spirit plants versus zombies. Zhongyi's recent strategy post had gone viral, even Chao and Dao had seen it. From the illustrations posted by the prodigy cultivator, Chao and Dao recognized his disciple's distinctive brushwork and thus deduced his true identity. Coincidentally, Chao and Dao had been stuck on level 3 for days. Without hesitation, he arrived in person to ask Zhongyi for help. Projecting the game screen outward, he followed Zhongyi's real-time instructions on where to plant which spirit plant. In mere moments, Chao and Dao finally cleared the level. "So this is how it's done. Excellent, truly excellent. Your insight remains unmatched among all direct disciples." Stroking his beard, Chao and Dao felt the heavy stone weighing upon his chest lift at last, filling him with quiet satisfaction. "It is all thanks to my master's guidance." Zhongyi replied with humble deference. Should Elder Lin seek your counsel as well, you must never reveal this to him," Chao and Dao cautioned. Zhongyi blinked in astonishment. Elder Lin, also? He was utterly bewildered. Just yesterday in the plaza, Elder Lin, the 3rd elder, had been the first to denounce Lu Zhe's illusion as childish, then stormed off in disdain. And yet he too had taken up the game. Indeed, Chao Wendao nodded. "That old rascal has mocked me relentlessly for failing level 3, I shall have my revenge the moment I clear it." "Understood, master." Zhongyi hurriedly assented. He could scarcely believe that 2 elders of the Lingxiao sect were now utterly enthralled, proof enough of spirit plants versus zombies' irresistible allure. Were Lu Zhe to learn of this, he would hardly be surprised. In his past life, when Plants vs. Zombies first launched, even many middle-aged and elderly people, who once regarded video games as a moral hazard, became devoted players who completed every level. Its appeal truly spanned generations. "You are not to rest tonight. Report to Qingyun Pavilion and await my summons. I shall call upon you at any hour for assistance." "At your command, master." The next day, Lin Xian peeked the enforcement hall. Ding Mingtsong paced back and forth across the hall, his spirit deeply unsettled. He was utterly unnerved. He had assumed Lu Zhe's illusion was nothing more than a trivial fruit-slicing diversion, a child's fantasy. Who could have foreseen the profound intricacies concealed beneath such simplicity? Within a single hour yesterday, not a single disciple among the assembled managed to clear it. Rumor had it that both inner and outer sect disciples had become completely obsessed. The Alchemy Pavilion's illusion training hall opened its doors freely. Outer sect disciples remained inside all night. Inner sect dormitories blazed with light, each occupant fiercely battling zombies. At this pace, he would soon be banished to the Reflection Valley for penance. That simply could not happen. Elder Ding, I've investigated, the situation is not as dire as you fear. Just as his anxiety peaked, Xian Yutong, the steward of Linxian Peak, rushed in breathlessly. What is the status? Ding Mingtsong demanded urgently. Last night indeed many disciples entered the illusion, but its content is limited and one can complete it within a single evening. Several disciples have already succeeded. Once they clear it, surely they won't return for repetitive training. Over the next 6 days interest will wane sharply and usage time will plummet accordingly. So there is no cause for concern, Elder Ding. Xian Yutong explained. That is reassuring. Ding Mingtsong nodded, though his heart remained unsettled. Logically speaking, no one would wish to repeat the same task endlessly. Even if some did, they would be few. Yet he could not shake his unease, for Lu Zhe was plainly not bound by logic. Most cultivators easily associate sword practice with fruit slicing. But who, in their right mind, would connect fruit slicing with planting? And the most absurd twist of all. The plants one sowed were expected to fight zombies. This world had grown utterly mad. Elder Ding need not fret, even the finest illusion grows tiresome in time. Can 3,000 sword swings per day truly be achieved through a single illusion? Let us set aside other considerations. Most outer sect disciples simply cannot sustain that intensity. They vastly outnumber the inner sect, so inevitably that boy will lose. Ding Mingtsong listened and found genuine merit in the reasoning. Sword swinging, the most fundamental cultivation practice, was inherently monotonous. Even if Lu Zhe's illusion excelled, disciples would inevitably grow weary of it. Yet for prudence's sake he instructed the stewards of Danqing Peak, ask them to increase the intensity of disciples' daily curriculum. Also summon the stewards of Wenjian Peak and tell them Lu Zhe's illusion is an insult to the Sword Dao. Once academic pressure mounts, disciples will naturally abandon their obsession with the illusion. Lu Zhe meanwhile had enjoyed no respite these past days. The Alchemy Pavilion overflowed, not with those seeking artifact refinement but with those begging for spirit plants versus zombies walkthroughs. Some inner sect disciples even offered spirit stones in exchange for valuable intelligence. To all such requests Lu Zhe flatly refused. Preposterous. This period represented the only window during which spirit plants versus zombies could yield demon path points, a rare and precious opportunity. Once players grasped the game's underlying mechanics and developed novel strategies for deploying spirit plants, they could often survive for astonishingly long stretches on a single life. According to Lu Zhe's observations, after the initial day of trial and error, an increasing number of disciples began clearing adventure mode. Those who hadn't yet succeeded were mostly stalled at level 5 against the barbarian zombies or at the final boss. Survival mode had now entered the player's collective consciousness. This progression aligned closely with Lu Zhe's expectations. After all, adventure mode and the 5 standard survival mode stages were meticulously replicated from his past life, preserving the original difficulty curve down to the finest detail. Only the names of the plants and the appearances of the zombies had been subtly altered. The original curve stood as a masterpiece of game design, timeless and peerless. Smooth, intuitive, effortlessly accessible, even ancient cultivators wholly unfamiliar with tower defense games could grasp it within moments. Since releasing spirit plants versus zombies, Lu Zhe had secluded himself in the Alchemy Pavilion, developing subsequent stages. The first version, released days earlier, deliberately retained untapped potential. Currently, survival mode offered only the 5 standard locations. The advanced hard mode and the ultimate endless mode remained unreleased. Their delay stemmed from Lu Zhe's ongoing data adjustments. His purpose in crafting the game was never truly to benefit fellow cultivators, but to accumulate demon path points. Had he not been bound by the sect-wide covenant with Ding Mingtsong, he would never have chosen Plants vs. Zombies as his second title. The reason was simple: it died too slowly. If he'd adhered strictly to the original levels, even the hardest endless mode would soon be fully mastered. So he reworked them entirely. Zombie attributes spawn density, species distribution. Every parameter pushed toward sheer unrelenting brutality. Even Lu Zhe himself broke into a sweat when testing them. This feels just right. After several rounds of rigorous testing, he nodded in quiet satisfaction. The early levels remained reasonable, but from level 5 onward the difficulty leapt directly into the late-game intensity of his past life. Beyond the 1000th level, zombie numbers and strength would escalate further, yet all were calibrated to a precise, deliberate threshold. It appeared insurmountable, yet remained just barely solvable. The classic formations from his past life still held their power. Anticipating what lay ahead, Lu Zhe felt a quiet thrill rise within him. When my senior brothers reach this point, they will be delighted. At this moment, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were still unaware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. After the explosive popularity of Zhongyi's strategy post, players immediately unlocked the remaining 3 new modes: minigame mode, puzzle mode, and survival mode. In the minigame and puzzle stages, Lu Zhe did not replicate everything but instead imported the more popular levels from his past life, such as the Revenge of the Zombie King and I Am a Zombie. The reputation among the disciples was also quite good. For instance, the role-swapping mode, where players act as zombies to conquer spirit plants, created a significant contrast and became a new trend. However, the most popular mode was still the survival mode, as it constituted the core gameplay. With the battle lines extending and the number of zombies increasing, players' formations began to become increasingly extravagant. For example, torches that were almost useless in the adventure mode, along with twin sunflowers and Gatling shooters purchased from the shop, various luxurious and powerful formations were showcased. The scenes became even more extravagant. In addition to strategizing and clearing levels, there was also a sense of satisfaction in nurturing one's formation. At this moment, the forum had clearly turned into a discussion hub for the survival mode. The survival mode during the day is nothing like I expected. I thought it would be difficult. Don't get too cocky, my friend, the night pool will teach you a lesson. What? Is it already night at the pool? I just realized you can plant shooters on the grass. The watermelon shooter is simply a divine card. I only love the pea shooter series, you heretic. Pea shooter torch is just delightful. What does this Gatling shooter mean? I suggest everyone try this catbot for 100,000 spirit stones. Full screen attack, now that's a divine card. Wow, a card for 100,000 spirit stones, you're really extravagant, my friend. I should save up for that item that adds card slots. Having more spirit plants would give me peace of mind. Dear friends, I, the genius cultivator, have cleared all survival mode levels and am here to share my experiences. Zhongyi posted a new thread without a hint of embarrassment. The 5 different locations in survival mode were not particularly difficult. Zhongyi cleared them in less than half the time it took for the adventure mode. As soon as he cleared the levels, he rushed to the forum to show off. Without the barbarian zombies in the levels, it feels like there's something missing in the fun. Zhongyi remarked while teaching. The barbarian zombie was a new zombie that appeared at the end of the 5th level in adventure mode. It was massive and there was a little zombie in the basket on its back. With extremely high defense and the ability to instantly kill all plants, the most outrageous aspect was that it could throw the little zombies behind it to disrupt the formation. It was a nightmare for players. Zhongyi felt that without the torment of this creature, the essence of the game had changed. He even thought that the purpose of survival mode was to stretch everyone's battle lines. Spending 5 levels to cultivate a formation that one enjoys, allowing everyone to feel good. I've practiced my sword and it feels great. Brother Lu is truly a good person. Zhongyi sighed again. What he didn't know was that at the refining pavilion a young man was watching him boast with amusement. Good. Lu Zhe chuckled as he approached the illusion terminal. You like battling barbarian zombies, huh? Tomorrow I'll let you have your fill. If it weren't for the current hardware technology not being advanced enough, Lu Zhe would have even wanted to update Brother Zhongyi's version on the spot to experience the new levels. The next day. On Linxian Peak in the law enforcement hall. How was the situation yesterday? As soon as Qian Yutong appeared, Ding Mingtsong hurriedly grabbed him and asked. Bad news. After the disciples passed the level, there are new challenges. Qian Yutong feigned seriousness, and upon seeing Ding Mingkang's gloomy expression, he quickly waved his hand and continued, Elder, do not panic. The good news is that the new challenges are very simple. I heard the disciples pass them with ease. Really? Ding Mingkang's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Absolutely. Qian Yutong nodded vigorously. It is said that the kid worked overnight to design the new challenges, probably never expected the disciples to pass so quickly. After hearing this news, Ding Mingtsong felt much more at ease. Since it was rushed, it must be a shoddy piece of work and it should not gain popularity later on. However, allowing him to exploit loopholes to improve the challenges is not a good idea. You go to the artifact refining pavilion and warn him not to make any changes to the illusion. Also, you go ask Jianfang and Danqing Peak communicate with their stewards and finalize the addition of courses. It must be done quickly. The sword path and spiritual medicine are being mishandled by an ordinary disciple. They must have quite a few opinions on this. As long as the academic pressure increases, the disciples will naturally have less desire to play with any illusions. On Legon Peak in Qingyun Pavilion. Damn! A violent wave erupted with Zhongyi's roar shaking the barriers around Qingyun Pavilion wildly. The zombies have eaten your brains. Looking at the large characters floating in the air, Zhongyi was furious. Even though the level was marked as difficult, the difficulty was simply outrageous. The first 3 levels were relatively standard. At most, the strength of the zombies was slightly higher than in normal mode. After the 3rd level, the number of monsters was on a completely different scale. Disgusting icecard zombies and acrobatic zombies would come at you unannounced. The quantity and frequency of monster spawns had also multiplied exponentially. By the 5th level, even barbarian zombies comparable to bosses would appear. In just a short while, he had his brains eaten by zombies more than a dozen times. Where could he put the face of this genius cultivator? Zhongyi was feeling quite frustrated. He opened the forum and found that it was filled with whales. This survival difficulty is just too hard. Is there any fellow cultivator who has passed? This daytime mode spawns barbarians. I can't even imagine what comes later. It feels like I just established my foundation and have to fight against an old monster at the nascent soul stage. Wasn't the survival mode supposed to be enjoyable for us? Only a saint could enjoy this. Was Lu Shidi doing this on purpose? Calling all genius cultivators, the only one who can save us is him. Originally on the verge of exploding, Zhongyi, seeing the high demand for his help on the forum, immediately reignited his fighting spirit. Brothers and sisters, wait for me to conquer this challenge and come back to assist you. Deep into the night. Demonic path value 1. 2 demonic path value 10 demonic path value 1. 2 demonic path value 10. The continuous system notifications were quite pleasant. Lu Zhe lay comfortably in bed. These 2 master and disciple are really impressive. Now ascending from early foundation establishment to midstage requires a full 5,000 points of demonic path value. If it weren't for the contributions of this treasure of a master and disciple, he truly wouldn't know how long it would take to level up. The person who started calling for the genius cultivator in the forum, shouting that only he could save us, was actually Lu Zhe's alternate account. The aim was to get Zhongyi fired up. If he wasn't motivated, how would he level up? The original difficult mode wasn't actually that exaggeratedly hard. Lu Zhe redesigned the difficult mode according to the difficulty of the endless mode. The aim was to have everyone die frequently and send him some demonic path value. As for whether any disciples would be tortured into quitting, Lu Zhe wasn't worried at all. Firstly, cultivators in this world have certainly never encountered such an entertaining thing, and once they become addicted, they wouldn't want to leave. Secondly, he had a very precise control over the difficulty. It was tough and perverse, but there was definitely hope for passing it. Therefore, even if the players failed time and time again, they would absolutely persist. Once they truly cleared the difficult mode, they would find that there was an endless mode waiting for them. That would be the real pit. In the next 3 days, the courses at Lingxiao Sect suddenly became much more burdensome than before. The disciples were often tormented by their training throughout the day, and upon returning to their dorms they had to continue enduring the challenges of the difficult survival mode. Under the dual torment, the disciples not only did not break down but instead became increasingly excited. New cards required them to spend spirit stones to unlock. Different combinations of zombies required unique countermeasures. What were once casually matched plants now required careful consideration of resource allocation in terms of spiritual energy, combat power, and defense. The more the disciples were tormented, the more they loved playing, and at the same time they grew stronger. Many disciples, in order to save time, even learned to operate the illusion tower while walking. Throughout the sect, the overall proficiency in controlling divine sense improved rapidly. Ding Mingkang's mood had stabilized significantly recently. According to the information obtained from Qian Yutong, the new trial levels launched by Lu Zhe a few days ago were far too difficult. So challenging that the entire forum was filled with complaints, all lamenting that it was simply impossible to clear the levels. This was in stark contrast to the cheerful discussions from a few days prior. Ding Mingsong thought, it's stable. In his impression, why did Lu Ze's escape from the demon sect succeed? Wasn't it because it was easy and highly entertaining? At this moment, in order to prevent the disciples from clearing the levels, Lu Ze implemented a drastically higher difficulty mode which was destined to fail. Additionally, various spirit peaks had significantly increased the intensity of their teaching, leaving the disciples far less leisurely than before. Busy all day and then faced with the challenges of difficult illusion training upon returning. Even the disciples of Lingxiao sect, no matter how diligent, would likely find it impossible. Thinking of this, Ding Mingsong felt greatly pleased and decided to personally go and catch the atmosphere to experience the tranquil academic environment. The first place he visited was the Wenjian Peak. On that day, the elder of Wenjian Peak had strong opinions about plant warfare against zombies, believing that practicing swordsmanship by chopping fruits sullied the way of the sword. As he expected, Wenjian Peak quickly responded to the call and increased the course load for the disciples. From a distance, Ding Mingsong could see countless students in the preaching hall intently listening to the steward's lecture. Not bad, not bad. This atmosphere is exactly what I am familiar with at Lingxiao sect. Ding Mingsong secretly praised, feeling very satisfied. He observed that the students in the preaching hall were diligently taking notes. When the lecture reached exciting parts, many disciples even imitated actions, fully engaged. As he approached, his brow suddenly furrowed. The image projected by the steward in the void was actually a sky full of fruits mixed with spiritual plants. Upon listening closely, the content of the lecture was actually about how to plant the desired spiritual plants in the designated positions in the shortest time possible. From the trajectory of slicing away useless fruits to the delicate control of adjusting the landing point of the spiritual plants with the sword's back, each action was gradually analyzed for how the disciples should properly execute basic sword techniques. According to the steward giving the lecture, what seemed like a mundane sword swing was actually about planting a required spiritual plant in the shortest time possible, which required the movements to be very precise and rapid. Many disciples even suspected that Lu Ze's swordsmanship was only higher and deeper, unfathomable. Otherwise, how could such exquisite designs be executed? Ding Mingsong felt his scalp tingle as he listened, but he didn't know what more to say. After all, it wasn't his territory. Aside from the connection to plant warfare against zombies, the content of the lecture indeed contained useful knowledge. He left directly and turned to go to Danqing Peak. Upon arriving at Danqing Peak, the scene in the preaching hall made him feel even worse. Danqing Peak was also having classes with large topics floating in the air visible from afar, using the ice archer as an example how to cultivate an excellent variant ice-type spiritual plant. The lecturer was actually the third elder Lin Qingxian from Danqing Peak, animatedly narrating his desire to plant all the spiritual plants from plant warfare against zombies within the sect. Hiss. Ding Mingsong took a deep breath. His head hurt even more. He then redirected his course to the strict training at Suijing Peak. In the refining valley, Mu Yuan with bronzed skin was leading a group of junior brothers practicing punches against a large brown boulder. The wind from the punches fiercely struck the brown rocks in front of them, producing a neat and muffled sound. Ding Mingsong recognized that the rocks were special training stones used by the disciples of Suijing Peak for body refining with extraordinary strength. Finally, I see a reliable one. Ding Mingsong breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. Mu Yuan's character was the most simple and honest, while plant warfare against zombies required a lot of thought. He recalled that on the day in the square, Mu Yuan had died countless times in the initial level. It was natural not to like it. With such a senior brother leading, Ding Mingsong naturally felt at ease with the training atmosphere at Suijing Peak. Wait a minute, this training stone seems a bit strange. Ding Mingsong furrowed his brow and looked closely. The brown rock actually had a pair of round bulging eyes engraved on it, looking exactly like the high-grade nuts from plant warfare against zombies. From below came a series of shouts. Everyone, keep it up. Train your bodies well like the high-grade nuts to protect your fellow disciples. If the nut is so, we must not fall behind. Yesterday my ability was insufficient, losing 8 high-grade nut friends. Today I shall personally smash 8 pieces of training stone. Ding Mingsong was stunned. How could these disciples who loved body refining fall into this too? After wandering around several peaks, his expression grew increasingly grim. Within Lingxiao sect, the amount of courses had surged and the disciples had come to love attending classes. However, the course content was always inextricably linked to plant warfare against zombies. If this continues, wouldn't Lu Ze's reputation only improve? Ding Mingsong felt a bad premonition rising within him. He returned to Linxian Peak in a frustrated mood. On the way back, he saw that there were also lectures being held in the Sect square below. The Sect Square was relatively free and didn't require registration. It was clearly a temporary class set up by a disciple. Ding Ning Song focused and saw the topic in the air, using survival mode as an example, analyzing the essentials of formation setup. Ding Ning Song was already feeling agitated, and upon seeing a course that used plant warfare against zombies as a point of entry, he became instantly furious. Moreover, formation courses were the specialty of Lin Xian Peak. Having someone hold a formation class here was undoubtedly a slap in his own face. Who gave permission to hold private classes in our Sect Square? Is it the formation class of Lin Xian Peak? Ding Ning Song shouted loudly, jumping down directly from the air. Upon seeing the other person's face, Ding Ning Song immediately froze. The lecturer was actually the Grand Elder Zhao Wendao. What now? Is it not allowed to teach in the Sect Square anymore? Zhao Wendao, disturbed from his elegant lecture, frowned. No. So you think I am showing off by teaching formation? I dare not. Ding Ning Song, returning to Lin Xian Peak, felt that the situation was very serious. The elders, who were originally averse to plant warfare against zombies, seemed to have become ambiguous in their attitudes at this moment. Ding Ning Song felt a surge of panic. He did not want to go to the Reflection Valley for self-reflection. Historically, no elder had ever gone there for losing a bet with a disciple. No, I must think of a way. After a whole day of exploration and countless failures, Zhou Mi was just one step away from clearing the survival mode. At this moment, he was facing a horde of zombies in the final stage of the difficult rooftop level, his expression extremely focused. He took a deep breath and chose to pause. He entered the forum section to continue his text live stream. Currently at the 10th level of the difficult rooftop mode, it was the last wave of zombies. I am about to clear it. The disciples were very enthusiastic about this behavior. Countless disciples commented, "No wonder you are a genius cultivator. I worship you. Which peak's disciple are you? Don't you need to cultivate? Why can we always see you sharing experiences? Quickly share your experience. I am stuck at the 3rd level with the water pool. Keep it up, fellow cultivator. You are our role model." For the past 2 days, Zhou Mi had been immersed in survival mode. After the 5th level in difficult mode, survival mode became exceptionally challenging. A slight mistake could result in being overwhelmed by juggling zombies and icecar zombies, leading to a disastrous defeat. As for cultivation, are you joking? Does he really need to cultivate? He was a direct disciple of the elder. His master Chao Wenda completely forbade him from cultivating and urged him to create strategies to boast to other elders. He heard that yesterday there was a lecture at Lingxiao Square teaching disciples how to arrange troops. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he couldn't. Over these 2 days, Zhou Mi's tactics had been continuously optimized. His understanding of various plants had undergone a dramatic change compared to his earlier experiences in adventure mode. For instance, the chili and cherry bombs, which he usually hesitated to use, were simply divine when facing hordes of zombies. For example, the starfruit, which he always thought was useless, turned out to be surprisingly effective when spread across the water surface and the water pool level. The upgraded special plants like Gatling pea and corn cannon were devastating. Although he didn't know the significance of Gatling and cannon, he always felt that the Jia clan might be an ancient cultivation family. Fellow cultivators, yesterday I was about to transcend but was besieged by hordes of barbarian zombies, leading to my demise. Fortunately, with the assistance of the corn cannon, I will surely overcome this tribulation today. Before the final battle began, Zhou Mi started sharing insights with the disciples. Yesterday he had endured much in the rooftop level. He originally thought that encountering barbarian zombies in survival mode was the most difficult test. Little did he know there was something even harder: a swarm of barbarian zombies attacking at once. In the rooftop survival mode, such tribulations existed. He experimented with many solutions. Even with a full row of Gatling peas and torches, such overwhelming firepower required a hefty price. Ultimately, after purchasing the corn cannon in the shop, things took a turn. The corn cannon, formed by 2 corn throwers, was simply a killer of barbarians. One shot and they turned to ashes. The only downside was the long reload time. However, fortunately, the barbarian zombies wouldn't spawn endlessly. In Zhou Mi's view, no matter how difficult it became, they couldn't spawn barbarian zombies indefinitely, right? Would that even be fun? He believed Lu Zhe wouldn't be that cruel. Upon hearing Zhou Mi's words, the disciples expressed their curiosity. What? Barbarian zombies can actually swarm to attack. Such difficulty is indeed worthy of the final level. Corn cannon. Why do all these spirit plants have the character Jia in their names? Does it have some special meaning? The shop's cards are too expensive. I haven't even unlocked all the slots yet. The genius cultivator is truly persistent. Just words are not enough. It would be better if there were pictures. Images aren't satisfying enough. It would be great to see real-time footage. Fellow cultivators, I am about to transcend. See you at the peak. Joni left one last message and returned to survival mode, resuming play. 1, 2, 3. 5 barbarian zombies launched a charge all at once. 5 paths of barbarian zombies. This was a configuration that players could only see in endless mode in his past life, and it had appeared here now. Joni was no stranger to this kind of formation. He skillfully toyed with a piece of corn. The corn cannon required player manual control. The method was the same as planting spirit plants. Players needed to hit the corn kernels with a sword and drop them in designated locations. Joni's technique was extremely proficient. He precisely sliced through the fruit with his sword, gently striking the 3 corn kernels in his hand with the back of his sword, dropping them into the gaps between the 3 paths of the 5 barbarian zombies. With overwhelming firepower, the barbarian zombies instantly turned to ashes and the crisis was averted. After that, juggling zombies, general zombies and ice car zombies came one after another. Joni had amassed a significant advantage from the previous levels. His spiritual energy was inexhaustible. Countless cherry bombs and chilies rained down and the last zombie was also turned to ashes. Looking at the trophy symbolizing the clearing achievement flying into his hand, Joni was immensely excited to return to the main page. Just as he was about to share this good news with his fellow cultivators in the forum, he suddenly noticed a small red exclamation mark had appeared in survival mode. What is this? Joni asked curiously, entering survival mode again. He saw that below the 5 cleared difficult survival levels, 5 new levels had appeared. Named Endless Mode. Endless Mode. Joni rubbed his fists together, his heart racing with excitement. He was originally lamenting that after clearing the game he had lost its challenge, but now the appearance of Endless Mode was undoubtedly a reassurance. It can't really be endless, can it? Joni muttered to himself in confusion. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, just like certain pills or artifacts. Those with names like Ascend to Immortality or Subdue Demons were merely gimmicks. Could it be that eating a certain pill would truly make one an immortal? There were also unlucky fellows who failed to establish a foundation after consuming foundation establishment pills. Similarly, Joni did not believe there were truly endless levels. After all, with Luze's cultivation level, he couldn't possibly create something that exceeded specifications. Having just cleared the 5 difficult survival levels, Joni was full of confidence. Luz, shitty, wait for me, I will find the end right now. Senior brother. Senior brother. Joni suddenly heard someone calling his name. Through a single lapse, the corn cannon shells missed a reedied barbarian zombie, slipped through, strode forward, and with one blow pulverized the pumpkin-head tall nut. The front line was torn open in an instant. The troops collapsed like a landslide. Seeing the situation was hopeless, he withdrew. Junior brother Moo. What is it? A few thin red veins, rare for him, had appeared in Joni's eyes. Senior brother Zong, after you posted on the forum last night, you suddenly disappeared for the whole night. Everyone thought you had gone mad, so I... Mu Yuan hurriedly explained when he saw Joni was alright. He had been the one who changed the name with Joni, only he knew the true identity of Tian Kai Xiushi. A whole night. Joni looked out the window, the sunlight was blinding. He was stunned. Hadn't he only just begun to study endless mode? How had an entire night passed? Senior brother Zhong, have you been stuck on hard mode and working at it all along? No, hard mode was cleared long ago. I did not expect there to be an even more perverse endless mode afterwards. At the mention of endless mode, Zhong felt a chill along his scalp. Hard mode was child's play beside this. The early stages were manageable and not much different from before. But when several barbarian zombies appeared together in the 5th stage, Zhong sensed something was amiss. After that, combinations of different zombies came one after another without respite. The most nauseating were the juggler zombies. He remembered that in survival and adventure modes the juggler's bomb detonated only when it reached the center. In endless mode, sometimes there were jugglers whose bombs exploded in an instant. Once they detonated, they caused mass casualties and the breach in the formation could not be repaired. And then there were the barbarian zombies. This was every player's nightmare. In endless mode there were even more exaggeratedly powerful reedied barbarian zombies that shattered his defenses. He lost count of how many matches he had played. Unwittingly, morning arrived. Endless mode was brutal, yet he found himself feeling a faint trace of enjoyment. The feeling was like standing at the edge of a cultivation breakthrough, hovering on the verge and constantly seeking an opening. Senior brother Zhong, hurry to the forum, the players have been waiting a long time for your strategy guide. I'll post it now, then go back to endless mode. I refuse to believe it is truly endless. In the time that followed, endless mode began to appear in the sight of more and more disciples. To use the parlance of his previous life, these disciples were the game's core players. Most players still quietly tackled the hard levels in survival mode, from outer disciples to sect elders, everyone was playing. The forum had become the gathering place for core players, and the prevailing topic was endless mode. Fellow cultivators, which stage are you on in endless mode? I fell at the 5th stage, it's far too hard. The reneged barbarian zombies are broken, they simply cannot be killed. The instant exploding jugglers are disgusting. It always feels like Junior Brother Lou never meant for us to pass. Fellow cultivators, I have a brilliant plan. At the start of each lane, place a tall nut and a pumpkin head, then a torch and 7 Gatling shooters. Once this divine formation is complete, not even a god could withstand it. Do you agree? First, you must have enough spiritual energy. Planting the same purple spirit plant repeatedly will increase the energy cost. It seems crucial to accumulate more spiritual energy in the first 3 stages. Don't use Gatling shooters, the shooter line is useless, you need throwers. Nonsense. Gatling shooter plus torch is a rock-solid divine formation. Why does no one like mushrooms? Mushroom clan can sit with the demonic path. Ha ha ha. I have devised a perfect formation without any flaw. With this formation you can casually clear hundreds of stages, leaving tens of thousands of spiritual energy unused. The formation's core is Yangtao, just plant it full. Lu Zhe chuckled as he read the forum posts in the refining pavilion. Especially the player called Yangtao. His advocacy for Yangtao-centered formations reminded Lu Zhe of some amusing episodes from his past life. He knew the player was boasting, back-end data showed no one had reached the 10th stage, so any claim of clearing hundreds was plainly bragging. Watching his disciples excitedly discuss various formations gratified Lu Zhe. He had feared the difficulty might be so perverse that players would abandon the game. If that had happened, he could have adjusted the difficulty temporarily. Now it seemed he had worried needlessly. On one hand, entertainment in this world was scarce. Lingji battle of spirit plants and zombies had no true substitute. On the other hand, what storms had cultivators not endured? Each disciple possessed steeled resolve, accustomed to countless setbacks in cultivation. Losing a few matches was nothing. Lu Zhe felt fully at ease. Given the disciples of Lingxiao sect could endure so much, there would be many more choices for future games. Add some soul-wandering difficulty and the demonic path value would accumulate rapidly. The mere thought of that prospect delighted him. To his surprise, Lingji contributed a considerable amount of demonic path value, almost comparable to Ma Jia Tao Wang. Partly because the sect promoted the game so nearly every disciple was playing, partly because the elders and stewards had joined as well. After all, Lingzi's gameplay appealed to all ages. The demonic path value the stewards and elders could provide was far greater than what ordinary disciples could offer. Yet Lu Zhe knew Lingji was not a long-term plan. Once players cleared the non-endless stages, the game would begin to gather dust. Only a small portion of core players would remain addicted to endless mode. Suijin Peak, Duanti Valley. Senior brother, are you sure you haven't gone mad? Absolutely sure. Then why did you slice the spirit fruit in half when I offered it to you earlier? Next time when you hand it over, don't throw it. Zhong Yi froze awkwardly. He had been chopping fruit for almost 7 days, seeing a fruit flying through the air, his hands moved before his mind. Habit had taken hold. He thought inwardly, now that I consider it, I might truly be a little possessed. Junior brother Lu's illusion is terrifying. He reflected inwardly, it was not just the reflex to slice fruit. Lately even his brief rests were filled with dreams and images of various spirit plants. As he mused, a tall nut suddenly appeared before him. Zhongyi assumed he had slipped into madness and was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and found the tall nut was actually there, its goofy eyes remarkably lifelike. What is this? Our Suijin Peak has produced a new body tempering stone meant to make every disciple as tough as the nut Taoist. Amazing. But recently our target has changed. Changed into what? Into barbarian zombies that can take hits and resist all sorts of attacks, one punch apiece when faced heaten. Zhongyi suddenly realized that perhaps he was not the only one teetering on the edge of obsession. A week passed swiftly. On the day of the results announcement, the entire Lingxiao sect gathered once again at the Lingxiao Square. This time the spectacle rivaled if not surpassed the day of the release of Spirit Plants vs. Zombies. After all, compared to watching an outer sect disciple being stripped of his cultivation by the sect elders, seeing the sect elder being punished to reflect in the reflection valley by an outer sect disciple was much more thrilling. Everyone in the Lingxiao sect was well aware of the quality of Spirit Plants vs. Zombies. The participation rate exceeded 90 and at least everyone had completed the adventure mode. According to the requirements set by Ding Ming-sung a week ago, it was evident that he was destined to lose. At this moment countless disciples were whispering in the Lingxiao square. Who do you think will win or lose today? Isn't it obvious? Elder Ding is bound to lose. Is that for real? Why do I feel that swinging my sword 3000 times daily is a bit difficult? Clearly you're too engrossed in the game below to count. As long as you stay in for over 2 hours, swinging your sword 3000 times is nothing. You could even manage 4000. Oh no, I feel I can stay in for 5 hours a day. That means this friend is quite restrained. By the way, what do you all call each other in the illusion? Should we exchange ideas? Do you think Elder Ding will admit defeat and reflect in the reflection valley? From my years of experience, he absolutely won't. Junior brother Lu will definitely give the elder some face and they will both take a step back. Really? I always feel junior brother Lu is not that kind of person. I concur. I also feel that junior brother Lu enjoys tormenting others. Before long, Lu Zhe and the elders of Lingxiao sect gradually arrived. Lu Zhe still wore an air of nonchalance. On the other side, Ding Ming-sung wore a dark expression, not smiling at all. To ensure fairness, I will personally reveal the results of this illusion. The Grand Elder Zhao Wendao cleared his throat and walked to the enormous illusion tower in front of the open space. He took the main crystal of Spirit Plants vs. Zombies from within and held it in his right hand. At the same time, he extended his right hand and 2 golden threads of spiritual energy began to wrap around the illusion crystal. Zhao Wendao closed his eyes, extracting data from the crystal while projecting the information into the air using his technique. The first item, the daily usage time of the disciples. Zhao Wendao's voice resonated like a bell. A number formed from white light floated in midair. Average daily usage time of sect disciples 3.5 hours. As soon as this data was revealed, the audience began to chatter. What? Only 3.5 hours? Who's dragging their feet? Step forward. An average of 3.5 hours is too exaggerated. If other sects hear this, they will definitely think we are slacking off. Who said we are slacking off? Aren't we practicing swordsmanship? Exactly, friends shouldn't speak recklessly. We are practicing swordsmanship. Planting and fighting zombies are secondary tasks. Zhao Wendao continued. The second item, the number of sword swings by the disciples each day. The second piece of information appeared: average daily sword swings of sect disciples 7328 times. As soon as this data was revealed, even the disciples themselves found it hard to believe. What? I can swing my sword that many times in a day. This can't be real. Indeed, until you push yourself, you won't know where your limits lie. The key is we've achieved this daily and don't feel tired at all. If we weren't in class, I feel this data could exceed 10000. These 2 pieces of data were undoubtedly quite exaggerated. They all far exceeded the conditions previously set by Ding Ming-sung. As for the cleverness of the theme, personally I believe Spirit Plants vs. Zombies indeed achieved both cleverness and thought that is beyond doubt. Zhao Wendao continued, speaking to himself. I wonder if the 2 of you have any other opinions. He then looked towards Lu Zhe and Ding Ming-sung. Lu Zhe smiled, making a gesture towards Ding Ming-sung as if to say please. Ding Ming-sung was seething with rage inside but forced himself to hold it back. He cleared his throat. I believe that outer sect disciple Lu Zhe cheated during the event. This result should not count. Ding Ming-sung asserted firmly. Oh. How did I cheat? Please explain, Elder Ding. Lu Zhe chuckled. He was certain this fellow would retaliate and was just waiting to see the show. I heard that 2 days after this competition began, Lu Zhe openly sold new illusion crystals in the artifact refining pavilion. Which means the disciples experienced more than one type of illusion, so these 2 results are inaccurate. To correct you, that was not a new environment crystal but an updated level. So what? Didn't you misjudge the difficulty yourself? Seeing the disciples about to clear the level, you hurriedly added new levels. Isn't that cheating? Lu Zhe found Ding Mingkang's words amusing. This guy's survival instinct was quite strong, even beginning to argue irrationally. In the rules we set before the start there was no such clause. Lu Zhe said, confidently refusing to back down. Besides, what do you mean by saying I only acted when I saw my fellow disciples clearing the levels? You could ask the senior brothers if there were icons for the survival mode and endless mode as soon as they entered. I just didn't activate them in advance. Lu Zhe's statement received unanimous confirmation from the disciples below. Before Lu Zhe updated, some disciples had been curious about what the gray question mark was. But you. Ding Mingsong was momentarily at a loss for words, racking his brain to organize his language. But the difficulty of the subsequent levels you released was clearly different from before. You dare say you weren't deliberately trying to make it difficult for your fellow sect members? You clearly didn't want them to clear the levels. If it is an unsolvable problem, then you are cheating. By taking advantage of the trust of your fellow sect members and their competitive spirit to help you win this contest. That endless mode is simply unbeatable. Ding Mingkang's words resonated with many disciples below. Instantly the crowd erupted into chaos. Elder Ding seems to have a point. I also feel that it's impossible to get through. If that's the case, since it's fundamentally impossible to clear, is it really just to let us play for a bit longer and help him win? If that's the case, then it's too much. Everyone, please don't be impatient. I actually feel that every time there is a sense of almost clearing. Seeing the disciples below beginning to turn against each other, Ding Mingsong felt the time was right and quickly pretended to be the good guy. I can understand your feelings. You're worried he'll strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. However, cheating is absolutely wrong. In light of your evident talent, why don't we nullify this sect contract? I will explain to the sect master on your behalf. These lines, long prepared, amused Lu Zhe. This fellow had backed down. He tried to turn the tables, then suggested they both take a step back. It seemed that ordinary disciples would generally give the elder some face at this point and let it go. But Lu Zhe was different. He had yet to complete the task of defeating Ding Mingsong. And the more damage he caused him, the more abundant the rewards. How could he let him escape punishment? After all, he was a true disciple of the demonic path. Isn't it reasonable to not do good deeds? Without hesitation, he interrupted Ding Mingkang's words. Who wants to step back with you? Before entering the sect, my private tutor told me that willing to gamble means accepting the outcome, which is a fundamental principle. If I can prove today that this endless mode is not unbeatable, will Elder Ding accept his loss? The smile on Ding Mingkang's face was stiff. He never expected to receive such a response. As a distinguished elder of the sect, he had taken the initiative to step back. How could a mere disciple, not even a fully initiated inner disciple, dare to speak to him in such a manner? Around Ding Mingsong, inaudible waves were constantly surging. If not for the many eyes watching him, he felt he would have acted without hesitation. Chao Wendao glanced at him meaningfully, and Ding Mingsong struggled to restrain his murderous intent. A good wager in willingness to lose. Good. Ding Mingsong squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Zhe. Then today I will see how this endless mode works. And how you completed these levels. If you can clear all 50 levels in front of all the disciples, then I will willingly admit defeat. Though he had not personally attempted the endless mode, according to Qian Yutong's information, its difficulty was insurmountable for ordinary individuals. In the past 3 days, the sect's highest record was only 20 levels, and it was a crushing defeat. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed Lu Zhe intentionally did not want everyone to clear the levels. Even if he himself attempted it, it would be futile. Alright, let's get started then. Lu Zhe smiled faintly. He had guessed early on that Ding Mingsong would not let this go so easily. Having come this far, he had long anticipated it. What a joke. 50 levels. For someone like him, a professional player who had tackled various challenges with online friends in his past life, it was child's play. Let alone 50 levels. Even if it were 100 or 1000 levels, he had ways to manage. Wait a moment. Seeing Lu Zhe's calm demeanor, Ding Mingsong suspiciously stopped him. Let me find someone to check if you tampered with the crystal and the illusion tower before proceeding with the demonstration. The news that Lu Zhe would demonstrate the endless mode at Lingshao Square spread quickly. It seems Elder Ding has a point. If Junior Brother Lu intended to prevent us from clearing the levels, it would indeed be unfair. Junior Brother Lu is truly full of spirit, daring to challenge Elder Ding in front of so many brothers. A live demonstration clearing 50 levels. Impossible, right? I can't even pass the 5th level. Absolutely impossible. The firepower at the 10th level is inhuman. 50 levels. There's no way he can clear that. I even suspect that the illusion doesn't have a 50th level at all. Junior brother Lou probably made the number of zombies impossible to handle this time. I want to see how he gets through it. The disciples murmured among themselves. Even if Lu Zhe was the creator of the illusion, no one believed he could clear 50 levels. After all, the difficulty of the levels in endless mode was evident. With such an exaggerated number of zombies, everyone thought it was impossible to clear without cheating. Therefore, when Ding Mingsong suggested checking the crystals in the illusion tower, the disciples felt it was only natural. After a thorough inspection confirming that all items had not been tampered with, Lu Zhe's consciousness sank into the illusion tower, ready to begin his performance. He projected the illusion scene to the outside. Ding Mingsong and the disciples from the law enforcement hall watched closely, monitoring his every move. The moment Lu Zhe made any move that seemed to modify the crystal information, Ding Mingsong would not hesitate to take him down. All the disciples curiously watched Lu Zhe's screen. However, as soon as Lu Zhe entered, he stopped at the selection for the endless mode, not moving at all. Why isn't he moving? Could it be that he's scared? Maybe he wants to find an opportunity to adjust the level difficulty. It's a bit difficult. Elder Ding is watching after all. The disciples were all curious. At this moment, Lu Zhe was frowning in deep thought. He was contemplating two issues. One was which level to play and the other was which formation to use. If he weren't live streaming, he wouldn't care how he chose. Let alone 50 levels. Even if it were 500 or 5,000 levels, he could handle them with ease. The problem was that he didn't want to teach so many people how to clear the endless mode at this point. Firstly, this would reduce the player's thinking time, thereby affecting the game's future longevity. Secondly, if players already knew how to clear the endless mode, where would he earn his magic value? For example, the classic corn cannon setup. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as he demonstrated how to set it up, by that night the disciples would know how to grind the endless mode. Even if the difficulty were significantly increased, the disciples would at least be able to reach 100 levels. This would naturally diminish their motivation to play Plants vs. Zombies in the future. Lu Zhe felt that he absolutely could not choose such a simple-minded setup. The development of formations was best left to the players themselves. After some quick contemplation, Lu Zhe selected the 3rd level, the daytime pool, to activate the endless mode. The 3rd level, due to the pool, had less defensive pressure from both water lanes and was overall the easiest, making it very convenient for teaching. As for the formation, Lu Zhe chose a relatively classic non-cannon formation. This formation required more manual operation, and he could deliberately adjust some other plants to confuse the player's perceptions. Quickly selecting his spirit plant cards, Lu Zhe entered the game. Below the stage, countless pairs of eyes watched Lu Zhe's every move closely. When the disciples saw Lu Zhe's card selection, there was a chorus of confusion. What does this mean? Why isn't junior brother Lu bringing pea shooter? Not bringing the ordinary pea shooter is one thing, but he's not even bringing the ice pea shooter. Forget about the pea shooter, junior brother Lu only brought one giant mushroom and one doomshroom. How does he plan to get through the 1st level? Using potato mines and squash to exchange for zombies. Isn't that purely wasting spiritual energy? Wait. He didn't even bring walnuts. Is he trying to commit suicide? Has junior brother Lu given up on himself? In the air, Mu Yan and Zhong Yi were also closely observing Lu Zhe's actions. Senior brother Zhong isn't junior brother Lu being a bit too confident by not bringing walnuts? Mu Yan asked in confusion. He had a special fondness for the tank plants in this game. Every level he had to place high walnuts and pumpkin shields in a complete line, otherwise he always felt like something was missing. Now seeing Lu Zhe not bring a single walnut made him feel uneasy. The intensity of the 1st level isn't high, the focus is on accumulating spiritual energy, so it's understandable not to bring walnuts. Zhong Yi was more experienced than others. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the significance of each card Lu Zhe brought. The imitator mimicking the sunflower was to speed up the collection of spiritual energy, which was easy to understand. Potato mines and squash were to exchange zombies with minimal resources in the early stages, which was also acceptable. But he didn't understand why Lu Zhe chose the giant mushroom, which required 75 spiritual energy, instead of the pea shooter that could work with the torchwood. The former required an additional wake-up bean to activate. If he could still barely understand these choices, the thing he found most incomprehensible was the garlic. In his view, this card was completely useless. Its function was to redirect zombies to another lane. It could neither kill nor cause damage, it was simply a waste. Zhong-Yi had only used it once in a story level, then left it to collect dust in the warehouse, never using it again. Watching Lu Zhe use these bizarre cards without hesitation made Zhong-Yi even more curious. With these peculiar cards, how did Lu Zhe plan to reliably reach 50 levels? Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, the game began. Lu Zhe deftly placed the first sunflower, absorbing spiritual energy. Then, using a mimic sunflower, he planted the second one. As per tradition, the horn signaling the zombie attack sounded. Almost all disciples of the sect, including Zhong-Yi, would now release a bit of spiritual energy to observe where the zombies would appear. Then they would place a pea shooter for defense. However, Lu Zhe was different. Even upon hearing the alert of an incoming zombie, he still planted the third sunflower. This maneuver left the disciples watching from the square in awe. It wasn't until Lu Zhe buried a potato mine that they began to understand his strategy. Are you just using mines and a gourd to exchange for monsters in the first level? Is it a strategy to hoard spiritual energy? What a good idea, I've learned something. No wonder my spiritual energy is always insufficient. But how will we handle the next wave of zombies with such a long cooldown for the potato mines? What does placing a garlic on both lanes mean? My goodness, have you already planted 2 rows of sunflowers and still not enough? What a fierce person. Finally planting other spiritual plants. And it's a gloomy mushroom. Planted in water. In the sky. Mu Yuan's small eyes were filled with big question marks. He was increasingly baffled by Lu Zhe's actions. Initially he would ask Zhong-Yi about Lu Zhe's intentions. But when Zhong-Yi spoke, it turned into a lengthy discourse. Talk of spiritual energy consumption and cost-effectiveness made his head spin, so he decided to stop asking and just enjoy the show. The screen was filled with pulsating spiritual energy, which looked quite satisfying. In contrast, Zhong-Yi grew more and more excited, as if every move Lu Zhe made enlightened him. Garlic is used to repel zombies, allowing both lanes to become paths for spiritual energy production. But if zombies concentrate on one lane, wouldn't the pressure of monster exchange be even greater? Are we going to use cherry bombs? Wait. Big mushrooms. No, gloomy mushrooms. Gloomy mushrooms can hit multiple zombies at once. What? Zhong-Yi was stunned by Lu Zhe's actions. First he used potato bombs and gourds to exchange for monsters, ensuring the growth of sunflowers. Once the number of zombies increased, he used garlic to concentrate them on the 2 lanes near the pond. Finally he planted an upgraded gloomy mushroom over the pond, utilizing its full directional attack and area damage characteristics to complete the harvest. Before Lu Zhe performed this maneuver, everyone's strategy for hoarding spiritual energy was to first plant 2 rows of sunflowers and then start supplementing with offensive spiritual plants. However, within less than half the time of the game, Lu Zhe had already planted a full 2 rows of sunflowers. Moreover, it seemed he wanted to continue planting. The disciples watching below also grasped Lu Zhe's strategy, instantly awed. Junior brother Lu, are you planning to plant 6 rows of sunflowers? Oh my, I only dared to plant 2 rows. I never expected that 2 gloomy mushrooms could hold off the zombies in the first level. By comparison, the pea shooter is indeed a bit weak. My goodness. Junior brother Lu's spiritual energy has already exceeded 3,000. What the heck? I barely reached 2,000 and that was close to the end. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Zhong-Yi with his strength, earning his respect and randomly acquiring one of his abilities. Reward acquired Great Dao True Word Technique. Lu Zhe's orderly operations momentarily paused. Senior brother is truly a good person, he's delivered again. He thought excitedly in his heart. He hadn't expected that after betting with Ding Ming-sun there would be such an unexpected gain. This time it wasn't just ordinary martial arts insight but a genuine cultivation technique. Its level was the same as the golden skill Ice Breath technique which he had stolen from Li Moran. How overpowered would Ice Breath technique be after reaching perfection? Lu Zhe in his foundation establishment form managed to evade a group of elders' spiritual sense probing. This showcases the value of golden skills. Now he was troubled by not having a suitable cultivation method, and Zhong-Yi had delivered warmth just when he needed it. Truly a great person. Lu Zhe never expected that besides the disciples experiencing the game and being impressed by its design could earn him rewards, watching his own operations could as well. This was great news. He could perform such operations more often in the future. With that thought, he decided to take it a bit more seriously. What if other disciples also sent him warmth? In the first level, he had already been quite lenient and still amassed nearly 6,000 points of spiritual energy. If he focused entirely, he could probably reach around 10,000. However, he couldn't take it too seriously. It was better for players to explore more things on their own. Even so, such a level of operation had left the sect in awe. Why did the imitator change to a pumpkin head in the second level? Junior brother Lu has finally brought combat spiritual plants. Why only bring the watermelon shooter? The corn shooter is the strongest. It can control infinitely. What about the Gatling shooter? A lineup without the Gatling shooter is incomplete. If we're bringing a pumpkin head, why not bring a nut? What? From the perspective of current players, many of Lu Ze's choices were incomprehensible. For instance, while the nut series is a favorite among newcomers, its effectiveness in endless mode is nearly non-existent. The most difficult Icecar zombies and barbarian zombies could be eliminated instantly upon contact. Experienced players generally wouldn't choose nuts to go into battle. Then there are the Gatling shooters, which newcomers love. Their individual DPS is indeed outstanding, but the key is that they lack AoE. Although paired with torches, the flame peas offer a bit of splash damage, it's still not enough. Moreover, splash damage can be blocked by Icecars. In contrast, the characteristics of big mushrooms and gloomy mushrooms with AoE and penetration are more suitable for endless mode. At this moment, as Lu Ze was selecting cards, he heard the rising chorus of voices outside, all urging him to bring the Gatling shooter. Lu Ze pondered for a moment. Actually, bringing it wouldn't be a bad idea. It would increase the difficulty, thereby raising the learning cost for these disciples. Then let's go with the 97 no cannon lineup. I knew it. The pea shooter family is the best. No, I still think the shooters are the best. Wait, it seems Junior Brother Lu has brought shooters, and mushrooms. What lineup is Junior Brother Lu planning to play? I can't understand it. Perhaps his realm is too high, showcasing a sense of freedom. I feel that watching Junior Brother Lu clear the illusion is really satisfying, even more so than playing myself. Do you think so, fellow Taoist? I feel the same way. If only we could watch like this every day. The disciples' whispers could be heard by Lu Ze in the illusion. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips. Wasn't this the embryonic form of live streaming? Indeed, even cultivators enjoyed this kind of setup. Unfortunately, he still couldn't create the functionality for live streaming. On one hand, he lacked the network infrastructure, on the other, he was missing key technical tools. However, recalling the bet he made with his master Nangon Yuan, Lu Ze's smile became even brighter. Once he won against Ding Mingtsong, his master would have to fulfill his promise and help him create a tool. The key technology to conquer the live streaming function should still be left to his master. Lu Ze put away his smile and continued operating. With ample sunlight, the next two levels could be easily completed with just a few taps. Lu Ze had already constructed the formation, currently methodically changing it. The double shooters, big mushrooms and watermelon shooters were being planted one by one, just waiting to slowly transform into Gatling shooters, gloomy mushrooms and ice melon shooters. The sunflowers gradually transitioned into twin sunflowers. The pumpkin heads were also placed on the plants of the upper and lower lanes. Lu Ze operated at will. The group of disciples, however, found it dazzling, with many operations completely incomprehensible. Junior Brother Lu. The defense on the lower path has been breached. No, it seems the big spore at the front was destroyed by Junior Brother Lu himself. Oh no, the ladder zombies have charged in. Why are we still equipping double gunners and watermelon throwers with pumpkin heads at a time like this? If the ladder gets set up, it's all over. Ha! What is Junior Brother Lu doing with the garlic? Oh no, the ladder is piling up more and more. Has Junior Brother Lu lost focus? Quickly remove the pumpkin head and replace it with a new one. Hearing the excited shouts from the outer disciples, Lu Ze smiled slightly. Setting up the ladder was far too advanced for this group of newcomers. Originally, he hadn't planned to set up the ladder. However, the timing of the second wave of ladder zombies was simply too perfect, so he went ahead and did it. Setting up a ladder is a technical task. Once set up, those zombies that surged into the backline would directly use the ladder to climb over. Utilizing the zombies' ability to climb the ladder actually provided the best protection for the backline. Lu Ze didn't mind them seeing it. After all, even if they saw it, they might not learn it. Time passed by second by second. Luz's formation began to take shape. This was a relatively conventional 97 no-cannon formation. The upper and lower lanes each had 4 Gatling guns and torches, while the rest consisted of ice watermelon throwers and gloomy mushrooms, with 2 ice mushrooms placed in the central pond. At first glance there was nothing particularly special about it. The firepower was merely average and barely held at the edge of passing the level, relying heavily on manual control against critical zombies like the Reed and the Clown. With this formation, Luz was not worried about the disciples easily clearing the levels. At least it wouldn't be like the classic 8-cannon formation that could be used to pass levels instantly. The number of levels continued to rise. Soon they reached level 20. Level 20 was a hurdle and also the most extreme level the disciples of Lingxiao Sect had ever seen. Because starting from this level the number of zombies would experience an exaggerated increase. In the endless mode, the zombies that spawned were random. At the beginning of each level the mist above the zombie camp would clear, allowing players to see the types of zombies they were about to face. When they saw the barbarian zombies and icecard zombies appearing simultaneously at level 20, the disciples below exploded with excitement. Oh no, the barbarians are coming. Can Junior Brother Lu's formation handle this? Junior Brother Lu still has 10,000 spiritual energy left. Why not change the formation? With so many barbarians, why not switch to corn and cannon? I don't understand why there are so many gloomy mushrooms. It's level 20 and still not changing. Exactly. If we replace the gloomy mushrooms with Gatling shooters and torches, the output should be sufficient. It's fine to bring gloomy mushrooms, but why not place a high walnut in front to protect them? Don't even mention high walnuts, there aren't even any pumpkin heads in the 4 frontline plants on the ground. Junior Brother Lu seems a bit too confident. With 1,000 spiritual energy left, why not replace the sunflowers with cattail grass? That would be great for dealing with balloons. Why not fully plant the 2 rows on the ground? Wouldn't it be better to place a spikeweed king in front? Without the spikeweed king to block the cars and withstand the barbarians, Junior Brother Lu is going to struggle this time. Although the disciples admired Luz's ingenuity, they were also shocked by his early strategy of collecting spiritual energy. However, at this moment everyone was not optimistic about Luz's formation. This formation seemed no different from what they had built themselves. Everyone felt that the reason they couldn't reach so many levels was that they hadn't saved enough spiritual energy in the early stages and had set up the formation too late. If they had learned Luz's extreme method of saving spiritual energy earlier, level 20 would not have been a problem. The formation they envisioned was much stronger than Luz's. In the face of everyone's criticism, Luz smiled. The questions from these fellow disciples were reminiscent of the inquiries from newcomers in the bullet comments when he used to stream formation videos. Why bring so many gloomy mushrooms? The value of 360-degree AoE is understood by those who know. Why not equip the front line with pumpkin heads? Because once the pumpkin heads are equipped, the collision volume increases and they will be crushed by ice carts in advance. Why not bring spikeweed? With 2 grid slots they would be instantly killed by groups of giants, purely wasting space. Why not fully plant the front line? You would understand after a few encounters with giants and clowns. Of course, Luz would not tell everyone the reasons. He would wait for them to gradually figure it out themselves. He was not live streaming to teach, but rather to send Ding Mingsong to the Reflection Valley to experience life. He wasn't playing games to make players enjoy themselves, instead he wanted them to be tortured. If there are any suitable games to recommend considering the cultivation background, I will focus on gameplay. For those who want to see players being tortured, it will be available soon. The zombies launched an attack. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Luz's formation performed far beyond all expectations. During the day, the water-based attacks from the water pool were the weakest. The 3 gloomy mushrooms at the front unleashed their full firepower, combined with the deceleration from the ice melons on either side, causing the medium-sized zombies to perish before they could even take a step. As for the lanes that the gloomy mushrooms couldn't reach, 4 Gatling gunners worked in tandem with torches, delivering equally overwhelming damage. The disciples watched in stunned silence. How could it be so simple? Lu Shitty must have adjusted the difficulty of this endless mode himself. There's no way. Elder Ding has been watching from the side. The gloomy mushrooms are surprisingly powerful. One shouldn't judge a spiritual plant by its appearance. Don't rush. The first wave consists of ordinary difficulty zombies. The barbarian zombies haven't come out yet. The second wave. Here come the barbarians. A horde of barbarian zombies crowded together. Under the illusion technology, every step the barbarian zombies took caused the ground to tremble. The momentum and pressure were even stronger than the 2D visuals of his past life. They finally came. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ze's mouth. He had been waiting for this group of barbarian zombies for quite a while. If they didn't arrive soon, he would start dozing off. Lu Ze slightly invigorated himself and the sword in his hand began to dance swiftly. A wake-up beam fell onto the forehead of the ice mushroom, which instantly snapped awake. A chilling aura erupted forth. All the zombies were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Countless fiery peas, frozen watermelons, and purple miasma rained down on the barbarian zombies. In just a few moments, as the barbarian zombies were about to recover their movement, they collapsed with a loud crash. Following that, the second wave, the third wave. Lu Ze's maneuvers once again left everyone in awe. Especially when the giant threw small zombies from the basket, treading on the ladders of those in the back without inflicting any damage at all. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Wow! So that's why the ladder was never dismantled. Turning the enemy's attack methods into one's own. Brilliant, simply brilliant. So it was intentional. Lu Shitty thought of something from the 30th level back in the second level. Incredible. Lu Shitty has foresight, it's our lack of vision. Such is the illusion, and so is cultivation. If it weren't for the limitations of his aptitude, Lu Shitty would probably surpass us all. Meanwhile, in Lu Ze's ears, the system's prompt sounded like an explosion echoing continuously. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Xiao Hongji with his strength, earning the admiration of the other party and randomly acquiring one of their abilities. Acquisition reward 9 Heavens Transformation Technique. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Zhang Ming with his strength, earning the admiration of the other party and randomly acquiring one of their abilities. Acquisition reward 6 months of martial arts insight. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Luo Hao with his strength, earning the admiration of the other party and randomly acquiring one of their abilities. Acquisition reward Yuan E formula. The host impresses the righteous cultivator Shen Song Tian with his strength, earning the admiration of the other party and randomly acquiring one of their abilities. Acquisition reward Qingming sword technique. Lu Ze's movements paused for a moment, then quickly resumed. His heart raced uncontrollably. What a huge profit! He had initially felt a bit pained, thinking that by revealing such a skill and speeding up the disciples' game progress he would earn less demonic value. But now it seemed without a doubt he had struck gold. Who would have thought that by casually demonstrating the endless mode he could astonish the entire sect to such an extent? Almost 30 of the disciples were showering him with spoils. The least of which were several months' worth of martial arts insights, while the most were techniques and martial skills. All of it was collected into his possession. It's a pity that since he already had senior brother Zhong's Great Tao True Words technique, the other techniques felt somewhat wasteful. Techniques can only be cultivated one set at a time. He had just obtained the Great Tao True Words technique from Zhong. The other techniques were somewhat regrettable. He couldn't help but indulge in some wishful thinking, wondering if the system could exchange the excess techniques for manuals, allowing him to sell them outside. At the sword peak near the absolute despair cliff, the sword energy wrapped in frost continuously sliced through the heavens and the earth as if it intended to tear the entire valley apart. After a long time it finally calmed down. Liamo Ran let out a soft breath of turbid air. Still unable to break through, She stroked the silver longsword in her hand, her willow brows furrowing slightly. According to her master Lu Qingmei, once the 9 Heavens Ice Sword technique reaches great perfection, one strike would freeze the heavens and earth, and even time would nearly stand still. Although the great perfection of the 9 Heavens Ice Sword technique was already enough to compete in Ling Xiao's sect, it was difficult to find a rival of the same level in the entire Tianxian continent, yet Liamo Ran was still not satisfied. Recently, while practicing the sword technique, she felt a faint sense of impending breakthrough, but she had been unable to achieve her wish. No matter how hard she trained, she remained stuck on the verge of a breakthrough. Liamo Ran recalled her master's teachings. Breakthroughs require an opportunity. Perhaps a single observation of a flower or a blade of grass could lead to an epiphany. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after. Where could she find them? Liamo Ran let out a soft sigh. She sheathed the silver longsword and took out a miniature illusion tower from her storage bag. Recently she had been playing Plants vs. Zombies from time to time. On one hand, it allowed her to wield her sword without forgetting to practice during her breaks. On the other hand, she genuinely felt that the design of Plants vs. Zombies was quite interesting. In her view, it was more entertaining than demonic cult escape. Recently, after completing a few levels of endless mode, returning to practice her sword technique had surprisingly yielded a multiplier effect. Liam O'Ran entered Plants vs. Zombies and habitually glanced at the forum. Suddenly she saw an entire page dedicated to discussing Lu Ze's demonstration of the endless mode at the Lingxiao Plaza. Public demonstration. Liam O'Ran pondered a barely noticeable curve appearing at the corners of her mouth. In the next moment she exited the illusion. Stepping onto the silver snow sword she murmured, "That person, is it you?" The speed of the flying sword was astonishingly swift. In no time Liam O'Ran appeared above the Lingxiao Square. She quickly spotted Zhongyi and Muya when not far away with Zhongyi's brows tightly furrowed. Why isn't senior brother Zhong saying anything? Is there something wrong with junior brother Lu? Muya curiously patted Zhongyi's back. There's a problem. A huge problem. Zhongyi couldn't help but clench his fists. Muya puzzled asked what seems to be the issue. Junior brother Lu. Why is everything arranged so unevenly? Clearly it could be symmetrically arranged, why must it be like this? It's so irritating. Damn it, this brat must have heard me. Why did he even specifically move? Those were the only 4 sunflowers you had arranged properly. Put them back quickly. Zhongyi waved his fists excitedly. At this moment Lu Ze was secretly amused within the illusion. He never expected that Zhongyi would be such a perfectionist. He played games rather freely without demanding symmetry or aesthetics in his lineup. As long as it was practical. Some players like Zhongyi felt uncomfortable if the plants in the same row were different. Thinking this, he tore down a symmetrical mood mushroom and swapped its position with the ice melon thrower in front. Outside, Zhongyi's scolding grew louder. At this moment the level had reached the 35th stage. The difficulty was approaching that of the 1,000 levels from his previous life. In fact, it was even more challenging. The ordinary barbarian zombies were no longer sufficient. Crimson-eyed barbarian zombies swarmed and their attributes doubled. Lu Ze remained unhurried. As the crimson-eyed barbarians raised their fists, the ice mushroom opened its sleepy eyes. The world froze. Giants fell. The wails of the zombies echoed. The operations continued in a cycle. Lu Ze timed his moves perfectly. Whether it was the instant exploding juggling zombies or the flying zombies sneaking in from the backline or the hordes of barbarian zombies, all could be precisely frozen by him and then harvested. Occasionally, during brief moments of vulnerability, he would use cushion plants to avert crises. This required exceptional control timing, otherwise if he wasn't careful the juggling zombies might explode on the front line or the flying zombies could steal key positions. The sense of decline would cascade downwards. In the eyes of the disciples it seemed as if a frost deity had descended upon the entire Ling Tian. Countless crises were swallowed by the overwhelming frost. Liam O'Ran watched the scene. With every opening of the ice mushroom's eyes, waves of frost spiritual energy continuously collided within her divine sense. In her eyes the ice essence flickered, seemingly gaining insight. Suddenly Liam O'Ran picked up the silver snow sword and slowly waved a few sword techniques in the air. A vast aura of frost abruptly enveloped the entire Lingxiao Square. It created a marvelous synergy with the game scene where Lu Ze was engaged in fierce battle. Zhao Wendao was the first to notice. With Zhao Wendao's vision, it was clear that the breakthrough of Liam O'Ran's swordsmanship in Ling Ji vs. Zombies was not the fundamental reason. Liam O'Ran's Nine Heavens Ice Sword technique was already on the verge of a breakthrough. At this moment it was merely a fortunate coincidence. He gazed at Liam O'Ran in the sky, his heart filled with countless emotions. On one hand, it was because the prodigy of Lingxiao's sect had become even more prodigious. On the other hand, it seemed that a new prodigy had emerged in some strange domain. Everyone was stunned by the surging chill and they all looked up. Among the crowd there were exclamations. It's senior sisterly. Could it be that she has broken through in her swordsmanship? Wait, the prototype of the ice mushroom can't be senior sisterly, right? I think the ice shooter looks more like her. So does that mean senior brother Mu is a tough nut? Senior sisterly watching junior brother Lu play endless mode actually gained insight. What a remarkable comprehension. Does Ling Ji vs. Zombies have such effects? Now I have to play every day. Shoo! How can practicing swordsmanship be called playing? Within the illusion, Lu Ze's surprise was even greater than that of Liam O'Ran. To think that playing a game could lead to Liam O'Ran gaining insight. Now he must ensure that his illusion is not just a game machine but a learning machine. Meanwhile, the system's prompt sounded late. Zhendao cultivator Liamo ran upon observing the host's training has gained insight and feels admiration. Reward obtained mastery in sword techniques perfect. Lu Zhe had been at it for 2 hours. The disciples outside had watched for 2 hours as well. The crowd of onlookers grew ever larger, with even the elders from various peaks coming to witness the spectacle. As the last readied barbarian zombie of the 50th challenge collapsed to the ground with its smashed head, Lu Zhe calmly chose to withdraw, smiling as he turned to face the pale-faced Ding Ningsang behind him. Elder Ding, is 50 challenges enough? Ding Ningkang's face was incredibly gloomy. He never expected that even the elders and the true disciples exerting their utmost effort could not break through the endless moat of 20 challenges. Yet Lu Zhe had breezed through 50 challenges with such ease. Never once did he face death along the way. Now unable to argue against it, he could only snort coldly and leave in a huff. The once bustling crowd suddenly fell silent. Since the result is out, everyone can disperse now, Chao and Das voice boomed as he appeared before Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, the disciples left with lingering feelings of unfulfillment. Is there truly no room for negotiation regarding the sect contract? Chao and Dao inquired. As an elder, he had to consider the sect's reputation. Elder 2 had been punished to reflect in the wall of thought because of his disciple. It was certainly not a good thing to let that news spread. Indeed, Lu Zhe replied decisively. Ding Ningsang had attempted several times to forcibly strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. There was no way he would relent on this matter. Given that old man's temperament, even if he compromised, he would likely harbor jealousy. It was better to embrace the role of the villain to the end. By acquiring more rewards from the system, perhaps he could have more trump cards. Since you insist, I won't stop you, Chao and Dao nodded. He was not surprised by this outcome. Though he favored someone like Zhong Yi, who was honest and benevolent, he had to admit that a talent like Lu Zhe, if lacking in ambition and sharpness, would appear abnormal. As for why he didn't consider Lu Zhe a genius, Chao and Dao glanced at Lu Zhe's roots. The mixed and inferior 5 spirit roots guaranteed that Lu Zhe's limits in cultivation would be rather constrained. What a pity. Chao and Dao sighed. If Lu Zhe's aptitude were slightly better, even if just at the level of an ordinary inner sect disciple, there would likely be elders willing to take him as a true disciple. With such roots, reaching foundation establishment would probably be his limit. Since you've already attained foundation establishment and are the designated disciple of Elder Nangong, you may officially begin your inner sect training from today onwards. Thank you, Elder, Lu Zhe said, bowing with cupped fists. By the way, since you are determined to fulfill the sect contract's punishment, there is something I need you to do for Elder Ding in the near future. Chao and Da's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning, clearly having come prepared. Lu Zhe cautiously asked, may I ask what this is about? Every 4 years our 5 major sects hold an exchange martial arts conference among disciples, featuring outstanding disciples who have recently joined the sect within the past 4 years. This year's conference will be hosted by our Lingxiao sect, occurring in half a month's time. After hearing this, Lu Zhe felt puzzled. Do you mean for me to represent the disciples and participate in the exchange? Yes. And no, Chao and Dao said with a faint smile, shaking his head. The representatives for each conference were usually either the true disciples or inner sect disciples with extremely high realms. While he intended for Lu Zhe to participate, the matter was not merely about sparring. In terms of combat power, 10 Lu Zhes would not be a match for a true disciple. As per tradition, the sect hosting the martial arts conference provides a secret realm for the exchange. This task was previously handled by Elder Ding. So you mean for me to handle it? Lu Zhe pointed at himself, then decisively refused. No, I can't manage the secret realm. Though resembling in name, illusion realms and secret realms are worlds apart in practice. Lu Zhe was highly skilled in illusion realms due to his superior understanding of various tools and setting rules, far surpassing most people. Creating a secret realm, however, requires a greater level of cultivation and techniques. More importantly, an illusion realm involves divine sense, while a secret realm involves the physical body. Since this was a disciple sparring event, it would definitely be limited and would not result in fatalities. This meant that there would be no accumulation of demonic path points. He wouldn't take on a thankless task. Well, creating an illusion realm wouldn't be out of the question. Chao and Dao stroked his beard and smiled. It's not without precedent. His thoughts were quite simple. With Lu Zhe's ingenuity, the illusion realm he created would surely be eye-opening. Other sects had elders creating secret or illusion realms, while Lingxiao sect would have a foundation establishment disciple handle it, and the quality would be at least equal. The disciples' martial arts exchange was essentially a showcase of the 5 major sects' prestige. What could be more impressive than this? Chao and Dao was tempted and Lu Zhe was also intrigued. The representative disciples of the sect coming for an exchange. These were all the cream of the crop. The lowest realm would have to be golden core, right? All of them would be valuable demonic points. Seeing Chao and Dao's delighted expression, Lu Zhe pretended to be troubled. Elder Chao, designing an illusion realm is no simple task. Oh. Is that so? Chao and Dao frowned slightly, not doubting but rather feeling a tinge of regret. It's mainly that I'm mentally and physically exhausted. Without any motivation I can't get into the spirit of it. Chao and Dao understood. This kid was asking for compensation. Though your aptitude is lacking, your comprehension is excellent. While I cannot grant you the status of a true disciple, I can specially designate you as a true disciple's honored guest. You would receive 2,000 spirit stones per month along with several pills. How does that sound? Seeing Lu Zhe remain silent, Chao and Dao raised another finger. You can also receive an additional copy of techniques and weapons just like other true disciples. Lu Zhe's eyes widened immediately. Elder Chao, don't misunderstand, spirit stones are external matters. I just feel that the sect needs me. I truly don't know how Elder Nangon usually teaches you. My master. He bet me that I wouldn't win today and still owes me a magical treasure that he hasn't delivered yet. Lu Zhe replied without a hint of embarrassment. The corners of Chao and Dao's mouth twitched involuntarily. He momentarily didn't know whether this was a treasure or a curse that the sect had stumbled upon. What requirements do you have for the illusion realm for the martial arts exchange? Please guide me, Elder. There's no rush, we can decide after the disciples from the other sects have arrived and the elders have discussed it. I understand, Elder. Ding Mingsong promptly fulfilled his promise and went to reflect in the Wall of Thought that very day. It wasn't that he was honest. It was purely due to the binding effect of the sect contract. Going to reflect in the Wall of Thought was humiliating. Disturbing the sect leader who was in seclusion to request the cancellation of the sect contract would be even more embarrassing. Lu Zhe did not go to the scene to see off Ding Mingsong, but he knew that the old man had entered the Wall of Thought from within the artifact refining pavilion. This was because he heard a pleasant system notification: the host has won the challenge. The righteous cultivator Ding Ming is confined to reflect for a month, losing his reputation and damaging his Dao heart. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task. Reward obtained: a perfect technique that matches the root. Ding. You have obtained the method of unity with heaven and earth. After several days of cultivation, Lu Zhe had roughly grasped the effects of the Tian Di Hua Yi Ju. Simply put, it allows one to devour other techniques to enhance their own. Moreover, the characteristics of the devoured techniques would be fully inherited. A few days ago he demonstrated the endless mode clearance in front of the disciples, earning quite a few rewards. Among these were many techniques seemingly tailor-made for the Tian Di Hua Yi Ju. Truly worthy of being the complementary technique for the Wan Xiang Xian Mocnt. Lu Zhe sighed while cultivating. Devouring techniques with the Tian Di Hua Yi Ju is not like feeding a skill book in a game. Instead, the cultivator themselves must learn it. Without the comprehension provided by the Wan Xiang Xian Mocnt, even the most talented cultivator would find it difficult to fully utilize the technique. Conversely, without support from various mental methods, even if one comprehends the Dao laws of different cultivators through the Wan Xiang Xian Mocnt, they may still be unable to apply them. Certain special techniques require specific methods to be executed. Lu Zhe did not find any information in the ancient texts regarding that great being having practiced the Tian Di Hua Yi Ju. This implies that his potential might be even higher than that legendary immortal. It seems I'm thinking too far ahead, Lu Zhe chuckled, shaking his head to dispel the distractions. After all, he was just a gamer. Thinking about becoming an immortal seemed a bit premature. Good for you, rebellious disciple. It's only been a few months since I left and you've already caused such a big mess. Nangong Yuan glared at Lu Zhe, his expression fierce but a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems master already knows I won, Lu Zhe said cheerfully. These old folks are really something, being all mysterious and refusing to tell me the results. Nangong Yuan muttered. Not long ago he learned about Lu Zhe's affair with Ding Mingsong and hurried back to the sect overnight from beyond the 9 domains. He had thought Lu Zhe would definitely lose. Upon returning to the sect, he went straight to the Sigua Valley. The sight of Ding Mingsong sitting there with a dark face made him quite happy. From now on, Lihua Peak can walk proudly in front of Lin Xian Peak. Master, do you owe me something? Lu Zhe lightly coughed, reminding him. Since I promised I never go back on my word, Nangong Yuan replied, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of a sage. Speak, what treasure do you want? I can do without a treasure since I won't be leaving the sect anytime soon. What I want is a tool to be used in the illusion. Oh. What kind of tool? Tell me about it. Lu Zhe explained his thoughts. In the Illusion Tower, basic screenshotting, screen recording, and deeper real-time sharing of visuals. In the words of his past life, it would be called live streaming. Nangong Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. This recording of visuals isn't difficult. As long as the key techniques of the Shadow Ball are replicated, it should work fine. After a long while, he finally murmured, as for real-time sharing of visuals allowing cultivators who are not together to see. That's difficult. After a significant pause, he squeezed out a difficult as a response. No worries, I believe Master can definitely accomplish it, Lu Zhe hurriedly flattered. Oh. You know it's difficult. Then tell me, where lies the difficulty? Nangong Yuan asked with a teaching demeanor, suddenly throwing a question. Lu Zhe smiled lightly and began to answer after a moment of thought. In terms of transmitting images, it's not difficult. Elders participating in meetings from distant locations typically use this method. The challenge lies in that the transmitting party and the sharing party are not one-tone but rather onetamany or even onito a lot. Thus a vast intermediary platform is needed to first receive the transmitted images the sharing party then extracts from this platform. Lu Zhe's answer pleased Nangong Yuan greatly, even more refined than what he had envisioned. Not bad. Now, what are the specific difficulties? The difficulty with this intermediary platform is that it requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, Lu Zhe responded. Nangong Yuan nodded. Indeed, at least spiritual energy of elder level or higher is needed to meet your requirements. And it will only be limited to within the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Lu Zhe's gaze was somewhat off. Master, you promised to assist me in creating this tool, right? It's impossible for me to keep making you an intermediary platform every day. Well, occasionally would be fine. Rebellious disciple, don't push your luck. Eventually, after much back and forth, Nangong Yuan agreed to first create a key tool for Lu Zhe that could satisfy screenshotting, screen recording, and live streaming. As for the intermediary platform issue, Lu Zhe would have to solve it himself. In Lingxiao Sect, the craze for spirit plant versus zombies had yet to subside. There wasn't even a hint of it dissipating. Disciples were still immersed in slicing fruits and growing spirit plants, having the time of their lives. Even after clearing both adventure mode and normal survival mode, they continued to replay various levels with relentless enthusiasm. A small group of disciples had evolved into hardcore players. Every day they researched how to clear any level of endless mode without pressure. The clearing records for endless mode, originally set by Zhongyi at 20 levels, gradually became hundreds with hints of nearing 1,000. The forum for spirit plant versus zombies remained highly active. Everyday disciples shared various lineups for clearing endless mode, making Lu Zhe feel like he had returned to that year's forum. It wouldn't be long before this group of fervent core players, like in his past life, would no longer be satisfied with merely clearing normal endless mode. They would impose additional restrictions like no gods, no cannons, or even no purples. Lu Zhe had seen all sorts of bizarre restrictions in his past life, even ones that limited formation designs. Forget it, I won't wait any longer. I'll take the initiative instead, Lu Zhe said to himself, looking at the diminishing influx of demonic points. With increasing proficiency, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect found that they often took a long time to die once while playing spirit plant versus zombies. The accumulation speed of demonic points plummeted. The output from demonic cult escape was still stable as the battle mode remained ever popular. However, the problem was that cultivators with higher realms showed less interest in demonic cult escape than in spirit plant versus zombies. As a result, the demonic points Lu Zhe received recently dwindled. Seeing his cultivation progress stagnating at the early stages of foundation establishment, Lu Zhe decided to speed things up manually. He would directly implement the restriction formations that players had spontaneously organized in his past life into the game. Beyond endless mode, there was a separate advanced endless mode. Only players who had cleared 500 levels of endless mode could participate. Every week the restriction conditions would rotate, adding limits to players' formations. In advanced endless mode, there would be a leaderboard feature every week. The top 10 players on the leaderboard would receive special titles and accolades. A slew of familiar setups from his past life had an immediate effect in this world. Players who had gradually become numb to endless mode suddenly reignited their competitive spirit. In a bid to secure a spot in the top 10 of the leaderboard, core players began an endless cycle of deaths with renewed vigor. Lu Zhe on his end was also busy. Although the illusion theme had not yet emerged, Zhao Wenda assured him there was no need to rush, suggesting he prepare during the martial arts meeting and that he would send help to assist Lu Zhe in creating the illusion. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Zhe decided to prepare some materials himself first, such as monster designs and scene constructions. He did not intend to accept Zhao Wenda's help. What if someone intervened and the ownership of the illusion was not his? Would the demonic points count as his when cultivators died in the illusion? No one could say for certain. Lu Zhe resolved to take full responsibility himself. Regardless of the sect's success or failure, what matters is how to ensure they die as much as possible. Lu Zhe pondered this question daily. He even devised numerous plans for this purpose ready to be implemented once the theme was announced. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The martial arts exchange, held once every 4 years, was set to begin at the Lingxiao Sect. Early in the morning, Lu Zhe was personally brought by Zhong Yi to the Spirit Nourishing Hall on Thunder Peak, awaiting the arrival of the other sects. Senior brother Zhong, have you ever participated in this martial arts exchange? As it was still early, Lu Zhe struck up a casual conversation with Zhong Yi. Of course, every true disciple has participated in it. Zhong Yi's eyes sparkled as he began recounting his glorious past. I once broke through the formation at the peak of Qingshan with a single sword, causing 2 sects to collapse. Senior brother, it was junior sister Li who repelled the joint attack of 2 sects with 1 strike. Mu Yuan interjected softly from the side. Cough, I got a bit too carried away and mixed things up. Zhong Yi's face flushed. Also, about your debate with the scholars, in the end it wasn't you who won, I was the one who carried you out. Ahem, I can handle this by myself. Why don't you go back and focus on your training for now? So which year did you win or lose? Lu Zhe asked curiously. We lost, Zhong Yi pouted. We ranked 3rd. Oh. Were the other sects that strong? Lu Zhe was slightly surprised. Judging from the demonic path metrics, Zhong Yi's cultivation was definitely among the higher ranks of true disciples. From the perspective of combat performance, Li Moran was undoubtedly the most extraordinarily gifted. Although senior brother Mu was somewhat simple-minded, he was absolutely reliable in battle, and he had heard of the reputation of the indestructible diamond body. Could these 3 combine only to achieve 3rd place? It seemed that the world of cultivation was indeed filled with hidden talents. It's not that they are strong. It's too easy. Zhong Yi said resentfully. Junior sister Li's swordsmanship talent surpasses all throughout history, and the Endless Sword Sect, unwilling to lose face, would rather come in last than allow us to take first. The Qingshan Sect and the Wujian Sect joined forces to hunt us down, and with the Tianxian Sect watching from the sidelines. Our 3rd place was hard-earned. Having said that, he sighed and patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder. Junior brother Lu, don't pay attention to these hollow titles, just consider it a chance to gain experience and broaden your horizons. Zhong Yi had noted Lu Zhe's cultivation aptitude and realm. Although breaking through from Qi refinement to foundation establishment in just a few days was indeed extraordinary, it was nothing compared to the other exceptionally talented true disciples. He feared that Lu Zhe might suffer a blow to his Dao heart in the face of so many geniuses, which was why he was comforting him like this. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled calmly and imitated Zhong Yi by patting his shoulder. No worries, you lost 1st place, I'll help you win it back. Zhong Yi was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. If that were truly the case, then I would have to thank you, senior brother. Ha ha. He didn't take Lu Zhe's words seriously. However, he also thought that this kind of mindset was indeed rare. Soon the outside began to grow noisy. The elders and disciples of the other sects had arrived. Zhong Yi led Lu Zhe and began to introduce them one by one. The leader is from the Qingshan Sect. You must have heard of their ancient title as the 1st sect, right? Though their reputation was grand, they had not produced any remarkably gifted individuals in recent years. In my opinion, they are rather mediocre. I heard that 2 years ago they had a true disciple with a single fire spiritual root, and while talented, he is extremely domineering. Be careful if you encounter him. This group is the Wujian Sect, famous for their swordsmanship. They should be the toughest to deal with in unknown combat. The true disciples of the Wujian Sect regard us as their sworn enemies, so you'd better be cautious of their tricks. The group with the fewest members is from the Tianxian Sect. The Tianxian Sect is the oldest sect with adept skills in divination. It is said that they possess numerous secrets within the sect, and even recruiting disciples relies on their secret treasures for predictions. They are the most mysterious. As Lu Zhe listened more, he felt the world was truly magical. The Qingshan Sect was domineering, the Wujian Sect played tricks, and the Tianxian Sect was skilled in calculations. Who exactly were the demonic sects? What about that group in the middle? Why isn't senior brother introducing them? Lu Zhe asked curiously. Those are all female cultivators. It's obvious they are disciples of the Yunxian Palace. Nothing much to say about them. As soon as he mentioned the Yunxian Palace, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, the leading female cultivator of the Yunxian Palace suddenly cast her gaze over. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, she quickly averted her eyes. Lu Zhe observed and sensed something was off. It seems senior brother has a story with the Yunxian Palace. A story. More like a ghost story. Zhou Yi's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. The female cultivators of the Yunxian Palace are not easy to deal with, and they are extremely hostile towards men. Oh. Is that so? Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow, thinking, could it be that the cultivation world has its own form of fighting? Did you see that woman leading the Yunxian Palace? She is a true disciple of the Yunxian Palace, and for some reason she inexplicably dislikes me. After hearing Zhou Yi's words, Lu Zhe felt a bit dizzy. From the way the true disciple looked at Zhou Yi earlier, it didn't seem like she disliked him at all. Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Lu Zhe's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly pressed for more information. Clearly during our external training I had met her once and even saved her. Yet instead of being grateful, she said she hated me, calling me a foul man and such. Tell me, what else could that mean other than hating men? Zhou Yi's face was full of gloom. Lu Zhe was left speechless beside him. He felt that if Zhou Yi had watched some anime, perhaps he wouldn't have these thoughts. The concept of tsundere hasn't become popular yet. It seems my gaming venture is imperative, and I might as well save my straightforward senior brother along the way. The elders and disciples of the various sects quickly took their places. After bringing Lu Zhe to the waiting area for the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, Zhou Yi hurried to stand behind Chao and Dao as an ornament. Junior brother Lu. You were also selected as a representative. A nearby disciple was both surprised and delighted to see Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe focused his gaze. It was the inner sect disciple Xiao Hongji who had been obsessed with Escape from the Demon Sect back then. The author of that embarrassing diary. Yes, Elder Chao called for me. Lu Zhe nodded politely. With Lu Zhe's arrival, the representative area for disciples of the Lingxiao sect instantly became lively. He was quite the hot topic lately, as almost everyone in the sect had played Spirit Plant vs. Zombies and Escape from the Demon Sect. What are you doing here as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Are you just going to hold us back? The leading disciple looked at him fiercely, his tone rather unfriendly. Lu Zhe thought carefully and confirmed that he hadn't seen this person before, feeling quite puzzled. Judging by his attire, he was indeed a true disciple. If senior brother finds it inappropriate, you could raise an objection to Elder Chao. I would welcome it. Lu Zhe shot back. Junior brother Lu, just let it go. He is a newly accepted true disciple of Elder Ding named Zhang Shifei. It's normal for him to have some grievances against you. I see. Lu Zhe understood, feeling that fate had indeed brought them together. By the way, junior brother Lu, did you know? I heard Elder Ding went to the Reflective Valley because of you, and it seems the Grand Elder intends for the disciples to take on important roles in the Secret Realm's creation. Xiao Hongji was gossiping with him. Lu Zhe was slightly taken aback, unsure whether to reveal that he was indeed that disciple. A disciple to take charge? How is that possible? Zhang Shifei sneered upon hearing this. What level is Elder Ding at? How could a mere disciple compare? It must be a certain elder who will take charge. However, if it were truly left to a disciple, then the one who has received true teachings from Elder Ding, I would certainly take the initiative. Zhang Shifei grew more and more pleased as he spoke. The notion of assigning it to a disciple did not seem unfounded. He had heard of it long ago. If that were the case, then the disciples adept in formation techniques from Lin Xian Peak should be entrusted with the critical task of designing the secret realm. Aside from this true disciple, who else could it be? The lengthy opening ceremony has concluded. Finally, the main topic begins. The first to speak is Elder Yang Jingxin of the Qingshan sect. I have heard that your sect's Elder Ding has been punished to reflect in the Reflection Valley for disciplining a disciple. Elder Ding is my sworn brother, I know him well. How could he arbitrarily make things difficult for a disciple? It must be that disciple who played some tricks, leading to this misunderstanding. Yang Zengxin's tone clearly carried a hint of reproach. He shared a deep friendship with Ding Mingtsong, and ever since hearing of this matter he has been troubled. Originally another elder was to lead the Qingshan sect disciples in this exchange, but after his repeated requests a change was made. The purpose was to speak a few words on his behalf. Now that the Qingshan sect is facing turbulent times, Elder Yang still has the heart to care about my Lingxiao sect's affairs. I appreciate your concern. Zhao Wenda squinted his eyes and replied with a feigned smile. Those words darkened Yang Zengxin's expression. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph. In the past, the trial realms of your sect were all created by Elder Ding. If today's trial realm lacks Elder Ding's level of skill, then I cannot accept it. Ding Mingsong is the contemporary master of formations in the Lingxiao sect. The core of the Lingxiao sect's protective formation is his handiwork. According to Yang Jingxin, even if Zhao Wenda personally took the stage, he would not meet Elder Ding's standards." Zhao Wenda smiled and said, "Regarding this matter, Elder Yang need not worry. My sect has a wealth of talented individuals, and naturally someone will be responsible for the trial realm for the martial arts competition. May I ask who it is? Is Elder Zhao going to take the stage himself?" Yang Jingxin had firmly decided to press the issue of the trial realm hard to force Ding Mingsong out of the Reflection Valley ahead of time. Even if it is Elder Zhao Wenda, there is a clear gap between him and Ding Mingsong in the construction of trial realms. Of course not. Zhao Wenda shook his head. Then who is it? A disciple of my Lingxiao sect. A disciple. Yang Zengxin's brows shot up, secretly delighted. Which disciple of your sect can even create a trial realm? Elder Yang has misunderstood. It's not a trial realm, it's an illusion realm. An illusion realm. That is not easy either. May I ask which true disciple? Zhongyi or Zhouyu? Neither. Zhao Wenda smiled with some pride. It is an inner disciple of my sect. An inner disciple. Yang Jingxin was taken aback. The other elders exchanged glances, all thinking they had misheard. The path of the trial realm is full of changes. With the perspective of an inner disciple, what merit or ability do they have to design an illusion trial for the representatives of our 5 sects? Yang Jingxin sneered. He was originally worried about how to attack, but now it was a grand opportunity presented to him. Yang Zengxin's doubts were met with the approval of the other elders. Across the world there are many hidden trial realms. They contain both opportunities and dangers. Some even have many peculiar rules that are not known to people. At every martial arts exchange, the hosting sect creates a trial realm for disciples to spar and communicate, which has become a tradition. Gradually it has evolved into a display of sect strength. Each time an outstanding trial realm is born, it is named after the sect and made available for future generations to study. Now the Lingxiao sect is going to replace the trial realm with an illusion realm, which is acceptable. Yet the creator is merely an inner disciple. What sort of propriety is this? Zhao Wenda was not surprised by Yang Jingxin and the other elders' reactions. If he hadn't witnessed Lu Zhe consecutively create 2 illusion realms, he also would have never believed such a thing. Elder Yang need not worry, my Lingxiao sect never keeps idlers. Although this disciple may be a bit lacking in cultivation in terms of illusion realm construction, even you and I would be hard-pressed to match him. Zhao Wenda was unreserved in his praise for Lu Zhe. Oh. There is such a genius. Yang Zengxin's heart was filled with disbelief. Elder Yang does not believe. He Lu Zhe. The disciple is here. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, Lu Zhe calmly stood up. The leading Zhang Shifei looked at Lu Zhe with immense shame and anger. Just a moment ago he had assured those around him that the disciple Elder Zhao spoke of must be him. When Zhao Wenda mentioned the illusion realm, he felt something was off. Now being slapped in the face like this made him feel incredibly ashamed, and he hated Lu Zhe in his heart. Elder Zhao, is this the inner disciple you mentioned who creates illusion realms? Yang Jingxin looked at Lu Zhe with immense mockery, not hiding his derision in the slightest. The other elders were also whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with criticism. Ha ha ha. Yang Jingxin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Elder Zhao, are you saying a newly established foundation establishment disciple is going to create an illusion realm for the outstanding disciples of our 5 sects? As soon as these words were spoken, not only the elders of the various sects but even the disciples who came for the exchange wore extremely unpleasant expressions. Those who could participate in this event were all top talents. Even among inner disciples it is rare to find someone below the golden core stage. Now to have a lowly foundation establishment junior create an illusion to test the others. That is simply absurd. With a whoosh, a red-haired true disciple stood up from the Qingshan sect's disciple team. Forgive me for speaking frankly. I cannot accept being tested by a foundation establishment junior. As soon as these words were spoken, many echoed their agreement. I think so too. While cultivation does not represent everything in terms of perspective, a foundation establishment disciple definitely cannot be broader than mine. I have also studied illusion realm construction. Why not let me have a practice run? What you Lingxiao sect is doing is a bit too disrespectful. The other elders exchanged glances. Yang Jingxin took on the role of the black-faced character, and the other elders found it hard to continue pressing the issue. Ultimately, an elder from the Tianxian sect stood up and tactfully said, Elder Zhao, I certainly believe that Lingxiao sect has produced many geniuses, but we cannot ignore the opinions of the juniors. Why not recommend another candidate to complete this task? Elder Yang quickly interjected, Elder Zhao, I suggest you bring Elder Ding back, otherwise this matter will reflect poorly on your Lingxiao sect. Just him. Can he really create an illusion realm? To test the true disciples. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhe coldly looked at Yang Jingxin. From the perspective of others, Lu Zhe naturally understood why these people doubted him. However, this Yang Jingxin seemed to lack respect. His style of speaking and acting was remarkably similar to Ding Ningxong. No wonder they became sworn brothers. When Elder Ding learned of this news, his attitude was the same as yours. Lu Zhe sneered coldly and suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Yang Zengxin's expression instantly froze. What do you mean by that? Yang Jingxin suddenly couldn't smile, his expression turning somewhat unfriendly. The literal meaning. The illusion realm I created, Elder Ding did not believe that I was the designer, so he made a bet with me. He lost, and thus he went to the Reflection Valley. Seeing Yang Zengxin's lack of a smile, a faint smile immediately appeared on Lu Zhe's lips. So Elder Yang, do you want to make a bet with me too? You? Yang Jingxin was furious. He had volunteered to lead the team just to seek justice for his brother. Seeing the real culprit in front of him, how could he not be angry? What was even more infuriating was that Lu Zhe's last sentence was almost a direct threat to send him to the Reflection Valley for wall contemplation. Zhao Wenda's aura was constantly locking onto him, providing him with friendly reminders. Yang Jingxin could not erupt. Even if he did, Zhao Wenda would certainly protect his disciple. He could only endure it. Watching the composed youth, Yang Jingxin felt a surge of irritation within. All right. Since you claim to have the ability to create trials for nascent soul true disciples, then I want to see your skills. But if you have no ability, don't blame me for being ruthless. The righteous cultivator Yang Jingxin led the charge, questioning the strength of the host. In order to defend the dignity of the demonic path, you must make those who doubt you pay with blood. Task: within 1 day kill 1,000 cultivators or more. Task: reward demonic artifacts, the grade depending on the completion of the task. Upon seeing the mission issued by the system, Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly brightened. However, before he could speak, the elder Zhao Wenda interjected. Elder Yang, this is my Lingxiao sect. The usually amiable Zhao Wenda's tone was now terrifyingly grim. Around him, faint blue arcs of electricity crackled, and his gaze towards Yang Jingxin was far from friendly. Why do you repeatedly doubt my sect's disciples? Do you think my old eyes are failing me? Faced with Zhao Wenda's questioning, Yang Zengxin's expression darkened, and he remained silent for a long while. Though domineering, he dared not be too presumptuous in another sect. Haha, I wouldn't dare. Yang Jingxin chuckled, feigning generosity as he waved his hand. It's normal for young people to have some talent, but after all, matters of the secret realm concern experience. I am not the only one worried he may not perform well. Upon hearing this, the other elders of the sect nodded in agreement. Elder Yang's words are not unfounded. Even if he has the ability, his experience and vision are vastly lacking. I agree with Elder Yang's view. What logic is there in inner disciples testing the true disciples? Moreover, this disciple is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Hearing the others express their agreement, Yang Jingxin felt relieved. You are Lu Zhe, right? I must ask, do you have any experience exploring secret realms? No. Since you have none, why do you feel you have the ability to create something comparable to a secret realm? Firstly, it's not my opinion, it's Elder Chaos' opinion. Lu Zhe smiled calmly. Secondly, I indeed have the ability and can create it. Yang Jingxin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, good. Youthful arrogance. If you cannot publicly prove your capability today, I shall not agree. With Zhao Wenda backing him, even if Yang Jingxin was overly aggressive, he could do nothing to Lu Zhe. Who would have thought this kid would provoke him directly? Isn't this just giving him a chance to take advantage? What does Elder Yang want as proof? Lu Zhe replied directly. He was afraid Chao Wenda would refuse for him. If he was refused, completing the system task would become difficult. Furthermore, this was a rare opportunity to promote his new game. Moreover, it was a reasonable chance to make a profit from the demonic path values. On the other side, Yang Jingxin was equally eager to respond, fearing Chao Wenda would steal his thunder. This is simple. The secret realm is fraught with mechanisms and dangers. The rarer the secret realm, the more formidable and complex its mechanisms are. If you can create mechanisms that rival ordinary secret realms, I will believe you. Chao Wenda was anxiously staring wide-eyed. He hadn't even had a chance to speak, and these two were already at odds. It was as if they had agreed upon it. May I ask, Elder Yang, how are the mechanisms judged? What counts as passing? Oh, you need not worry about that. The 5 major sects have clear ratings for secret realms and mechanisms. As long as you reach the most ordinary level, I will not make things difficult for you. Seeing Lu Zhe fall into the trap, Yang Jingxin felt at ease and answered slowly. Although clever mechanisms are common, their design and combination are not something an ordinary person can easily achieve. He truly did not believe that a mere foundation establishment disciple could pull it off. Observing Lu Zhe below, Yang Jingxin couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling quite pleased. Aren't you quite capable? Don't hesitate. He secretly mocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, after a moment's hesitation, the young man below astonishingly said, then, what if everyone present cannot pass the mechanisms? What level would that be? At this statement, the Yuling Hall fell into a dead silence. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jingxin laughed uncontrollably, as if he had heard an extraordinarily funny joke. If you had that ability, it would be above a level. An immortal level mechanism. The others joined in laughter. An immortal level mechanism. It only exists in ancient texts. Even if there really were immortal level mechanisms in reality, there would likely be no information left about the secret realm. Because those who entered could not return alive. A foundation establishment disciple who had never explored a secret realm boldly claimed he could design an immortal level mechanism. Isn't that laughable? Lu Zhe was unconcerned with the reactions of these people, merely nodding to himself. Then that's considered passing. Are you saying that the mechanism you designed can reach the immortal level? I'm not sure if it reaches the immortal level, but you all probably won't be able to solve it anytime soon. Lu Zhe replied with utmost calmness. However, the expressions of the elders seated at the venue grew grim. Good. Yang Jingxin, furious yet laughing, slammed the table and stood up. I want to see what kind of mechanism you can design that even I can't solve. You have 3 days, is that enough or not? 3 days. Lu Zhe scoffed leisurely, raising 3 fingers. 3 hours is more than enough. In Lingxiao Sect at the Sect Square, disciples were bustling about, engaged in lively discussions. Have you heard? Junior brother Lu has caused trouble. What happened? It is said that during this martial arts exchange, the elder intended for Lu Zhe to create an illusion for the competition. However, an elder from the Qingshan sect objected, and junior brother Lu, in a moment of impulsiveness, insisted on proving himself right on the spot. Is that all? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Junior brother Lu's ability to create illusions. Not at all. The elder from Qingshan sect demanded that Lu Zhe create a mechanism secret realm that must be of class B or higher to be considered acceptable. Hiss. Class B. That sounds a bit challenging. A Class B mechanism secret realm would require the owner to be at least at the transformation stage in their lifetime. Not just that. If it were just Class B, it would be fine. Junior brother Lu has read extensively, so it should be manageable. But junior brother Lu actually said that he wants to create a mechanism that no elder can pass. Ah. Has junior brother Lu lost his mind? This is really trouble now. A trap that even the elders are helpless against. How could that be? I heard that the Grand Elder and the 6th Elder are in a panic. If Lu Zhe can't pull it off, our sect's reputation will be damaged. Let's go take a look. The news of Lu Zhe boasting in the Yuling Palace spread quickly throughout the sect. Countless disciples curiously gathered outside the Yuling Palace, eager to receive the latest updates. At this moment, Lu Zhe was in the illusion space, methodically preparing traps. Mechanisms. Haha, it seems my efforts were not in vain. Lu Zhe muttered to himself. Recently, while contemplating the future game plans, he had laid out some directions and choices. Undoubtedly, the fastest way to gain demonic points would be through those tormenting games that lead to quick deaths. Soul-type games such as Sekiro, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Black Myth. Or some tormenting mini-games like Celeste, I Want a Cat, Mario. The former requires too many resources and can only be done once his realm increases and his divine sense can support a vast illusion. The latter, however, is the most convenient. So a few days ago he organized some outstanding designs for torment mini-games. Now encountering the trap theme proposed by Yang Jingxin, it was just the right opportunity. A trap. This is tailor-made for Iwana. With that in mind, he began to create. Making Iwana under the means of cultivation isn't difficult. The challenge lies in how to restore the gaming experience from his past life. After all, the illusions here are from a first-person perspective. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and quickly made up his mind. He swiftly produced two versions. One is an abstract art style from his past life. The other is a restored illusion terrain based on the levels from his previous life. What players see in the game is the latter. However, if they activate their divine sense, they can see the former. This should not be difficult for the cultivators to understand. It's quite similar to using divine sense to detect terrain, except the art style is a bit strange. This way the cultivators can clearly see the distribution of traps throughout the map without losing the immersion needed to play. Once the direction was confirmed, Lu Zhe immediately started to create. The art style of Iwana is very abstract. Lu Zhe's faithful restoration is also quite abstract. But he couldn't worry too much about that. After all, the old man outside only requested the difficulty of the mechanisms and didn't ask for the art style. Moreover, with time constraints and heavy tasks, this art style is completely acceptable. The map was designed by him earlier and creating the visuals wasn't difficult. After finalizing the visuals, Lu Zhe began to set various characteristics for the mechanisms. For example, deadly spikes, bricks that disappear at any moment, and various obstacles. An hour and a half had passed. Inside the spirit gathering hall, the argument continued to escalate. Nangong Yuanqi, his face flushed with anger, pointed at Yang Jingxin and shouted, "If you dare to bully my disciple again today, don't blame me for not giving you face." Hearing that Yang Jingxin was making things difficult for Lu Zhe, demanding that he create a mechanism of at least level B, Nangong Yuanqi rushed over from the artifact refining pavilion to seek justice. It was clearly your disciple who provoked me multiple times. Besides, it was he who suggested making the mechanism and insisted that we elders could not pass through it. How can you blame me for that? Yang Jingxin knew that Nangong Yuanqi was being unreasonable, so he decided to play the rogue as well. "Pa! My disciple is pure-hearted and innocent. How could he voluntarily ask to create traps?" Nangong Yuanqi immediately retorted, "It must be you who incited him, which led to this situation." "Well, I don't care. In any case, those words came from his mouth. If you really have the ability, design a set of immortal level mechanisms for your disciple. I'll pretend I didn't see it." Yang Jingxin mocked. "You?" Nangong Yuanqi was extremely furious but felt helpless. Immortal level mechanisms. Could he really create such things while serving as the 6th elder at Lingxiao Sect? Even the sect leader would have to step down. Today, let's not even talk about immortal level. Even if Yang were to suffer a minor injury from his mechanism, I would admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Yang Jingxin laughed once more. Just as Nangong Yuanqi was about to retort, Lu Zhe opened his eyes. An hour and a half had just passed. "What? Are you thinking of withdrawing?" Yang Jingxin said mockingly. Lu Zhe couldn't even be bothered to look at him directly, cupping his hands towards Nangong Yuanqi and Chao and Dao, saying, "Master, elder brother. The illusion created by the disciple has been completed." Chao and Dao and Nangong Yuanqi exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief. They knew Lu Zhe was capable of creating the illusion. However, this time frame was simply too short. An hour and a half. If it were someone else, they would probably just be getting halfway through the scenes. How did Lu Zhe manage to finish the traps and mechanisms? "Disciple, if you are uncertain, I can evaluate it for you," Nangong Yuanqi quickly offered. "Elder Chaowen, you keep insisting that the illusion was created by the sect's disciples. Why is Elder Nangong suddenly claiming credit? Do you think we others from different sects are blind?" Yang Jingxin naturally would not let the other party have their way and immediately questioned. The others, upon hearing this, felt it made sense. Everyone had a clear understanding. Elder Chaowen's sudden claim that this session's secret realm would be handled by the sect's disciples was likely to hype up some newly emerged genius within the sect. Privately, the sect's elders might have prepared some items in advance, passing them off as the disciples' work. That would be one thing. But doing so openly in front of everyone was just too blatant. In my opinion, it wouldn't be bad for Elder Nangon to be in charge of the secret realm. No way, I want to see what kind of illusion the younger generation has created. I too would like to see. I wonder what kind of mechanisms can make us all hesitate. The other 3 sect elders echoed in agreement. After all, Lu Ze's earlier remarks had been too ostentatious, which left them quite dissatisfied. Just as Chao and Dao and Nangon Yuanqi were about to speak, Lu Ze spoke up first. Disciple, thanks master for your kind offer. However, designing traps and mechanisms is a trivial matter, there's no need for master to intervene. With that, he placed the illusion crystal in his palm and presented it to everyone. The mechanism illusion has been completed, please take a look everyone. Upon hearing Lu Ze's words, Nangon Yuanqi let out a soft sigh. He had only previously known that Lu Ze had a temper, but he hadn't realized it was this great. Was he truly responding to a slight provocation? Clearly he had both him and Chao and Dao there to support him, he could have easily avoided this. However, ultimately he was still his disciple and he began to ponder how to wrap things up later. If things really went south, he could go down with Yang Zhengxin. At this point there was no turning back. Since that's the case, let's begin. Nangon Yuanqi waved his hand and a spatial spell instantly appeared. The high-level illusion tower from the artifact refining pavilion was suddenly moved to the center of the venue. Lu Ze stepped forward, placing the illusion crystal inside, and made a gesture of invitation to Yang Zhengxin. Yang Zhengxin had a moment of doubt. Because the smile on Lu Ze's face carried an inexplicable peculiarity. It was as if he was particularly eager for him to enter. Oof. You're just playing tricks. Yang Zhengxin concentrated and the strange feeling instantly dissipated from his mind. He strode forward and walked directly to the front of the illusion tower. Come. Let me see how a foundation establishment disciple's mechanism can prevent me from passing. As the spiritual energy flowed in, Yang Zhengxin's divine sense entered the illusion designed by Lu Ze. In the space a line of text appeared, if you're a cultivator, descend 100 floors. Just as Yang Zhang felt dazed, Lu Ze's voice came from outside. Elder Yang, why not project the illusion for others to appreciate? Without a second thought, Yang Zhang readily agreed, sure. Let everyone see how I can pass through all the mechanisms you designed in one go. Elder Yang, that might be a bit difficult. Lu Ze struggled to suppress a laugh. Passing through all at once. If you succeed, I'll just give you the cheat code. This system isn't worth having. With some operations from Lu Ze, Yang Zhang's illusion was projected into the air. Not only the disciples and elders in the Lingling Palace, but also the disciples of the Lingxiao sect watching outside could see it clearly. The crowd erupted in a clamor. If you're a cultivator, then pass 100 levels. What does this mean? Just looking at the title makes me want to prove I can. Lu Shidi has a knack for naming things. This title seems a bit ugly. How can there possibly be 100 levels? Didn't he only take less than 2 hours? It's probably just a gimmick. Does taking an elixir guarantee becoming an immortal? Aren't you from the Lingxiao sect? Lu Shi disillusions don't play gimmicks, not to mention 100 levels. He's done infinite levels before. Is that really the case? Has he really created illusions? Not only has he done it, but it's also very popular among the disciples of the sect. I thought so. Just arrived at the Lingxiao sect this morning and saw the disciples walking with their eyes closed holding the illusion tower. I wondered why. The thought of if you're a cultivator then pass 100 levels is indeed very abstract. Because the overall design style of the game is abstract, Lu Ze felt this fit the artistic style better. Even the game's name was specifically chosen to resonate with the local culture. In Yang Zhang's illusion, a game prompt appeared. You have inadvertently entered a mysterious realm. Due to the influence of unknown rules, your cultivation level is greatly restricted. Everything here is filled with strangeness. Be sure to avoid any traps. Once touched, you will instantly die. Some locations have soul-gathering arrays set by experts. Activating them allows you to be reborn here after death. Find the exit while dying as little as possible. Looking at the prompts in the sky, Yang Zhang scoffed. Ridiculous, I am a cultivator of the void refining stage. The traps you made cannot harm me in the slightest. Setting up a resurrection array is truly unnecessary. Lu Ze reminded with a smile. Elder Yang, this illusion suppresses cultivation. Cultivators of any realm experience the same. It matters not. Yang Zhang was full of confidence. Traps depend on whether one can see through them or not. As long as I can see through them, what does cultivation level matter? With my vision, how could the thoughts of you young ones deceive me? Lu Zhe continued to stifle his laughter. Elder Yang is right, if you can see through it then good. Let us begin. He thought about the scene that would happen next and felt that being able to hold back his laughter was a feat in itself. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Yang Zhang clasped his hands behind his back and proudly chose to start. In the upper left corner a line of text appeared. Random level 1 in Lu Zhe's past life. The original of Iwana was called Iwana Bethagai with only one version. However, fans created many derivative versions for Love, including many high-quality works. As the series matured, the three most popular directions for the Iwana series were Jump and Stab, Endurance, and Pitfall. Among them, Jump and Stab is specifically for honing skills, though it's the most difficult. It is not suitable for early use to torment people. Endurance is a unique bullet screen game appreciated in his past life. Lu Zhe thought about it, and the bullet screen type wouldn't be well received in this world, so he didn't rush to produce it. Pitfall is known for its bizarre traps that have absurdly creative designs perfectly fitting the theme proposed by Yang Zhang. Lu Zhe carefully selected over 500 high-quality Pitfall Iwana maps he had played in his past life, sorted them by difficulty, and randomly inserted them into various levels. Random Level 1 has the lowest difficulty, gathering many maps aimed at teaching beginners along with some excellent map beginnings. Lu Zhe glanced at Yang Zhang's level and felt amused. The old man randomly drew the beginning of a quality map. It wasn't difficult, though it might be unexpected for first-time players. Yang Zhang looked around the environment, feeling quite disdainful. Huge color blocks filled the entire illusion space, and the flowers and grass looked cheap. Is this what your esteemed Sect's talented disciple in illusions can produce? Humph, even if I sent an outer Sect disciple from my Sect, they could do better than this. Yang Zhang scoffed. At this moment, the other Sect disciples outside erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. This blue sky is too childish. My younger brother who just started school draws at about this level. What's going on with Lingxiao Sect? How could they let such a person take on such a big responsibility? Absurd. Simply absurd. At this moment, Chao and Dao and Nangong Yuan, who were at the center of public opinion, exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Your disciple shouldn't be at this level. Chao and Dao frowned, utterly confused. Could it be? Not enough time. Nangong Yuan couldn't understand either. Lu Zhe's previous two works, while they had some differences from reality and style, were solid quality pieces, each with their own flavor. How did it suddenly become so bizarre in this? If you're a cultivator, then pass 100 levels. It can't be. Clearly there was still over an hour to improve it. The two discussed for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion, so they just continued watching the screen. In the illusion, besides Yang Zhang and the bizarre scenery, there was also a small floating image in the sky. It was specially designed by Lu Zhe, the Iwana game screen from his past life. The onlookers outside began to discuss. Why is there a smaller image floating in the air? It looks like the overall view of this space. The little person in there seems to be Elder Yang. Look. When Elder Yang moves, the little person in the image also moves. It should be for us to see the entire level. Strange, why is Lu Shidi so kind? Shouldn't traps be better hidden? What is Elder Yang doing? Why is he running around? Perhaps he's testing it. Yang Zhang often entered secret realms. He had seen various restricted secret realms and had considerable practical experience with a flexible mind for combat. Since Lu Zhe mentioned that it would suppress cultivation and limit actions, he rationally began testing to understand what he could actually do. Only able to run and jump. I can use extra force in the air for one more leap. Haha, do you think him a fool? If a monster is casually released, wouldn't that be a guaranteed loss? Yang Zhang shouted angrily. Elder Yang, don't be anxious. Lu Zhe never put others in difficult positions. The level you are currently in has only traps and absolutely no need for combat. Then he'll trust you this once. Yang Zhang thought for a moment and finally moved forward. Above his head the words, if you're a cultivator then pass, and 100 levels floated. He didn't pay it any mind, treating it just as a title. He continued forward. His control over his body was slightly uncomfortable, but for someone as experienced as him it was not a big problem. Reaching a gigantic earth pillar, he looked up. A mere trick. He snorted coldly, utterly dismissive. Leap. Yang Zhang jumped with all his might, reaching 3 meters high. This was the maximum height he had just tested that he could jump. At the moment he was at the highest point and about to fall, he leaped again in the air. With the second jump his body exceeded the high platform. Such a height could be called a trap. As soon as Yang Zhang landed, he hurriedly said. Just then, a gust of wind rushed from the back of his head. A tremendous sense of crisis surged in his heart. He turned his head. There the three large characters "If you're a cultivator" floating in the sky came rushing at him. Yang Zhang had never seen such a scene and was frozen in place. The next second he was smashed apart, turning into a puddle of blood. As Yang Zhang resurrected at the same spot, he looked at the crooked "If you're a cultivator" then pass in 100 levels in the sky, his bewildered eyes filled with question marks. He had traversed secret realms for over 100 years, tricked by countless mechanisms, skirting death thousands of times. But who the hell could have thought that he would be killed by three large characters? This scene left all the onlookers dumbfounded. Did I see that wrong? Those three words. Yes, it flew by and killed Elder Yang in an instant. Is it really possible to play like this? Cough cough. Elder Yang seemed to mention something about a one-time completion. The discussions from the outside world made Yang Jingxin feel uneasy. Nonsense. How could there be such a design for a mirage? Yang Jingxin roared as he resurrected at the starting point. Elder Yang's words are erroneous. Lu Zhe smiled and shook his head. Did you forget the earlier hint? Everything here is filled with the bizarre. After hearing Lu Zhe's words, Yang Jingxin was left speechless. Indeed, many traps in secret realms disguise themselves in subtle forms. However, he had never seen one disguised as text. Yang Jingxin still refused to give up, but dying from just brushing it is a bit. Lu Zhe continued to explain patiently. This design was meant to instill a sense of awe in the disciples regarding unknown traps. If Elder Yang finds it inappropriate, we can change the one-time completion to a time challenge. What do you think? Lu Zhe said this intentionally. The current urgency was to trick him into giving himself more attempts. As long as Yang Jingxin stopped obsessing over how many times he died, he would keep playing. Moreover, receiving 8 points of demonic value each time was quite enticing. Alright. Then let's change it to the time of a stick of incense. After pondering for a moment, Yang Jingxin found some reason in it and nodded in agreement. What he was concerned about was face. He had just said one-time completion and he was killed by a trap right after stepping out, which didn't look good. Now that Lu Zhe voluntarily changed the conditions to time, how could he refuse? A stick of incense. Are you sure you don't want to add more, Elder Yang? Less nonsense. I am well aware of your methods. A stick of incense suffices. Then. Fine. Lu Zhe smiled as he walked to the center of the Ling Spirit Hall and lit a stick of incense. The challenge continued. Yang Jingxin took 3 steps and looked back, fearing that the 3 big characters as a cultivator would launch another surprise attack. He walked to the foot of the high platform once more. Yang Jingxin took a deep breath, performed a nimble double jump and leaped onto the high platform again. This time he was fully prepared. As soon as his toes touched the ground, he immediately jumped again. Just as he expected, the 3 big characters as a cultivator whizzed past his original position. Oof, I won't fall for the same trick a second time. Yang Jingxin snorted arrogantly. Ahead was a sunken pit, clearly testing the jumping ability of cultivators. This time he was cautious. While jumping, he kept an eye on the small map in his spiritual sense, observing whether the terms "just down" and 100 layers would suddenly attack again. For safety's sake, as soon as he landed, he jumped again. However, no text came flying to attack him. What a waste to design a somewhat useful trap and not use it further. Yang Jingxin commented as he continued forward. Before him was a long and tall large earth slope. Upon seeing it, he thought this seemed simple. Just like before, it was a test of jumping ability. The pit was for long jumps while the high platform was for high jumps. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect this generation are truly lacking. These earth slopes can hardly be called traps. Absurd. Yang Jingxin scoffed. With a double jump, his body soared into the air. In his mind, he had already planned that when he landed, he would quickly roll forward and dash to the finish line with great speed, showing these disciples what it means to be a master of agility. The plan was beautiful. Just as he completed the double jump and his toes were about to touch down, the earth slope suddenly disappeared. Yang Jingxin's eyes widened. Where is my earth slope? Where did my big earth slope go? Even more despair awaited him below. In the pit that sank after the earth slope disappeared, a few big words were hidden: "Hi, hello," with punctuation included. A sense of ominousness flashed through. Yang Jingxin desperately twisted his body in the air to adjust his posture. However, the text below could no longer resist the urge for silence and launched its attack first. Hi, hello. Accelerated upwards, passing through Yang Zhengxin's body and splitting him in half. Yang Jingxin reappeared at the starting point. Outside the Ling Spirit Hall, a crowd of Lingxiao Sect disciples erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. This trap is too brilliant. Hi, hello. What kind of genius designed this? Thank goodness Lu Shidi is not from the demonic path, otherwise if he designed a secret realm we wouldn't have good results. Elder Yang's expression was absolutely priceless. Yang Jingxin was furious but had nothing to say. To be fair, such mirage traps were not uncommon. If he had observed carefully, he would have noticed it was just that the design was too simplistic and bizarre and he had been a bit careless. It's still early, I will try again. Yang Jingxin launched another attack. This time he was familiar with the path and quickly reached the finish line without falling for the trap. Lu Zhe was not surprised by this outcome. The first level would randomly select beginner stages and only this map's text trap slightly affected the mindset. This was merely the beginning, one could say it wasn't even an entry-level challenge. The real difficulty lay ahead. Yang Jingxin was unaware and instead felt he had already cleared it. Hey, this is too easy. Yang Jingxin dashed into the blue light circle. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in another space. In the upper left corner it read Random Level 2. Yang Jingxin was dumbfounded. How is it not over yet? Hee, Elder Yang, have you forgotten? This mirage is called If You're a Cultivator, go down 100 layers, you've only completed 1 layer so far. Lu Zhe cheerfully reminded him. Yang Jingxin was stupefied. He really wanted to complain that when others said 100 layers they just meant to put on a show. Was he truly serious about it? However, if he said that, he would only lose his dignity. He can only pretend to be strong. Merely 100 layers I can pass with a flick of my hand. Then I wish Elder Yang good luck. Lu Zhe looked at the current terrain and could no longer suppress his laughter. The corners of his mouth twitched as he tried hard not to laugh out loud. This level was a well-known classic from his past life, Iwana, fully titled I Wanna Be the Parankuzama. The difficulty was not high, only 28. But if we talk about the degree of being a trap, even Lu Zhe, who had been through countless battles, would give a thumbs up. For this old man to hit the jackpot, it was as if he hadn't let the elders of Tianxian's sect perform a divination before going on stage. Yang Jingxin had learned his lesson. Before starting, he first used his spiritual sense to observe the terrain. At this moment he was already very proficient. He could keep an eye on the thumbnail floating in the air while navigating the level. The terrain of this level was evidently much more complex than the first. Uneven mountains and pits were scattered with numerous spikes. Yang Zhengxin's brain raced and he quickly figured out the key to the puzzle. Isn't this simple? Just jump to the opposite platform, then jump higher to the second layer. The spikes on the left side will move, that's the only difficulty. Just avoid the spikes and jump up. With my agility it's a piece of cake. Then jump to the opposite, gathering spirit formation, and move forward while avoiding the spikes. How dare you let people observe the entire terrain map? You underestimate me. Yang Zhengxin's analysis made the disciples of the Qingshan sect outside feel excited. Elder Yang is brilliant. Truly deserving of the title Elder, it only took him a few breaths to find the key route. If it weren't for that kid playing tricks, Elder Yang would have surely passed without any injuries. In any case, just be cautious when you see text. Look. Elder Yang has moved. Yang Jingxin moved. He stepped on the edge of the cliff and made an extreme jump. At the highest point he performed a maximum double jump. His lightness made even Lu Zhe unable to turn away. When he jumped at the highest point, the usually calm Yang Jingxin suddenly felt as if time had stopped. Looking at the pit on the other side with the spikes hidden deep inside, he couldn't help but wonder, is Lu Zhe an idiot? Why are the spikes set deep inside? Who can be pierced? Just as this question appeared in his mind, his toes touched the ground. In an instant the spikes at the very back suddenly enlarged and thickened, filling the entire platform. Yang Jingxin. Dead. This time not only outside the spirit hall but even many disciples inside the hall couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because the scene was simply too amusing. Yang Jingxin returned to the resurrection point again, trembling with anger, but could not vent it. If one were to say the challenge was cheap, it truly was. However, it was indeed in line with the design of the trap. He had nothing to say and could only endure the frustration in his heart setting off once more. This time he understood. As long as he landed, the ground spikes would grow larger and wider, so he had to jump immediately. Yang Jingxin had a strong execution ability. As soon as he landed, he instantly bounced up again according to his pre-planned strategy. As he expected, he avoided the deadly ground spike attack. It was just a momentary novelty. I won't fall for the same trick a second time. Yang Jingxin couldn't help but show off a bit. He thought to himself that in the future, when he saw such oddly placed ground spikes, he must avoid them. With limited time, Yang Jingxin quickened his pace. He jumped again, aiming for the high platform on the second floor opposite him. At the edge of the high platform was a recessed square pit. In a hurry, Yang Jingxin jumped straight towards the square pit, as it looked like the perfect place to land. Just as he was about to land, an iron block suddenly appeared in the empty square pit, directly forcing Yang Jingxin down. Yang Jingxin was so angry he almost cursed. He forced himself to hold back and tried to calm down. Come on, what kind of big winds and waves have I not seen? Such a small scene won't faze me. Yang Jingxin thought to himself. His combat experience was indeed rich, and he quickly adjusted his posture in midair. Lu Zhe had placed numerous restrictions on the cultivators within the illusion, all based on the operations from Iwana. Players could perform double jumps, control the height of their jumps, and adjust their landing spots in midair. Yang Zengxin's body swayed swiftly to the left. Below to the left was his starting point. He wanted to restart. However, he miscalculated again. Just as he was about to jump back to the original point, two ground spikes appeared in the gap, directly piercing through his body. Damn! Yang Jingxin finally couldn't hold back and cursed out loud. It was supposed to be a bloody scene. Yet under the bizarre atmosphere and Yang Zengxin's flustered reaction, it appeared particularly comical. Aside from the disciples of the Qingshan sect who looked grim and were speechless, everyone else was laughing. Ha ha ha. Even old Yang has his day. This trap is truly sinister. Is this really the kind of design that a righteous cultivator should have? I think so too. It could also be a dominant force in the demonic path. Thankfully, I'm just watching others challenge the levels. Watching others play is interesting. The sounds of laughter reached Yang Zengxin's ears. He was furious, his face turning blue. He wanted to argue with Lu Zhe, but felt it would be beneath his dignity. You. Just wait. He left this sentence and began to push forward again. The result was that the pits buried by Lu Zhe in the map were far more numerous than he had imagined. For example, he jumped to the left side second floor platform, wanting to jump from the edge passage to the top level platform. Who would have thought that as soon as both feet landed on the platform, a cat would drop down from above and take him out in an instant? Wait. That cat, is it? Yang Jingxin could no longer contain himself. If it weren't for the Sect's reputation, he would have even wanted to insult Lu Zhe's parents. It's a celestial beast. Lu Zhe answered as calm as ever, showing no signs of embarrassment. Having a celestial beast in a celestial level trap is quite reasonable, right? And having a celestial beast that is a bit stronger is also quite reasonable, right? It's fine, Elder Yang, I assure you there must be a way to break this mechanism. Lu Zhe smiled innocently, his tone incredibly calm. Yang Jingxin could only grit his teeth and continue searching for a solution. After several deaths, he realized that going through the left side passage was not very practical. At this moment, he thought of jumping to the high platform from the right by swaying left and right in midair. After testing it once, he indeed could jump to the top level from the right. My idea was indeed correct. Let's see what else you can do. Yang Jingxin secretly rejoiced. At this moment, he felt he was on the right track. Wasn't this the path he had pre-planned? From here, jump over the ground spikes ahead to reach the gathering spirit array, where he could resurrect, then pass through the apple maze, navigating the myriad ground spikes to find a way out. This path is definitely correct. Yang Jingxin confidently jumped. This time the placement of the ground spikes was classic, a perfect landing point. It appeared to be a normal trap position. He just needed to control his jump's landing point to pass through easily. It seems this kid's tricks are not always there. Yang Jingxin thought to himself. However, just as he jumped above the ground spikes, the spikes along with the entire ground beneath suddenly rose up. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot towards him. Yang Jingxin took a deep breath. This familiar feeling of frustration. He felt like cursing. Again revived. Yang Zengxin's movements became increasingly proficient. He jumped into the pit, dodging the thick ground spikes. With a double jump at the edge, he leaped over the iron block to the second floor platform, then jumped to the highest level from the right. He executed it smoothly. Standing at the edge of the highest level, Yang Jingxin paused again. He began to recall the scene of his previous death, pondering a new solution. As long as I jump above the ground spikes, they will shoot out. So, I need a jump to trigger the ground spikes. However, after the second jump, how do I find a place to dodge? Yang Jingxin suddenly had an idea. Isn't this simple? Jump over with the first jump, then jump back with the second jump. He decisively executed it. Then the long ground spike shot down from above, directly smashing him. Revived. Back at the edge of the high level again. This thing will smash down, but its length is limited. Should I hide further inside? Yang Jingxin suddenly realized jumping again. Just as he hid inside, he was instantly killed by the celestial beast cat in the same old spot. Revived. Again back at the edge of the high level. I forgot the innermost part will have that damn wild cat ambushing. Damn it, why is it so perverse? No, maybe I can jump to the very bottom. Yang Jingxin's eyes lit up. At the very bottom, that cave where the ground spike would grow thicker was clearly a suitable hiding spot. Because the ground spike was flying to the left and the cave was on the right. Without further ado, Yang Jingxin jumped again, then skillfully turned back. Adjusting his direction and posture, he aimed for the cave on the lower right. The Qingshan Sect disciples watching outside felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but cheer. Elder Yang is about to make it. What impressive movement skills. As expected of an elder. Oof, no matter how treacherous the kids' tricks are, they were still cracked by Elder Yang. He is indeed so proficient. It's done. Yang Jingxin couldn't help but feel delighted. He looked up at the ground spike above. Once that ground spike falls, he would jump back and this challenge would be over. The ground spike, along with a whole section of land, heavily crashed onto the high platform, then rolled to the right. Ha! Do you still want to smash me? Yang Jingxin was now more cautious, quickly stepping a bit further in. The next second, the falling ground spike suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the right with lightning speed. Yang Jingxin was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a formation, and he was flattened again. He found himself back at the resurrection point, scattering formation. This time he turned red with rage and shouted to the sky, "Ah! What a sin! Recently all the Awana materials have been personally typed and recorded with screenshots. It has been quite the ordeal." Yang Jingxin lost his composure. The ground spike seemed as if a celestial eye had opened, boring through every escape route one by one. Was there to be any chance left for him? Shameless brat! How dare you toy with me? Yang Jingxin exited the illusion and glared at Lu Zhe, shouting, "It's a misunderstanding, Elder Yang. Lu Zhe. Why not think it over? Perhaps something was overlooked." Lu Zhe asked with an innocent expression, offering a well-meant hint. "Impossible," Yang answered with absolute certainty. Lu Zhe hastily waved his hand, pointing to the gap in the middle of the second tier on the left, and helpfully suggested, "Elder Yang, could you hide there?" Following Lu Zhe's direction, Yang Jingxin considered carefully, wary of being tricked again. Recalling the path the spikes had taken, that interlayer seam in the middle did indeed appear to be the only solution. He fell silent and glowered at the nearly spent incense at the center of Yunling Hall. Not long before, he had boasted grandly. He had claimed he could disarm all the traps in the time a single incense stick burned. Now that span was almost gone, and Lu Zhe read his thoughts at a glance. He quickly proposed, "Elder Yang, clearing 100 floors within one incense burn is impossible. Rest assured, the condition I proposed earlier was ill-considered on my part." Lu Zhe could see Yang Jingxin was already inclined to back down. To keep this little trove of demonic merit intact, he was willing to make a small concession. Whether offering hints or providing a way out, there were plenty of traps to go around. How about this one incense stick per floor? How does that sound? Faced with Lu Zhe's proactive show of goodwill, Yang still hesitated. The difficulty remained: one incense per floor still felt somewhat unrealistic. But if he refused, he'd lose face. Lu Zhe knew this well. When Yang had been tormented by the traps, Lu Zhe had already made his preparations. Lu Zhe rummaged in his storage ring and produced an incense stick thicker than any others. Yang's eyes went wide. Such a massive incense stick. Was he even giving anyone a chance to escape? "One incense per floor, Elder Yang, does that suit you?" Lu Zhe asked cheerfully. Everyone present was dumbstruck. This stick will burn at least 2 hours, someone muttered. When did Junior Brother Lou acquire such a thing? That Junior is surprisingly considerate. He knows propriety and restraint. Hoof. Disciples nurtured by Lingxiao Sect naturally have good character. 3 hours per floor should not be an issue, right? For Elder Yang it ought not be difficult. Lu Zhe is sensible, he knows not to overburden others, he need only prove his capability. The disciples and elders all rallied behind Lu Zhe. Yang Jingxin heard their words with bitter feelings. With such a massive incense displayed to decline now would make him appear afraid. Hoof. When this incense has burned I shall clear at least 10 floors. Yan snorted, his spiritual sense slipping back into the illusion. He was returned to the initial starting point. He closed his eyes and studied the miniature map. First. Then. Afterwards. He rehearsed the escape route again and again, committing it to memory. When he opened his eyes he drew a deep breath and surged forward. How light his movements were, he leaped and flipped with graceful agility. Thickened ground spikes, jutting iron blocks, hazards overhead. None could halt his stride. Within a few breaths he reached the cliff on the topmost tier. Without hesitation he sprang. The sequence of moves was etched in his mind. First, draw out the spikes. Yan performed a second jump above the spikes, preemptively adjusting his body to spin. The spikes burst forth. Then land on the left. Second tier. Because he had adjusted himself in advance, Yang's fall was even swifter than the spikes. He landed cleanly on the left second tier. Then. Dash into the interlayer. The instant his feet hit the ground he accelerated, charging straight for the seam. Above him the barbs accelerated and plunged. The Qingshan Sect disciples watched breathlessly, waving banners and cheering. Elder Yang's footwork. So lithe. The spikes are fast too. No, Elder Yang is faster. He's slipped inside. He's slipped inside. Elder Yang did it. As Yang plunged into the seam, the spikes, trailing a fierce gust, shaved his scalp and hurtled downward. Lu Zhe watched in silence. In the illusion, a player's maximum movement speed is fixed. The old man struck poses and somehow seemed to gain speed. If he had not performed those peculiar flourishes, he might have been a touch faster. Hidden in the seam, Yang watched the falling spikes and finally exhaled. Hoof. Malicious schemes, but nothing more. Yang lifted his chin and declared proudly. The road ahead was now level and clear. He had overcome the most dangerous trap. The remaining path would surely be smooth sailing. At the thought his spirit rose high. Yang strode to the edge and launched himself with all his might, when without warning a celestial beast cat leapt from a stone in the upper left. At a speed too swift for the eye, it twisted and struck him, smashing into Yang Jingxin as if into shards. His breath faltered. He spat a string of garbled curses, swearing incoherently. The righteous cultivator Yang Jingxin was humiliated to death under your relentless torment, his Tao heart shattered. Goodness, it seems that breaking their defenses brings extra rewards. I must work even harder. At this moment Yang Jingxin had just spat out his venom, his mouth still twitching violently. He exited the illusion, glaring at Lu Zhe. That wild cat. It's not a wild cat, it's a celestial beast, Lu Zhe corrected. Isn't it reasonable for celestial beasts to protect their master's secret realm? Yang Jingxin could no longer care about his dignity and directly cursed, reasonable, my foot. You shameless little thief, how dare you use such underhanded tricks to mock me? Lu Zhe feigned ignorance. I do not know what is wrong, what fault is there? This illusion suppresses realms and seals spiritual energy, clearly designed to prevent anyone from passing. However, Lu Zhe calmly shook his head and spoke. Since this is a celestial level trap, it must be the work of an unknown great being. The existence of strange restrictions like sealing spiritual energy and suppressing realms is not impossible. One who sees through it will pass, while one who does not will fail. Although the mechanism I set up appears simple, the design concept within is far from simplistic. If a great being were to design a trap based on my ideas, even if Elder Yang had all his cultivation at hand, would you be 100% sure you could pass? This argument made the surrounding elders nod secretly. Traps are indeed calculations. Whoever is seen through is the loser. Clearly Lu Zhe's trap design had seen through all of Yang Zengxin's thoughts. A seasoned warrior like Yang Jingxin might have 800 schemes. But Lu Zhe had 8,000. As for the rules, Although they had never heard of such a strict secret realm, as long as the master of the realm is strong enough, it is not unimaginable. Let's take a step back. Even if Yang Jingxin was not suppressed in cultivation, if a great being designed a trap according to Lu Ze's ideas, once the materials were indestructible and the speed exceeded that of Yang Jingxin, the outcome for the opponent would only be worse than in the illusion. Absurd. Throughout history there have been hundreds of ways to solve traps, never limited to just one. Why is it that here there is only one solution? Yang Jingxin continued to question. Elder Yang's demands are quite high. If I do not kill off the remaining 99 methods, how can I prove that I know there are hundreds of solutions to the trap? Lu Ze smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, the other elders of various sects began to show some favoritism towards Lu Ze. They naturally understood that Yang Jingxin was being deliberately difficult. If Lu Ze had designed a trap according to the rules, how he would be evaluated later is hard to say. Lu Ze's design coincidentally proved his deep understanding of the art of mechanisms. Otherwise, how could he have eliminated all other paths to solving it? With the conversation going this far, Zhao Wenda quickly stepped forward to mediate. All right, Elder Yang. Although the illusion created by my disciple may seem a bit hasty, it was due to time constraints. If given sufficient time. Zhao Wenda hesitated, smiling at Yang Jingxin. His meaning was clear. If Lu Ze were given enough time to create an authentic mechanism illusion based on this idea, even if Yang Jingxin's realm was not suppressed, the result would likely be even worse. In a sense, the argument about suppressing realms serves as a form of protection for Yang Jingxin. At least if he lost, he would still have an excuse. With that said, even if Yang Jingxin felt uncomfortable, he could no longer publicly make things difficult for Lu Ze. Most importantly, the checkpoint designed by Lu Ze indeed had a solution. It was just that there was only one. Moreover, it was a very peculiar solution. But if a debate truly arose, he would be the one at fault. After contemplating, Yang Jingxin was unwilling to dwell further on this matter. Good. You Lingxiao sect have indeed produced a prodigy. Yang Jingxin slowly clapped his hands, speaking in a sarcastic tone. I want to see after the topic of the martial arts performance is set in 3 days whether you can still satisfy everyone. With that, he waved his sleeve and left with the disciples of Qingshan sect. The crowd began to whisper, discussing the commotion. No one noticed that Lu Ze's divine sense quietly entered the main space of "If you're a cultivator, go down 100 levels." He made simple modifications to some parameters. In the air of the spirit refining palace, the illusion image of "If you're a cultivator, go down 100 levels" still floated. Suddenly a leaderboard jumped out from the standby screen. It clearly displayed rank 1 sect Qingshan sect cultivator Yang Jingxin, highest level 2. Soon someone noticed the changes in the illusion image. Look, the leaderboard. Sect. No way, I want our sect to show its face too. I've already grasped the design concept of this illusion, I want to give it a try. Haha, our Tianxian sect is well versed in calculations, let me see if I can work it out beforehand. Are you joking, friend? In the illusion, spiritual energy is restricted. How will you deduce it? In my opinion, the footwork of Yunxian Palace is the most ethereal, they will probably take the lead. Listening to the discussions from the audience, Lu Ze felt quite pleased. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Why did this group gather in Lingxiao sect? Isn't it to compare appearances and vie for the top spots? Now that the sect and ranking features are up, their competitive spirit immediately surged. Moreover, the first to get ranked was Elder of Qingshan sect. If one could surpass the Elder's rank, wouldn't that be even more gratifying? The whispers inside and outside the Lingying Hall naturally did not escape the ears of the elders from various sects. It seems the disciples are quite enthusiastic about the rankings. Zhao Wendao chuckled while stroking his beard. They are all young ones who have not yet emerged, it's only natural for them to enjoy the commotion. Elder Linen from the Tianxian sect, twirling 2 dim prayer beads in his hand, smiled and shook his head. You all aren't thinking of competing with Elder Yang like the disciples, are you? Elderly Zhuojian from the Wujian Sword sect narrowed his eyes, looking meaningfully at the other elders. At our age, who would care about such trivial fame? If it weren't for this martial exchange being a tradition for over 100 years, I wouldn't bother to trek here at all. Elder Wen Lingwu of the Yunxian Palace said disdainfully. It's all my rebellious disciple's fault for causing such a fuss. When I return, I will certainly teach him a lesson. Nangong Yuan's expression turned serious. This is for the best, to avoid fierce conflicts that would disrupt the harmony. Zhao Wendao sighed in relief and took out a pile of tokens to distribute to the other elders. This is the Mirage token from my Lingxiao sect. Considering that the upcoming martial demonstration will be replaced by Mirage instead of Secret Realms, you can bring your disciples to familiarize themselves with various mirages in the coming days. After chatting for a while, the elders from various sects took their disciples and dispersed. Fengwei Pavilion. The temporary residence of the disciples from the Tianxian sect. Elder Lin, what instructions do you have? I just cast a divination today. The Tianxian sect's momentum is at its peak, perfect for competition. Hurry! Quickly bring the other disciples to the Lingying Hall. Our Tianxian sect must secure the top spot. Disciples obey. By the way, keep it quiet, don't make too much noise. Yes. Yun Yu Tower. The temporary residence of the disciples from the Wujian Sword Sect. Elderly, the disciples are eager to experience. If you are a cultivator, clear 100 floors to bring glory to the sect. Oh. I called you here precisely for this. It's been said outside that our Wujian Sword Sect is inferior in everything other than swordsmanship. Today we must prove that we are at least better than the Qingshan sect, who only passed 2 levels. I think so too. I am well versed in the patterns of the challenges and I will surely impress others. By the way, remember to keep this quiet, catch them off guard. Rest assured the disciples' concealment techniques will not embarrass you. Broken Rain Tower. The temporary residence of the disciples from the Yunxian Palace. Did you understand what I said? I understood. Yunxian Palace is best at body techniques. If we cannot stand out in this competition, wouldn't that tarnish our sect's reputation? That's exactly my point. Let those brutes who only know how to fight see the prowess of our Yunxian Palace. By the way, don't tell anyone outside the sect about this action. Disciples understand. Lingying Hall. Truly a blessing for my Lingxiao sect. Since the disciples are so enthusiastic, let's go with the flow. Chao Wendao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall return now. Summon my rebellious disciple and work through the night to produce copies of the Mirage Crystal. Nangong Yuan understood immediately and said yes. Produce those crystals. The more the better. We won't charge a fee, distribute them freely to the disciples and deduct the material costs from the sect's account. Chao Wendao clapped his hands excitedly. With so many disciples in the Lingxiao sect, we have an absolute advantage in numbers. Currently Yang Jingxin is performing poorly, and if you are a cultivator, clear 100 floors, naturally prompting many to want to showcase themselves while also highlighting their sect. Thus competition among the sects is inevitable. Everyone has gathered from afar primarily to show off and compare standings. With a ready-made challenge Mirage, they naturally would not let it go. The ranks on the leaderboard represent the face of each major sect. And with the Lingxiao sect having the geographical advantage, first place is a goal they are determined to achieve. Zhongyi. Disciples here. Today you shall temporarily halt your cultivation and focus on clearing the challenges. You are the hope of our Lingxiao sect. The disciple will not fail the mission. Demonic Path Value 1. 2 Demonic Path Value 7 Demonic Path Value 8. 3 Demonic Path Value 10 Demonic Path Value 1. 2. The system's prompt echoed continuously. Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile widely. An old fellow left and a whole bunch of old fellows came in. Oh, and don't forget Brother Zhong, the lively treasure. Lu Zhe chuckled to himself. The elders clearly suffered greatly, and if you are a cultivator, clear 100 floors, endlessly sending him demonic path values. However, the most generous was still Zhongyi. That 1. 2 demonic path value was too conspicuous, and it kept appearing at a rapid frequency. It was obviously Zhongyi who talked too much and performed poorly. In the morning when Yang Jingxin left halfway through, he felt a bit regretful. Fortunately, he was clever enough to add a leaderboard feature and sect tag on the spot, successfully igniting the competitive spirit among the disciples. Now it was not just Yang Jingxin providing him with demonic path values. It was an entire sect plus a group of elite cultivators continuously supplying him with demonic path values. Once a certain cultivator broke through, it would yield an extra critical hit of demonic path values, making it a perfect score booster. In just one night he had gained 10,000 demonic path values. He directly advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the demonic path values kept flowing into the back end. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could reach the late foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe felt a surge of excitement. The production of the Mirage had a slight relation to his cultivation level. What mattered most was the size of the venue. With Lu Zhe's foundation establishment cultivation, the range of the venue was only a few hundred meters. This was still under the enhancement of the Wuxiang Xuanma celestial body. If he reached the golden core stage, the range would extend to 1,000 meters. The selection of games would be even more abundant. At that time, the speed of extracting demonic path values would be even faster. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He reopened the back end of If You Are a Cultivator Clear 100 Floors and began editing a new map. In the morning, he only uploaded the 500 maps he had prepared earlier. He felt it was still not enough. He needed to be even harsher on others. Damn! A thunderous roar burst from the room of Feng Weixian. Gui Yunwen, drenched in sweat, tore himself away from Shi Xiushi Jiu Xia Yibai Tsang. At Yunling Hall, after hearing from a disciple of Lingxiao Sect that the Lianqi Pavilion sold a set of mini illusion towers and spirit crystals, Gui Yunwen bought one and brought it back to his quarters for some peace. He wiped the sweat from his brow and forced his breathing to steady. Training at Tianshan Gate was exceedingly harsh, placing supreme importance on tempering the heart. Disciples within the sect generally possess temperaments far loftier than those of the outer halls. Gui Yunwen, as a true heir disciple, was especially exemplary. Yet he had never expected that an illusion, a phantasm devised by a foundation establishment cultivator, would shatter his defenses. That tree, why is it moving? Damn! Gui Yunwen ground his teeth, his face contorted. He had died more than 100 times and still could not fathom what Lu Zhe was thinking. Every so often the illusion struck in the least expected place, leaving him sweating profusely. That morning, watching Yang Jingxin tackle the trials in Yunling Hall, he had only felt amused. He had even believed that if it were his turn he would not fare so miserably, at least he would not lose face before others. Only now did he realize that anyone who could enter that illusion without breaking was nothing short of a transcendent being. After a long while, his breathing finally eased. Just then his transmission jade slip pinged with a message. It was a fellow senior brother from Tianshan Gate. Gui Yunwen opened the jade slip and his brother's image floated up into the air. Junior brother Gua, how are you? Give my regards to Zhong Yi and the others. What the hell? What's going on? Why do you look so pale? It's nothing. Today's trial did not go very smoothly. Gui Yunwen waved his hand. Ha ha. Junior brother Gua, why are you so undistinguished? In my cohort I ranked near the top of everything. His senior brother's teasing stung, leaving Gui Yunwen ill at ease. What had their cohort been trained in? Perhaps they should see what his had endured. Even the elders of Qingshan Sect were getting thrashed. He was about to tell his brother the whole story when he changed his mind, laughing as he amended his words. By the way, senior brother, when I return to the sect one day, I'll bring you some local specialties from Lingxiao Sect. Local specialties? Haha, having traveled among the 5 great sects, what local delicacy could possibly intrigue me? No, this is one you definitely haven't seen. Gui Yunwen smiled. His smile brightened his features and his complexion improved. He resolved to buy more local specialties at the Lianqi Pavilion the next day. A night passed. Leigong Peak, Yunling Hall. Nangong Yuan emerged from the elder's resting chamber with a sullen face. The night had been unbearably stifling. He needed air to ponder why he had been so careless, why he had been unable to resist touching Shi Xiushi Jiu Xia Yibai Tsang. No sooner had he stepped outside than he saw Chao Wendao coming from another room. Grand Elder. Your eyes. Nangong Yuan pointed at Chao Wendao's eyes in astonishment, utterly baffled. A dark ring had formed around Chao Wendao's eyes. His cultivation was eminent within the sect, he stood second only to the sect master. At his level, not even a night without sleep, let alone a month, should have produced such dark circles. My eyes. Oh. I bumped them by accident, Chao Wendao replied absent-mindedly. The previous night he had turned the matter over and ultimately could not resist playing Shi Xiushi Jiu Xia Yibai Tsang. At one stage he was tormented by a grotesque combination of earth spikes so brutal that he nearly coughed blood. Several eruptions of anger pierced the illusion suppression and forced him to withdraw. In the end, too enraged to bear it, he had landed 2 blows on himself in a fit of fury, resulting in his current appearance. He had intended to secure a fine ranking and show off before the other elders, perhaps teaching Yang Jingxin a lesson. But as it turned out, there was no absolute extreme to the perversity, only escalating levels of it. Sometimes he even felt like prying open Lu Zhe's mind to see how it was made. How could anyone harbor such twisted thoughts? Were it not for Lu Zhe's pervasive righteousness, Chao Wendao would even suspect the boy of belonging to the demonic path. Such notions were corrupt and wicked. Elder Nangong. Chao Wendao sighed and patted Nangong Yuan on the shoulder. What is it? Did you not say your disciple was pure of nature and simple in thought? How could he? Chao Wendao faltered. He recalled yesterday when Nangong Yuan had rushed from the Lianqi pavilion to argue with Yang Jingxin. He had claimed Lu Zhe was pure of nature, simple of thought, and that asking him to set traps would be imposing on him. Now it seemed the boy was not merely untroubled but delighted by it. Nangong Yuan's eyes widened. What? A disciple? Since when did I have a disciple? Phoenix Fire Pavilion. The temporary residence of the Qingshan Sect disciples. What? Are you saying? Disciples from other sects are challenging that illusion. Yang Jingxin could hardly believe the news he just heard. He would never step into that illusion created by Lu Zhe again in his lifetime. But disciples within the sect actually said that all disciples from the other 4 major sects are frantically climbing the leaderboard. Yes. And the Lingxiao sect has specially displayed the leaderboard in the central Yunling Hall so everyone can see the rankings. The inner door disciple with a pained expression said, so how are the scores from each sect? Tianxian sect and Lingxiao sect are competing for the first place. Yun Xian Palace is 3rd and Wu Jisword sect is 4th. They are all so enthusiastic. After hearing the disciples report, Yang Jingxin frowned. He still looked down on Lu Zhe's illusion. But for some reason it has now become the standard for comparison among the sects. Even if he disdains it, he must consider the sect's reputation. At the very least he needed to consider his own face. According to the disciple, his score is currently at the bottom. What about Su Huaya? Did he participate? Yang Jingxin quickly asked. Su Huaya is the most talented true disciple of the Qingshan sect in recent years with exceptionally high comprehension. If the true disciples from other sects are all coming into the spotlight, Yang Jingxin feels that Su Huaya should not be far behind. The reputation of the sect rests on Su Huaya in Yang Zengxin's mind. Su Shixiang. The inner door disciple was about to speak when a commotion erupted outside. Shixiang. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Get lost. All of you get lost. I'm going to the refining pavilion to smash his head and let him know whether the ground spikes are harder or my fist. Yang Zengxin's smile of anticipation froze on his face. He stood up and opened the door. The person speaking outside was the true disciple Su Huaya. At this moment he was being restrained by a true disciple and 2 inner door disciples, his body engulfed in uncontrolled black-purple flames. Clearly very angry. You scoundrel! Stop right now! Yang Jingxin shouted in anger. A divine light descended, suppressing the overflowing black-purple flames. Master! The awakened Su Huaya hurriedly bent down. Sorry, it was my recklessness. Just the other day I praised your progress in temperament to the elders. What made you so impulsive? Yang Jingxin asked with a cold snort. Disciple just wanted to regain face for the sect, so I bought a mini illusion tower and the illusion crystal of if you're a cultivator go down 100 levels. But I didn't expect it would be so sinister. That ground spike doesn't seem like a preset trap. It's as if it has its own intelligence. No matter where I go I can't avoid it. I suspect that kid is deliberately manipulating it behind the scenes, making our Qingshan sect lose face. That's why As soon as Su Huaya mentioned his experience in if you're a cultivator go down 100 levels, his expression turned extremely grim. He already had a fiery temperament. Now, having suffered such humiliation, he was naturally quite agitated. Yang Jingxin was speechless. He had originally hoped to rely on Su Huaya to turn things around. But it turns out this guy is even more affected than he is. Forget it, you should prepare for the upcoming martial demonstration. Yang Jingxin waved his hand in frustration. As for this ranking, it's better not to have it. When the formal martial demonstration happens, let them see our power. Lingxiao Peak. The training hall exclusively for true disciples. Just a few months ago no one would have expected that the high-level illusion tower meant for true disciples would now be used to operate an extremely cheaply made illusion. In Zhongyi's illusion world of if you're a cultivator go down 100 levels, incessant laughter and mockery filled the air. After enduring several rounds of torment, he still couldn't decipher Lu Zhe's intentions. For instance, just now, when he entered the new level, he felt something was off at the sight of 2 apple trees. Sure enough, when he walked over, he was crushed to death by falling apples. By the time he reached the second apple tree, he had learned to be clever. He thought he'll lure the apple down first then jump back. Zhong-yi believed he had gained enlightenment. Then standing before the third apple tree just as he was about to jump, guess what happened? The ground wrinkled and rolled him to his death. Up to this point Zhong-yi was still relatively sane. But when the fourth fruit tree had the apples unmoving while the trunk moved at lightning speed to crush him, he became a little unsettled. By the time he reached the fifth and sixth trees. Until the end, when he thought he was about to clear the level, a crow flew in and crushed him. Even Zhong-yi with his resolute mindset couldn't help but retreat from the illusion. He gathered all his strength and struck fiercely at a training dummy. Mu Yuan, who was beside him, stared in awe. That training dummy was forged from soft steel equipped with exceptionally advanced formations, making it very durable. Zhong-yi, who was adept in Dao techniques and rarely resorted to brute force, almost smashed it to pieces with his fists and kicks. After a long while, I am going to break the record. I'm about to clear it. Zhong-yi's excited shout echoed throughout the entire training hall. The loud voice startled Mu Yuan, pulling him out of the secret realm as he curiously looked at the scene projected beside Zhong-yi. Xixiang, I thought you were going to take first place. Turns out you were just refreshing your own record. Without accumulating small steps, how can one? Xixiang, you're still 18 levels away from first place. Mu Shidi, why are you so idle? Hurry up and cultivate. Oh. Mu Yuan left in disappointment. Zhong-yi's path to clearing levels was particularly fraught with difficulties. It was mainly because he was clumsy and couldn't execute the controls well. Others relied on talent and speed. Zhong-yi relied on sheer perseverance to grind through. Looking at the new levels, Zhong-yi felt a surge of emotions. He finally broke through 10 levels and could be considered a notable player ranked among the top 500. Another apple. Come on. Let's see if you can hurt me. Zhong-yi shouted with great momentum. In the center of the map there was a cannon constantly spewing red apples. Countless experiences of death told Zhong-yi that everything here was very strange. Don't even mention apples. Even a flower or blade of grass could be fake. The most exaggerated moment was when he saw a soul-gathering array and instinctively wanted to activate a new respawn point. But it turned out that thing could also be fake. Watching the slowly flying apples, Zhong-yi calmly dodged and sneered. Hey, junior brother Lu still has some conscience, not making it too difficult all the time. Zhong-yi chuckled as he easily avoided several waves of apple attacks. Just when he thought he had safely passed this wave of attacks, a large line of text appeared in the sky. May I ask how many red apples appeared earlier? Zhong-yi's mouth twitched violently. What the heck? Bang. Bang bang bang. A violent force struck against the training dummy. The specially designed soft steel dummy was brutally battered by Zhong-yi, leaving it unrecognizable as it exploded. Senior brother Zhong is amazing. Mu Yuan praised with a thumbs up. Although senior brother is not very proficient in the path of illusions, it seems that he has made breakthroughs in physical cultivation. Mu junior brother. What do you think was the mental state of junior brother Lu when he created this illusion? Zhong-yi asked, his expression dazed and confused. Among the three, he was the one who had been tormented the longest. He usually had many opportunities to go out and train, and he had seen many secret realms. Though he wasn't an expert in mechanisms, he was certainly not inferior to ordinary cultivators. He could responsibly say that from if you're a cultivator, go down 100 floors, just picking a few traps to place in a secret realm would be deadly. The problem is he encountered a dozen different kinds of these things in just one level. And none of them were the same. Take the previous level that broke his defense, for instance. Who would have thought that after a few rounds of apples being shot down, the real test would be how many apples there were in total? Alright, he got the trick, let's start over. But in the second round, the leisurely apples turned into super fast apples. After dying and respawning this time, he was so focused he almost cried as he finally counted the apples accurately. However, the next wave had red, yellow and gray apples, and while he desperately counted the red ones, it suddenly asked him how many yellow apples are there. At this point, Zhong-yi's mental state hadn't crumbled yet. He became cleverer. Each time he counted each color of apple clearly. But the final question was how many spikes were on the wall. Zhong-yi immediately cursed and vented his frustration at the training dummy after exiting the illusion. Senior brother Zhong, even you are so irritable. Could it be that this illusion was intended by junior brother Lu to temper one's mindset? Mu Yuan chuckled. Mindset. Zhong-yi raised an eyebrow, finding some truth in it. In that case, it seems I misunderstood. He nodded thoughtfully, a hint of shame showing in his eyes. Boastful and competitive. This indeed should not be what we ought to do. But you junior brother Mu possess such a temperament that I am ashamed. Zhongyi looked at Mu Yuan with some envy. Oh. Is that so? He. Mu Yuan quickly placed his hands behind his back, hiding the training dummy he had twisted into wire, nodding with a smile. Oh right, there's also junior sister Li. She is always fearless, so she must. As Zhongyi spoke, he turned around. At that moment a terrifying aura of frost emanated from the direction of Liu Ran. Zhongyi. Mu Yuan. The two exchanged glances. Seeing Liu Ran's tightly furrowed brows and slightly trembling fists, it was clear her time in the illusion was not easy either. Boom. Another wave of even more terrifying icy pressure. Liu Ran opened her eyes and exited the illusion. Seeing the normal world, her chest heaved before slowly calming down. Her beautiful eyes regained their usual indifferent demeanor. Junior sister Li, how is the situation? Zhongyi quickly asked. The task assigned by the elder has been completed. Liu Ran nodded and stood up. It's still junior sister Li who is much more reliable than senior brother. Mu Yuan jokingly added a jab at Zhongyi. Zhao Wenda originally placed his hopes on Zhongyi. After a night passed, he discovered that his disciple was as incompetent as he was. So he quickly summoned Mu Yuan and Liu Ran to tackle the challenges together. In their own sect, taking advantage of both geographical and personnel advantages, if the Tianxian sect snatched the first place, Zhao Wenda would be furious even in his dreams. Liu Ran was indeed a gaming genius. She picked up operational games very quickly. Even so, she was still heavily tormented by if you're a cultivator, go down 100 floors. Now she had broken through the 50th level. The difficulty compared to before was no longer in the same dimension. Not only were there unexpected frustrating ideas, but even the ordinary maps that didn't have traps were enough to make people's scalps tingle. Many mechanisms had spikes just lying there, not moving at all. As for how to jump over them, even a master like Liu Ran found it quite troublesome. Sometimes even knowing the correct route to avoid traps, it was extremely difficult to reproduce it in one go. Just now, when she was passing the 50th level, a series of spikes in the ground had thrown her off balance mentally. Thinking about how the highest record of Tianxian sect was only 46 levels, she decided not to continue grinding for points and prepared to return to the Sword Peak to continue her cultivation. This was the first time she felt that cultivation was so familiar. Good disciple, where did you learn about the traps and mechanisms in this illusion? How could you design so many levels in such a short time? Nangong Yuan looked at Lu Zhe with a face full of suspicion. Yesterday Lu Zhe had designed over 100 maps in just 1.5 hours. There were rumors in the outside world that Nangong Yuan had secretly given him the designs which allowed him to easily pass Yang Zengxin's test. Nangong Yuan was extremely frightened by these rumors. He didn't want to bear the blame for tormenting the righteous path. Disciple is usually bored and occasionally thinks of some designs to test people's hearts. These mechanisms are all just my idle creations. Lu Zhe answered without turning red or skipping a beat. Nangong Yuan's expression changed rapidly. Can you believe this is what a person would say? What's the point of making these things when you have nothing better to do? You're not really one of those demon cultists, are you? What? Master doesn't believe me. Should I make another one for you right now? Would you like that? Lu Zhe laughed and asked quickly. No, I believe you. Nangong Yuan hurriedly waved his hands, afraid of being humiliated. By the way, since these mechanisms were all designed by you, you must know how to solve them too. Of course. Great. The Grand Elder was worried that the top spot would be snatched by Tianxian sect as long as you are here. Nangong Yuan's words were not finished before Lu Zhe looked at him in shock and asked, Master, are you suggesting that I helped the sect cheat? Nangong Yuan was momentarily speechless. What do you mean cheat? Well, just guide the fellow disciples a bit, cough. Lu Zhe continued to raise his voice, looking righteous. Master, we are a prestigious sect. Isn't it wrong to take shortcuts for the sake of gain? Fairness and justice have always been the principles of Lingxiao sect. What we are doing is wrong. What he really meant was, of course I've given you all the strategies, how can I maintain my demonic value? Nangong Yuan was dumbfounded. Lu Zhe's response was too righteous, he momentarily didn't know how to refute it. But after a second thought, wait a minute. You usually make these torturous things, what are you talking about being a righteous sect now? Nangong Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration and said helplessly, about the live streaming talisman components we talked about last time, I'll think of a way for you. Seeing that Lu Zhe was unresponsive after a while, he added, "You can pick a treasure you like from my treasure vault." Lu Zhe, but on the other hand, Nangong Yuan. Naturally, Lu Zhe would not reveal all the strategies, he only provided a bit of key information to help Ling Xiao's sect stay ahead of other sects. After sending Nangong Yuan away, the system's voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, host, in one day a total of 37823 cultivators killed. The host has exceeded the mission requirements. Mission rewards critical hit. Acquired treasure Wan Hun banner." After a day of research, Lu Zhe roughly understood the usage of the Wan Hun banner. As he expected, every time a cultivator died in the game, an additional soul would emerge within the Wan Hun banner. However, this soul is extremely weak. It can be used to enhance cultivation, but only to a limited extent. The boost it provides is comparable to the demonic value generated from a cultivator's death. In simple terms, it is akin to a double experience card. Of course, as a treasure marked with red quality by the system, the Wan Hun banner's effects are not limited to this. It can also be used for magical attacks, though its power is constrained by the strength of the soul, making it largely unusable. However, Lu Zhe soon discovered that the more times one dies in the game, the stronger the generated soul becomes. Moreover, Lu Zhe can consume spiritual energy to endow the soul with intelligence. This discovery thrilled him. If he were to create games with NPCs in the future, these souls with intelligence would be immensely useful. It is essentially a top-tier NPC loaded with advanced AI. The sense of immersion would be incredible. Of course, it is still too early to consider these things. Setting aside the matter of the size of the illusion, the souls within the Wan Hun banner are still too weak, and the intelligence they cultivate is not sufficiently developed. They still need nurturing. Dying a few more times is necessary to produce a competent NPC. Hearing the system prompt echoing in his mind, Lu Zhe cheerfully murmured, "Brother Zhong, you truly are my good senior brother." 2 days have passed since the release of If You're a Cultivator, Descend 100 Levels. Previously, when Lu Zhe released Escape from the Demon Sect and Spirit Plants vs. Zombies, the disciples went wild. This time the disciples were just as enthusiastic. However, the game's popularity remains high. There's no helping it, the disciples care about their reputation. Especially since players must choose a sect when entering the illusion. Once a sense of collective honor is established, the atmosphere shifts. In Lu Zhe's past life, there was a game called Sheep Went to Sheep, which initially divided player groups by region. Goodness, the competition among players was incredibly fierce, as everyone wanted to represent their region in battle. The reasoning here is no different. In the forum for If You're a Cultivator, Descend 100 Levels, the discussions among disciples were exceptionally lively. Fellow Taoists, I have finally broken through the 20th barrier. Congratulations, congratulations. May I ask how many times you died? Heroes do not inquire about origins. Passing levels does not consider the number of attempts. It's better to watch others play this illusion. Indeed. Yesterday my senior brother encountered a checkpoint similar to Elder Yang's, and today he went out to hunt cat monsters for his path to enlightenment. Rather than a test of mechanism judgment, it is more a test of Tao heart. Last night the thunder rolled on the peak of Thunder God Mountain. Could it be that even the Grand Elder has been? For the illusion we still need to rely on sisterly. The record for breaking through levels remains unbroken. Glorious is our Ling Xiao sect. Actually, this illusion tests one's agility. After the 30th level there are many pure spike traps that are more difficult than traps. I really wonder what the difficulty will be like at the 100th level. Is there a new announcement? Is the illusion updated? I see it too. A map editor. What is this? At Lihua Peak in the Lingyu Pavilion. The treatment promised by Elder Chao for Lu Zhe to become a true disciple is not just talk. He has moved from the communal dormitory to a standalone villa and his life is quite comfortable. Recently he has found some excuses to avoid going to the artifact refining pavilion for work. Mainly because he is afraid someone might take revenge. In his past life many people broke their defenses and smashed their mouse and keyboard. After the modifications by Nangong Yuan, Lu Zhe can now perform remote version updates within the sect. After he uploaded most of the exquisite maps he played in his past life, considering the game's longevity, Lu Zhe ultimately chose to include the map editor. In his past life Iwana maintained its continuous vitality precisely because of maps created by players. Although it is challenging, perverse and torturous, there is indeed a loyal audience. As mentioned in the forum, it heavily relies on fine manipulation. The jump stab will become the core of technical gameplay. Lu Zhe uploaded the game editor just waiting for these cultivators to develop it themselves. The internal promotion among these diehard fans will surely bring him a continuous influx of demonic value. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Once everyone's understanding of the game matures, the map editor for Spirit Plants vs. Zombies can also be created and handed over for their free use. Additionally, while developing the map editor, Lu Zhe discovered something interesting. The souls in the Wan Hun banner can actually be summoned into the space created by the illusion. When he summoned Zhong Yi, this guy could actually work for him. My goodness, a cyber Wan Hun banner. This is a major discovery. In the future, when making large-scale games, these souls can save him a lot of effort. Unfortunately, the souls still need nurturing. Currently, the most powerful Zhong Yi soul can only perform some simple repair tasks. He needs to die just a few more times. Then Lu Zhe can acquire a top-tier assistant. At this moment, the forum for if you're a cultivator descend 100 levels was in an uproar. What's going on? Can we design levels too? Just like Junior Brother Lu. Ha ha ha. Great. I'm going to design a level and let Junior Brother Lu clear it for me. Count me in. I want to see how Junior Brother Lu clears our level. No way, just thinking about it makes me excited. While testing the 10,000 soul banner the previous day, Lu Zhe had exhausted both his spiritual energy and mental vitality. Utterly spent, he slept deeply and awoke utterly stunned. What the? How did my demon path value surge so drastically? What on earth have these cultivators been doing? Lu Zhe assumed he must be mistaken. After the initial spike on the first night, the growth rate of his demon path value was meant to taper significantly by the second day. Yet overnight it had risen even higher than on that first night. That can't be right, I haven't released any new trials. Lu Zhe was profoundly baffled. How after merely sleeping had this vast surplus of demon path value materialized out of nowhere? It wasn't until he opened the official forum for if you're a cultivator descend 100 floors that the truth dawned on him. Fellow Taoists, has anyone succeeded yet? This is unforgivable. Must one not only design a trial, but also complete it oneself? I've completed mine, but it's far too simple. Surely it won't pose any challenge to Brother Lu. Is there truly no one in this realm who will stand up for us? I have the distinct feeling Brother Lu has tricked us once again. This humble cultivator designed an exceptionally arduous trial and perished 300 times without success. Once I finally conquer it, Brother Lu shall most certainly experience our suffering firsthand. Your unwavering resolve commands my deepest respect. I shall strive still harder. Brother Lu will repay his sins in blood. Lu Zhe stood frozen in silence. Now he understood why his demon path value had surged so dramatically overnight. It seemed his well-meaning senior brothers had all conspired to trap him only to become ensnared themselves. The rule he'd implemented wasn't intended to vex them. It was simply the standard restriction embedded in every trial designing editor. If even the designer cannot complete their own trial, what purpose does it serve? Yet this seemingly righteous and utterly perverse provision had devastated the upright cultivators. It wasn't only his fellow sect brothers who'd fallen victim. According to the system's demon path value log, several elders from multiple sects had also taken part. Zhong Yi too. That figure, 1. 2, was glaringly conspicuous, impossible to ignore. Lu Zhe entered the 10,000 soul banner to take a look. Indeed, Zhong Yi's residual soul had grown markedly stronger. Fenghua Pavilion, the temporary residence of Qingshan sect disciples. Wretched, utterly wretched. Shatter. Yang Jingxin hurled the mini illusion tower violently to the ground, reducing it to dust. Spiritual energy roiled around him, coalescing almost into the shape of a ferocious flame beast. Master. Su Huayao, a direct disciple, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Yang Jingxin's haggard face and vacant, unfocused gaze, he recoiled in alarm. What happened? Only after Yang Jingxin recounted the cause did Su Huayao grasp the origin of the calamity. Yang Jingxin had intended to teach Lu Zhe a harsh lesson, a brutally difficult, fiendishly twisted trap trial, to humble the young cultivator and instill proper discipline. He never anticipated that once designed, the trial would demand his own successful completion before it could be officially validated. This ordeal had broken him utterly. He died over 100 times, yet failed time and again to clear the very trap he himself had forged. Until at last he shattered the mini illusion tower in utter despair. Gazing upon his master slumped motionless on the floor, lost in existential doubt, Su Huayao felt a pang of sorrow. Without hesitation he thumped his chest and vowed, "Humph, this upstart Lu Zhe is indeed insufferably arrogant. Master, do not fret, I shall design a trial myself and find a way to make him suffer humiliation." Half an hour later. Wretched, utterly wretched. Su Huayao, consumed by fury, flung his mini illusion tower to the ground, shattering it completely. Master and disciple sat back to back on the floor, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, both adrift in profound disillusionment. "Senior brother, what has occurred?" A voice called from outside the door, the tone of an inner disciple. Following internal deliberation within Qingshan's sect, all agreed unanimously they would never touch that accursed illusion again. They would simply swallow this bitter pill. Both elder and direct disciple, their two strongest cultivators, had performed abysmally in If You're a Cultivator Descend 100 Floors. Though a few disciples showed promise, their performance lagged far behind those of other sects. Let rankings fall where they may, the game was never intended as an official martial exchange event. "Master, that boy is devious beyond measure, his mind twisted and treacherous. If he is permitted to craft illusions, it will surely spell disaster for us." Su Huayao spat the words, seething with resentment. His naturally fiery temper had cost him dearly in the game, and Lu Zhe had long since earned his unrelenting hatred. "Humph, I am well aware of that. Rest assured I shall never allow them to have their way." Yang Jingxin sneered coldly. "You may rest easy, tradition dictates that the sect designing the secret realm holds no authority over its theme. To prevent cheating, the theme is determined collectively by the 4 other sects, so you need not worry on that count. I shall personally visit each elder coordinate discreetly and secure a theme in advance, they will hardly refuse." Yang Jingxin reasoned that the other sects, having suffered grievously in If You're a Cultivator Descend 100 Floors, would readily agree to his proposal. Lu Zhe's illusion crafting prowess was plain for all to see, not flashy nor technically dazzling, but rooted in an uncannily perverse and unconventional logic. Grant him a theme ideally suited to his strengths, leak select details to Lingxiao's sect, and the rest would be reduced to mere spectators. With that thought, Yang Jingxin smiled, a confident venomous smile, then declared, "Better yet, let him fail to complete the illusion at all." But what condition could possibly constrain his abilities so severely? Su Huayao fell into contemplation. Judging solely by If You're a Cultivator Descend 100 Floors, Lu Zhe displayed no extraordinary technical mastery. Yet yesterday Su Huayao had heard rumors that Lu Zhe had also crafted cultivators escape from the demonic sect and spiritual flora versus Undead Horde, 2 illusions of exceptional sophistication and artistry. So, what kind of illusion could possibly defy Lu Zhe's capabilities? Simple. Yang Jingxin replied, smiling, confident, cruel. The scope of the illusion. That is his fatal weakness. The next day, Lu Zhe walked outside the spirit gathering hall and saw a familiar figure. On the tall steps leading to the spirit gathering hall, Zhou Yi was looking around as he climbed, occasionally stepping forward only to quickly retract his foot, appearing quite strange. "Senior brother Zhong, what are you doing?" Lu Zhe approached, asking with curiosity. Zhou Yi was startled and jumped back 2 steps before quickly calming down. "Nothing." A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhou Yi's face as he hurriedly explained. "Ahem, senior brother thinks the spiritual steps of the spirit gathering hall have not been maintained for a long time, and I was just measuring where the problems might be." I see. Lu Zhe nodded cheerfully. How could he not know that Zhou Yi was obsessed with the game If You're a Cultivator Go Down 100 Floors and had become infatuated with it? Perhaps he had developed a psychological shadow from seeing the steps, fearing that if he stepped on them they would disappear or move beneath him. "Junior brother Lu, you should avoid leaving the sect for the time being. No, for the next few years it's best not to leave the sect." Zhou Yi patted Lu Zhe's shoulder earnestly, his expression serious. As far as he knew, disciples from several other sects had bought the illusion crystals from the weapon refining pavilion for If You're a Cultivator Go Down 100 Floors, planning to bring them back to the sect for their fellow disciples to experience. He feared that if Lu Zhe ventured out in the future he might encounter someone tormented by the illusions, which could lead to unforeseen circumstances. "Alright, senior brother Zhong. By the way, I've recently summarized some techniques for jump stab. Would you like me to share it with you?" Jump stab is a specialized term from If You're a Cultivator Go Down 100 Floors. In the narrow space formed by the spikes passing through requires extremely advanced micromanipulation skills. Recently, the topic of jump stab has been very popular on the forums. This technique proves that If You're a Cultivator Go Down 100 Floors is not just a pure farce but indeed requires skill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was incredibly excited that the creator of the illusion personally taught the jump stab technique. "Ahem, junior brother Lu, when you leave the sect just mention my name and you'll be safe." Sure, I understand. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. In his heart he thought that anyway Zhongyi wouldn't be able to learn it, so teaching him was no issue. Right now he needed Zhongyi to die a little bit in the illusion to nurture his cyber spirit and help him out. If you're a cultivator, go down 100 floors is simply too difficult. If he doesn't give him some sweet rewards, he might just run away. Lu Zhe and Zhongyi entered the spirit gathering hall together. The representatives from various sects had mostly arrived. The elders were chatting among themselves about sect affairs, mainly comparing the performance of their disciples in If You're a Cultivator, Go Down 100 Floors. Lu Zhe quietly observed the scene. Compared to 3 days ago, everyone's mood did not seem very good. Many disciples looked at him with resentment, especially the disciples from the Qingshan sect. If looks could kill, Lu Zhe would have been torn to shreds by now. Not long after seeing that all the disciples had gathered, the elders stopped dawdling and began discussing serious matters. According to the rules, since the secret realm is crafted by your Lingxiao sect, the content of the secret realm will be decided by the rest of the sects. That is only natural. Please discuss whatever ideas you have. Zhao Wenda smiled and nodded, beginning to ponder what tricks Yang Jingxin was up to. Based on his understanding of Yang Jingxin after being humiliated by Lu Zhe's crafted illusion in front of everyone a few days ago, he would definitely want to regain his honor. Since it's an illusion, the difficulty of crafting it is lower than that of a secret realm, so the standard should be higher. Elderly Jiu Jian from the Wuji Sword sect continued the conversation. I agree with Elder Li's statement. Since it is rare to use an illusion instead of a secret realm, let's make the scene larger. Elderly Elder Wen, what do you think? Yang Jingxin continued without hesitation. At this moment, Elder Linen from the Tianxian sect furrowed his brow and thought. Last night Yang Jingxin had already talked to him about this matter. Linen felt that his disciples were strong and targeting them like this was beneath the sect's dignity, so he said he would consider it. As a result, when he returned to the sect and asked his disciples, they all expressed that they never wanted to enter Lu Zhe's illusion again in their lifetime. Lu Zhe's approach to crafting illusions was far too unpredictable. If Lu Zhe were to take on such an important role, who knows how his disciples would be tormented. After much thought, Linen decided to lend a hand. I also support Elder Yang's statement. It has been many years since an illusion has replaced a secret realm for a competition. It would be unacceptable not to witness your sect's methods. Seeing that the other elders were united, Elder Wen Lingwu from the Yunxian Palace also nodded along. Zhao Wenda narrowed his eyes, looking at the other elders. He had long suspected that these people had probably discussed the theme in advance. However, what they said was not without merit. The secret realm is constrained by location and time, making it difficult to create a grand scene. Typically, they would designate 1 or 2 spiritual peaks within the sect, and then the designer would set up traps and formations on them to create conditions for the disciples to fight and compete. If it were changed to an illusion, there would be significantly fewer restrictions. Zhao Wenda suddenly had a bad feeling, because he quickly realized the crux of the problem. A grand scene means a larger venue. And Lu Zhe's cultivation level is only foundation establishment. Creating an illusion space with a radius of 500 meters is already the limit. But for my sect's disciples. Zhao Wenda was about to say something when Yang Jingxin happened to speak up. Since everyone wants to witness a grand scene in the illusion, I happen to have an idea. Elder Yang, please go ahead. Someone echoed, and Yang Jingxin continued directly. The battle between the righteous and demonic forces has passed 1,000 years. Now our righteous path flourishes and peace has reigned for over 100 years with no conflict in sight. However, as righteous cultivators, we must not forget that great battle from years ago, nor lose our respect for war. Otherwise, if demons rise again and our righteous disciples neither know how to unite nor the methods of warfare, would that not be a disgrace to the name of the righteous path? So, Yang Jingxin smiled proudly, deliberately raising his voice. The theme I propose is war. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 elders immediately began to whisper among themselves. War. Now that's an intriguing proposition. When Lingwu thought for a moment and nodded. Very well, very well. Using an illusion to showcase the grandeur of war will also allow the disciples to appreciate strategies of warfare. I agree with Elder Yang's idea. Linen appeared the most pleased. Before coming here, he had no idea that Yang Jingxin would propose the theme of war. But he was wholeheartedly in favor of this theme. Once the concept of a great battle was involved, the strategies of their Tianxian sect would be maximally utilized. The great battle between righteous and demonic forces thousands of years ago also placed Tianxian sect in a pivotal strategic position. If war is used as the theme, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for Tianqian Sect. War. I have no objections, but I wonder if that little brat from Lingxiao Sect can pull it off. Li Zhoujian snorted coldly and looked towards Zhao Wenda. No worries. With that young one's intelligence, he should have no trouble restoring the battlefield. Yang Jingxin waved his hand with a smile that was not quite a smile. Zhao Wenda wore a gloomy expression, remaining silent. He had already guessed that Yang Jingxin aimed to make things difficult for Lu Zhe and would not let it go easily. In the realm of cultivation, once the concept of war was involved, it was not just a matter of several hundred meters. Even thousands of meters might not encompass the full extent of a battlefield. It was clear that Yang Jingxin never intended for Lu Zhe to create the illusion. Elder Yang, this theme might be a bit too challenging for a young disciple. Zhao Wenda spoke up. Creating an illusion based on war, let alone for foundation establishment cultivators, even if you and I were to attempt it, it would be quite taxing. Zhao Wenda's point was simple. When it came to war, not to mention the size of the illusionary space, simply planning the battlefield and accounting for the countless forces clashing within it was no small task. What Elder Zhao said seems to hold some truth. Previously, an elder created a war illusion, but it felt rather bland once entered. When Lingwu, who had a good relationship with Lingxiao Sect, spoke up as she saw Zhao Wenda in a difficult position. Illusions based on war had indeed been attempted before. However, the evaluations from the cultivators post-creation were not very favorable. The scenes were quite grand. There were many battlefields with conflicts occurring. But once combat commenced, it felt somewhat lackluster. Most foot soldiers engaged in mechanical fighting without any soul. Only a few commanders demonstrated some combat intelligence. After several rounds of fighting, the scenes of war were present, yet the atmosphere of war was entirely absent, leading to very average evaluations from the sects. Since then, no one had attempted to create a similar illusion again. Let alone the fact that Lu Zhe could not create such a large scene now. Even if he could, she did not believe he could convey the feeling of war. From this perspective, it seemed a bit too demanding. Hey, what are you saying, Elder One? The talent this young disciple has in creating illusions cannot be judged by ordinary standards. With that, if you're a cultivator, descend 100 layers, could you have imagined setting such a trap? Linen was eager to promote the theme of war. He was too eager to see the disciples of Tianqian Sect shine on the battlefield. Who knows, this young lad might just breathe new life into a problem that others can't solve. Seeing Linen on his side, Yang Jingxin seized the opportunity and quickly pressed on. Since Elder Lin agrees with this proposition, combined with my and Elder Li's votes, we have 3 in favor. 3-1, so the theme of war has been established. Yang Jingxin decisively slammed his hand down. Zhao Wenda sighed. Though he did not wish to compromise, he had no choice. A tree that stands out will attract the wind. Lu Zhe's brilliant performance in recent days was naturally something the other sects would be wary of. As for Elder Zhao's concern about the difficulty for foundation establishment disciples, why not invite Elder Ding back? I believe with his skills, creating a war illusion would be no problem. Yang Jingxin felt his scheme was succeeding and spoke proudly. Well then. Just as Zhao Wenda was about to concede, a calm voice from a young man interrupted from below. Such a trivial matter, there's no need to trouble Elder Ding. I alone will suffice. The previously noisy Yunling Hall fell silent once more, just like 3 days ago. The 5 elders on stage looked at Lu Zhe as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Zhe's master Nangong Yuan was immediately anxious. Lu Zhe, do not overreach yourself, this kind of thing. Zhao Wenda, your Lingxiao Sect indeed has produced an extraordinary talent. Even an illusion that even elders find troublesome, he claims he can complete on his own. Yang Jingxin laughed heartily, looking at Lu Zhe with a sinister smile. He originally planned to force Zhao Wenda to swap out for another illusion creator and embarrass Lu Zhe in the competition. Now he had changed his mind. Since Lu Zhe said he could handle it, let him do it. He was eager to see how a disciple who could only create an illusion space of a few hundred meters would generate a grand battlefield atmosphere. Can't do it. Then let him embarrass Lingxiao Sect along with us. Zhao Wenda quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Hey, Elder Yang, don't take this too seriously. Young man, it's normal to be ambitious without knowing the difficulty of this proposition. Why don't we? Oh. Only he is allowed to be ambitious while the old man is not allowed to be. Yang Zhengxin's smile revealed a hint of anger. I particularly want to see how he will create this illusion today. Zhao Wenda and Nangong Yuan exchanged a knowing glance. The two silently nodded in agreement. They both knew that today's matter would likely not end well. However, before they could speak, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and took the initiative to respond. Disciple has no intention of being presumptuous. It's just that the methods for creating illusions taught by my master are abundant, and now using them to solve this war proposition is more than sufficient. Nangong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. When did he ever teach him to create a war illusion? That thing he couldn't even create well himself. Lu Zhe, do not be reckless. It is still too early. Wait until your realm is consolidated before tackling this proposition. Zhao Wenda frowned and hurried to feign criticism. That won't do. You Lingxiao sect already established the illusion creator early on, and now this young disciple has agreed. Changing now, does that mean all of you Lingxiao sect are untrustworthy and lack integrity? At this moment Yang Jingxin stubbornly refused to agree. Originally he wanted to help his brother, but now he only wished to see Lu Zhe embarrass himself. Zhao Wenda frowned. Changing the candidate at will was indeed a serious taboo. If word got out, it would harm the sect's reputation. However, no cultivator had yet been able to perfectly solve the theme of war. If Lu Zhe had a cultivation level above the god transformation stage capable of creating a world with his intelligence, it might still be possible to give it a try. As things stood, it was utterly impossible. On one side was the favored disciple and on the other the sect's reputation. Zhao Wenda found himself in a dilemma. At that moment Lu Zhe clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Master Grand Elder, I am willing to give it a try. Zhao Wenda looked at him in disbelief. After a moment of hesitation he nodded affirmatively. Then you should give it a try. Disciple will follow your command. Lu Zhe respectfully nodded. It was not that he liked to stick his neck out. Rather, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a promotional game could not be missed. Good. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Now let me outline the other requirements for the proposition. Yang Jingxin clapped his hands and began to methodically list out his demands. First, since it's war, take the righteous and demonic war from thousands of years ago as the theme to create the illusion. Second, each sect must showcase their respective techniques. Third, the representatives of the disciples can enter the illusion together to participate in the war with a clear scoring method. Fourth, the illusion must be completed independently, prohibiting any assistance or participation from others. Lihua Mountain Lingyu Pavilion. According to past regulations, the creation of secret realms or illusions must indeed be accomplished independently. However, generally everyone turns a blind eye and some minor details will always receive assistance. This time Yang Zhan was serious, as there were rules in place and the other elders could not say much. At this moment outside Lingyu Pavilion, Yang Zhang and Li Jiujian worked together to set up a formation, leaving Lu Zhe to engage in closed-off creation inside. Lu Zhe sat in the courtyard closing his eyes and contemplating strategies. When it came to war, the first thing that came to his mind was the battlefield series. The setting of a vast battlefield not only provides interesting gameplay but also allows for a high efficiency of player deaths, making it an ideal choice. However, considering the spatial constraints, he quickly dismissed this idea. Other games such as Call of Duty were also swiftly abandoned by him. Now he could only create an illusionary space with a radius of about 500 meters at most. Such a small terrain in the Immortal Realms battlefield would hardly suffice. This old fellow has quite a dirty mind, Lu Zhe muttered to himself. The constraints of space imposed significant limitations on this topic. Moreover, he could not resolve this limitation by employing a spatial stacking method like in Fleeing from the Demon Cult. Fleeing from the Demon Cult features a highly regular spatial scene, and once a previous space has been traversed it will never be revisited, allowing for coverage. This stacking method is not applicable to every type of game. Perhaps I should make a computer for this group of people. Lu Zhe joked half-heartedly. If he placed a giant computer in the illusionary space, the size of the space would correspond to the size of the monitor screen. Let alone 500 meters. Even 50 meters would solve all problems. Of course, this was just him joking. Would these ancient people know how to use a mouse and keyboard? Even if they could use it, what sense of immersion would there be in playing games on a computer? After all, these people have been immersed in illusions every day, akin to being born into a VR game. Having experienced such fine VR, how could they possibly be satisfied with the coarse experience of computer games? Unless this kind of food could only be consumed on a computer. Wait a minute. Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that there is a type of game that is indeed best experienced on a computer. Thunder Peak, the conference hall. A group of elders sat in their seats looking serious. I don't know much about the path of illusions. I remember that young man created a sense of an infinite world using a small space when making fleeing from the demon cult right. Elder Lin Qingxian of Danqing Peak still held on to hope. Using the same method now could surely solve the spatial problem. After Lin Qingxian finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Chao Wenda and Nangong Yuan, both of whom shook their heads in unison. No. The space that can be stacked in one illusion is limited. Fleeing from the demon cult is a linear space that moves forward. Traversed spaces can clear content and rebuild scenes, thus cycling repeatedly. This is a clever trick, but only fleeing from the demon cult can be used this way. After hearing Nangong Yuan's explanation, Lin Qingxian nodded thoughtfully, realizing how difficult this topic was for Lu Zhe. Thinking of the consequences of losing, everyone couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. The martial exchange among disciples was not simply for pride. According to the private agreements of previous years, the 5 major sects would allocate low-level secret realms that would appear in the coming years based on the rankings of each martial exchange. If Ling Xiao's sect came in last place, it would still be acceptable. They would only receive slightly fewer resources compared to the first place. However, if the created illusion is too crude and fails to meet standards, it would reduce their allocation rights to 0. This rule was not originally in place. In 1 year, during a martial exchange held by Qing Shan's sect, the sect wanted to promote a disciple and chose to have the disciple create a secret realm. As a result, the realm was too crude and was unanimously condemned by the other sects, leading to this regulation. Although low-level secret realms generally have scarce resources, the lack of 4 whole years of training opportunities for the disciples would have a significant impact on the sect. No, we cannot sit and wait for death. Chao Wenda gritted his teeth and quickly assigned tasks to the elders. Elder Nangong, from today onwards work overnight to create the war illusion, aiming to complete it in 10 days. Pa, how could I possibly do it that fast? You figure it out. Elder Lin, go brew life-saving pills. Even if you need to endure a bolt of my divine lightning to extend your life, do it. What does this mean? Just focus on refining. Elder Lu Yu. After Chao Wenda finished assigning tasks. Grand Elder, what are we doing all this for? The task assigned to Nangong Yuan was the most cumbersome. It involved not only creating the illusion but also making protective magical artifacts. Chao Wenda's gaze was sharp. Prison break. Li Huo Peak. Ling Yu Pavilion. Within Lu Zhe's illusionary space, the outlines were starting to take shape. In front of him floated a gigantic rectangular screen displaying vast plains and mountains. In the center of the image were several small figures dressed differently. Multiple command symbols floated on the left and right sides of the screen, such as move, attack, patrol, stop. Just as I thought. Watching the small figures in the image move according to the command symbols, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He aimed to present a grand battlefield within a tiny space. The solution was to infinitely shrink the battlefield. Lu Zhe immediately thought of a unique game type: RTS, real-time strategy games. Even in VR, a God's eye perspective is needed for planning and operation. It is no different from using a computer. This way, even if a computer-like operation method is introduced into the illusion, the cultivators can quickly adapt. Because viewing the battlefield from a macro perspective naturally presents such a scene. Not only does it perfectly align with the theme of war, but it also solves the issue of the illusionary space. In the past, the most popular RTS games were none other than StarCraft, Warcraft, and Command & Conquer. In terms of competitiveness, StarCraft stands alone, unmatched by anyone. Warcraft achieved extremely high playability through its map editor, even giving birth to 2 massively popular branches, MOBA and AutoChess. In terms of game status, while Command & Conquer is difficult to compare with the first 2, it excels in simplicity and enjoyment. Most importantly, among the 3, Command & Conquer is the most fitting for the Grand War theme. A bunch of players holding back their joy and then unleashing troops creates a scene that is nothing short of spectacular. 3 choices lay before him. Lu Zhe quickly made a decision: he would take them all. Combining the strengths of all 3, he would create a unique blend. No, in this world he is the original. The original games certainly cannot be copied. He needs to give the characters and buildings within a new skin. The main base would transform into various sex shops, would become treasure pavilions, barracks would turn into martial arts halls. The diverse troop types would be replaced by various cultivators and spirit beasts. Soon Lu Zhe confirmed the new game's name: Immortal Realm Conquest. Once the direction was determined, the game was produced rapidly. Lu Zhe divided the game into 4 sections. The first was the campaign mode. This part was made rather roughly, merely serving as a beginner's tutorial. Since it referenced events from the battle between the righteous and the demonic, he did not expect the campaign mode to create any IP value for him. The second was the war mode. This was specifically made for the theme of war. In war mode, players could choose their factions and sects develop on the map and compete for rankings. Lu Zhe designed unique units and weapons for each sect according to their characteristics. For instance, the special unit of the Wu Ji Sword sect is the Sword Immortal, and their ultimate spell is the Wu Ji Sword Formation. The special unit of the Tian Xian sect is the Tian Xian Formation Master, and their ultimate spell is the Earthfire Heavenly Star Formation. The third was the competitive mode. This was created by blending the competitive styles of StarCraft and Warcraft, designed for easier transformation in the future. Compared to the war mode, there was an added restriction of population. The attributes between units were also adjusted more strictly, primarily to balance the excessively powerful units from the war mode. Additionally, units labeled as heroes were introduced. The fourth was the map editor. Compared to the map editor of If You're a Cultivator You Should Go Down 100 Floors, the map editor of Xianjie Zhanba was far more powerful. It was set up almost entirely based on the map editor of Warcraft 3 from his past life. Many popular modes such as Shanghai 3C Dota and Dota Auto Chess were born from here. Lu Zhe was working quickly. Within just a week, he had already created the prototype of the game. Most of his energy was spent on the design of unit statistics. The visuals were actually the simplest part. After the game took shape, Lu Zhe went in to experience it. He chose the demonic faction. The characteristic of the demonic faction is that at night there is a slight attribute boost, and as the number of kills increases, it evolves additional skills. Overall, Lu Zhe pursued relative balance in the design. Each faction has its strengths and units mutually restrain one another. Lu Zhe quickly finished a battle. The mad enemy was beaten to the ground. Of course, this was not an issue of balance, but rather a matter of skill disparity. If an ordinary player were to take over, they probably wouldn't match even 3 of them against the mad enemy. After one test, there were no obvious periods of dominance, and in fact the demonic faction seemed somewhat weak. This time I will let my good senior brothers off the hook. Lu Zhe nodded and muttered to himself. It wasn't that he felt guilty for having tormented his fellow disciples previously, but rather that Xianjie Zhanba focused on competitive battles. The AI difficulty setting was raised too high, which was not very meaningful. Just then the system's voice suddenly rang out. In the coming days, the battle between the righteous and the demonic is about to break out. Mission: as the pillar of the demonic faction, the host must do whatever it takes to ensure the final victory of the demonic camp. Mission reward: demonic experience book. Upon hearing this task, Lu Zhe, who was about to exit the illusion, paused. He originally wanted to be a good person, but this troublesome system wouldn't allow it. Lu Zhe opened the production backend again. Easy enemies deleted. Hard enemies deleted. Mad enemies difficulty doubled. The attributes of the demonic faction's units were comprehensively raised. That wasn't enough. He then opened the campaign mode. Originally, he had designed the campaign mode merely as a teaching mode without putting in much effort. The campaign mode was designed very simply, telling a straightforward story of righteousness, each major sect gradually developing, sounding the horn of counterattack, ultimately defeating the demonic sect and achieving victory. Now, Lu Zhe opened the world map. He frantically expanded the territory originally occupied by the demonic faction. Time flew by quickly. Soon it was the day to submit the illusion. The Lingyu Pavilion was surrounded by a barrier set by Yang Jingxin. Without permission, no contact with the outside world could be made. Even if he tried to send a message with divine sense, it would be intercepted by Yang Jingxin. After confirming that there were no issues with the illusion crystal, Lu Zhe simply sat down in the courtyard to meditate and wait for noon to arrive. Not long after he sat down, he suddenly heard a vague sound of fighting from the sky. Due to the barrier set up around, he couldn't hear clearly. Lu Zhe looked up and vaguely saw 2 small black dots in the sky. Suddenly the sky turned dark. A purple divine lightning tore through the sky, causing the entire area to tremble. The surrounding light blue barrier faintly showed signs of cracking. What is happening? Lu Zhe rubbed his eyes and looked carefully towards the sky. He saw a figure rapidly falling from the sky, crashing heavily into the outer layer of the Lingyu Pavilion's barrier. The already shaky barrier was directly shattered. You old fool! Why should I clean up the mess caused by that rebellious disciple? The figure crashed to the ground and continued to shout loudly. Lu Zhe looked at the newcomer with a speechless expression. Master! What kind of play are you putting on? he muttered softly. Cough finally made it in. Nangong Yuan awkwardly smiled, sitting up in a disheveled manner and patting the dust off himself. So how was my performance just now? Did it look convincing? Master, let's talk this over. It's fine, it's fine. I think the ground here is quite comfortable, so let's just sit and talk. Master, did the Grand Elder injure you? Nonsense. It was just a bolt of divine lightning, I can handle it. Alright. But what exactly is going on? Don't speak for now. Here, take this armor and bond with it by dripping blood. After some explanation, Lu Zhe finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. The elder of Ling Xiao Sect was worried that he wouldn't be able to create the war illusion, which would reduce the sect's resources. On the other hand, after Ding Mingtsong emerged from seclusion, he would definitely use this matter to make things difficult for Lu Zhe, reporting it to the sect leader. After discussing with Chao Wenda and Nangong Yuan, they decided to perform a play together. A few days ago, the two elders pretended to argue over the issue of the illusion, which culminated today. The two pretended to fight and just happened to fall into the Lingyu pavilion where Lu Zhe resided. This way, Nangong Yuan and Lu Zhe could inform each other and the two would perform together again. Lu Zhe would pretend to help Nangong Yuan out, while Chao Wenda would act as if he was angry and strike down a bolt of divine lightning upon seeing someone emerge. Logically, this would shatter Lu Zhe's illusion crystal. Isn't that a coincidence? Due to the force majeure, the illusion designer couldn't be changed midway. However, this way it created a force majeure. The illusion crystal broke and there was nothing to be done. They had to use other crystals prepared by Ling Xiao Sect. Coincidentally, Elder Nangong had previously made a war illusion out of boredom, so everyone just had to make do with it. After hearing the whole story, Lu Zhe's mouth twitched slightly. How did you and the Grand Elder come up with such a cliché script? Whatever it is, after thinking it through, this is the only method we have. You take the crystal and we'll go out together. Nangong Yuan urged. Lu Zhe felt a tingle at the back of his head. You mean I go out first, get hit by a bolt of divine lightning from the Grand Elder, and coincidentally shatter the crystal? What about me? You'll definitely be fine. Didn't I just give you a protective treasure? You don't trust your master's treasure. But your treasures have all shattered. So what if they shattered? I am fine. Look. To reassure Lu Zhe, Nangong Yuan performed a backflip on the ground. Put. Blood oozed from his nostrils. Lu Zhe silently took a big step back, resolutely deciding not to step out the door. Cough, master has eaten too many rare treasures lately and his vitality is too strong. Nangong Yuan wiped the blood from his nostrils and pulled out a few medicinal pills from his storage ring unflinchingly. Don't worry, Elder Lin specially prepared several life-locking pills for you. You'll definitely be treated within half an hour. Master. What? I have already created that illusion and there are absolutely no issues. Ha! Nangong Yuan was stunned in place. This should clearly be a piece of great news. But he couldn't feel happy at all. The illusion. How did Lu Zhe manage to create it? Was that previous bolt of divine lightning taken for nothing? Master, why don't you send a message? Let the Grand Elder not strike. Send a fart. Old Zhang's barrier is very insidious, any messages will be heard by him. Then master. Lu Zhe seriously patted Nangong Yuan's shoulder. We can only act the part until the end. Nangong Yuan was startled. Then resigned, he closed his eyes and walked step by step toward the door. By the way, about that treasure I gave you. You asked me to drip blood, so I did. Can it be changed to a new master? Elder Nangong slept peacefully. When Lin Qingxian dragged him away to administer the medicine, the latter showed no resistance, as tranquil as an infant. Although Yang Jingxian had doubts in his heart, the act of mourning Dao was serious, as if it were a genuine endeavor. It couldn't simply be a performance, so he found himself at a loss for words. Mourning Dao was also perplexed. It was agreed that Lu Zhe would bring the magical artifact to be struck, and after that they would exchange for the environment crystal stone. Why was it Elder Nangong who was to be struck instead? Moreover, he wasn't even equipped with a defensive magical artifact. Amidst mourning Dao's uncertain gaze, Lu Zhe took out the illusion crystal stone from his storage ring and presented it to everyone. This crystal stone truly comes from your hands? Yang Jingxian questioned. Indeed. Lu Zhe nodded. Without further ado, let's have the disciples practice now. Yang Jingxian secretly smiled. He suspected that Elder Nangong was likely acting in concert with mourning Dao. In the brief time that had just elapsed after falling into the Spirit Jade Pavilion, they probably swapped the illusion crystal stone. But this matter could be easily investigated. As long as the size of the illusion exceeded a certain range, it could be determined that it was not crafted by Lu Zhe. At that time, if they wanted to suppress the opposing argument, they would have plenty of evidence. The elders and disciples representing the 5 major sects returned to the Spirit Gathering Hall once more. Seeing Lu Zhe place the illusion crystal stone into the illusion tower, Yang Jingxin quickly whispered to the disciples of the Qingshan sect, "Once you enter the illusion, measure carefully. If the range of this illusion is abnormal, clearly not the work of a Foundation establishment cultivator, then come back and report to me." Understood, Master. Also, if there are any flaws in the illusion, come out and identify them promptly. All right. Morning Dao looked at Zhou Yi behind him, who was scratching his head and nearly bursting with anxiety, and smiled knowingly. "If you want to see, then go in. Remember to project the images for me to review." Morning Dao did not make it difficult for him and spoke directly. He had no certainty about Lu Zhe's illusion either. As an elder, it was not appropriate for him to enter the illusion to check. Allowing Zhou Yi to enter was not a bad choice. "Thank you, Master." Zhou Yi was extremely eager and quickly infused spiritual energy into his token. His divine sense instantly sank into the illusion space. For large characters came into view: war for supremacy in the immortal realm. It's rare for junior brother Lu to choose such a normal name. Zhou Yi was somewhat surprised. In the past, most of the illusion names chosen by Lu Zhe left one clueless about what to do. This time, not only did he know the theme at a glance, but it was also strikingly eye-catching. It was clear that the goal was to eradicate the demonic path and dominate the cultivation world. Zhou Yi's anticipation was at its peak. He quickly entered the homepage of the illusion. Lu Zhe had ample time to create this illusion and even thoughtfully designed a background for the main interface. The filming location was the absolute imagination cliff of the Sword Inquiry Peak. At the peak, an indistinct immortal held a sword, proudly surrounded by countless sword shadows. Below, a horde of fierce demonic beasts and dark path practitioners surrounded the area, creating a palpable sense of tension. In the sky, a faint purple thundercloud slowly gathered, seemingly ready to unleash divine thunder at any moment. "This scene is awesome," Zhou Yi exclaimed in admiration. He grew increasingly curious about what kind of world was hidden within the illusion. At this moment, inside the Spirit Gathering Hall. "On what grounds do you representatives of the Lingxiao sect claim to be the righteous path? It looks like you're carrying private goods. I say, wouldn't it be more fitting to use our Tianxian sect's profound abyss?" Linen said with a tinge of sarcasm. This was the first time he had seen an illusion made this way. Not only did it have a name, but there were also accompanying images, creating a unique sense of anticipation. "Hey, if you're not convinced, then you Tianxian sect should produce such a talented disciple as well." Ha ha ha. Morning Dao laughed heartily. The background created by Lu Zhe included the absolute imagination cliff of the Sword Inquiry Peak and the legendary Divine Thunder technique passed down through generations. This was a very new form of cultural output, particularly impressive. Oof. All show and no substance, just superficial work. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, it has to be tested in actual combat. Yang Jingxin snorted coldly and secretly urged the disciples of Qingshan sect to enter the illusion quickly. He wanted to see what kind of war Lu Zhe could create in a mere 500 meters of space. In Zhou Yi's illusion space. After selecting start, a purple divine thunder struck across the sky. Two options appeared before him: battle mode and war mode. Among them, the icon for war mode was gray, making it unselectable. It seems that, like Spirit Plants vs. Zombies, I need to clear battle mode first to unlock it. Zhou Yi quickly understood the meaning and chose battle mode to enter. Battle mode consists of 6 chapters. Each of the 5 major sects occupies one chapter, with the Dark Path being the last chapter. First, recall the history of the 5 major sects and then face the Dark Path in a death battle. It really is the epitome of the righteous path. Zhou Yi stroked his chin and chuckled. He loved this kind of righteous plot. Just thinking about the scene filled him with joy. Without a second thought, he chose Lingxiao sect to enter the battle. The surroundings darkened instantly. When they brightened again, Zhou Yi found himself in a huge conference room. In the center of the room floated a massive and clear image. In the image was a picturesque plain. In the very center of the image floated an island resembling the main peak of the Lingxiao sect. Below the floating island there were 4 tiny figures wielding pickaxes. What does this mean? Zhou Yi was somewhat confused. He had thought he would transform into a disciple of the Lingxiao sect and charge into battle. Yet now he did not know what to do. Just then a game prompt appeared before his eyes in the year 377 of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is a time of chaos with the dark path rampant and the righteous path in decline. You established the sect Lingxiao sect to slay demons, quell the chaos and restore the glory of the righteous path. At this moment your sect is still weak. Please work hard to develop your power and survive the pursuit of the dark path. Task: find a suitable location to establish your sect. Find a location. Establish a sect. How should this be done? Zhong Yi was still in a fog. Fortunately Lu Zhe had done well in terms of guidance. Another hint appeared. Task hint: please use divine sense to lock onto the sect. Zhong Yi immediately locked onto the sect. On the right side of the screen several magical command options appeared. Move. Stop. Camp. Cancel. Zhong Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the magical command options on the right side. For cultivators these magical commands were very simple. Before the next hint appeared, Zhong Yi decisively followed the move command to cast a spell towards the sect. As he pointed to a location, the sect slowly floated toward that spot. I understand now. So that's what it means. Zhong Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So I need to find a suitable place to establish the sect and develop steadily. As long as they didn't discuss operations, Zhong Yi's understanding of games was still top-notch. As for the location to camp, there was actually no need to search. The starting location was naturally a holy site for sects surrounded by 3 spirit veins. What is this? Spirit mine. Looking at the small hill covered in light blue crystals, Zhong Yi instantly understood. He guided the floating island back to its original spot and chose camp. A massive spirit formation descended onto the ground and the floating island slowly unfolded, appearing even more magnificent than before. Task: please recruit servant disciples to collect spirit stones for the sect. Task hint 1: please use divine sense to lock onto the sect after camping and recruit servant disciples. Task hint 2: spirit stones are important strategic resources, please collect as many as possible. Following the task hint, Zhong Yi used divine sense to lock onto the sect. On the right side of the command bar there were some differences from before. In addition to the command to recruit servant disciples, there was also a cancel camp and a upgrade sect. At the top of the screen his resources were displayed. The initial spirit stones were 100 pieces. Recruiting servant disciples required 50 pieces, while upgrading the sect needed 3,000 spirit stones and 1,500 Xian iron. It seems that Xian iron is another kind of higher level resource. I'll have to look for it later. The game Battle for the Immortal Realm crafted by Lu Zhe is not a mere replica of any RTS game from his past life, but rather a grand synthesis of elements. For instance, in the war mode he drew inspiration from Red Alert, eliminating the concept of population and assigning special units and secret weapons to various sects. Simultaneously he referenced Warcraft and Starcraft, introducing the concept of peasants, who are essentially the auxiliary disciples. Auxiliary disciples can gather resources and construct buildings, serving as the most basic yet crucial resource. At this moment Zhong Yi's operations were already quite proficient. The divine sense can lock onto any unit. Once locked, corresponding command spells will appear on the right side. By casting the appropriate command spells, one can guide the units on the screen to execute the corresponding orders. He discovered that auxiliary disciples could not only mine spirit stones but also construct buildings. After mining enough spirit stones, Zhong Yi quickly built a structure called the Martial Arts Hall. Inside the Martial Arts Hall he found that he could recruit 4 types of units: sword cultivators, body cultivators, spirit archers, and alchemists. At this point Zhong Yi was getting a bit excited because the combat element, which was most beloved by cultivators, was now eagerly emerging. Immediately he created a spirit gathering array to speed up production, as well as a beast garden to recruit spirit beasts. In just a short span of 15 minutes Zhong Yi felt himself becoming enamored with this illusion. The intricate guidance and design were utterly unceasing. After finishing the construction of his basic infrastructure, new tasks were quickly issued. Task hint: your movements have been detected, please deal with the demonic soldiers who have come to scout. A smirk escaped Zhong Yi's lips. Ha, these few dare to challenge my Lingxiao sect. Earlier, to study the characteristics of the units, he had recruited 3 of each type. Body cultivators are tough and possess high attack power, but they are slow in both movement and attack speed. Sword cultivators are agile and fast, but their attacks are weak and they are quite fragile. Spirit archers and alchemists have the lowest health, but the former deals high damage while the latter can heal allies. 5 demonic soldiers were no match for Zhong Yi and were swiftly annihilated. This is fun, this is fun. Zhongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could already envision how exhilarating it would be to amass a large army with his spirit stones and trample the demonic forces. Task: please dispatch personnel to search for the Xiantian or resources to upgrade your sect. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Build it. With a significant amount of spirit stones accumulated, Zhongyi, feeling wealthy, chose to construct it right away. In war mode, the development of buildings is intricately linked. For example, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion can only be activated after the Beast Garden is constructed. Once the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was built, Zhongyi noticed a small map appeared on the right side. Most of it was black, and only as his units moved through would the terrain reveal itself on the map. Zhongyi dispatched the fastest sword cultivators to explore. Battle for the Immortal Realm features a vast map. Moreover, due to the highly advanced level of crafting, the graphics and detail far exceeded the performance of Lu Ze's past games. As Zhongyi's perspective followed the sword cultivators, he soon discovered a purple mountain range not far away. Locking onto it with his divine sense, the information about the mountain range quickly appeared. Indeed, it was Xiantian ore. Zhongyi immediately summoned a group of auxiliary disciples to mine the ore. After upgrading the sect, the types of units changed accordingly. In addition to the initial 4 types of units, 3 more options became available: talismans, masters, barbarian warriors, and beast tamers. The variety of spirit beasts in the beast garden also increased by 2. These new units had attributes that were somewhat higher than the basic combat units. However, before Zhongyi could revel in his success, a golden exclamation mark appeared on the minimap. A new task indication arrived. Task: you have discovered a human village on the map. Please reach the task location and rescue the villagers. The villagers will express their gratitude. Rescue the villagers. I'm on my way. The moment Zhongyi heard the words rescue the villagers, a surge of righteous blood ignited within him. He immediately mobilized all his forces to rush towards the golden exclamation mark. During the game development process, Lu Ze incorporated numerous elements from the cultivation world to localize this ultimate synthesis. For instance, random villages are distributed across the map. The righteous path can evacuate villagers for supplies and occasionally receive special enhanced units. The demonic path can also slaughter villages, absorbing vitality and enhancing their overall strength. Zhongyi swiftly arrived at the rescue location with his troops. The demonic faction arrived late and engaged him in a duel. At this time, the demonic forces were still weak. All were merely low-level units, easily annihilated by Zhongyi, who happily led a group of villagers back to the base. Wow, I've struck it rich. This illusion is simply amazing. Looking at the spirit stones in Xiantian or the villagers offered him, Zhongyi felt an immense sense of joy. Had he ever experienced such exhilaration in Lu Ze's illusions before? In Demon Cult Escape, after taking 3,000 steps, the winds changed and it became hard to perceive with the naked eye. In Plants vs. Zombies, the endless mode tormented him with various barbarian zombies. And let's not even mention, if you're a cultivator, go down 100 floors, it was becoming a source of inner demons for all cultivators. But here in Battle for the Immortal Realm, the tone had completely shifted. Not only is it novel, but it's also incredibly fun. The key point is the thrill. Zhongyi had begun to fantasize about his sect reaching its peak, with countless world-destroying cultivators becoming his forces, sweeping across the world. Indeed, even senior brother Lu, when it comes to serious topics like the righteous and demonic paths, wouldn't let us righteous folks suffer a loss. Zhongyi mused to himself. Just then a new system prompt arrived. Congratulations! The beginner tutorial has been fully completed. Now you can start challenging the Demon Cult Army. Task: hint, the Demon Cult has detected your presence and an endless wave of their forces is approaching you. Oh! The good show is finally about to begin. Seeing the task prompt, Zhongyi excitedly rubbed his fists together. The background music suddenly played, igniting fervor. Zhongyi suddenly recalled when playing Spirit Plants vs. Zombies, there would also be a prompt saying a large wave of zombies is about to invade during the final wave of zombies. A mere demonic path, bring it on. Zhongyi vigorously swung his arms, crazily recruiting various types of soldiers. He had just begun mining the mysterious iron and the resources were rather scarce. Thus his army was mainly composed of basic troops. For the second-tier units, he chose to recruit as many talisman masters as possible. According to the introduction, talisman masters are ranged damage dealers. Those who have played Spirit Plants vs. Zombies know that output is the key to determining victory or defeat. Joni's spirit stones and mysterious iron were completely drained and a large group of troops gathered outside the Sect looking quite impressive. Ah! A sudden scream echoed from a distance. A red exclamation mark appeared on the minimap. Your unit is under attack. Joni quickly dragged his view. For disciples engaged in transporting mysterious iron had turned into a pool of blood. The demonic army was approaching Joni's Lingxiao sect. Come on, defend the glory of the righteous path. Joni shouted loudly, leading his troops out. The initial base was situated on a steep high ground. A typical location that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Joni skillfully arranged his troops, placing the sturdy body cultivators in front while archers and talisman masters lined up behind. Adding a blazing rhinoceros and 2 spiritual cranes, this was all of Joni's military strength. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha! Joni was about to say something fierce, but as he counted with his fingers he increasingly felt that something was off. The demonic forces seemed a bit overwhelming. 20 or so blood puppets dripping with dark red viscous liquid along with several burly monsters charged ahead. Hiss! Joni gasped in surprise and hurriedly began to operate. The demonic forces slightly outnumbered him, but he held the advantage of defense, barely able to hold his ground. These blood puppets are tough and they slow down when they get close, but thankfully they don't deal much damage. The monsters are the hardest to deal with. They must be second-tier units. Fortunately, there are no troublesome ranged attackers from the demonic path. Joni held his breath, analyzing the battlefield situation. His forces were slightly fewer. However, holding the terrain advantage combined with solid rearline output, he momentarily seemed to hold the upper hand. Wait a minute. If there are no ranged means or ways to deal with the backline, wouldn't this war be too unbalanced? Joni suddenly became suspicious. At this moment, several shadows flashed past his eyes. 7 or 8 figures from the demonic path suddenly appeared among his army. Damn! Assassins! The battle lasted about half a quarter of an hour. The suddenly appearing assassins, along with the soul summoners who could resurrect blood puppets, completely disrupted the balance of the battle. Joni spared no expense to win this battle. The Spirit Gathering Formation was sold. The Heaven Machine Pavilion was sold. The Beast Garden was also sold. The Spirit Stones earned were quickly used to recruit sword cultivators to help deal with the assassins among the crowd. Even the mining disciples were gathered to hit the assassins on the head with iron picks. He even considered whether he had to sell the entire sect if this didn't work. After a fierce bloodbath, an arrow infused with fiery spiritual energy pierced through the chest of the last soul summoner. The world finally returned to calm. It's finally over. Joni wiped the sweat off his forehead. This battle cost him dearly. At home, only the badly damaged sect base and martial arts hall remained. All of his forces consisted of just 2 spirit archers and 1 talisman master. In war mode, small soldiers level up after killing a certain number of units with a maximum level of 3. The 2 spirit archers have already leveled from chi refinement to golden core, with arrows now carrying random attributes of spiritual energy. The talisman master leveled from foundation establishment to nascent soul, with talismans changing from single target to small area damage. Joni looked at the 3 resilient soldiers filled with mixed feelings. It's truly not easy to survive. From now on, he'll name you Xiao Chang, Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong. Glancing at the damaged base, he did not feel discouraged. It's okay as long as I can hold on for a while then. Joni was about to recruit more disciples to start earning spirit stones again. At this moment, he was horrified to discover on the minimap a dense cluster of red dots reappeared. The red dots represented enemy units, namely the demonic path. Such a dense cluster of red dots was much more intense than the previous wave of attacks. Perhaps they are all mining disciples. Joni held on to his last shred of hope and dragged the view. Looking at the gigantic demonic soldiers summoned by the demon controller along with the demonic formation master dressed in an extraordinary manner, Joni gasped again. I understand. This must be a plot arrangement. Now I need to avoid the eyes of the demonic path and find a new place to develop. Joni's optimistic mindset would even earn a thumbs up from Luze. A gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. I will reclaim this home sooner or later. Joni snorted coldly. He sold the martial arts hall, cancelled the stationing and made the sect base float up again. Then he quickly led the remaining 3 soldiers in the opposite direction. Previously he had been exploring to the northwest. This time he directly ran southeast. In an area he had never visited, the minimap was shrouded in black war fog. Zhongyi walked while recalling the recent battle. Although it was brutal, it was truly interesting. After just a few steps, a massive rock fell from the sky, crushing his remaining soldiers into a pulp. No. Xiao Chang. Xiao Ming. Xiao Hong. Who is it? I'll take you down. Zhongyi was heartbroken, filled with rage. He looked into the distance. Rows of demonic soldiers summoned by the demon controller were grinning at him. Zhongyi swallowed hard. He turned the direction of the floating Sect island and ran away. I will definitely come back. Unsurprisingly, Zhongyi lost. Watching the base being smashed to pieces by the demonic path, Zhongyi felt a sense of guilt towards the Sect. Just as the base exploded, the door to the command room he was in was pushed open. Countless demons surged in, stabbing through his body with swords and knives. Damn. Losing is losing. Why specifically create a killed ending? Zhongyi complained angrily. Besides controlling the units in the screen, all his other abilities were sealed, making it a system kill. This was specially designed by Lu Zhe. As long as he failed, it would trigger. To avoid the lack of a death concept, the system wouldn't count his demonic path value. Returning to the initial space, a dialogue box popped up in front of Zhongyi. You have failed in the battle to defend the Sect. Do you have anything to say to your fellow disciples? Zhongyi was taken aback. It displayed that 6 disciples of the Lingxiao sect had already left messages in this chapter. It was clearly the representative of the Lingxiao sect disciples. I am ashamed. It seems my cultivation is still insufficient. We are incompetent, ashamed of the sect. So this prosperous age was fought for us by our ancestors from such brutal wars. This is fun, hee hee. Fun. He did not realize this was a tactic specifically designed by Lu Zhe. This way the disciples' focus would not be on how difficult the battle is, but rather on how to preserve the sect's dignity. The upright Zhongyi immediately fell for it. Not only did he not feel discouraged, but he also began to leave messages with deep emotions. Disciple Zhongyi, unable to repeat the glory of the sect, will guard the path with my life. However, after this battle I have comprehended the way to dominate. Rebuilding the glory of the sect is my duty. While Zhongyi was engrossed in the battle, several elders in the Yunling Palace were arguing vehemently. What nonsense! You call this a battle? Is war viewed through a microscopic world? Yang Jingxin shouted, pointing at Lu Zhe. How can it not be considered war? You saw the projection created by the disciple, didn't you? The forces of the righteous and the demonic are clashing. Doesn't that resemble war more than mere skirmishes? Zhao Wendao argued loudly, his neck reddening. Elder Lin, what do you say? Does this illusion meet my requirements? Yang Jingxin, in a fit of anger, quickly began to rally his allies. This. Li Zhoujian clicked his tongue. He had become so engrossed while watching the disciples of the Wuji Sword Sect lead the battle that he inadvertently lost track of time. The only downside was that the sword cultivators within seemed a bit weak. However, he later learned that the soldiers could level up. He began to anticipate whether the sword cultivators after leveling up could become formidable. Let's take another look. Li Zhujian's ambiguous response left Yang Jingxin somewhat bewildered. If you ask me, this illusion is quite impressive. Lin Anze did not hide his admiration and nodded approvingly, saying, you can really feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. During the ancient war between the righteous and demonic factions, the Tianxian sect utilized similar methods to simulate battlefield scenarios by analyzing battlefield information. They compressed the simulated information into a small space and continuously projected and simulated the combat trajectory through techniques. Thus he was more accepting of the presentation of Xin Jie Zhengba than anyone else present. Moreover, the illusion crafted by Lu Zhe was exceptionally well made, its artistic representation far superior to the images produced by their sect's techniques. This made Lin Anze somewhat eager to experience it himself. Listen, everyone's eyes are quite keen. Zhao Wendao laughed. He truly did not expect the other elders to unanimously praise it. You all. Yang Jingxin was stunned. He never imagined that an illusion unrelated to combat would impress the elders of both the Wuji Sword Sect and the Tianxian Sect. Absurd. How can such a thing be called an illusion? Where is the battle? Which war is fought without bloodshed sitting in a room? As Lu Zhe was about to speak, Zhao Wendao interjected, first, you old man, all you think about is fighting. You never said in your requirements that fighting was necessary. Moreover, if you want to assess strength, why not just have the disciples compete directly in cultivation realms? Why go through all this fuss each time? Before Yang Jingxin could retort, Lin Anze chimed in. Hey, Elder Zhao makes a valid point. As cultivators, we must look at the realm but cannot solely focus on it. War involves both strength and strategy as well as a test of overall perspective. I believe Xianjie Zhengba effectively tests the disciples' strategies and courage, making it a very good approach to war. With two elders speaking in defense of him, Lu Zhe was taken aback. What a relief, saving him the trouble of arguing. Yang Jingxin was somewhat speechless and shot a glance at Li Jiujian, hoping he would speak on his behalf. He did not expect the other party to feign a cough and say, ahem, let's take another look. Yang Jingxin absolutely could not accept this outcome and continued to find excuses. Aside from the theme of war, the other requirements do not meet my standards. I do not recognize this illusion. Oh. May I ask, Elder Yang, what does not meet your standards? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. All the disciples are behind the scenes directing. Where is the distinction between sects? Don't forget I mentioned that the illusion must showcase the characteristics of each sect. Yang Jingxin asserted confidently. Each sect's base has its unique strengths, and after upgrading the sect they can recruit uniquely characteristic cultivators. Elder Yang, is this satisfactory? Lu Zhe explained with a smile. Each sect possesses its unique passive abilities. For instance, the Lingxiao sect, known for its magical artifacts, has the passive that artifacts produced by the artifact refining pavilion possess additional attributes. The Wuji Sword sect's sword damage has additional bonuses, the Tianxian sect's formations have additional effects, and the Yunxian Palace's movement speed has additional enhancements. The Qingshan sect, famous for its exploits during the Righteous Demonic War, has additional damage bonuses against the demonic faction. All these details are recorded in the sect's base, but most cultivators overlook them. This. Yang Jingxin hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth again. The disciples participate in the war together. Every one of them I saw was independently combating against the demonic faction. This is even simpler. Once the elders use the battle mode, they can jointly resist the demonic faction in war mode. Or even fight against each other. Lu Zhe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Jiujian and Lin Anze raised their eyebrows in unison. Unique troop types and formations for each sect. They could even jointly resist the demonic faction. This heightened the desire to play Xianjie Zhengba even more. Alright, if you ask me, it is meaningless for us to argue here. Why not let the parties involved judge whether they are willing to compete in this illusion? One Lingwu, who had been watching from the sidelines, proposed. This proposal is great. Yang Jingxin brightened up and quickly patted the disciple behind him. The disciple who was patted made a reluctant grunt, clearly busy operating, and had no time to respond. Yang Jingxin was left speechless and patted another disciple, his prized disciple Su Huaya. Damn. Lost again. Su Huayo had just lost a match, and upon being called by Yang Jingxin he emerged with a face full of resentment. After hearing Yang Zengxin's explanation, Su Huayo hesitated for a moment before saying, I do not quite recognize this illusion. It would be best. No, it must be changed to a different illusion. How about this? Let's have a non-anonymous vote, shall we? Zhao Wendao noticed the signs and waved his hand, summoning a golden light formation around everyone. The disciples who exited the illusion one after another cast their votes. The final result was 23-6. The approval votes led by a wide margin. Lu Zhe was not surprised by this outcome. In a world completely untouched by the scourge of video games, the RTS gameplay was undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction blow. Moreover, after localization, these cultivators found it even more immersive than players from his past life. Especially at the end, once the honor and disgrace of the sect were on the line, they couldn't even think of escaping. It seems everyone is quite satisfied. Lin Anze was very pleased with the result. He had specifically instructed his disciples to vote in favor. He was very interested in the Xianjie Zhengba created by Lu Zhe. If it were rejected, he feared Lu Zhe would retract the illusion and he wouldn't know where to experience it in the future. Most importantly, he felt that in this strategic competition the disciples of the Tianxian sect would definitely have the upper hand. He was already tired of the old-fashioned duels. The Xianjie Zhengba created by Lu Zhe was refreshingly different. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qingshan sect were whispering among themselves. Yang Jingxin suddenly showed a joyful expression and quickly stood up to question, wait a minute. I heard the disciples say that the power disparity between the righteous and demonic in this illusion is vast, and the disciples cannot possibly compete against the demonic cult. Lu Zhe, what is your intention? Oh. Is that so? Lu Zhe feigned innocence in his retort. There indeed exists a package, and it was deliberately crafted by Lu Zhe. Initially he had no intention of seriously creating a battle mode, only planning to casually whip up some beginner tutorials. There was no choice after all. He triggered a system task that ensured the victory of the demonic path in the righteous and demonic war. For this bowl of vinegar, Lu Zhe specifically wrapped up a plate of dumplings. The battle mode comprised a full 6 chapters. On the surface it appeared to lead players through the rise of the righteous path. In truth, it subjected players to 6 different beatings. While players were still upgrading their sects, the high-ranking troops of the demonic path had already formed a massive encirclement. Given the current level of the players, winning was simply impossible. How dare you? I have inquired of the disciples of the Qingshan sect, and you maliciously distort the facts, tarnishing the strength of the righteous sects while glorifying the demonic path as invincible. Could it be that you stand with the demonic path? Yang Zhengxin immediately questioned. It's a misunderstanding, Elder Yang. I am a righteous disciple with a pure and upright background. Lu Zhe displayed an aura with no hint of unease, a surge of righteous energy that made others' eyes sting. I merely referenced ancient texts on the righteous and demonic war, using the most arduous times of the righteous path as the backdrop. How could there be any malicious intent in that? I clearly aim to celebrate the predecessors carving a path out of the chaotic world dominated by the demonic path. How can that be distorting the truth? Back in those days when the great powers of the righteous path fell, the demonic path flourished and the 4 major sects were barely able to hold their ground. If we cannot achieve this now, it would be a disgrace to the name of the righteous path. My design is meant to allow you fellow Taoists to feel how hard-won this era is. If Elder Yang feels it inappropriate, I can reduce the difficulty right now. Lu Zhe acted with righteous fervor, tears streaming down his face. Everyone present was moved. Elder Yang, what is your intent in defaming my Lingxiao sect disciples? Zhao Wendao frowned with a few purple lightning bolts flickering behind him. I believe this young disciple makes a very valid point. Back in our day, the righteous path faced great difficulties. Lin An also nodded in agreement. Elder Yang, do not be hasty, let's wait and see. Li Zhujian offered some words of comfort. At this moment it was actually Yang Jingxin who became the target of everyone's criticism. It is no wonder. Lu Zhe's reasoning was very sound. Among the current 5 major sects apart from the Tianxian sect, all others gradually grew from small factions to become the bulwark against the demonic path. In that era, many great powers of the righteous path fell and the demonic path ran rampant. It cannot be said to be unrelated to the backdrop of celestial realm domination. You all. Yang Jingxin was dumbfounded, struggling for a long time before continuing, yet even so the demonic path should not be portrayed as invincible. How can it be that all disciples of the righteous path are defeated by the demonic path? Who said that the demonic path in this illusion is invincible? Lu Zhe replied leisurely. If I must prove it, I can naturally publicly demonstrate how to clear the 5 great battles. However, Lu Zhe hesitated, a cunning smile appearing on his face. However, the names of the first disciples to clear each sect's battle will be displayed in the illusion. If I were to do this, it might be somewhat inappropriate. The disciples of the 5 major sects were instantly roused. No, I believe in the character of disciple Lu. The affairs of the Tianxian sect will be handled by us, the Tianxian sect disciples. The trials of the Yunxian palace need not trouble you to intervene. Elder Yang, what I said earlier was incorrect. It is not that they are invincible. The Wujie sword sect has its own solutions. A mere demonic path can be extinguished with a wave of the hand. Disciples from all sects began to voice their objections. It's a joke. The sense of honor and disgrace of the sect is written all over their faces. If the name of a disciple from another sect appears in our sect's history, it would be a tremendous insult. You see, Elder Yang, even if I wish to prove it, the other disciples do not agree. Lu Zhe spread his hands with a cheerful expression. You'd better be telling the truth and not doing this on purpose. Elder Yang Jingxin wore a dark expression, already harboring thoughts of retreat. Watching Elder Yang leave, Lu Zhe cleared his throat and spoke loudly, fellow Taoists. Regarding the matters of battles, one must not be overly hasty. Only when you all thoroughly master the techniques of battlefield combat can you pass the sect battles. As for how to hone your skills, I suggest everyone can train in the war mode in advance. The battle mode set up by Lu Zhe is of high difficulty, but it is not completely unsolvable. Each battle is divided into 3 smaller levels. By the third level, the difficulty is the most suffocating. Of course, as long as players operate with some finesse and perfect the rhythm, it is not impossible to achieve victory. For instance, perfectly assigning labor disciples to the spirit mine points at the start, utilizing focused fire and positioning to achieve victory against the stronger opponents, and leveraging the high mobility of sword cultivators to draw some monster aggro, thereby delaying development time. However, to reach such a level it would take at least several months of study. After returning from the spirit gathering hall, Zhong Yi had been immersed in the illusion of celestial realm domination. Zhong Yi was someone easily fixated on problems. The more challenging the level, the more determined he was to conquer it. He toiled for a long time in the battle mode, not just in the chapter of the Lingxiao sect. He tried each of the chapters of the other 4 major sects. None were easy. In each chapter's first level, he was introduced to the characteristics of the sect and the troops, then had to develop safely for a while before the demonic army suddenly descended and slaughtered him. However, the good news was that he could last longer than he initially could. It seemed he was slowly getting closer to the correct solution. Damn it, the righteous battles are just too difficult. By the way, why are there demonic chapters as well? Zhong Yi curiously looked at the 6th demonic chapter listed in the initial interface. Could it be that this illusion can also choose the demonic path? He muttered to himself. This was an unprecedented opening. Upon entry, it was a level 3 sect. Various well-constructed demonic buildings were arranged in an orderly manner. Countless high-ranking troops were already lined up in the open spaces, ready to march at any moment. Zhong Yi was dumbfounded. The disparity in treatment between the righteous and demonic paths is just too great. When he played through the narratives of the 5 major sects, each time it started from scratch. Why does the atmosphere suddenly change when it comes to the demonic path here? Rumor has it that several emerging forces of the righteous path are quietly developing. As the demonic path, you must crush it in the cradle. Task according to the tip-off: besiege the forces of the righteous path. Looking at the task indicator that appeared before him, Zhong Yi shook his head vigorously with righteous indignation. No way. I am a righteous cultivator, and even in the illusion I will never ally with the demonic path. To have me besiege the righteous path, I'd rather give up. Defeating the demonic army is quite difficult, but making them lose is not that hard. Zhong Yi chuckled to himself and immediately began to act. He used his divine sense to lock onto a giant demonic war machine, controlling it to initiate a forced attack. With one strike, a sea of blood puppets was melted away. Easy. The more Zhong Yi struck, the more exhilarated he felt. Brothers of the righteous path, I can only assist you to this point. He had already devised a plan. He wouldn't create anything, sold all the buildings at home, and then let the soldiers fight among themselves. He would wait until the righteous forces grew strong, then he would lose. For him, the outcome of a battle was not important. What mattered was that the righteous path must win. Even if it was just in a virtual illusion, it was still the same. Just as he was happily preparing to execute his plan, a new notification appeared. Your allies have discovered your act of betrayal and are about to launch an attack against you. Please prepare for combat. Zhong Yi was stunned. How could it be played this way? He glanced at the map and realized that there were not just 1 but 3 demonic forces. What the hell? The corners of Zhong Yi's mouth twitched slightly. This meant that if he wanted to help the righteous path, he must take down his 2 demonic allies. It appeared somewhat difficult, but in reality it was not simple at all. Since his forces had already self-destructed by half, Zhong Yi was quickly taken down by his allies at lightning speed. You have died. However, your allies fought valiantly and have soon annihilated the righteous path. Victory in the battle. Zhong Yi. Li Hua Peak Ling Yu Pavilion. Demonic value 10, demonic value 1. 2 demonic value 8. 3 demonic value 8. 8. The delightful sound of system notifications continued uninterrupted. Within a day, numerous notifications of demonic values above 7 appeared, indicating that the major elders had also joined in. Given the setting and gameplay of Celestial Realm Conquest, this was not surprising. The most satisfying part was not the growth of demonic values but his task progress. The system instructed him to help the demonic path achieve victory, and at this moment the task progress bar was steadily rising. At this rate, perhaps he could complete it in less than 2 days. Fortunately, I adjusted the difficulty of the battle mode in time. Lu Zhe muttered to himself. At first he was uncertain whether the system calculated the official confrontation of disciples from various sects a week later or counted all battles. To be safe, he adjusted all the difficulties. As it stood, not a single disciple could successfully win in the battle mode. As for the war mode, that was even simpler. If it was against AI, the system difficulty was set very high and players at this moment had no chance of victory. If it was against multiplayer, Heluze set the demonic faction to unlock after completing the battle mode. Even if the cultivators wanted to choose a demonic faction to throw the game, they couldn't. How frustrating. Speaking of intentionally choosing the demonic faction to throw the game, Luze couldn't help but recall the game screen of Zhongyi that he had secretly seen earlier. This old chap selected the demonic path and started throwing the game only to be beaten badly by two allied forces. Fortunately, I had predicted this earlier, almost falling into the trap set by Brother Zhong. Thunder Peak Qingyun Pavilion. Watching the screen, the last piece of land belonging to the righteous path was completely devoured by the demonic army. Zhongyi couldn't help but voice his soul's question. Junior brother Lu said that going into the war mode to hone skills would help the sect achieve victory. But without clearing the battle mode, how can I enter the war mode? He had tried many times, but there was simply no way to successfully resist under the joint forces of the two demonic factions. In the end, he simply joined the demonic endeavor, attacking cities and territories alongside his two AI teammates. Surprisingly, it was quite enjoyable. Blood puppets could explode, taking those around them with them. The demonic war machines trampled over groups of enemies. There was also an expensive high-level unit, the illusionist, which could even incite the righteous units. Battle completed. Thanks to your unremitting efforts, the righteous path was strangled in its cradle. Congratulations, you have completed the demonic endeavor. Ah. Zhongyi was stunned. What kind of completion of a battle was this? I killed off the 5 major sects and my demonic allies didn't even fight. Just going through the battle chapters one by one counts as clearing. What the hell? Zhongyi was infuriated to the point of grinding his teeth. Just as he was about to return to battle mode and seek a way to clear it anew, the option for war mode lit up. So as long as I play through each chapter, I can unlock it. Zhongyi immediately understood. He thought carefully for a moment. Luze mentioned this morning that the key to solving the problem lay in war mode, letting them hone their skills in war mode. Zhongyi believed that Luze would not deceive him. Thus he set aside his determination to continue fighting in battle mode and chose to enter war mode. After reading the summary of the war mode, Zhongyi's eyes lit up. Both sides start from zero. No initial force disparity. Ha ha ha. Little demonic path, let's see how you can still be arrogant. Zhongyi laughed heartily. At this moment he was full of confidence. Why was battle mode difficult? Was it due to the operational advantages of the system or the strategies? Neither. It was purely a disparity in forces. If level 3 units attacked level 1 units, even if he let Mu Yuan operate, they would still push through effortlessly. However, in war mode everyone starts from level 1 sects. Zhongyi had absolute confidence in his strategy and was certain he could restore the glory of the sect. After thinking this through, he quickly chose to start a match. Zhongyi casually selected a map. This was a small map that supported up to 4 players in battle. Zhongyi selected one AI to join, and the sect specifically chose the demonic path. As for the difficulty, he paid no attention at all. The default was Mad Enemy, clearly indicating a super high difficulty. If I chose easy, I'd be afraid you'd say I was bullying the demonic path. Just like this, let's start. Zhongyi confidently and forcefully pressed start. As soon as he landed, Zhongyi quickly settled in, starting to develop peacefully. He recruited miscellaneous disciples and dug vigorously for ore. After constructing the spirit gathering array and martial arts hall, Zhongyi recruited a few sword cultivators to venture out for mysterious iron ore. Then he continued to mine. Watching the increasing number of spirit stones, Zhongyi felt an immense sense of security. No full-force demonic path right from the start. This is really comfortable. Zhongyi hummed a little tune, pondering whether to upgrade the base fully or to gather some troops first. Just then, your units are under attack. A red exclamation mark appeared. Zhongyi was dumbfounded. It had barely been a few minutes since the start, wasn't it said that everything began from zero? Why was he being attacked? He quickly adjusted his view. The ruthless demonic forces were charging towards his base, bringing a wave of blood puppets and a few summoners. Damn! Zhongyi couldn't help but curse. He hurriedly began to produce troops. However, the time taken to recruit units was enough for the demonic forces to storm into his home. After a struggle, Zhongyi's base was once again flattened by the demonic forces. He went through yet another animation of being stormed by demonic cultivators in the command room. Frustrated, Zhongyi returned to the initial space. Damn, this mad enemy is too difficult to fight against. Zhongyi vented his frustrations. From his observations, the demonic forces controlled by the system indeed started from zero. Because the attacking forces were all beginner-level units. But the pace was suffocating. Even if he miraculously withstood one wave, the subsequent attacks would be impossible to defend against. Confident as Zhongyi was, he quickly realized that he was not on the same level as the mad AI. Fine, I should start with simpler enemies first. Zhongyi sighed. Logically speaking, aside from mad enemies, there should generally be easy enemies, normal enemies, difficult enemies, and so on. Zhongyi decided to select the simplest mode to start. He opened single-player war mode again. As he opened the difficulty selection, the scenes laid before him made him catch his breath. Mad enemy. Even madder enemy. Super invincible twisted mad enemy. Thunderbolt Peak Qingyun Pavilion. Junior brother. The demonic path is attacking me. Hurry and save me. Coming, senior brother Zhong. Zhongyi was flustered as he hurriedly operated. Not long ago he had been tormented by various crazy machines to the point of questioning life, unable to endure any longer. After discovering the possibility of connecting, he quickly summoned Muyan to Qingyun Pavilion to resist the demonic path together. Having experienced a few rounds of torment, Zhongyi knew he needed to build some forces for defense at the start. However, his unit production speed was far behind the mad onslaught of the demonic path. As soon as the demonic path launched its attack, he was almost defeated. Where are you? Hurry up! Zhongyi shouted. In the war mode, players could form alliances. After forming an alliance, they would appear in the same control room. Zhongyi found the design quite good. At least he didn't have to shout. In reality, communicating in the illusion was a bit more convenient. I've been rushing with all my might. Muyan's expression was serious, showing no signs of acting. Zhongyi adjusted his perspective and saw. Goodness, 15 physical cultivators lined up in 3 rows, slowly making their way to his location. Zhongyi immediately felt his blood pressure rise. Why are all your units physical cultivators? I'm a disciple of the Kaidan Peak, why would I refine my body? Zhongyi found himself at a loss for words to refute this answer. Physical cultivators were not weak, but they moved too slowly. By the time Muyan's physical cultivators arrived, his base would have been overrun. With this in mind, Zhongyi gritted his teeth, disbanded the Sect's garrison, and dragged his floating island towards the direction of Muyan's physical cultivator squad. The crazily crafted machines by Lu Zhe were highly intelligent. After chasing for a while and discovering Muyan's physical cultivator squad, he chose to retreat directly. Has senior brother, did you see? Our physical cultivators don't even need to lift a finger, just standing there makes the demonic path flee. Muyan was still quite pleased. Zhongyi. Is there a chance you could send over some sword cultivators and archers? The demonic path wouldn't be able to escape. Less than an incense stick's time passed. Junior brother, come help me. Senior brother, hurry and save me. Zhongyi and Muyan exchanged glances and simultaneously perished under the attack of the demonic army. The two looked at each other suspiciously. Senior brother, didn't you say you'd take me along to teach the demonic path a lesson? Muyan was puzzled. Zhongyi was even more puzzled than him. Wasn't the idea that having more people means greater strength? Why did he feel that bringing Muyan along made it even more exhausting to fight the demonic path than doing it alone? Zhongyi had originally thought that with Muyan sharing the early defense pressure, they would have a chance to win. However, the demonic path seemed to have opened its heavenly eye, relentlessly pursuing him from the start, completely ignoring Muyan. This was no different from playing alone. At this rate, there's no progress at all. Zhongyi frowned. Although practicing against a master improved one's level rapidly. But the demonic machines set by Lu Zhe were more demonic than real demons. The cruelty of their torment was astonishing. In matches with a significant skill gap, progress was even harder to achieve. What he needed most now were evenly matched opponents to further enhance his proficiency. Yes, the physical cultivators here are too weak. Muyan also wore a bitter expression. Suddenly Zhongyi's eyes lit up. An evenly matched opponent was right in front of him. Junior brother Mu, once your sect reaches level 3, exceptionally powerful physical cultivators will appear. Would you like to give it a try? The popularity of the Battle of the Immortal Realm spread faster than Lu Zhe had anticipated. Not only within the Lingxiao sect, but the fame of the Battle of the Immortal Realm was known even to disciples of the other 4 sects. Just from the fragments described by the representative disciples from the 4 major sects found it extremely exciting. What rampant demonic paths, what troop formations, what sect development, what righteous and demonic battles. Especially when they heard that the first disciple to lead this sect in eradicating the demonic path would have their name forever recorded on the monument in the illusion, the disciples of the 4 major sects erupted in excitement. They all rushed to purchase the illusion crystal stones of the Battle of the Immortal Realm at high prices. It is said that many true disciples and even elder-level figures from various sects rushed overnight to Lingxiao sect. The forum for the Battle of the Immortal Realm was thriving. Junior brother Lu was too ruthless. If this crazy enemy is already at this level, what will the final super powerful and insane enemy be like? Has anyone tried it? I, lacking in talent, have had the fortune to try it. The development speed of the demonic path is simply too fast, crazily sending troops to rush to my funeral. I even suspect junior brother Lu has tied up real demons to operate it. Are there any fellow Taoists willing to team up with me to fight the demonic path? In a righteous 3-tune we will surely bring peace back to the world. Having been tortured by the demonic path, I should first train my level. In the middle map, demon ceiling rift level 7, looking for a fellow Taoist willing to play the demon race. I discovered that the types of units in the demonic path seem a bit stronger, but unfortunately the war mode doesn't allow selection. Only by replacing the righteous path to win the campaign mode can you select. It's too hard. Nonsense. Otherwise fellow Taoists would have defected to the demonic path. Where would that leave the dignity of our righteous path? The popularity of war mode was as expected. When Lu Zhe was creating this mode, the main reference was Red Alert. Although Red Alert does not hold the historical significance in the gaming world as StarCraft and Warcraft. It is simple. Moreover, it is sufficiently exhilarating. The latter is of paramount importance. This is also why even after 20 years since the game's release it was able to suddenly gain popularity again among a host of old players. The intricate scheming of reality is too exhausting. Highly competitive games only add to that fatigue. It's better to stockpile resources and troops until the graphics card overheats than unleash a wave to obliterate the enemy base. How exhilarating would that scene be? After localization, the war mode made these inexperienced cultivators ecstatic. If you were to create some illusion of swordplay, they might not enjoy it. Because they can truly wield swords. But the Battle of the Immortal Realm is different. Not everyone can command a battle. Even if someone could command a battle, not everyone could oversee the entirety from a god's eye perspective like this. This can be seen in the reactions of the various elders. Except for Yang Jingxin from the Qingshan sect, elders from other sects continuously provided Lu Zhe with demonic path points. These righteous cultivators were overly enthusiastic. As a result, the task Lu Zhe originally thought would take 2 days was completed in just 1 night. Due to the host's tireless efforts, the demonic forces achieved complete victory in the righteous demonic war. Reward obtained: Demonic Path Experience Book. Use. Lu Zhe decisively crushed the black-red scroll. Demonic Path points 50,000. A massive influx of demonic points surged into his body, causing Lu Zhe to be invigorated as he decisively chose to level up. Instantly his aura rose significantly once again. Lu Zhe discreetly used Ice Breath technique to retract his aura back to the Foundation establishment stage. Before the system was activated, no one paid attention to his cultivation level. No one knew when he had progressed from the Qi gathering stage to the Foundation establishment stage. At this moment Lu Zhe was the favored one in the eyes of the elders. If he advanced too quickly, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Before having absolute means, Lu Zhe decided not to expose himself. He invested all 30 years of experience gained from Zhongyi into Ice Breath technique. Combined with the unparalleled advantages of the myriad phenomena mystic demon body, if the elders didn't use any means to scrutinize him, they truly wouldn't be able to discern his real cultivation level. Leigong Peak, Yunling Hall. Old Li. Old Li. The demon sect's soul-devouring bone dragon has arrived. Hurry and deploy your sword, immortal squad. On my way, don't rush me. Beware the demon sect's illusionists, they're trying to seize control of your sword, immortals. Where's Lao Chao? Don't hold back your Lingxiao sect's Zixiao Divine Thunder formation. Damn it, the thing costs a fortune. Using it would drain our Lingxiao sect's entire foundation. Hold on, I'll intercept them. Why are there still several Ishur Kuan beasts? Ignore the Kuan, no threat. Get to the main battlefield now. What the? The Kuan beast concealed a bellyful of demon blood assassins. Heavens, I can't hold Tianxian Gate space any longer. No one could have imagined that elders from several great sects had gathered in one chamber to jointly confront the demon sect. And yet they were being thoroughly routed. This fiasco is not Wujia Sword Sect's responsibility. Our sword immortals have done everything asked of them. The soul-devouring bone dragon was entirely our burden to bear. Pa! You dare say that? My Yunxian Palace's menial disciples hauled mountains of spirit stones for you, every last one diverted to forge your sword immortals. Shall I be blamed instead? When Lingwu's lips trembled with fury. Units from Yunxian Palace possessed innate swiftness, making them the most efficient miners. In war mode, aerial supremacy proved decisive. The Wujie Sword Sect's elite unit, the Sword Immortals, could soar on flying swords at breathtaking speed. Thus she reluctantly allocated her spirit stones to Li Jiuzhang to build this airborne force. Lao Chao, why hoard those spirit stones? Deploy the Zhixiao Divine Thunder formation earlier and the base would have held. Lin Anze shot Chao Wendo an indignant glare. You old codger have the gall to speak. My Zhixiao Divine Thunder formation deals bonus damage to structures, it's meant for assaulting enemy strongholds. Isn't Tianxian Gate's Dihua Tianqing formation far more suited for defense? Chao Wendo retorted, his neck flushed crimson. After a torrent of debate, consensus emerged. The enemy was simply too overwhelming. Their stratagems were too cunning, even concealing troops within Koan beasts for surprise assaults. And this was after Lu Zhe had deliberately lowered the difficulty. Originally to prevent players from overwhelming the Demon Sect AI through sheer numbers, he'd restricted AI deployment to maps supporting 4 or more players. Last night, upon completing his task, he lifted that restriction, enabling these elders to join forces against the Demon Sect. The Demon Sect is preposterous, defeating them even with all 4 of us united seems impossible. Perhaps no one in this world can ever overcome them. Li Jiuzhang sighed, faintly disgruntled. Still, reaching this point isn't half bad. I'll share hard-won insights with Tianxian Gate's disciples tonight. Lin Anze calmly lifted his teacup. Wait, I see a disciples post on the forum claiming they did prevail, with 4 players united. Chao Wendo stared at the thread, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Oomph, another inner disciple prodigy, I suppose. Being outpaced by such celestial talents is only natural. It's an outer disciple from our own sect. Boom. Lin Anze's teacup shattered in his grip. Apparently it's not just one. Chao Wendo delivered the final blow. The elders exchanged mortified glances. Li Jiuzhang drew a sharp breath. Quick, summon Lu Zhe immediately. Half an hour later. Elder Chao, you know my principles well. Lu Zhe shook his head with solemn conviction. I would never condone cheating, never. This. Chao Wendo froze, utterly speechless. Something was wrong. Earlier, Nangang Yuan had extracted numerous secrets about the cultivators' 100-layer descent from his mouth. This wasn't the tone he'd expected. Ahem, how can we call it cheating? Merely seeking your counsel, a friendly exchange. I am a man of unyielding principle. If you assist us, anything I can offer in return. You said it yourself. Chao Wendo's eyes bulged as Lu Zhe cut him off mid-sentence. Why did it feel as though this young man had been waiting for exactly those words? A delightfully intriguing youth. I owe no debts in life. Speak plainly, what do you desire? A cultivation art. A divine artifact. So long as it doesn't breach our sect's most guarded secrets, name it freely. Lin Anze, favorably impressed by Lu Zhe, spoke first. Ha! So you seek rewards, say on without hesitation. Li Jiuzhang readily agreed. Chiefly because he deeply admired how powerfully Lu Zhe had designed the Sword Immortals. Since all concur, I'll join the merriment as well. When Lingwu nodded. No need for formalities with me, choose freely from Lingxiao Sect's arts and artifacts. Chao Wendo thumped his chest, radiating extraordinary generosity. This junior holds no interest in such things. Lu Zhe gently shook his head, his smile serene and warm. My passion lies solely in the art of illusion, but one aspiration remains unfulfilled. What is it? I wish illusions to transcend spatial confines, to unite practitioners across any distance in defending against external threats. Lu Zhe possessed the game players and terminals, yet lacked servers. Cultivators wishing to coordinate required physical proximity or assembly in public zones of grand illusion towers. In essence, they remained shackled to local networks. Such constraints hindered the game's future growth. Indeed, a vexing dilemma. Were there an array, perhaps I could devise a solution. But I lack mastery over illusion-based arrays, I'm powerless to help. After careful consideration, Lin Anze spoke with quiet regret. Elder Nangong has already secured the array's design. Yet its energy demand is staggering, beyond one elder's capacity alone. Lu Zhe hastily added. Of course, what he omitted was Nangong Yuan's actual words. Abandon all hope, you insubordinate wretch. Even if all 7 elders of Lingxiao Sect join forces, each would need 10 days bed rest afterward. What paltry illusion merits such Herculean effort? Lin Anze inhaled deeply. An array too taxing for a nascent soul elder. Even combined efforts might not suffice, not mere exertion but profound perilous investment. Only then did he realize he'd stepped squarely into Lu Zhe's carefully laid trap. Rest assured, Elder Nangong assured me 5 elders contributing modestly would suffice. Lu Zhe's smile grew even brighter. That afternoon, under the astonished gazes of countless disciples, a great formation capable of enveloping the entire Lingxiao sect was completed thanks to the combined efforts of 6 elders of the Lingxiao sect and 3 elders from the outer sect. You brat! Cough! You must tell me the method for the breakthrough battle after the martial exchange is over. Linen said to Lu Zhe, supporting his waist and breathing heavily. Elder Lin, rest assured I would never go back on my word, Lu Zhe said with a smile, nodding his head. He had promised the 3 elders that he would secretly open a backdoor for them to help their favored disciples seize the naming rights for the first breakthrough in the battle. The elders were all shrewd individuals. Everyone was quite clear about the prospects of the battle for the immortal realm. It would likely become the mainstream form of entertainment in the future cultivation world. The reputation had already spread far and wide among other sects, and many disciples and even elders were on their way to purchase illusion crystal stones. This naming right, while not overwhelmingly significant, still held its weight. After all, it was an opportunity to gain prestige. Although the elders did not particularly need this fame and fortune, they could not ignore their favored disciples or beloved offspring. Furthermore, the news from Chaowendo indicated that the other elders of Lingxiao sect would also lend their support. Only then did the 3 elders agree. The completion of the formation meant that the Lingxiao sect could connect at any time and from anywhere. Though it was still a local area network, it was at least a super large local area network. Master, if we want to encompass the entire continent, how can we achieve that? Lu Zhe kindly handed over the ointment, still hopeful for a true internet. You brat, your ideas are quite grand. Nangong Yuan glared at him, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He had just recovered from the divine thunder of Chaowendo, and this rebellious disciple had almost put him back in that state. The formation is universal, the only difference lies in the creators of the formation. It takes 9 elders of the Lingxiao sect to exhaust themselves. In this vast world, how could a mere 1,000 or 100 Lingxiao sects compare? Unless you find a true immortal to serve as the core of the formation with their physical body or divine soul. Do you think that is feasible? After hearing Nangong Yuan's words, Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. Master, when will you become an immortal? The online connection feature was fully upgraded, and the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were delighted. There was no need to go to the illusion training hall, they could team up online anytime, anywhere. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to add the team lobby feature in the war mode, along with a relatively simple rank system. Based on the player's performance in matches, they could gain or lose corresponding points. The names of the ranks were kept simple, ranging from Qi refinement to true immortal. With this change, battle for the immortal realm became even more popular. At all times, the number of rooms in the team lobby was at full capacity. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect had already become accustomed to naming their rooms with various names coming in rapidly. 8-player map Demon Abyss. Come try battling 2 crazy demonic cultivators. A foundation establishment expert for a dual Qi refinement. Novices, please do not enter. Integrity mutual farming. Looking for someone with similar scores? He'll tell you how to operate. Do not trust the room above. I just got cheated out of 100 points. Don't let me catch you. Who you are? Ice Domain Immortal Origin 3 for 1. Come play if you can. Newbies looking for someone to practice skills. No fighting for the first 15 minutes. Focus on development. Those who follow the rules can enter. Poof. Lu Zhe saw the room for scoring and the name of the room, exposing his cheating, causing him to spray water from his mouth. In the Lingxiao sect there were talents everywhere. By this time, a week had passed since the release of Battle for the Immortal Realm. The disciples had transformed from complete newbies into slightly knowledgeable novices. Three people teaming up to take down a crazy demonic cultivator had already become a standard for judging whether a cultivator could play battle for the immortal realm. During confrontations, the option for Sect Great Formation was disabled. This was the super weapon from his past life. In terms of power, it was slightly inferior to Red Alert, but it excelled in variety. Every sect had one. At this time, the cultivators were still like most players Lu Zhe was familiar with from his past life, fond of the stockpiling playstyle. No interference, just develop build units and then fight to the death. From a competitive perspective, it fell short. But for new players, it was interesting enough. Suddenly a shout came from behind junior brother Mu. "Come help me. The girls from Yunxian Palace are attacking." "Senior brother, hold on. My barbarian warriors are coming." "Why did you build another bunch of physical cultivators?" Lu Zhe turned around and glanced at the reception room. Zhongyi and Mu Yan were engaged in a back-and-forth battle with two female true disciples from Yunxian Palace. The popularity of Battle for the Immortal Realm had exceeded Lu Zhe's expectations. These nascent soul and transformation stage true disciples were also addicted, frequently scheduling matches at the refining pavilion. Due to the restriction on repeating combat forces, Zhongyi ceded the Lingxiao sect to Mu Yan and chose the widely recognized strong Wuji sword sect to team up with. Lu Zhe entered the main space and directly went into the room of 4 to watch the battle. At this moment, Zhongyi had just been severely damaged by the joint efforts of the two opposing teams and was barely holding on. "Senior brother, why did you break the contract? Didn't we agree to team up?" Mu Yan asked curiously while organizing her troops to prepare to rush into Zhongyi's territory. "Of course not. I'm out of money and need to send a spy to steal some spirit stones." "Don't hit me." Looking at the horde of barbarian warriors glaring at him, Zhongyi shivered. In war mode, there was no direct method of delivering resources. However, the game had developed for a week and the cultivators had already figured out a way to use spies to steal money. Spies were the espionage unit of the Righteous Path, a secondary force that could imitate enemy units to deceive and enter buildings for the purpose of stealing resources or technology. Since it only took effect against enemy units, one must first break the contract to implement it. "Oh. So that's how it is." Mu Yan realized and hurriedly withdrew her forces. As the spy entered Mu Yan's main base, a notification of Spirit Stones 203 appeared in Zhongyi's view. Zhongyi's breath halted for a moment. A single spy cost 1,000 Spirit Stones and this trip was a total loss. "Junior brother Mu, where's your money? I thought you were going to fight me, so I used it all to build units." "Look." Zhongyi glanced at the endless stream of physical cultivators and barbarian warriors pouring out from the martial arts hall and immediately felt dizzy. This operation was so outrageous that even Lu Zhe felt a bit flushed. "Senior brother, why don't we just throw in the towel? The disciples of Lingxiao sect will never surrender. We physical cultivators are very strong. Then you should go play with the Qingshan sect next time." Unsurprisingly, Yunxian Palace won a complete victory. After a long time, Zhongyi, looking distressed, knocked on the door and entered Lu Zhe's workspace. "Junior brother Lu, I want to improve." "Ah. What's wrong, senior brother Zhong?" "I was actually humiliated." "Are you talking about that person from Yunxian Palace?" Lu Zhe couldn't help but laugh. "Great, more gossip to hear." "Yes." Zhongyi's fists trembled with anger as he turned around and punched the wall, leaving a fist mark. "Just now I lost to junior brother Mu. Do you know what she said? She actually said that if it weren't for her junior sister wanting to find someone to practice against, she wouldn't bother with low-tier fish like us. And she also said that for the sake of her junior sister's training effectiveness, she could reluctantly guide me on how to become stronger. The most infuriating part is that she actually told me to go to the Broken Rain Tower to spar with her after dark. How could she humiliate someone to such an extent?" Seeing Zhongyi's gritted teeth expression, Lu Zhe was stunned. It seemed that senior brother Zhong had completely missed the underlying implication. This straightforward senior brother was hopeless. "Senior brother Zhong, is it possible that she was just looking for an excuse?" "Hinting at you," Lu Zhe said hesitantly. "Excuse? An excuse? Oh. I understand now." Zhongyi suddenly clapped his hands, realizing junior brother Mu's current strength is indeed somewhat insufficient to provide her junior sister with a normal training intensity. "I will team up with junior sister Li tomorrow and that intensity will definitely be enough." Lu Zhe gasped. He was even a bit worried that the refining pavilion would be demolished by that person from Yunxian Palace tomorrow. Forget it, it'll go with you. Days passed. Lu Zhe had been fighting on behalf of the sect with Zhou Ni, exchanging blows with disciples from various sects. Of course he held back. If he were to be too harsh and make the future sources of demonic path value lose their desire to compete, it would be a loss. In any case, as long as his opponent did not actively challenge him, Lu Zhe could not gain extra rewards, so he fought quite casually, silently assisting Zhou Ni, letting him experience the thrill of being a blood sea in battle mode. Every match was a fierce fight to the end, narrowly winning against his opponent. After all, the battle mode did not require that much skill. Once competitive mode similar to StarCraft and Warcraft came into play, his senior brother Zhong would become a punching bag. Major sects regarded Zhou Ni as impressive, all aiming to defeat Zhou Ni, continuously optimizing their strategies. However, Lu Zhe was quite bored. So after returning to Lingyu Pavilion, he secretly logged onto a smurf account to bully beginners. Before long, cries of despair filled the battle hall. Come, new players. Don't let that nameless one come. Nameless, which peak are you from? I'll send you some magical artifacts tomorrow. No ill intent, definitely not, because you broke my defense. Is this nameless one a super invincible perverse enemy who changed their name? Why are they so abnormal? Nameless, you're done for. You've angered my sect's elder. Lu Zhe chuckled as he looked at the room names, thinking this smurf account was no good and he needed to change his alias. Just as he was about to log off, a sudden message came through. Cultivator Liemo Ran invites you to enter their room. Do you accept? Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. Rewards were coming. After a stick of incense's time, seeing Liemo Ran's base reduced to rubble by his hand, Lu Zhe contentedly exited the match. Congratulations, host, for defeating a righteous cultivator whose strength far exceeds yours. Reward obtained: profound ice sword intent. Minor achievement. Faced with an esports genius beauty, Lu Zhe dared not hold back too much. After all, no one knew just how skilled this prodigy had become. Returning to the room, he saw Liemo Ran had not yet left, so he did not hurry to exit, waiting to see if there would be a second reward match. Extra rewards could only be triggered if the opponent actively challenged him. So he had to wait for the other side to speak first. Besides that, saying less and maintaining an air of expertise was also necessary. Unexpectedly, a line of text appeared in the room. You are Lu Zhe, right? Lu Zhe was startled, just about to think of how to respond. The other party continued. That day in the duel of demonic path escape, I used my divine sense to probe the entire artifact refining pavilion and found no presence exceeding the nascent soul level. I had thought it was a cultivator whose realm exceeded mine. But if the illusion was created by you, then it makes sense. After reading these few lines, Lu Zhe suddenly understood. No wonder Liemo Ran, who usually never spoke in the law enforcement hall, would speak for him that day. It turned out she had already confirmed his identity. Given her nature, she must want to win back. Lu Zhe thought for a moment. Since he had been seen through, he would no longer hide. Thank you, senior sisterly, for your generous help that day. Asking Sword Peak. UCO Pavilion. The girl resembling an ice sculpture opened her eyes. A few soft moonlight rays quietly flowed into her silver pupils. In just a moment they were swallowed by the cold depths of her gaze. Liemo Ran was on a mission from her master Lu Qingmei to find a way to overcome the battle mode, which is why she entered Celestial Realm War. The battle mode difficulty set by Lu Zhe was too high. Even with Liemo Ran's talent, she could not find a way to clear it. Upon hearing the news of Nameless appearing in the battle hall, she felt a renewed desire for challenge. On one hand, she wanted to defeat Lu Zhe. On the other hand, she thought that perhaps battling Lu Zhe could help her find a way to break through the battle mode. This time, Lu Zhe's battle brought her many shocking maneuvers. Sneak attacks, stealing resources, stealing technology. Various unscrupulous tactics unfolded in succession, leaving her defenseless. Thinking of this, the girl's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. In just a quarter of an hour of combat, she had already grasped many key pieces of information. Liemo Ran slowly typed in "Let's fight again another day." Half an hour later, an announcement appeared in Celestial Realm War. Congratulations to the Lingxiao Sect cultivator Liemo Ran for leading the Lingxiao Sect to victory over the demonic path for the first time. Defending the righteous path is everyone's responsibility. The next day, Lu Zhe was summoned by the elders, who had not yet fully recovered, to the spirit-nourishing hall. You brat, did you secretly open a backdoor for senior sister? Li Jiujian questioned with a stern face. How could that be? Senior sister Li is exceptionally talented. I have no way to influence her. Lu Zhe quickly waved his hands, insisting that it was Liemo Ran's own insight and he would not take the blame. Chao Laotai, you better communicate properly with the true disciples below. Don't mess up our Tianxian Sect's battle. Otherwise I might turn against you. Definitely. Oh right. Luze, in 3 days the formal tournament will take place. Do you have a plan for the specific process? In response to Chao Wendeo's question, Luze nodded calmly. The disciples from each sect will first compete as teams based on their sects with points calculated according to the outcomes of the first round. Then one representative disciple from each sect will join forces in the finals to fend off the demonic paths attacks with scores based on each sect's performance in the second round. Finally, rankings will be determined based on total points. After hearing Luze's proposal, the elders whispered among themselves and unanimously found it feasible. The first round of sect confrontations was set and the second round of jointly defending the righteous path was also arranged. Then it's settled. Chao Wendao nodded. Oh, and young man, don't let the demonic path in the second round be too weak. A common crazy demonic path definitely won't be enough for our Tianxian sect to handle. Lin said self-importantly. The disciples of Tianxian sect were indeed outstanding in strategy, facing crazy enemies or even crazier ones. They could secure victory with just a few people's cooperation. Our Wujian sword sect isn't afraid either. Even against a super crazy demonic path we can still take it on. Li Jiujian said confidently. Oof. Don't just say super crazy, even those crazier than super crazy demonic paths can come at us. Just make sure your Wujian sword sect doesn't hold us back. Lin immediately insisted, refusing to lose in the boasting department. Luze watched the two bicker with amusement. He had already planned to set up a super invincible perverse crazy enemy as the final boss. Winning or losing, it made no difference to him. After all, the system task had already been completed and he didn't lack those few points of demonic path value. There was no need for him to go out and bully beginners, right? Just then the system prompt sounded. The ultimate showdown of the righteous and demonic paths is about to arrive. Facing the joint siege of the 5 major sects, the host must lead the demonic path to break through the encirclement. Task: the host will lead the demonic path to battle, slaughtering the 5 major sects with overwhelming force. Task: reward a random magical artifact. Luze looked at the task prompt and took a deep breath. Master. He secretly patted Nangong Yuan's back and asked in a low voice. Do you think any of the elders present might give me a treasure for no reason? Nangong Yuan smiled coldly and replied, how about a bit of cultivation instead? Luze nodded, that works too. Then you first received this palm strike from my 100 years of cultivation. Nangong Yuan's eyes widened as white spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Luze hurriedly ran away. Look, I gave you a chance, everyone. He muttered under his breath. In a corner where no one paid attention, Lin was still competing with Li Jiujian to see who had the more powerful disciples. No way, as a disciple of Tianxian sect I must challenge the most insane opponent. Little Lu, on the day of the finals bring me that so-called super invincible perverse enemy. Lin grabbed Luze and spoke loudly. Hey, who's afraid of whom? Without my Wuji sword sect's sword immortal, let's see how you all can counter the demonic forces in the air. Luze replied, I agree with Elder Lin, if we're going up let's take on the hardest one. Li Jiujian, unwilling to back down, chimed in. You wait, I'll arrange for Tianxian sect's disciples to first tear down your Wuji sword sect's training hall. You old thing better not be merciless, or don't blame my Wuji sword sect for being heartless. Watching the two elders quarrel, Luze couldn't help but smirk. Cough cough, two elders, do you really want to prepare the most difficult enemies for the juniors to face the demonic forces? Of course. What they can't eliminate, my Wuji sword sect will take care of. Nonsense. My Tianxian sect's disciples will undoubtedly carry the banner. Since the two elders insist, I will definitely do my best to complete it. Luze struggled to suppress his laughter, forcing himself to appear serious. This is perfect. He never intended to bully the righteous, but the entire world was pressing him hard. In the following days, the disciples of Tianxian sect and Wuji sword sect trained tirelessly day and night. Every day they faced off against the super invincible perverse enemy. The 3 levels of machine opponents were primarily divided by the speed of economic acquisition and offensive desire. Essentially, at fixed times they would gain a fixed economy and then launch fixed attacks. As long as they could withstand these 3 initial strikes, victory was assured. The cultivators had already surpassed the novice stage, and even in a team of 3 or 5 facing a demonic machine opponent, they could secure a win with confidence. By sacrificing 1 or 2 cultivators to withstand the initial assault of the machine, the rest would simply steamroll through. Even if the machine exhibited stronger operations, it couldn't ignore the disparity in forces. Afterward, the disciples of each sect gradually began to intensify their training. Battling 2 machines, 3 machines. Soon 3 days had passed. The first round of matches was a sect battle among the disciples of various sects. This exchange of martial arts among the new generation of disciples had been held for many years. This was the only occasion where nearly the entire sect showed up to watch the competition. The battle for the immortal realm had spread to other sects and many were deeply interested. Not just Ling Xiao sect but even many disciples from other sects came to watch the event in person. Lu Zhe specially created a viewing perspective for the competition and the projected scenes were truly gripping. Under Lu Zhe's strong recommendation, the talkative senior brother Zhong Yi was delighted to take on the new role of commentator. Surprisingly, it fit him quite well. The enthusiastic commentary combined with the chaotic competition scenes provided all cultivators with a novel and exhilarating experience. That night, the forum for the battle for the immortal realm saw its popularity surge several times. The match between Tianxian Sect and Wuji Sword Sect was indeed spectacular. Ha ha! The Sword Immortal team of Wuji Sword Sect was completely outmaneuvered by Tianxian Sect's formation master. I thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly Wuji Sword Sect turned the tables in a dire situation. Who could have imagined that the formation of Wuji Sword Sect was so tightly woven? Yunxian Palace's strength is also commendable. Mobility is indeed crucial in warfare. Today Ling Xiao Sect did not perform well. They were pushed out before reaching their strongest late stage. The most unfortunate must be Qing Shan Sect, right? Causing additional damage to the demonic forces was completely useless in sect wars. Do you think junior brother Lu holds a grudge against elder Yang, which is why? Nonsense. Junior brother Lu's design for Ling Xiao sect was not impressive. This reasoning doesn't hold. Exactly among the 6 major powers, the strongest is the demonic forces. Could it be that junior brother Lu is one of them? Speaking of which, the competition scenes today were truly exciting. Coupled with brother Zhong's commentary, it was far more interesting than previous years. Interesting for sure, but I can't help feeling a bit hungry. Is it the same for you fellow Taoists? Today I ate several pill of absence meals. Lu Zhe looked at the forum posts feeling quite amused. It seems that in the cultivation world, live streaming will also become a new way to enjoy meals. Once they reach the golden core stage, cultivators' needs for food significantly decrease. The pill of absence is the most common food. However, being full and enjoying delicacies are 2 different matters, and there are indeed professions like spiritual chefs in the cultivation world. Seeing the business opportunity, Lu Zhe quickly contacted the kitchen of Li Hua Peak's cafeteria. Although the cost of replicating the illusion crystal stones is low, the cost of producing the game is not. Previously, when making Demon Sect Escape and Spirit Plant vs. Zombies, the feeling was not very strong. However, with the battle for the immortal realm, the skills and special effects of various formations require several talismans to manifest, causing costs to soar. If it weren't for this sect helping to reimburse expenses with the savings Lu Zhe accumulated from writing novels in previous years, it wouldn't even be enough. Since a business opportunity presented itself, Lu Zhe naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Speaking of which, shouldn't I prepare some pay-to-win games? Lu Zhe muttered to himself. The next day, the second round of matches commenced. Ling Xiao Sect and Qing Shan Sect, who had underperformed on the first day, were now fiercely battling. Master, how about something to eat? Lu Zhe cheerfully approached with a plate of fragrant green shadow braised tendons standing beside Nangon Yuan's designated seat. Nangon Yuan was engrossed when he caught a whiff of the spiritual meat aroma of the ironback flame pig and couldn't help but sniff. He picked up a piece of tendon and chewed it slowly. The refreshing Qingling grass mixed with the tendon's savory flavor burst in his mouth. Coupled with the grand spectacle of the ongoing battle in the sky, it was a unique experience. Not bad, not bad, this child is teachable. Nangon Yuan chuckled as he stroked his beard, praising with satisfaction. Right. The other elders praised me too, saying I have a good master. Lu Zhe happily nodded. Did you send some to the other elders as well? Ha ha ha. Nangon Yuan shook his head with a smile, feeling a bit heartbroken for some reason. Others said the boy was ungrateful and lacked understanding. Yet he used a bit of his stipend to pay respect to the elders. This dish he had at the cafeteria costs 100 spirit stones per serving. Although you have the stipend of a true disciple, you shouldn't waste like this. Next time, just buy something cheaper. Who wasted it? 300 spirit stones per serving, master. You wouldn't want to back out now, would you? Lu Zhe said nonchalantly. Nangon Yuan felt his teeth itch in anger. This Even as an elder, I still get a discount when I eat. Wait, what did you just say about the other elders? 3 days later, the first round of the Sect war concluded. The Wujie Sword Sect claimed first place with its overwhelming aerial combat prowess. The Tianxian Sect secured second place by an exceedingly narrow margin. Meanwhile, the Lingxiao Sect, having performed poorly on the opening day, unexpectedly earned third place thanks to Xiao Hongji's uncanny ability to bide time and cultivate strength in obscurity. The Yunxian Palace ranked fourth, the Qingshan Sect fifth. The second phase of the competition, where the 5 great sects would jointly assault the demonic cultivation faction, was about to commence. The popularity of Immortal Realm supremacy had reached fever pitch. Even mere textual descriptions from others stirred profound excitement among cultivators of other sects. Some cultivators had already recorded live footage using spirit-reflecting orbs, and buyers were already bidding for access. Numerous disciples jointly petitioned the elders, urging them to devise a way for those stationed at distant sects to witness this epical battle firsthand. Lu Zhe volunteered immediately, proposing that the livestream function embedded within Immortal Realm supremacy could fulfill this demand. Within the Lingxiao Sect, a localized spiritual network enabled all cultivators to view the broadcast seamlessly. Yet other sects lacked such infrastructure. To enable their disciples to watch, the elders convened and resolved to honor their disciples' wishes, collectively resolved to serve as relay nodes for the livestream transmission. News of this decision electrified cultivators across the realms. The official forum of Immortal Realm supremacy erupted into unprecedented fervor. Did you hear? Tomorrow every sect will be able to view the match live. According to Senior Brother Lu, this is called live streaming. A most intriguing term. Fellow Taoists, whom do you deem the ultimate victor? The Wujie Sword Sect, without question. The Sword Immortals are simply unmatched. Not necessarily. Tomorrow's contest isn't intersect rivalry, it's about who strikes the demonic faction with greatest force. Striking the demonic faction. Then it must be the Qingshan Sect. Given their margin of victory, finishing fourth was already commendable. What if the demonic faction wins? Impossible. At our current cultivation level, 5 against 1 could never result in defeat, even against the most formidable tier of demonic adversaries. The following day arrived, the final match day. Originally scheduled to take place within the Yunling Hall atop Leigong Peak, the venue was relocated to the vast Sect Plaza by Master Chao Wando, overwhelmed by the sheer number of spectators. Even before the match commenced, the plaza teemed with disciples. Zhong Yi, the appointed commentator, hovered midair. After 3 days of practice, he had grown accustomed to the rhythm of commentary and found himself increasingly drawn to the role. Representatives from the 5 great sects stood ready, each stepping into the shared illusionary battlefield. Zhong Yi introduced each sect's delegate in turn. Unsurprisingly, all were inner disciple heirs, instantly recognizable to the assembled crowd. And now, for the first time, we introduce the demonic faction our 5 sects shall confront together. Zhong Yi swept his arm wide. Behind him, the interface of the current battle chamber materialized. The 5 sect representatives had selected their respective factions and stood prepared, but the 6th slot reserved for the demonic faction remained conspicuously empty. What manner of demonic adversary awaits us? Frenzied. More frenzied still. Or utterly supernaturally cosmically deranged. Let us see whether this enigmatic demonic opponent can survive even a single quarter hour beneath the combined might of the 5 great sects. Zhong Yi's theatrical delivery drew raucous laughter from the crowd. Every disciple present had endured eras when frenzied demonic cultivators had mercilessly pummeled them. Now roles had reversed. The demonic AI stood no chance but to be pinned and ground into dust. Coupled with Zhong Yi's wit, the irony was irresistible, and hilarity ensued. He is. A name suddenly appeared in the final vacant slot, and Zhong Yi instantly stretched his tone into dramatic elongation. Super. Wait. Upon reading the name, Zhong Yi froze in disbelief. Lu Zhe. Not only Zhong Yi, every disciple below stared stunned into silence. What is happening? Is Senior Brother Lu competing personally? But creators of the illusionary realm cannot participate, that's a fundamental rule. Yet he isn't competing, he's playing the demonic faction, which has no official ranking. Does Senior Brother Lu even know how to play? I've seen him spar with disciples from other sects, he always drags the team down. This ruins the spirit of the match. What if he deliberately feeds kills to Lingxiao Sect members? Nonsense. The Lingxiao Sect would never stoop to such conduct. Senior Brother Lu, please step down, summon the highest difficulty demonic AI instead. Lu Zhe had recently joined Zhong Yi in numerous intersect matches and all disciples knew his record well. The elders on the dais exchanged bewildered glances. They only knew that Lu Zhe had assured them he would deploy the most extreme demonic opponent possible. Yet he had never mentioned that he himself would assume that role. Inside the battle chamber, the air disciples were equally flabbergasted. Among them, only Su Huayao of the Qingshan sect had never faced Lu Zhe, everyone else had. Each knew Lu Zhe's capabilities intimately, not merely against elite AI opponents but even against average cultivators. His performance rarely guaranteed victory. He wouldn't happen to be feeding points to your Lingxiao sect, would he? Su Huayao cast a slight chilling glance toward Zheng Shifei, Lingxiao sect's air disciple. Are ridiculous. I have nothing whatsoever to do with that boy. Zheng Shifei flushed crimson. If Lu Zhe assumes the demonic role, the entire nature of this match shifts. Gui Yunwen, heir of the Tianqian sect, narrowed his eyes meaningfully. From cooperative suppression to competitive point grabbing. Correct. Li Yulua, heir of the Yunxian palace, nodded pensively. Oof. Looks like cooperation is off the table today. Let each sect rely solely on its own strength. Chen Feng, heir of the Wujie sword sect, sharpened his gaze like a drawn blade. A silent consensus crystallized among them. The match's essence had irrevocably changed. They had anticipated confronting a supremely cosmically terrifyingly frenzied demonic adversary. One so formidable that solo confrontation was futile, demanding early alliance and mid-stage rivalry. Now, with Lu Zhe as their opponent, whose inferiority to any of them was common knowledge, the calculus shifted entirely. The contest would devolve into a ruthless race. Eliminate rival sects first, then harvest points from Lu Zhe. Comrades in arms instantly became rivals. The sense of unity evaporated. All stared at one another, eyes sharp with calculation. At that very moment, Lu Zhe stroked his chin in quiet contemplation. Today's match would be live-streamed across all 5 great sects. Recalling his prior demonstration of spiritual flora versus zombie hordes in endless mode, he anticipated another torrent of extraordinary rewards, provided he executed dazzling intelligible maneuvers. He murmured softly to himself how best to stun the pond with a single explosive splash. The match has begun. The finals map is Immortal Demon Hill, a classic 8-player battleground. Lu Zhe spawns at the central camp in the true north, a position flanked by 2 sects. To the left lies Qingshan sect, to the right Wujie sword sect. Brother Lu faces tremendous pressure. Zhong Yi's commentary surges with fervor. Yet Lu Zhe and his companions within the illusion hear none of it. Zhong Yi's live commentary conveys real-time information, an arrangement that once sparked contention between Tianqian Gate and Wujie sword sect on day 1. Tianqian Gate accused Wujie sword sect of gaining unfair advantage by overhearing the commentary, thereby anticipating and thwarting their surprise assault, leading directly to their defeat. Henceforth, a sound-dampening barrier is erected around all competitors' zones during commentary. All 6 competitors' menial disciples have begun mining. Oh wait, Brother Lu's should be called slaves. Under Zhong Yi's deliberate control, the base scenes of all 6 players simultaneously appear before the audience. Each player begins with 4 menial disciples. In the demonic cultivation path, the foundational production unit is termed a slave. 5 orthodox disciples instinctively designate their 4 menial disciples, then direct them toward the spirit or vein adjacent to their sex compound. Only in Lu Zhe's feed do things differ. En route to the Orvane, his 4 slaves part ways one by one, dispersing deliberately across the mine. Ha! Brother Lu's slaves seem to have awakened sentience. They've scattered of their own accord. Zhong Yi offers a light-hearted quip, paying it no further mind. During the opening phase, all players' actions appear identical. Mine or recruit menial disciples, mine or again. Yet within mere heartbeats, Zhong Yi senses something amiss. What's happening? Lu Zhe's slaves appear to mine faster than the others. Zhong Yi himself is a veteran of celestial realm conquest. Mining is an autonomous action. Menial disciples shuttle automatically between Orvanes and their sex compound. All players' mining rhythms are virtually synchronized. Lu Zhe, however, moves half a beat ahead. Especially at the 2 farthest spirit or veins, the menial disciples accelerate continuously, never pausing even for an instant. Nearly every spectator present has played Celestial Realm Conquest. This anomaly leaves them deeply puzzled. What's going on? Why is he faster? Menial disciples decelerate when delivering spirit stones, why don't his? Could this be a demonic cultivation peculiarity? Impossible. I've watched frenzied foe, his slaves behave no differently from ordinary menial disciples. Cheating. Cheating. The illusion architect must have altered the stats for himself. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Brother Lu is not that kind of person. Look quickly. Brother Lu's command speed is astonishing. Zhongyi zooms the feed onto Lu Zhe. Now not only the game view but also his image inside the command chamber appears before the audience. Lu Zhe uses his fingers as a cursor, executing commands with lightning precision. Options he once selected with keystrokes now manifest as talismanic incantations and arcane techniques. What he demonstrates is a legendary tactic from his past life, StarCraft. Distribute workers and accelerated mining. If left to auto-collect, workers or menial disciples and slaves inevitably become congested, forcing them to detour to alternate veins. From the outset, Lu Zhe instinctively scatters his slaves individually, manually assigning each to a designated vein, eliminating idle detours entirely. Of course, simple dispersion is merely the foundation. Subtler refinements follow, adjusting each disciple's entry angle into the vein to minimize round-trip distance, thereby maximizing efficiency. Compared to worker distribution, accelerated mining demands far greater dexterity. Every unit, including menial disciples, possesses built-in acceleration and deceleration mechanics. They accelerate while advancing toward a target but decelerate as they near it. When returning to the compound to deliver spirit stones, they slow, halt and pivot just before arrival. Yet this deceleration can be cancelled through precise input. The principle is simple. While a disciple approaches the compound, manually steer them slightly beyond its threshold. At the gate's edge, still short of the target, they remain in full acceleration. Issuing a new deliver spirit stone command then causes them to stop instantly and deposit their load. It sounds effortless, but timing is everything. And since isolated attempts yield negligible gains, mastery requires simultaneous high-frequency micromanagement across multiple units. To execute this flawlessly is extraordinarily difficult, yet Lu Zhe accomplishes it with serene ease. I've just received word from Elder Lin of Tianxian Gate. He confirms no tampering occurred within the illusion. Rest assured, all is fair. Based on my analysis, Brother Lu likely optimized his slaves' approach angles, reducing travel distance significantly. Such meticulous insight is truly remarkable. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Zhongyi swiftly defends Lu Zhe. In truth, even without his words, the disciples' doubts have already subsided considerably. After all, watching Lu Zhe's fingers blur across the interface reveals the staggering volume of commands he executes. Meanwhile, within Lu Zhe's compound, fresh slaves emerge one after another. All 5 orthodox players have recruited new menial disciples. Brother Lu does likewise. Ha! I'd hoped he'd unveil some novel stratagem. Alas, what a pity. Zhongyi muses aloud, though his remark serves mainly to enliven the atmosphere. Even the most challenging demonic AI requires steady early development. Without economic foundation, how can one raise an army? Surely one cannot send slaves into battle. Brother Lu's slaves head toward the spirit. Wait. Zhongyi halts mid-sentence, jaw slack. Brother Lu's slaves, they're heading outward. What could this possibly mean? Are they scouting? Wait, that direction points to Qingshan Sect. At that moment, within Qingshan Sect's stronghold, Su Huayao cultivates in grim silence. After 3 days of competition, he's endured mounting frustration. Yang Jingxin holds celestial realm conquest in low regard, so unlike other sects, Qingshan dare not train or spar openly. They practice covertly instead, causing their skill gap with rival sects to widen dramatically. Though Su Huayao himself possesses solid aptitude, his peers consistently hold him back. In 3 days of matches, he won only once, ranking last in total points. Now freed from such drag, he resolves to shine brilliantly. Qingshan Sect's passive ability inflicts 15 extra damage against demonic cultivators. Useless in large-scale sect warfare, it becomes a divine boon in the finals. If I eliminate that brat, my points will surge past his. I'll make you pay, you wretched fool. Su Huayao mutters fiercely while frantically recruiting menial disciples and mining spirit ore. He vows to annihilate Lu Zhe, erasing his prior humiliations. Just then, he spots 3 slaves clad in demonic robes appearing abruptly before his gate. What in the world? Su Huayao blinks, stunned. Even the hardest demonic AI launches rapid assaults only after stabilizing its economy. Never, not once, does it strike so early in the match. Where did Lu Zhe acquire the resources to field even a single unit? Su Huayao panics until he counts only 3 slaves. 3 slaves. What threat could they pose? Combat. Their offensive power is less than a tickle. Su Huayao instantly grasps the truth. Lu Zhe means only to vex him. If he dispatches menial disciples to chase them, both sides share identical movement speed, making pursuit futile and would only impede mining progress. If he recruits junior sword cultivators instead, yes, he could slay them. But constructing a martial training hall now would squander precious resources and still hinder mining. I see your game. You aim to poison my morale and force Qingshan into 4th place. Well, let me tell you, I refuse. Come at me if you dare. Or did you come to mine spirit or for me, ha ha ha. Su Huayao's laughter dies mid-chuckle. He sees Lu Zhe's slaves begin hammering at his compound structures. Are you insane? Do you seek mutual annihilation? Su Huayao erupts in fury and immediately orders menial disciples to construct a martial training hall. He assumes Lu Zhe intends to erect a barracks at his gate, dragging both economies into ruin. But as the foundation rises, Su Huayao freezes in disbelief. This is a ballista tower. Lu Zhe switched back and forth between his sect and the perspective of the Qingshan sect. On one side, he systematically controlled the slaves to mine spirit stones and conducted infrastructure development. On the other side, they began constructing arrow towers at the entrance of the Qingshan sect. The main strength of the demonic path lies in its early game. Blood puppets that combine durability and agility, assassins that can harass and defense towers with extraordinary damage. Once it reaches the late game, the usage scenarios for the advanced units of the demonic path, the illusionists, become limited, making their combat power relatively insufficient. Lu Zhe must establish a sufficiently strong economic lead in the early game. This is quite simple for him. He has participated in training matches between major sects. These individuals treat the attack rhythm of the demonic path's AI as a benchmark. For instance, high-difficulty AI usually organizes an attack 3 minutes into the game, while cultivators typically develop for 2 minutes before starting to build a training hall to gather defensive forces. When dealing with Lu Zhe, most would push this timing back a bit. No one expected Lu Zhe to launch an attack just 1 minute into the game. Moreover, he shamelessly used slaves to construct defense towers right at their doorstep. Lu Zhe cheerfully controlled the slaves to build the towers. The construction speed of the arrow towers surpassed that of the training hall. By the time Su Huayao's training hall was completed, no matter what unit it was, they wouldn't be able to exit the door without being shot into a pincushion by the arrow towers. Su Huayao was in a state of panic. He was inexperienced but not foolish. He quickly dragged the servant disciples over to drive away the demonic path slaves. Yet Lu Zhe controlled the slaves, leisurely playing a game of ring-around Pharisee with the arrow tower building as he went. Su Huayao's 7 servant disciples couldn't even land a hit on the slaves and instead were struck back by them a few times. Damn it! Stop right now. Do you even care about martial ethics? Su Huayao shouted angrily. Unfortunately, Xianjie Zhanba did not have a voice system. Otherwise, he would have likely faced even more unforgettable humiliation. In Su Huyao's despairing gaze, 3 arrow towers were completed one after another. Zhong Yi passionately commented, "What is junior brother Lu doing? He actually built arrow towers at the entrance of the Qingshan sect." Su Huayao has realized something is wrong. Su Huayao has started to construct the training hall. This is terrible. The construction speed of the training hall is too slow. By the time it's completed, it will already be surrounded by arrow towers. Su Huayao is desperately fighting the demonic path. It's over. Junior brother Lu's slaves are too agile. Junior brother Lu's arrow towers are out. What? The damage is so high. All the servant disciples of the Qingshan sect have perished. The demonic path slaves are still advancing. They are still building towers. They are about to build them right at the sect's door. The Qingshan sect is being blocked at their own home by 3 demonic path slaves. The onlooking disciples were also stunned by Lu Zhe's operations. How can it be played like this? This is too shameless, too demonic. Why isn't Su Huayao building towers? Doesn't the orthodox path have them too? The demonic path's arrow towers are even more powerful. The Qingshan sect is in dire straits. This strategy is invincible. It's impossible to defend against. Damn, in the future we need to guard against the opposing servants and slaves during war mode. Seeing the victory was nearly secured, Lu Zhe slowly advanced. This is a strategy of initial kill. As long as it hasn't been seen before, there is a high probability of being wiped out in one wave. In the RTS games of his past life, similar operations were countless. For example, the Protoss bunker rush in StarCraft or the human tower rush in Warcraft. The tactics Lu Zhe is using now aren't as systematic and perverse as the human TR. However, they are nearly guaranteed to succeed for early ambushes in this phase. At this moment, the Qingshan sect had completely lost its ability to counterattack. How could they retaliate? The soldiers produced by the training hall would be shot into a sieve as soon as they emerged. The servant disciples were also eliminated just by passing by. At this time, Lu Zhe had built the arrow towers right at Su Huiyeo's face. Moreover, he had also established a demonic subsect within the Qingshan sect. More slaves were recruited by him, who started swaggering in front of Su Huiyao, mining the spirit stones of the Qingshan sect. Damn. Su Huiyao was in the command room furiously pounding the table, wishing he could eat Lu Zhe alive. Having always been hailed as a genius, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just thinking about the countless disciples outside witnessing his disgrace made him dizzy. Ah! Su Huiyao shouted loudly. Countless spiritual energies erupted from his body, forcefully breaking through the limitations of the illusion. As a result, the connection was forcibly severed. The base of the Qingshan sect exploded in response. Watching the sudden disappearance of his opponent, Lu Zhe shook his head with regret. What a pity I haven't even started building spies to steal units yet. The Qingshan sect has been eliminated by the demonic path. The sudden system notification startled Gui Yunwen. Moments later, 2 alliance requests came in. Lingxiao sect has sent you an alliance request, do you accept? Yunxian Palace has sent you an alliance request, do you accept? Gui Yunwen immediately chose to accept. The figures of the 3 individuals suddenly appeared in the same command room. What is going on? How long has it been, and the Qingshan sect has already been sent away? Zhang Jinchuan, what on earth is your junior brother? Gui Yunwen hurriedly asked. I don't know. I was just unclear about the situation, which is why I wanted to ask you. Zhang Shifei shook his head in confusion. Lu Zhe. That shouldn't be. I've fought against him at least 5 times and he doesn't seem to have anything special. Li Yulu bit her lip, filled with doubt. She and the sister from Yunxian Palace often trained against Zhou Mi and Lu Zhe, but had never discovered any exceptional traits of Lu Zhe. The current situation left her baffled. Maybe Su Jinchuan acted impulsively, attacking the demonic path without sufficient troops, and as a result was pushed back by Lu Zhe. Zhang Shifei analyzed and felt he had found the truth. Perhaps. Gui Yunwen nodded. Aside from that, there truly was no other explanation. Even the hardest difficulty of the demonic AI couldn't possibly conquer the sect so quickly. It couldn't be that Lu Zhe was even stronger than that super powerful and insane demonic AI, right? But everyone should not let their guard down. Since Lu Zhe could swiftly eliminate the Qingshan sect, his strength must not be weak. Everyone quickly gather forces to prevent being swiftly attacked again. Gui Yunwen thought for a moment and finally reminded them. Wuji Sword Sect has rejected your alliance request. Looking at the newly appeared system notification, Gui Yunwen sighed. The Chen Feng of the Wuji Sword Sect was overly confident and probably looked down on forming an alliance with them. Gui Yunwen did not dwell on it further and quickly assembled his forces. Outside the battlefield, Zhou Mi's commentary grew more passionate. Because Lu Zhe's gameplay was truly refreshing people's perceptions. Junior brother Lu now possesses 2 major spirit mines. His economy is booming. Junior brother Lu's beast garden has been completed. It seems junior brother Lu is about to make another move. However, at this point in time, the defensive forces of other sects have already been built up and junior brother Lu's forces are insufficient. Junior brother Lu has summoned 3 shadow rhinos. Is 3 rhinos too few? The 3 rhinos are heading towards the farthest stronghold. It's heading towards the Wuji Sword Sect. In the southwest corner of the map, the stronghold of the Wuji Sword Sect. After rejecting the alliance requests from the 3 sects, Chen Feng disdainfully began to develop his sect's power. Wanna cling to my thigh? Dream on. Chen Feng sneered. Once you exhaust the forces of the demonic path, they'll wipe you all out. Just as he was happily plotting his strategy, the sword cultivator who had gone out to scout suddenly discovered 3 purple-black rhinos charging toward the Wuji Sword Sect. Haha, are we going to fight now? Chen Feng was instantly filled with excitement. The sword cultivator quickly retreated back home and the troops he had prepared surged out. Come on. Let's have a good fight. Chen Feng shouted loudly. 2 sword pattern tigers, 8 body cultivators and 3 spirit archers charged out together. Hey, you want to fight over the spirit mine? Just 3 rhinos. That might be a bit lacking. Chen Feng sneered. Ahead was a mining point not far from the Wuji Sword Sect, and he had long planned to go over and open a submine. Leave them to me. Chen Feng shouted. Countless troops charged forward. Just then Lu Ze's 3 shadow rhinos also moved. Blood-red energy balls gathered on the rhino horns and were launched with a roar. Ha ha, at that distance who do you think you can hit? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the next second his smile froze on his face. The blood-colored energy balls did not strike his troops. Instead they directly slammed into the spirit mine. The spirit mine, shimmering with a light blue halo, was smashed to smithereens by countless blood-colored energy balls. You damn it. I'm right here. Don't miss the target. Chen Feng's lips twitched, wishing he could transform into the sword cultivator inside and charge forward to take the damage. Lu Ze's attack was on precious spirit mines. Once the spirit stones at his home were exhausted, he would have to rely on this place for sustenance. At this moment Chen Feng was completely unaware that Lu Ze was doing it on purpose. He assumed the opponent had accidentally missed. He commanded his troops to advance in a straight line. But Lu Ze didn't even glance at them. The firepower of the 3 shadow rhinoceroses continued to rain down on the spirit mine. Chen Feng watched helplessly as fissures appeared on the spirit mine, gradually reducing it to ruins. Boom. No. Stop it. Boom. Cease fire. Boom. Let go of the spirit mine, come at me instead. Chen Feng shouted in despair, his hands trembling. At that moment he desperately wished that it was not the spirit mine being bombarded by Lu Ze's firepower but rather his own army. This was pure spirit stone, the economic factor that determined the outcome. Chen Feng finally realized that Lu Ze was not targeting him but rather his spirit stones. You little brat. Don't run. Chen Feng, furious, commanded the main force to pursue the shadow rhinoceroses. But in terms of mobility, how could they possibly compare to the shadow rhinoceroses? Lu Ze showed no interest in fighting, confidently controlling the shadow rhinoceroses to swagger away. The mine had to be destroyed, especially the one farther from him. War mode essentially boils down to an economic competition. How to develop the economy faster, how to restrict the opponent's growth, and how to minimize battle losses. The spirit mine near his sect was a prime target for Lu Ze. The farther ones would not be left alone for growth either. He remotely controlled the shadow rhinoceroses, blowing up everything in their path. On the other side, another squad began to harass various parties. The onlooking disciples were in an uproar. The atmosphere on site was incredibly lively. As the commentator Zhongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming in wonder. What is junior brother Lu doing? Did the rhinoceros hit the wrong spot? Wait. It seems like he's doing it on purpose. Junior brother Lu is blowing up the mine. Junior brother Lu is blowing up the mine. The loss of the spirit mine would cut the income of the Wujian sword sect in half. Chen Jinchuan discovered Lu Ze's intentions. Chen Jinchuan is in pursuit while Lu Ze is fleeing. Chen Jinchuan can't catch up. Junior brother Lu is still blowing up the mine. The second mine point at the Lingxiao sect entrance has also been blown up. Junior brother Lu has gone mad, not even sparing his own people. What's going on? Battles are suddenly breaking out everywhere. Heavens! How can junior brother Lu control 3 squads at the same time to conduct harassment? The Tianxian sect and the Yunxian palace were well prepared. Junior brother Lu has limited forces and can't break through. It's over. The Tianxian sect and the Yunxian palace chased after Lu Ze, who fought while retreating. It seemed the harassment was not successful. What? Lu Ze's assassin has infiltrated their base, stealing the miscellaneous disciples. What? I'm shocked. The miscellaneous disciples were Lu Ze's true target. Wu Jinchuan and Li Jinchuan have noticed something's off. They are starting to retreat. But it was too late. My heavens! The economic development of the Tianxian sect and the Yunxian palace has been interrupted. Lu Ze's actions made everyone present gasp in astonishment. A battle without a fight, all harassment. Yet it truly managed to stifle the economies of several sects. In contrast, Lu Ze, holding 2 large mine points, his economic development was far ahead. Moreover, despite seeming to be driven back by several waves of harassment, the troop losses from the various sects far exceeded those of Lu Ze. This maneuver sparked heated discussions among the disciples of various sects. Who is this Lu Ze? Is he truly a righteous cultivator? Junior brother Lu is from our Lingxiao sect, how could he not be a righteous disciple? Blowing up spirit mines and stealing miscellaneous disciples. You tell me this is the righteous path? I see him as more of a demonic cultivator than the crazed enemies. How exactly did Lu Zhe operate? How can he attack simultaneously? Didn't you see how Brother Zhong switched to his perspective earlier? That speed of action was incredible. In the joint command room of the Tianxian sect, the Lingxiao sect, and the Yunxian palace. Zhang Shifei, the mine at my doorstep is gone. Li Yuluo, the miscellaneous disciples at my home are gone. I am the most miserable, my pursuit force suffered heavy damage. The three exchanged glances, each with their own expressions of dismay. Damn. Let's just stop developing and take him down in one go instead. Zhang Shifei was infuriated, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Li Yuluo frowned slightly. It's indeed time to counterattack, but the losses of spirit stones for me and Guozhenchuan are severe. We need to catch our breath before attacking again. Not only that. Gui Yunwen shook his head with a bitter smile. Just now when I reached the demonic sect's base, I found that many demonic towers were built at Lu Ze's sect's entrance. Our basic forces might have difficulty breaching them. These towers are particularly unfair against basic forces. Without second-tier spirit beasts to withstand the firepower at the front, they would need to expend extremely high troop costs to take them down. The three decided to focus on development, stockpiling some second-tier forces before launching a combined attack. To prevent Lu Zhe from sending more assassins to steal miscellaneous disciples, they each recruited spirit beasts with the invisibility skill at home. Considering Lu Ze's tactics were indeed quite underhanded, they each also recruited a spirit beast with the pierce skill, that Sangtian Hound. This way neither spies nor assassins would be able to infiltrate their homes. Just then a system notification appeared on everyone's screens. A spirit energy secret realm has refreshed. A blue marker appeared in the upper left corner of the map. In war mode there are two types of random events. One is the neutral village event seen in the tutorial mode. The demonic side can massacre the village for troop rewards. The righteous side can escort the village for resource rewards. The other type is the Spirit Energy Secret Realm. Spirit Energy Secret Realms can randomly appear on the map, and occupying them will yield continuous Spirit Stone rewards. This Spirit Energy Secret Realm is too close to the demonic sect. Should we send troops to scout it out? Li Yuluo was somewhat worried. No need. Lu Ze's sect won't upgrade to level 3 anytime soon. We should focus on developing our forces and then surround him. Gui Yunwen shook his head. Though the Spirit Energy Secret Realm is rich, it is a late-game position. There are teams of rogue cultivators guarding the entrance. These rogue cultivators are of high levels and ordinary forces can't deal with them. Players usually occupy such realms only after having level 3 forces. So whoever upgrades to level 3 first will have an absolute advantage. At the same time, in the demonic sect, it seems that playing crafty tricks won't conquer these stubborn-minded cultivators. Lu Zhe shook his head, muttering to himself. He just couldn't understand. He started with an arrow tower rush, eliminating the Qingshan sect first. Then he blew up spirit mines and stole miscellaneous disciples, affecting the growth of other sects. With such a strong oppressive force, why hasn't he earned genuine admiration from others all day? Surely it can't be just because his tactics are a bit crafty and his approach is underhanded that these righteous cultivators don't acknowledge him. Well, I guess in the future rankings the righteous cultivators will use these tactics even more frequently than I do. Lu Zhe thought for a moment. Many probably just find his ideas bizarre and believe they could do the same. Even if they think he is powerful, they do not respect him. Alright, then I'll play with you all using some flashy maneuvers. Lu Zhe chuckled. He cancelled the construction of a large number of troops. He had initially planned to gather forces and pressure them directly one by one. But now it seemed that pure troop pressure might not earn him rewards. He must give them some leeway. When fishing, one must be gentle when reeling in, or the fish will escape. Lu Zhe grumbled while cheerfully summoning 3 blood puppets, 1 summoner and 1 blood curse master. Their destination was the freshly spawned Spirit Energy Secret Realm. The troops of Junior Brother Lu have been deployed. Which sect is going to suffer this time? Why are they heading towards the ruins of Qing Mountain sect? Could it be a mistake? Wait. Junior Brother Lu is heading to the Spiritual Energy Secret Realm. 1 level 2 unit and 4 level 1 units. How could this configuration possibly contend against the rogue cultivators in the secret realm? Zhong Yi exclaimed in disbelief. He couldn't help but focus the scene on this small team. The location of the spiritual energy secret realm was beneath a cliff nestled among dense forests. As they were about to reach the secret realm, Lu Ze's team split into two routes. One summoner headed towards the cliff while the remaining 3 blood puppets and 1 blood curse master charged towards the secret realm. The summoner is going to the cliff. That's impossible, the spells from that position can't reach below. The team below has rushed in. The blood puppets are the first to charge, alerting the rogue cultivators. The rogue cultivators are rising to pursue, the blood puppets are retreating. The rogue cultivators are following out. The 3 blood puppets spread out. The rogue cultivators are closely pursuing. What is this blood curse master doing? Is he going to strike? The blood curse master has not attacked. He is hiding in the shadows, remaining undetected. The rogue cultivators rushed out of the camp to chase the blood puppets. Wait. The blood curse master has entered the camp. Without killing the rogue cultivators, they can't occupy the secret realm. What is junior brother Lu planning? Zhong Yi completely couldn't understand Lu Ze's maneuvers, but he was captivated by the commentary. He had a feeling that Lu Ze was about to execute some tactics they had never seen before. After the rogue cultivators were drawn away by the blood puppets, the blood curse master seized the opportunity to enter the camp. He moved directly towards the back of the rogue cultivators' resting area, entering a recessed stone cave. The rogue cultivators killed the blood puppets and returned to the camp. The blood curse master has been discovered. What to do now? Wait. The entrance is too narrow, only 1 rogue cultivator can reach the blood curse master. Wow. I didn't know the terrain could be used like this. Zhong Yi was stunned. He never expected that Xianjie Zhenba could be played this way. First draw the aggro with the blood puppets, then position the ranged damage dealers in an excellent spot. The rogue cultivators, being large in stature, can't even enter the cave. The rogue cultivators' skill damage is high, but their skill range is small, so they can't hit the blood curse master. The only way to damage the blood curse master is through one of the basic attacks, the thrust. The blood curse master's attack, though not painful, is effective in output. The blood curse master's attacks are quite effective, but he is continuously losing health. At this rate, he will surely be killed by the rogue cultivators first. Zhong Yi said in confusion. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the summoner above the cave at the edge of the cliff. Positioned well in advance under Lu Ze's control, he cast the skill Requiem lantern tightly against the cliff's edge. A green lantern slid down the cliff's edge, accurately landing on the side of the cave. The healing range just managed to reach the blood curse master inside the cave. The blood curse master's health began to increase and his armor was also enhanced. Holy crap! Amazing! Zhong Yi held his breath, unable to contain his admiration. First draw aggro with the blood puppets, then have the blood curse master enter the cave to position himself, and finally use the edge of the cliff to heal the blood curse master. The strategy is so clear and the execution is so decisive. In Lu Ze's command center, the host impresses the righteous cultivator Zhong Yi with his strength, causing admiration and randomly acquiring one of the opponent's abilities. Reward obtained. True Word Spirit Array Beginner. Has the rewards finally started coming in? Lu Ze raised an eyebrow. It seems this time he truly shocked senior brother Zhong, even revealing his signature ability, the spirit language skill. As far as he knew, Zhong Yi had a sacred word spirit root and his cultivation methods were different from others. I need to work harder to empty his treasure trove. Lu Ze chuckled and continued his operations. He no longer needed to concern himself with the secret realm. In fact, there are many methods to attack the secret realm in advance. As long as one manages to kite and transfer aggro, it can be easily taken down. However, what he was using now was the least labor-intensive approach. Once the preliminary work was completed, he could go idle. At this moment, Lu Ze was frantically harassing the nearby Tianxian Sect. Not because the Tianxian Sect was close to him, but because once the Tianxian Sect upgraded to level 3, they could upgrade the Tianji Pavilion, making all map information visible. He had to suppress Gui Yunwen's economy. The timing should be about right. Lu Ze thought of something interesting, a sly smile crossing his lips. The appearance of the spiritual energy secret realm meant that the next random event was about to refresh. He opened the demonic faction's barracks blood pit and began recruiting the demonic faction's spy unit Hua Pai. A neutral village has been discovered by the demonic faction. Please provide immediate assistance to prevent the villagers from falling victim to the demonic faction. A new alert appeared on the screen for everyone. The location of the village was right in the center of the map. What do you think? Should we go? Zhang Shifei looked at the other two. We definitely need to seize it. If Lu Zhe gets it, hell take off. Hui Yunwen nodded in resentment. During this time he had been the most severely disturbed by Lu Zhe and his economic development was particularly poor. Li Yulua also expressed agreement. Although Lu Zhe led an economy, they were still 3 people. After a short period of development, their level 2 sect had been upgraded and had some level 2 forces. Then let's set off together to avoid being ambushed by him, Hui Yunwen said cautiously. The demonic faction wouldn't be able to massacre the village so quickly. There were guards around the village, otherwise it would be too easy for the demonic faction to kill unarmed villagers. The core of this event was to incite competition between players. Generally, various small-scale battles would break out before entering the village. The 3 quickly gathered their forces and rushed towards the center. What they didn't expect was that the village was incredibly quiet with no trace of demonic soldiers. What does this mean? Why hasn't that brat shown up? Zhang Shifei was very puzzled. They had brought all their strongest forces, but the expected confrontation between righteous and demonic cultivators did not unfold. He probably saw our forces and got scared. Hui Yunwen was also a bit confused. Be careful, it might be a trap, Li Yulua warned cautiously. The 3 cautiously approached, but after a long time they found no trace of the demonic faction. Not even an invisible assassin ambushing them. The 3 let out a sigh of relief, arrived at the village and began to lead the villagers into their team. 1 2 3 4. 24. Zhang Shifei joyfully counted the number of villagers. Wow! Why are there so many villagers this time? We're rich now. Indeed, there's a lot. Li Yulua nodded, her expression equally delighted. The rewards for protecting villagers in emergency events are calculated based on the number of villagers successfully escorted. Each event has a different size of village and number of villagers. The number of villagers can be as few as 10 and as many as nearly 20. This time the number of villagers reached an impressive 24, breaking the previous record by any measure. For some reason Hui Yunwen felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Isn't this number of villagers a bit too much?